Time of disaster like huge blade cuts old and new civilization. And now on this wasteland, human civilization survives. Huge serfs' walls were erected, but the order continued collapse. The main character, being completely serious, could not understand why before the disaster was a lot of human technology, and why now underscore. All this was disappeared. Smoking last cigarette, man with seriousness said, what they were in the hands of a few and firearms weapon humanity was more powerful than the guy thought. Workers looking at the wall, they couldn't understand why would not destroy this wall to get the same thing cherished weapon. However, the man understood that the people who were interested behind the wall could not refuse this natural class fence. An unfamiliar girl passing through a crowd of militants tried to move forward as quickly as possible. She wanted to go to Jing Mountain. At the same moment, the main character passed near them and accidentally overheard their conversation. The guy passing by realized that this crowd of mercenaries lacked real combat experience. Therefore, he believed that they simply gathered in the wild lands to die there. Being tense, he looked around. As a friend, he discovers the breath of death. A creepy monster's head suddenly appears from a boiling lava volcano. At the same moment, a horde of monsters also appears from the side, approaching the main character with loud screams. The guy, being wounded and tired, he sat right in front of the monsters that appeared, who stood silently next to him. However, the hero did not want to just lose, so he decided to unlock his shackles. At this point, events break off and are transferred to a rainy day, where someone in the bushes wearing a raincoat held onto a rope and was indignant because before the prey arrived, acid rain began to fall. This stranger was the main character, who understood that if he did not bring prey today, Liu Yuan and he would die of hunger. Therefore, even a sparrow would be suitable for prey for him. When suddenly a certain bird appears above him, it was clear from the guy's eyes that it was just a sparrow, flying over the main character with a trap. His eye suddenly notices the bait, because of which it immediately begins to decline rapidly. The main character, while understanding the plan of the formidable bird, he immediately jumps to the side, to quickly grab your weapon so that you have something to defend yourself with. This thing was precisely the frying pan with which he appeared in a fighting stance in front of the mighty bird. As soon as the hero took a fighting stance, the sparrow immediately began to attack the guy, but he managed to cover himself from the blow with his frying pan. Without wasting the moment, the main character, in addition to defending himself, decided to take advantage of the moment and launch a sharp surprise attack. With this blow, he crushed the mighty sparrow in a matter of seconds. However, to be absolutely sure of his victory, the guy suddenly grabs the bird's neck with his hand, and he finishes her off to finish what he started. Having taken the life of a formidable sparrow, the hero understood that he could finally exhale, because after waiting all night, he was finally able to get something. However, he didn't stand in one place for long, so he decided that, while it was still early, he just wanted to go to Lao Wang's store to sell the bird. It is estimated that he will be able to exchange it for a couple of days of rations. When suddenly something starts to bother him. It was a strange headache that the hero had experienced not for the first time. This usually happened at midnight, this time earlier. This happened to the main character regularly from the day he escaped from the wolves. People in the city said it was just a headache, but he knew that this feeling was not of pain but of pure chaos. Sinking deeper and deeper in his consciousness, he noticed that something was happening. The guy was surprised that this time he was conscious. Removing his hand in front of his eyes, he saw a bright light in the distance, because of which he immediately closed his eyes again. Covering himself with his hand, he also suddenly saw strange silhouettes in the distance, reminiscent of a palace. Finally standing on the ground, he came closer to the doors to the palace. Yes, without thinking twice, opened them as soon as possible in order to finally see what was hidden behind them. Having opened the doors, he immediately went inside and seriously began to look around him at what was happening and where. Walking further forward with great caution, the main character still did not understand where he was now. Therefore, holding onto his weapon, he was ready to give battle to any uninvited guest. Looking ahead more carefully, he saw something on the table in front of him. Because of this, his head immediately began to hurt and shake again. While the main character was in his inner world, the events are again transferred outside, where an unfriendly stranger appeared from behind a tree, who, being on the sidelines, looked angrily at the lying body of the protagonist, who was unconscious. At the same moment, the hero opens his eyes. Being completely tired, the hero was surprised that this time he came to his senses so quickly. But suddenly, he gets up, because he realized that the rain was starting to get stronger, so he needed to get out of here. While the main character was rising to his feet, at the same moment behind him, the villain decided to act. Swinging his weapon, he shouted and ordered the hero to give him the loot. However, this did not scare the guy, so he immediately hit the villain on the head with a frying pan. Having defeated the robbers with one blow, the hero immediately decided to hurry to the appointed place. Suddenly, a notification appears in front of him, indicating that he should immediately transfer the loot to a stranger. This notification greatly surprised the main character, but still he turned back to the robber, who sat and cried in pain. Suddenly, the villain is afraid of the main character because he could not imagine that he would return to him. Holding his hand on this sparrow with a terrifying look, he asked the villain if he needed the sparrow. From such a terrible look from the hero, the villain, with tears on his face, still replied that he wanted to get him. After hearing the answer to the question, the guy immediately gave the dead sparrow into his hands. Because of this act of the main character, the villain immediately began to rejoice at the spoils. While the stranger sat on the sidelines and rejoiced, the main character finally received a notification that the task had been completed. This piece of paper with the report flew through the same mysterious palace, straight to the typewriter, which stood right on the table. Arriving at the printing mechanism, a reward for the completed task immediately appeared on it. Because of this, the main character realized that he could use this to learn the skills of both himself and other people. At the same moment, while the main character was thinking about his abilities, the previously mentioned stranger approached him, who touchingly thanked the guy for his kindness. The hero looked at him with one eye. He immediately took the loot for himself again. This act of the main character greatly shocked the villain because he could not even imagine such a situation. After that, the guy didn't stay long and started to leave him again. The villain, not understanding the actions of the hero, immediately began to scream hysterically at the leaving guy. Events at this moment are interrupted and transferred to a sunny day, where the main character continues to walk to the designated place. I was surprised that in such a short period of time, the weather could change so much for the better. Covering yourself with your hand and looking ahead, he finally saw that same giant wall that fenced people off, and at the same moment seemed to create two different existing worlds. Having reached an already populated area, the main character continued to walk forward without stopping. But suddenly, he notices unfriendly strangers to the side who were looking at him angrily. They whispered to each other because they were infuriated that the hero returned with the spoils every time. However, the guy noticed and was fully prepared for any sudden actions in his direction. Holding his sword with his hand, he stopped. After all, one of the envious people began to approach him. Not knowing what would happen next, the hero looked at the stranger with all seriousness and concentration, who approached him with evil intentions. But suddenly, someone grabs the attacker with his hand, thereby stopping him. This someone was his friend, who advised him to forget the main character because he understood that there was no need to mess with the hero. The main character, having heard these words and realizing that the attackers had stopped, continued on his way again. Continuing to leave them, he heard that he was sick in the head. However, he didn't care about these words, because he understood that now he had a more important task than arguing and fighting with some hooligans. Having reached the designated shop, he immediately began to go inside, where he immediately put his booty on the table with the words, "How much he can get for it." The buyer immediately began to analyze and calculate the cost of production. But suddenly, the hero again put the sparrow forward so that he would act faster and make a decision. The owner of the shop was a little surprised by the hero's behavior because he treated him so rudely with expensive glass, roughly putting the loot on the table. This behavior of the buyer infuriated the guy a little. Therefore, the owner of the shop, with a smile on his face, answered Xiao Su, the main character, that for this loot he could pay 3 jin 6 liang. But this answer made the main character a little tense, so the buyer began to recalculate the price again. Because of this, I immediately came to the conclusion that at market prices now, sparrows could cost 200 per jin, so the total was approximately 700. However, Xiao Su was a little dissatisfied because he thought it was too low a price. This behavior made the shop owner tense again. Therefore, after counting again, he named the final price as 800. There really wasn't enough meat in the barrage, but everything had its price, and they had to live by the rules, so he believed. However, the hero, clutching at the bills, still continued to insist and prove that it was almost winter, and there were very few sparrows these days, so below 900 was out of the question. The buyer, after listening to Xiao Su, simply turned his head. The main character did not like this behavior of the shop owner, so he grabbed the sparrow in his hands and decided to go to old Li and ask his price. Because of this, the buyer quickly appeared in front of the hero to stop him and try to negotiate with him. But Xiao Su was so dissatisfied with him that he wanted to find out the price first and then return to this issue. The cunning man, realizing that he was about to lose a profitable deal, decided to attract the guy by saying that he was ready to buy for 900. However, the hero understood that now someone from the fence had come to buy game, so he believed that he could not allow old Li to take advantage of this. Having stopped, the guy was a little surprised by the last words of the buyer, so he asked to continue so that the sly man could finish his sentence. However, the cunning man did not want to do this, so he simply decided to ask again what price the guy wanted. As soon as Xiao Su heard the right question, he immediately answered how much he wanted to get for the sparrow. This answer and the hero's wishes made the cunning man nervous, but still he decided to agree to the hero's conditions. Therefore, sweating out, he counted the last bills, to quickly give them to the guy so that he would regret and be less angry about it. Having given money for the loot, the sly man was dissatisfied with such a deal. However, Xiao Su was the opposite. Suddenly the guy notices something to the side of himself. Without thinking twice, he began to point his finger at it so that the seller could get it for the hero, because the guy believed that this jacket would be just right for Liu Yuan. Having taken out the jacket, the seller asked the hero if he wanted to buy a jacket for himself. After all, the owner of the shop did not carry a jacket so often, so if he took one jacket now, the hero could end up dead in the winter. But the guy answered that he was not cold. While the main character was packing his jacket, he suddenly noticed anti-inflammatory drugs on the shelf. According to the seller, one capsule cost 210. This medicine was taken for 3 days in a row, 3 capsules for the hero. He was ready to pay for 620. He was also ready to give him 1 dose of iodine as a gift. Listening to the seller, the hero looked at his hand and realized that now it was better not to buy medicine because in winter there was usually no inflammation. After finishing packing the jacket, the sly man began to give it to Xiao Su. At the same moment, he asked the guy that the next time he caught a sparrow, he would not kill him, because behind the wall there were noble people who wanted to keep him for fun. The hero agreed to these conditions but warned that it would be more expensive. Then he left the store and went straight home. Arriving at the house, he began to enter it, opening in front of him the fabric that served as the door to the house. In this room sat a small child who, wearing not very clean clothes, was writing something in a notebook. Noticing his brother, he began to rejoice that his older brother had finally returned home. The main character, without thinking twice, decided to sit down next to his younger brother and ask how things were going with his homework, to which he replied that, in his opinion, listening to the school teacher was not as useful as following him on the hunt. He was more interested in when he could watch his older brother hunt. However, Xiao Su seriously told him that he could be killed at any moment while hunting. Therefore, he believed that it was better for him to go to school than to hunt. According to him, knowledge was the most important thing. As one example, he decided to imagine that in this market town, no matter what chaos was going on, no one would bother the teaching staff. To himself, he regretted that the training was so expensive, otherwise he himself would have gladly gone to listen. Taking out some of the preserved giblets from his pocket before selling the sparrow, he said that they could be used to make soup. Suddenly, the younger brother notices that Xiao Su's hand was wounded. However, the hero did not want to dwell on this for a very long time, so he put the giblets into a hot pot and said that it was just a scratch. Having finished preparing the soup, he began to put food on plates, so that his younger brother could eat normally and not go hungry, but he pulled the plate away from him, because he believed that his older brother should have eaten, because in his opinion, the hero was tedious to recover. The younger brother, with tears in his eyes, realized that it was not some kind of scratch at all, because he had heard that 2 days ago someone died from an infection. This behavior of the younger brother infuriated the main character, because he did not understand what these tears were for, because they both understood that they could not shed tears in this world, because this world had not believed in tears for a long time. By pointing his finger at other people around them, Xiao Su asked his younger brother to look at them, because in this way he was trying to convince his brother that someone could easily come at night and stab them to death. He continued to convince Liu Yuan that he sent him to school because he had the ability to do so, and if he studied well, he would not have to go into the wasteland early in the morning to earn a living like him. After listening to his elder brother, Liu Yuan still sat down at the table, and he began to eat food with tears in his eyes. In order to reassure his younger brother, Xiao Su, with a smile on his face, held his brother's head and began to say that usually when they went out, he was damn smart and cunning. But as soon as they returned home, Liu Yuan acted like crybaby. Finishing his speech, he asked his younger brother when he had finished eating to try on the newly bought jacket. This request surprised Yuan a little because he was wondering where his older brother's jacket was. However, Xiao Su did not answer this question. After talking with his brother, he went to his bed. Lying on it, he wondered what kind of palace it was that he saw today. Continuing to lie with my eyes closed, he opened them sharply. Having fully opened his eyes, he realized that he was again in this inner mysterious world. Looking around, he suddenly noticed the same palace that reappeared in front of him. The main character, without thinking twice, opened the doors inside again and went in. Suddenly something attracts his attention. Without wasting a moment, he immediately raises his hand. But his hand goes through the doors. At this point, the guy was finally convinced that it was all in his head. Entering a new room, he again appeared in front of a mysterious typewriter. Walking closer to the table on which the printing mechanism was located, he extended his hand to the piece of paper that lay motionless on the table next to the typewriter. Bringing this sheet closer to his eyes, he realized that this was the very task that he had completed today. This surprised the guy very much. So with a surprised look, he stood motionless and looked at the typewriter. Looking at her, he saw certain words like justice, decency, honesty, trust, friendship, and goodwill. Under these words, Xiao Su understood that in this way they wanted to tell him that he needed to be a good person in a world where morality is an unaffordable luxury. Therefore, he thought that nothing would come of it. While the main character was in his inner world, at the same moment in reality, a certain unfamiliar woman was approaching his house, who, stretching out her hand through the fabric. I entered their house with ease. However, suddenly, a blade held by Liu Yuan, who was guarding his sleeping older brother, appeared at her throat. This action of the younger guy greatly frightened and shocked the girl, because she did not expect such an outcome of events. Suddenly, Liu Yuan realizes that it was not an ill-wisher at all. This unfamiliar girl turned out to be Xiao Yu's sister. Therefore, he immediately removed his blade from her throat. After making sure she was safe, the girl with a smile on her face asked Yuan where his older brother was, because she had heard that he was wounded. Putting the blade away in his case, the younger brother replied that Xiao Su had wounded the sparrow directly in the arm. These words made the girl worry, because she began to worry about the main character. Coming closer to the sleeping guy, she stood silently and looked at him while he slept motionless. At the same moment, Ubduchi, aside from the girl, Li Yuan decided to tell Sister Xiao Yu that she was 8 years older than his older brother, so she did not need to become so attached to him. However, the girl, blushing, convinced the guy that she treated both of them like younger brothers. So she decided to sit next to Xiao Su. Because of this, Yuan began to be a little dissatisfied with the girl's action. Xiao Yu, realizing and seeing the guy's behavior, got up and decided to go home. But before leaving, she asked Yuan to give it to his elder brother when he woke up. Having finished speaking, she immediately began to go home, moving further and further from their home. Once Li Yuan was sure that the girl had finally left, he walked out of the house onto the threshold and sat down on his knees. Sitting with the blade, he was completely alert so as to react in time to an unforeseen situation. But suddenly someone approached him with a request that he not constantly bully Sister Xiao Yu, because it was already difficult for her. That someone was Xiao Su, who finally returned to reality. Li Yuan did not want to simply obey his elder brother, so he began to justify his actions by saying that Sister Xiao Yu was not pure, because he saw her smoking the other day, and cigarettes were only issued in factories outside the walls, so he assumed that she received them from some savage. Therefore, he also thought that he became close to the main character because he could always hit his prey while hunting. These words made Xiao Su a little wary, but suddenly he asks his younger brother who was clean. However, the main character did not stop. So he continued to tell Luan that if someone wanted to survive in this world, he could not remain pure. All this was imposed by life. Therefore, he asked him to simply keep his distance from her and not bully her. Moving closer to his little brother, he sat down next to him at the entrance to the house. Sitting next to each other, they both simply sat and looked at the bright shining hand. But suddenly Xiao Su breaks the silence and says that he may also have abilities. However, he wasn't quite sure yet, so he wanted to try something to make sure. Continuing to look at the starry sky, he remembered the past, where it was said in the city that some people had special abilities, but he did not believe in it before, and only after meeting Liu Yuan did he believe in it a little. His younger brother's ability was that he was very lucky, so this ability was just luck. However, making a wish will have the opposite effect, and there will always be some minor illnesses and disasters. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by Yuan, who points his finger at the starry sky and asks him to look at the falling stars. These words shocked and frightened Xiao Su at one moment, so he immediately grabbed his younger brother with his hand so that he would not dare to make a wish again. After that, the guys continued to sit and look at the stars, asking each other some questions about the stars and the celestial world. At this point, the events are interrupted and postponed to the next day, where in a school classroom, students sat and listened to their teacher, who wanted to talk to them further about technology in the era of civilization. The teacher, holding a book in his hand, decided to ask the children if they knew what the term technology meant. However, Liu Yuan was not very interested in this, which is why he replied with a yawn that he did not know. This answer infuriated the teacher a little. Therefore, while the main character stood and watched the lesson being taught in the window, the teacher decided to tell everyone using technology as an example. Having talked about the term, the teacher decided to close the book. Thus announcing to the students that there was enough for today, he asked everyone to go home and eat. But suddenly his gaze focused to the side, namely on the window where the main character was. After leaving the room, the teacher allowed Xiao Su to stand and listen to the lesson at the door from today, but the hero was not allowed to enter the classroom. Because of such kindness, the hero leaned over and thanked the teacher. With a smile on his face, he thanked the teacher again. And then he treated us to freshly cooked food. As soon as the teacher focused on eating the food, the hero immediately handed him a cigarette to the side. In this way, the guy wanted to thank the teacher for allowing him to stand at the door and listen to the lesson. Taking a cigarette in his hand, Sir was delighted with such an item. The main character, being next to him, wanted to thank him in this way because he was allowed to listen to the lesson at the door, so, in his opinion, he had to show his gratitude since he did not pay for the training. The teacher, listening to gratitude in his direction, decided to light a match. I wish I could set fire to and light the cigarette in my mouth. By exhaling slowly the cigarette smoke little by little, he relaxed. Continuing to smoke, he was surprised by the main character, because in their turbulent time, there were not many students who listened as carefully as he did. Therefore, the teacher was wondering why the guy liked attending classes so much. Xiao Su did not wait for the teacher for long, so he decided to answer his opinion, which indicated that, in his opinion, learning something new was never superfluous. Also, he believed that teachers were the most respected in this troubled world. Pointing to the growing vegetables, he understood that no one would dare to steal the vegetables in their yard. Suddenly, the teacher starts coughing. Because of this, the main character seriously decided to ask him about a certain question that had been bothering him for a long time. The teacher, listening to the guy, did not want to keep him waiting for a long time, so he immediately answered to ask him. Hearing the teacher's approval, Xiao Su began to say that before the disaster, there was a lot of technology available to humanity, so he could not understand why it all disappeared. The teacher, having listened to the guy's interest, immediately exhaled smoke from his mouth and replied that the reason was the lack of offspring. And in the aftermath of the disaster, humanity was lucky to survive. So he did not understand that how could it worry about learning, and the stored information was only in the hands of a few. Listening to the teacher, the main character looked at the wall with seriousness and realized that all the information was located behind the wall. In this case, he again wondered why not destroy the wall. After all, In his opinion, most animals were afraid to attack people while they lived together. Most animals were afraid to attack a group of people, and while they lived together, even without this wall, the wolves did not dare to take a step. Not to mention that the destruction of the wall would allow a lot of technology to be released so that civilization could recover. Listening to the hero's assumptions, the teacher inhaled the cigar again. And then he answered that as long as there is danger in the wasteland, the renegades will live near the wall of refuge. The wall will have a lot of cheap labor, and the consortium behind the wall will not allow the wall to collapse. Therefore, such conditions were beneficial for interested parties behind the wall. Having finished speaking, he decided to put out his cigar halfway so that he would have the opportunity to finish smoking next time. But suddenly he is surprised that the main character specifically turns away from him, thus giving him a chance to hide the cigarette. However, the teacher decided not to focus on this for a long time, so he decided to go change clothes so that the students would not smell this smell. Turning around and leaving the hero, he was still a little tense. Suddenly, Xiao Su receives a new task, which says that the pursuit of knowledge is never easy, but what he is taught is what he will teach in the future. Returning to class again after lunch, the students sitting at their desks were surprised that an adult guy was standing at the door. To distract the little students, the teacher announced to everyone that there would be a survival lesson this afternoon. He wanted to tell the students about the truth of life, because they all believed that the danger was far away due to the fact that now their parents were protecting them. But when they become adults, they will have to learn to protect themselves on their own. Continuing to talk, the teacher wanted to talk further about what to do if the children encounter a wolf pack in the wild. But suddenly, he points his finger at the main character. At the same moment, he asks him what he will have to do when he meets wolves in the wild. This action of the teacher shocked Xiao Su because he could not even imagine that he would be asked something. Being confused, the guy pulled himself together in an instant, and with a thoughtful look, began to say that if someone meets wolves in the wild, one should try to choose a hill, with a good open view where there will be a fair wind, because in his opinion, such a place would be a wonderful cemetery according to feng shui. These last words of the guy really shocked the teacher, because he expected that a guy with survival experience would really offer useful advice. After the end of the main character's advice, there was silence in the class. Xiao Su, continuing to hold his finger up, could not understand why the task was not completed, because in his opinion, he had not taught anything bad. Suddenly, the teacher interrupts this deathly silence with his cough. The hero, pondering his last words, decided to tell the teacher the truth about the cruel wild world, because he realized that none of those present in this class had ever met a wolf. Not to mention a pack, even with a lone wolf, in his opinion, there was practically no chance of survival, so he believed that it was better to immediately find a good place for a grave. The real words the guy just said surprised the teacher. Without thinking twice, he decided to turn to the main character, because from that moment he could sit in class and listen to lessons, and he wanted the guy to personally teach the kids survival lessons. These words from the teacher made the guy very happy, because he could not even imagine that he could sit in a class and teach something. Suddenly, a new notification appears in front of the guy, which makes the guy plunge into freshness and a surge of new strength. Looking at his hand, the main character was surprised by this incident, because he really felt an increase in muscle strength. Xiao Su felt that the palace was not a figment of his imagination, it simply had its own special power. This made the main character think, because he understood that if the strength of an adult man was equal to 3, then his strength will soon be able to become 3.5, and this is already more than the average man. This made him happy because in this way his chances of survival in the wild would become even higher. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by Liu Yuan, who turned to him. The guy was wondering how his older brother was now able to study and teach at his school. Therefore he believed that the teacher wanted to make him a successor in order to leave a legacy. However, Xiao Su didn't think so, because in his opinion the teacher most likely simply didn't have enough cigarettes. But with a joyful smile on his face, he leaned over to his younger brother and said that it would be nice to be a teacher. Therefore, he said that when he becomes a teacher, he will transfer this position to Yuan, because for him in the end, wild nature was dearer than teaching. These words infuriated Li Yuan, because if Xiao Su had something good, he would immediately pass it on to him. While Liu Yuan stood motionless in place, In these seconds, the hero had already managed to move away from him, which made him a little worried about why his younger brother had lagged behind him. Therefore, the boy hurried to him quickly so as not to delay and simply waste time. Walking past the soldiers together, the main character was able to hear one of the soldiers, who was furious that he was deprived of rest so that they could all go to Jing Mountain together. Xiao Su immediately realized that these people were mercenaries, so he became more careful with him. As he passed by, he thought it was suicide to go to Mount Ji, but suddenly he passes by a strange armed girl. Because of this, he was a little surprised, because this girl gave off the feeling of a wild beast from the wasteland. The two brothers stood and looked at this girl, so Yuan wondered if Wang Fugui would recommend the hero as a guide. Therefore, Xiao Su began to tell him that usually you could enter the Jing Mountain area on your own 2 feet and exit from there feet first. Therefore, he did not want to go there because he felt that there was something strange about this group, so he felt it was better to avoid them. Events are moved later and closer to night. The main character, finally arriving home, began to open the fabric that served as the door to their house. At the same moment, the wound that was on the hero's hand attracted Li Yuan's attention. He didn't want to listen to any more optimistic words from his older brother, so he asked him not to lie to him because last time he tried to hold on through force. However, Xiao Su still reassured his younger brother that he was not going to play with his life. While the guys were discussing the hero's wound, someone outside started talking about Xiao Su, who was the only one who was able to escape from a pack of wolves and stay alive. The brothers themselves heard these negotiations. Therefore, without thinking twice, they crouched down and grabbed their blades. Being in the center of their hut, they were ready in a full combat stance. In order to find out in more detail what was happening outside, the main character approached the boards to see what was happening on the street. Taking a closer look, he saw the owner of that same shop, who was leading the entire detachment of mercenaries directly to the main character. Having seen and understood Wang Fugui's intentions, the hero did not like it, because he understood that the cunning man specifically wanted to bring him together with these people. Arriving directly at the entrance to the main character's house, Wang Fugui began calling Xiao Su to come out. At the same moment, the guys were ready. After analyzing the situation, Xiao Su realized that he needed to go out himself so as not to endanger his younger brother. So he asked Yuan not to go out and stay in the house. Gathering his courage and confidence, he left the house with complete seriousness and danger. But suddenly his seriousness immediately disappears, and he begins to smile and rejoice at Wang Fugui, thereby misleading the sly man. And also all the mercenaries who did not understand what was happening. One of the mercenaries, listening to the words of the hero, did not fully understand what was happening, because of which he began to get very angry because he also thought that the guy was sick. Pointing his finger at the guy, he was angry with the seller because he had led him astray. Because of this, the mercenaries did not want to waste any more time on the scoundrel and the main character, so they decided to go back. However, Wang Fugui did not want to lose such income, so he asked them to stop. Being in a panic, he decided to ask Xiao Su whether he wanted him dead or not. Having heard no answer, he did not want to leave the mercenaries alone, so he ran after them to find them a new suitable person. While all the mercenaries were leaving the main character's house, at that moment, he was closely watched by a girl who completely analyzed his action. Realizing that she had been noticed, she decided to turn away from the guy and continue on her way behind her comrades. All this time, the hero, motionless in place, watched the guys with seriousness, when suddenly his careful observation is interrupted by a certain notification which talks about random learning of skills. This surprised the guy. A random copied firearm target skill appeared in front of him. Therefore, the guy did not wait long and immediately activated it to learn this skill. Activated learning the skill, the main character was transported to a new place, where many weapons circled around him. The guy, looking around, realized that all of this was skills in using firearms. Suddenly, he felt tension. This was the completion of success in training. The guy has mastered advanced firearms skills. This surprised the guy very much, because he thought that he had received a basic level scroll, so he couldn't understand why he was studying advanced firearms proficiency. Therefore, the system began to tell that there were 2 types of skill copy scrolls. The basic level scroll allowed you to learn any skill up to the advanced level. The Master Scroll allowed the protagonist to learn other people's master skills once he reaches an advanced level in one of his own skills, and also has a chance to learn supernatural. The guy, analyzing all this, was surprised by it all, because he couldn't fully believe that he could do this. Therefore, he decided to ask what level of firearms proficiency that girl had, to which he immediately received the answer that she had a perfect level. This answer surprised the guy very much, because he could not understand how such a girl was fluent in firearms and served in such a private army. Therefore, now he was sure that there was really something wrong with this group. Suddenly he returns to reality again, which is why his head immediately begins to hurt. But suddenly he hears someone calling him from behind. It was Liu Yuan, who asked his older brother why he had been looking at this girl's back all this time. At the same moment, a woman's voice was heard from the side. It was Sister Xiao Yu who came to visit the guys again. The boys were shocked by the appearance of their older sister that the girl had forgotten here. Therefore, without thinking twice, the sister, with a smile on her face, began to tell her brothers that she had exchanged with a family of 3 who lived here before, and in the future she would move here and live next door to them. This statement from the elder sister made Liu Yuan a little tense, because he did not understand how it was possible to exchange a brick house for this old garbage dump where they lived. This made the main character a little angry, so he asked his little brother to be quiet, but he continued to talk. So as not to scare the girl, he decided to bring the guy into the house. But he continued to remind him that he really had something to do with something, because now they were staying afloat on their own, so he asked not to try to connect them with Sister Xiao Yu. Suddenly they noticed 2 potatoes under the tables, hidden under a chair, and what looked like 3 pills. This was intended as a treatment for a hand injury. Xiao Su took the pills in his hands, began to examine them, and realized that they were indeed an anti-inflammatory drug. These pills reminded the main character of the past, where he was also planted with pills when he was wounded. The place where the pills were planted was exactly the same as now. The guy then tried to find this man, but without success. Liu Yuan, being behind the main character, suggested that Sister Xiao Yu could not have done this, because only at that time did he tell her about his elder brother's injury. This alarmed the hero even more. At the same moment on the street, someone grabbed Sister Xiao Yu's hand. The girl's screams were also heard by the guys in the house. While they were in their building, the villain had already begun to mock the girl. Because of this, the main character began to accelerate even faster towards his sister. Having run out of the house, a new task appeared in it, in which it was reported about the help of a person. However, Xiao Su was ready to help the girl even without this task. He immediately jumped towards the villain, thereby taking his sword to the blade in order to quickly attack him. These actions of the guy shocked the attacker. But still, he smiled, because he thought that the little guy with the knife was not a hindrance to him. So he took out his sword and took a fighting stance, waiting for the hero. However, suddenly his confidence and the blade shattered into dust, because he did not expect that the main character could come to him so quickly. Looking at his sword, he could not even imagine how this was possible. But suddenly, Xiao Su begins to attack the villain, hitting his ribs with his fist. After that, he grabs him by the neck, and then he presses it directly into the ground with his hand. Being completely constrained by the guy's actions, the villain could not imagine how he could be so strong at such a young age. At the same moment, while the guy was holding the villain, he decided to ask his older sister who it was, to which the girl replied that this ill-wisher was a foreman at a coal mine. A man would have been stabbed alive in the market town last night, and he took the lead, because he heard that this man had a habit of saving money, and it so happened that he owed money, and so he decided to do so. The main character, after listening to Xiao Yu, reached out to the fragment of the sword to take it in his hands. Taking the sharp end, he began to look at the detained foreman with a terrible face. But suddenly, Xiao Su stops a new notification which asked to leave the enemy alive. The main character decided to obey, however. He still struck with a piece of the sword directly on the villain's rib. Having wounded the attacker, he stood up from him and said that he had about 3 minutes left. If he went to a clinic in a trading city and got stitches, perhaps he would be able to survive, so the hero believed. Hearing these words, the villain, without hesitation, put his hand on the wound in order to somehow slow down the loss of blood. And then he got to his feet and ran to the appointed place to save his miserable life. As soon as the guys were left alone, a new notification was displayed to the main character, which said that his task had been completed. Xiao Su, analyzing the notice, understood that the first task should have been rescuing Sister Xiao Yu. However, he still could not believe that he had completed the second one, because he could not understand how this damn palace made its decision. At the same moment, his younger brother turned to him, who could not believe that he would so easily let the villain go, because he believed that he would recover and would take revenge on him due to the fact that he was a bad person. However, the main character hastened to please him with the fact that the clinic located in the trading city could not help the villain in saving his life. Yuan, realizing his brother's insidious plan, exhaled because seeing his older brother so ruthless, he was relieved. While the younger brother was glad that everything was already over, at that moment, the hero walked up to his broken blade and leaned towards him to take it. Taking the broken handle into his hands, he still did not look at it because something bothered him on the side of what he was looking at. That something was Xiao Yu, who stood aside and worried about the events that had happened earlier. However, suddenly, he hears a question in his direction which surprised her. This question was that the hero asked her to quit smoking. Being excited, she began to nod her head vigorously. Xiao Su, seeing a positive response from his elder sister, began to say that these cigarettes were not very addictive, but as he knew, they added poppy seeds. And Wang said that their share was very small, so if she wanted, according to him, the girl could quit smoking. Suddenly, he interrupts his serious speech and grabs his head attractively. At this moment, the hero felt like a tough man, so he decided to tell the girl that he wanted to clarify something for her. Namely, although he was very handsome, it was impossible between them. This behavior and words of the guy surprised the girl a little because she could not even imagine such a thing. But after that, she still decided to say that she simply treated him like a brother. These words left the guy a little perplexed. Hearing these words of the girl, the main character appeared in a stupid position of action, because of which he did not understand what to do now. Because of this, he immediately began to rage at his little brother. The girl, watching this, began to laugh sweetly. Suddenly, Xiao Su feels that something is starting to happen in the mysterious palace. It was a typewriter that began printing a new sheet at high speed, in which it was written that a side quest had been opened. This appearance of a new side quest interested the guy, which is why he had a smile on his face. Without thinking twice, he took the sheet of paper with his hand and began to bring it closer to himself. While reading the new side quest, the main character was surprised, because this quest was related to weapons. So he thought that it would really be nice to get a new weapon. This task asked to receive 100 sincere thanks in order to unlock the weapon. Thanks could also be used to exchange for items. That's why this side quest seemed so strange to the guy. After all, he understood that he needed to collect gratitude, and they had to be sincere. Suddenly he notices that a new sheet is coming out of the typewriter, in which it was written about the first sincere gratitude from Xiao Yu. Because of which the guy realized that this palace was quite accurate in its judgments, so it made him happy that he did not save an insensitive person. However, he still regretted that instead of gratitude, it was impossible to collect negative emotions, because after just a few minutes the whole city would be filled with negativity in his direction. While the main character was unconscious, Yuan sat next to him, guarding his older brother. But suddenly, the hero wakes up and begins to emotionally ask his younger brother to thank him. While doing homework under the light of a candle, the boy was frightened by the hero's behavior, because he could not understand what was happening to his brother. While Yuan was thinking about this, a guy ran up to him from behind, slapped him on the head, and ordered him to say thank you. Being a little scared, the guy still thanked the hero for always taking care of him. After that, Xiao Su immediately received another thank you notification, so he felt that it would be easy to complete the task. Resting his elbow on the table with a smile on his face, the guy asked the boy to thank him again. Without thinking twice, Li Yuan thanked him again with a blank expression on his face. This time, the main character no longer received a message, which is why he was at a loss as to why this happened. Pointing his finger directly at his younger brother, he began to order Lu Yan to thank him sincerely, which meant that he had to thank him from the bottom of his heart. The boy, without thinking twice, thanked him again, but it still didn't help the guy, so he continued to order his younger brother to repeat it every time. So the guys continued to do this until the morning, until they were completely tired. Sitting exhausted and leaning against the table, The main character was shocked that he was able to receive only one Thanksgiving during the night. But still, he did not give up, so he began to come up with something new. Suddenly, 2 coins fall on the table. This surprised the main character because, looking up, he could not understand where these coins fell from. Taking one of the coins in his hand, he was surprised by their appearance because they had hearts engraved on them. This coin had something written on the other side, namely gratitude. Suddenly, something began to happen behind the main character. It was some old machine gun that made strange sounds from behind the guy's back. Coming closer to this ancient mechanism, Xiao Su, looking at it, could not understand why it was needed. But suddenly he notices a hole for coins. Therefore, the guy immediately had the idea of trying to throw a coin here. Without thinking twice, he began to insert it there. After the mysterious coin is completely immersed in the mysterious machine, a strange jar falls out of it. The hero, taking the jar in his hands, was surprised because he thought that it was medicine. On the front side, there was writing, which made it clear that these were definitely medicines. However, he was now wondering what they were needed for. Suddenly, something starts to happen to the main character. In one moment, he was able to return to reality to his younger brother, but he returned there not empty-handed, but with that same jar of medicine. Yuan was shocked by this event, because he was shocked that his elder brother had a jar of medicine in his possession in an instant. However, Xiao Su did not dare to explain to his brother, but immediately decided to open these medicines to find out what was there. Opening the lid completely, he soaked his fingers in this strange black liquid, because he still wanted to try it on his wound. Immediately, he began to approach the wound with this black mixture, and then he began to smear it on the wound. Continuing to smear his wound with an unknown medicine, the guy still considered it reckless, because he didn't even know what it was. But suddenly, his emotions on his face change, because he felt that his wound no longer hurt. The anti-inflammatory medicine had to be taken for 3 days in a row, but this cream worked in one go, and one anti-inflammatory medicine cost as much as 200. So he realized that the cost of the ointment, if rounded up, cost about 100 million. Smiling insidiously, the guy was thinking about what he had to figure out how to get more thanks in a fashionable way. At this point, events are interrupted and transferred to the next day, early in the morning. Arriving at school, the teacher was shocked by the sight of the 2 brothers. After all, their looks and appearance were tired and sleep-deprived. As soon as Liu Yuan began to tell the teacher about what happened, the main character immediately shut him up and said that everything was fine. Therefore, the teacher decided not to focus on this, because he was more worried about whether the main character had thought about what he would say at school today, because today was his first day as a teacher. Entering the school premises, the main character was more worried about how to collect a whole bunch of thank you coins so quickly. Having appeared before the students, all the students immediately stood in front of him and greeted him. At that very moment, Xiao Su decided to start speaking to the students because he wanted to let the children know that it was not easy for the teacher because everyone could sit in the classroom, but the teacher had to stand all day. Therefore, he asked the children to thank the teacher for this every time, to which the children simply agreed with him. However, the teacher himself was a little embarrassed by such a request from the hero. With a serious expression on his face, Xiao Su ordered the children to thank him instead of greeting from now on. While the guy was completely calm and serious on the outside, inside he was insidiously happy, because he thought that this would help him speed up the process of receiving coins. Before the start of the lesson, the main character did not immediately tell the material, but asked everyone to thank him. After listening to the students' gratitude, Xiao Su was surprised that nothing happened to him. After all, not one of these little students even sincerely thanked their teachers. Therefore, scratching his head with his hand, the main character realized that 9 times out of 10, life goes according to plan. So he decided to try to come up with something else. Without thinking twice, he started drawing on the board because today he wanted to talk to his students about basic survival skills in the wild. Because of this, some boys began to be dissatisfied with this because they were very bored listening to the hero. One of the students sitting at his desk was very angry about the main character teaching the lesson because he was angry that the guy talked too much and he still hadn't finished the lesson. At the same moment, Xiao Su was, on the contrary, sincerely glad that he was teaching survival lessons to children. He asked them to be careful because in his opinion it was very difficult to survive in the wasteland. But suddenly, he is interrupted by the same enraged student who, with a hypocritical smile, told the guy that the sun had almost set, and therefore, if the lesson did not end, it would get dark outside, and it would no longer be safe to return home. The main character, hearing the boy's words, looked out the window and decided that the lesson still needed to be completed because safety was paramount. As soon as the hero allowed everyone to go, the children ran out of class in a second and rushed home as quickly as possible. Hearing thanks from some of the students, the guy still dropped a few coins. Because of this, Zhao Su was happy that the efforts were paying off. He believed that because the lesson was so long, the students were grateful to him, which is why he was so touched by it. However, Lu Yuan, walking home with him, asked him not to delay the lesson any longer. Listening to his younger brother, Zhao Su thought differently, because he was willing to give his life for education. So he didn't see anything wrong with staying a little longer. This statement infuriated the younger brother a little, because he believed that his older brother would ruin the youth of their country. However, these emotions of Yuan infuriated Xiao Su because he knew that these were the sincere emotions of the students for whom he received coins. Suddenly, Liu Yuan was surprised by what was ahead, so he asked his brother to look at it. Ahead of the guys was that same crowd of mercenaries. In this very crowd, the main character recognized one of the local residents, namely Old Man Liu, who became a guide. But suddenly, the guy's concentrated attention was interrupted by the very cunning shopkeeper who turned to the hero. Because he thought he was a heartless little wolf, he recommended such a good job to him, so he found it strange that he did not agree. Listening to the cunning man, Xiao Su looked at him with a cold gaze and asked how he knew that this would be a good job. The sly man immediately began to answer the guy that he did not understand what was being discussed. After all, according to him, there were poor and noble people behind the walls of the refuge, but the poor could not get out of there. After all, these people, who had free access to the territory of the refuge, were supposed to be noble people. Listening to the sly man, it seemed to the guy that this high wall blocked not only the people outside, but also the people inside. Therefore, it was not easy for those inside the walls to get out, but those outside were desperate to get inside by any means necessary. Fugi, placing his hand on the hero's shoulder with a smile on his face, decided to tell him that he had heard from their employees that they were looking for a good guide from the trading city to take him beyond the wall so that they could use his services. Therefore, he pushed the guy not to miss such a profitable opportunity. While the main character was looking at the crowd of mercenaries, he was also advised by his younger brother to start working with them. However, Xiao Su did not listen to the guys and simply asked Yuan to go home. Walking further towards his house, suddenly Yuan stops his older brother and points his finger in the direction where, according to him, Sister Xiao Yu was. It was really her. Standing in front of the counter, she asked the buyer for a higher price for her earrings than he offered. But with a sly smile, he said that in fact, she didn't need to sell things, because she could just become. Suddenly, at this moment, Xiao Su approaches her sister, which is why she gets scared from such a surprise. Giving the girl money, he said that she did not need to sell anything because he decided to give her money for 3 anti-inflammatory tablets. Putting the money in the girl's hands, he told her that he was going to buy the medicine anyway so she could take it. After all, he didn't reject her kindness, but in the future they shouldn't be so polite to each other. With seriousness and determination, he continued to say that if it weren't for the medicines that she gave him then, he probably would have died already. Therefore, he asked not to worry, because now, as long as he had meat, he was ready to make sure that she had soup. However, Lu Yuan decided to correct his older brother, because he believed that Xiao Su said it wrong, because they usually ate meat together, so he could not understand how this happened, if besides, they did not have meat at home now. After listening to his younger brother, he accepted his point of view, so he decided to say it differently. Coming closer to the girl, he told her that in the future, if he had a full bowl of soup, then she would always have a bowl to wash it with. The girl was amused by this stupid phrase, so she answered him that from now on she would wash the dishes and laundry for him. While the guys were making promises to each other, someone to the side of them fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness. Because of this, the main character immediately turned to them and saw how the woman, on her knees, begged the doctor to save her husband. However, the doctor turned out to be unconscientious, smiling evilly, He looked down at the woman and told her that he did not see the point in this, because she could not afford to pay him for treatment. Therefore, he did not waste any more time on her and immediately closed the doors in front of the asking woman. The main character, observing this situation with a serious face, asked his younger brother to remember this moment, because, according to him, the real reality was in front of them. At this very moment, acid rain began, because of which the guys decided to hurry home quickly. Having reached the houses, the guys went to their rooms. Entering his house, Lu Yuan decided to express his opinion, which said that it seemed to him that it was very easy for doctors to receive gratitude because they all thanked the old doctor when he was still here. The main character, listening to his brother, regretted that he could not cure and help the woman. But suddenly, he realizes that he can learn to heal people. He believed that if he became a doctor, he would be able to earn money and receive gratitude, and this way he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Events are postponed to the next day. Sitting near a closed clinic, the main character did not know what time it usually opened, but still, he believed that it would not be superfluous to come early. It was already 2 o'clock, so the clinic was supposed to open. At this very moment, when the main character was just thinking about opening a clinic, its doors immediately began to open, and a vile doctor left her who yesterday did not want to help good people for a small price. Yawning, the doctor was surprised. Because of this, he was a little scared. Being in a stressful state, he decided to ask the hero what he was doing here squatting. But the guy decided to calm him down so that he would just mind his own business and not pay attention to him. However, the doctor didn't like this guy's answer a little. With a dissatisfied face, he told the guy that if he wanted to see a doctor, he had to bring money, because without it, even if he could sit here all day, he would not accept him. The doctor's words just spoken did not upset the guy at all, because he had a plan to learn a new skill randomly. Got a new scroll, he learned the skill of deception. This random skill made Xiao Su a little sad because he expected that he could learn the healing skill. Looking from around the corner at the doctor, the hero was angry with him because he considered this doctor so disgusting that he had a skill in deception. While the main character was angry on the sidelines at the doctor, at that moment the scoundrel himself noticed this. Taking a closer look, the doctor finally remembered the hero. The bastard considered the guy a well-known, cruel guy in the city, so as he sweated he could not understand what the guy wanted from him. At the same moment, the main character squatted around the corner again to check the doctor's healing skill level, but analyzed it. He was even more furious because he could not understand how a doctor could be one without medical skills. Out of anger, Xiao Su could not stand it, and threw the frying pan directly at the doctor because he was furious that all these years he had been making money from fraud. Due to the strong blow, the deceiver had a bump on his head, and so he began to cry. However, he tried to the end to lie to the hero about the fact that he really was a doctor. Xiao Su didn't waste any more time on this without the selfish medic, so he simply decided to leave him. When he left, he understood that he would have to think again about how he could become a doctor without studying medical skills. Looking at his hand, he noticed that his wound was almost healed. Because of this, he came up with a new idea in which he wanted to treat others' cuts. Returning home, the guy was surprised because he did not expect to see Sister Xiao Yu there. She sat on the bench and held the clothes, so she continued to say that she saw how the clothes the hero was wearing were torn. So she came to sew them up for him. Having considered this, Xiao Su looked at Yuan and saw a plate in his hands. In this very plate there was porridge prepared by the sister's hands. Because of this, the main character took hold of his younger brother and asked him to immediately thank her for the prepared porridge. Therefore, as soon as the elder brother released the younger brother, Yuan immediately bent down in front of the girl and thanked her for this. However, she asked him not to do this. Xiao Yu, realizing that the main character was hungry, immediately decided to pour hot porridge for the guy so that he could eat normally. But suddenly, Xiao Su was surprised by the girl's words because he and his brother had never been told to eat so that they could grow. Because of this, the guy stood in a stupor and stood motionless in front of the girl who was holding a hot plate. But still, he quickly sat down with his younger brother and together they began to eat this porridge. At one point, the main character's attention switched to the girl's sewing. He noticed that she knew how to sew well, so he invited her to come and help them when they opened their clinic for the treatment of cuts. However, the main character did not tell the guys everything, because he believed that it would be better for them to find out later. Lying under the moonlight together, Zhao Su lay with his eyes open while his younger brother slept carefree. But still, this did not last long. He still decided to cover his eyes. Shifting into his inner world, he wanted to see what he had gained in the past few days. As he counted the coins, he reflected that yesterday he had exchanged his gratitude coins for a bottle of black medicine, and now he had 3 left. With a smile on his face, the guy understood that 1 thank you was equal to 1 jar of black medicine. So in his opinion, 1 jar would be enough for 3 people. In this case, it would be 1 in 3. And this is clearly the right decision. Holding the black jar in his hand, Zhao Su knew that the more black jars he could buy, the more gratitude coins he would receive. Therefore, he assumed that perhaps he could unlock his weapon faster. Considering that this idea was not bad, he nevertheless decided to sleep now, turning on his side. A new day has come and the hero has already begun to leave somewhere. While someone was extracting some hard rock with a pickaxe, the guy believed that tall trees were always the first to be blown by a strong wind. And also, he understood that everything had to be done so that people would not think that he wanted to deceive them. Suddenly, one of the workers turns to him with a question why he was mowing the grass. However, Zhao Su was in no hurry to answer this question, because he knew that since he already had the medicine, he had to cut a few blades of grass to create the appearance of a herbalist and not fall under suspicion. Hearing the man speak to him again, he decided to come closer to the worker and say quietly that it was not a weed, but medicinal herbs. According to him, one could understand that if you add herbs in different proportions and boil them, they could be used to heal wounds. Hearing these words from the guy, the worker was surprised, because all this time, he thought that the hero had endured everything all this time with the help of willpower. After giving the information to the worker, Zhao Su returned home and began brewing the medicine. Waving his fan over the frying pan, the main character looked at the crowd of people who were gathering around his house to experience it for themselves. Therefore, this could not but please the guy. At the same moment, the crowd continued to grow. They stood in bewilderment at such a large increase in the guy. Several hours passed. There was no longer a smile on the guy's face. He sat with a dissatisfied face and did not understand why no one asked him anything. Therefore, he decided to go forward to the crowd of gathered men and point his finger at one of them. This behavior of the hero shocked the men a little, but still, one of them still decided to approach the dissatisfied protagonist. Coming closer to the hero, he immediately grabbed him with his hand and asked the man to ask him what he was doing, which is why the frightened man did it. After hearing the question, a sweet smile immediately appeared on the protagonist's face, and therefore, pointing to the boiled medicine, he said that he was making a herbal medicine that not only had anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties, but also quickly healed wounds. He tried to convince everyone that today he finally realized his mistake and decided to share it with all the customers. However, the men did not really believe in his words because they all believed that it was his character that he endured all the pain. Therefore, without thinking twice, they immediately turned around and began to walk away from the disgruntled guy. While the guy was focused on the leaving crowd, he had already forgotten about the man he was calling to him. But suddenly, he notices a bandage on his right hand, which was in order to somehow delay the disease of the cut. Because of this, a confident smile appeared on Zhao Su's face again, because he thought that he could sell his medicine to him. Suddenly immobilizing the man, he pinned him against the wall and said that he just thought of it as an advertisement. So this time he wanted to cure him for free. Having anointed the stranger's hand, he immediately released him. After this, he immediately entered the house, where Yuan met him and asked him whether he was giving out free medicine. However, Zhao Su, with an irritated face, asked not to ask him about this, because next time he believed that it was better to die than to repeat this. But still, the guy inside reassured himself that in the beginning it was always difficult. Those who achieved great achievements did not pay attention to the little things, so he had to control himself. At this point, the events are interrupted and transferred to the next day, early in the morning, where someone was already expecting the main character leaving the house. According to the guy, one could understand that it was Old Man Wang Fugui, with a joyful smile on his face, was near the hero's house so early because he was wondering whether the tattoo guy was treated yesterday from the eastern part of the trading city. Because of this, the sly man wanted to buy all the medicine from the guy in order to earn even more money from it. However, The guy did not want to work with intermediaries. The sly man, listening to the guy's refusal, did not stop giving up, so he continued to ask the hero for medicine. Leaning closer to Xiao Su, he said with a smile on his face that yesterday Tetu felt that something was wrong and wanted to know what kind of ointment the hero gave him was, and so he decided to taste it. Because of this, according to Wang Fugui, Tetu took this black ointment and tumbled with his wife all night. So the old man wanted to buy more of it from the guy. However, the guy was more interested in why the old bachelor needed this ointment, to which he said that the hero should not worry about it. Xiao Su did not continue to ask him anything, so he simply named the price of 600 for the medicine. Wang Fugui, without thinking twice, immediately paid the guy and thanked him for this, which is why the hero received one thanks in addition. The old man, having received what he wanted, immediately began to leave with a joyful smile. After that, Wang Fugui went to the giant gate, where serious customers were already waiting for him. Putting his hands forward with the black medicine, he wanted to quickly give it to the customer. At this point, events are transferred to the main character, who hung a certain sign in front of the entrance to his house. On this canvas was written, "Cut Treatment Clinic." At this very moment, behind the main character, someone was approaching him, groaning in pain. These were injured workers who were not heading to the hero's clinic, but to the main clinic of the village. Slowly, barely able to stand on their feet, they tried to quickly get to the clinic. Xiao Su's eyes immediately sparkled when he saw these injured men. Therefore, he had a new task, which asked him to save 3 patients. Without thinking twice, he began to catch up with the victims. "I wish I could grab them all together and drag them straight to your own clinic." One of the victims being tied up by the main character was in a panic from the guy's actions. However, Xiao Su seriously began to tell them the truth about the fact that the doctor at the clinic he was going to see was a charlatan, so he tried to save their lives. Standing next to the girl, he said that they finally had their first patients for treatment. Sister Xiao Yu immediately ran out of the house and began asking the victims what happened to them, to which one of them replied that a boiler at the plant exploded. According to him, he was lucky to escape with minor injuries, and they were able to run here on their own, while some died on the spot. In their times, if they were hurt, no one would run to save them for free. Rather, people will wait for their death and take away what belonged to them. After listening to the victim and considering his words, the main character asked his older sister to first disinfect the needles and sew up their wounds. By sewing, he meant how easy it is to sew clothes, so he assured the girl that it was not difficult. The girl, after listening to the guy, decided to do this. Bringing the needle to the burning candle, she began to heat it. Having heated it to the highest temperature, she began to bring the needle to the body, which is why the victims who were on the side began to shake. Having touched the wounded man's body with a hot needle, he immediately began to scream in pain. While making comments to the girl, he said that he could understand that they had heated the needle to sterilize it, but he still asked that the girl wait until the needle cooled down before sewing it up. Having finished the sewing procedure, the main character opened the jar to begin the medication procedure. With a smile on his face, he told everyone that his medicine was very valuable, but he would not charge them much because it would cost them the same as 600 at the clinic. Hugging the victim, he told him with a smile that for his work he received 2,000 or 3,000 a month, so he should have been able to pay 600 for the hero's work. While Xiao Su was serving one of the victims, the second one decided to run away from them. Taking advantage of the moment, he ran out of the house and began to run as far as he could from the main character. The third patient also wanted to run away after him, but the guy managed to stop him so that the sister could sew him up while he chased the escapee. Leaving the victims to his older sister, the main character immediately set off to escape after the escapee. While the guy was catching up with the victim, the girl smiled sweetly at the patients, thus forcing them to stay next to her. The escapee, thinking that he was able to break away, stopped to rest. Bleeding and sweating, he was glad that he could run fast. But suddenly, he is shocked by a third-party touch. The main character. Xiao Su didn't want to joke with him, so he looked at the victim with a terrifying look and ordered him to follow him. A few minutes later, the main character returned home with the escaped man, where his sister and patients were waiting for them. Without delay, the girl immediately began stitching up the wounds. Lying on the blanket, the victims began to notice that their wounds no longer hurt, so they realized that this medicine was really starting to work. Not having time to rejoice about completing the tasks, The hero received a new task, which asked him to cure a dozen patients. However, at this point the events are interrupted and transferred deeper into the night. The sounds of wolves were heard in the distance, making it clear that wild animals had broken into the city. Xiao Su, along with his sister and brother, were fully alert for any eventuality. Lu Yuan, worried, decided to ask the hero whether wolves could come to the trading city or not. To which the guy replied that the wolves were smarter than one might think, so he believed that he would not risk coming here. In his opinion, most likely they were attracted by the bloody smell in the place where the boiler exploded. After all, he had walls behind them to support them. This answer from his older brother silenced the boy a little. However, he decided to ask a new question, which was about successful survival against a pack of wolves. He was very interested in this because his older brother had never told him this. However, the hero decided to remain silent and not answer this question. Suddenly, the guys hear someone screaming outside, ordering everyone to get together and keep up. Xiao Su, without thinking twice, put out the candle with one wave of his hand, so as not to attract unnecessary attention from the outside. Because of what was happening there, the main character was a little tense, and Lu Yuan noticed this. The main character did not remain silent this time, and therefore wondered what would happen if one day the wall collapses. Because of these words, Sister Xiao Yu was very surprised, because she could not even imagine that such a thing could happen. In response to the girl's concerns, the hero replied that he did not know the answer to this question. However, he assumed that there was nothing eternal in this world. Suddenly, a giant steel gate began to open, and armed soldiers who were very serious began to emerge from them. None of them looked around. They simply headed to the appointed place. Because of this, the guys were a little scared because they couldn't know what to expect from these strangers. The soldiers, heading to the appointed place, began to talk among themselves, and one of them was a little unhappy that they had to go and hunt wolves all night. But the second soldier asked him to remain silent because this task was from the very top. While the armed strangers were discussing their affairs among themselves, the main character noticed a weapon on their back. The guy was glad that his study skill was very useful, because he knew everything about this weapon, and as soon as he could get his hands on the weapon, he would immediately be able to use it. After walking for several minutes, the soldiers were already so far away that they began to disappear on the horizon. Xiao Su, waiting for the strangers to completely leave, immediately began to tell his younger brother that tonight he would go to his sister Xiao Yu for a short time and would return only when he returned as a hero. The hero did not say anything more to him, so he began to leave, which is why Yuan began to ask him exciting questions. However, the elder brother did not say anything more to him, and therefore immediately disappeared from the place where he had originally stood. Meanwhile, the scoundrel doctor just stood and shook. After all, he still could not finish his work. At that very moment, the main character was rushing through the entire village, which the scoundrel barely noticed. Continuing to sit on the sidelines, the doctor was shocked by the guy's speed because he thought that he was a simple hooligan without any skills or abilities. Meanwhile, the main character continued to run forward at high speed. Heading to the appointed place, the guy realized that the factory manager was armed with a pistol, but was still attacked by wolves. So he supposed that perhaps he had not expected the wolves to come and had not had time to draw his weapon. Therefore, it seemed to the hero that the pistol should still have been at the factory. Finally running to the factory, Xiao Su was surprised by this outcome of events. After all, there were already detachments of soldiers at the factory who did not spare wolves or people. They destroyed everyone without hesitation. However, the pack of wolves was still alive. Why did these animals make the military afraid? Because these animals were not at all afraid of bullets. To speed up the process, one of the men working at the factory ordered to shoot at them as quickly as possible. But the soldiers were slow to carry out the order, so he began to slap his hand on the soldier so that they would quickly start shooting. Because of this, one of the bullets hit the wolf's paw. Through a direct hit on the beast's limb, other beasts from the pack began to get even angrier at the soldiers. Therefore, they all began to attack people together in order to quickly avenge their relative. As soon as the wild wolves reached human flesh, the soldiers immediately began to die one by one. While armed strangers fought against wild animals, the main character at that moment was simply wandering around the factory. Continuing to run forward, he looked around, thus looking for something. He realized that the private army was now fighting the wolves, and all the personnel had been recalled, so he knew that this side of the factory was supposed to be safe. Around the corner of the stone structure, Xiao Su looked ahead, where many dead workers lay. Judging by the appearance of the bodies, he assumed that the wolves killed everyone in one fell swoop. Therefore, he was glad that fortunately he was able to escape them. Realizing the full seriousness of the events, the guy wanted to quickly get there and check, being in front of a giant wall. The main character immediately began to climb up. Continuing to climb the wall, the guy was fully prepared for battle and with unexpected circumstances. Finally getting to the top, Xiao Su understood that he needed to hurry. Coming closer to the edge, he threw a cloak over himself so that no one could recognize him. And then immediately, he flew through the window straight into the factory. Having landed on the ground, he began to look around to make sure that there was no danger around him. The main character, looking ahead, immediately assumed that there was a battle here. But still, he could not understand why all the bodies were directed in one direction. In his opinion, in a critical situation, people fled either to safe places or to places where weapons were stored. Continuing to go down the stairs, he met more and more corpses that led in one direction. Finally reaching the lowest level floor, the protagonist reached the emergency shelter. Having pushed against the security door, he immediately determined that it was locked. So he knocked first, and then someone pressed the red button. Suddenly the doors began to open and the guy immediately noticed it. This someone was one of the men who was scared and therefore wondered whether the hero was his savior or not. However, Xiao Su did not answer his question, so he immediately flew into the bunker with complete seriousness. The man, seeing that the guy was not from the army, immediately pointed a gun at him. He believed that it was a little thief who took advantage of the explosion because he recognized the hero. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. While the guys stood opposite each other in combat readiness, the guy also recognized this man. It was Wang Dunyang. He was the manager of the factory. Suddenly, Van decides to press the button to block the hero's escape route. The guy immediately understood the manager's intentions, because now the guy was trapped. Wang Dongyang held the gun and pointed it directly at the hero, wanting to kill him as quickly as possible. But suddenly, Xiao Su had a thought in which he wanted to take this gun for himself. Therefore, he immediately pretended that he knew nothing. Pretending that he recognized the manager, he decided to ask the manager more, in this way switching the enemy's attention to another source of thoughts. But suddenly the emotions of the main character changed. Xiao Su angrily called Wang crazy, because the manager was the first to rush in, after which he closed the door, not letting the rest of the people in. Listening to the guy, the scoundrel began to shut up the hero so that he would no longer ask too many questions. But he was not only worried about this, but also that he asked to be taken back to the city now, because then he could save the hero's life. From these words, the guy began to smile, because he understood that if he fulfilled the conditions of the manager, he would not leave him alive, because in any case, he would have been killed as a witness. Wang Dunyang was surprised that the guy was able to figure it out, so continuing to play the role, he decided to ask him why he thought so. To this question, the main character decided to joke about the fact that the manager was his father. This joke angered the scoundrel, so he began to threaten the guy even more with his pistol. Continuing to not lower his gun, he was ready to kill the main character and wait for another army, because he was a man from behind the wall, so he believed that they should have come for him in any case. However, the hero, preparing for battle, reminded the scoundrel that his gun was on safety, because of which the man began to panic. While his attention was completely focused on the safety, the guy immediately injured his hand and immobilized the hand with the gun. At the same second, he takes and hits the scoundrel with his elbow directly in the stomach, which is why he began to fly to the side. At this very moment, Xiao Su didn't want to just stand there, so he closed the distance between them and put the blade directly to the manager's chest. Being driven into a corner, the manager realized that he had only two options left: tell everything to the guy and simply die. Therefore, he decided to ask the hero to let him go, and then the manager would show where his property was hidden. Xiao Su was cautious, so he ordered the scoundrel to speak first, and then he would let him go. Looking at the wounded man, the guy understood that he was still young, so he had to simply bide his time until the private army came to his aid. However, the main character immediately understood the man's plan, so he warned him that his lungs had long been pierced with a bone knife, and even if he returned, he would not last long. Therefore, he offered to make the scoundrel's fate easier. Without waiting for the man's answer, he pierced the manager's lungs with the blade, because of which he died immediately. As soon as Xiao Su took the life of the scoundrel, he immediately began to search him. Miraculously, he was able to find 2 loaded magazines for a pistol, which made the guy happy. He understood that he had to get out of here as quickly as possible, because perhaps the army to rescue Wang Dongyang was already on the way. At this point, the events are interrupted and they are transferred straight upstairs to the house of the hero, who had already entered it. Lu Yuan was waiting for him there. As soon as the older brother entered, the younger brother anxiously asked him whether he was wounded or not, to which the hero replied that everything was fine with him, so he decided to ask a counter-question about the situation in the city. Yuan, excitedly examining the hero's wound, answered the guy that part of the military had returned with some injuries. He continued to say that they also brought the corpses of their teammates and wild wolves. Therefore, it was said that the remaining people continued on their way to the plant. While drinking the medicine, the protagonist thought about the words he had just heard earlier, so he assumed that firearms were still having a deterrent effect on wolves. In his opinion, against a private army with weapons, the wolves' chances of winning were still too small. At that very moment, new military men who were in cars arrived at the trading town from behind the wall. Suddenly they stopped and started to all get out. People began to gather around them, because the military wanted to make an announcement. The chief commander loudly began to announce to the people a certain condition, which stated that everyone who left the trading city today would be given a big reward. Suddenly the main character and his younger brother left their house. Xiao Su seriously could not understand why these soldiers came here because before leaving, he disguised the wound as if the manager was injured by a wolf. An ordinary person would not be able to distinguish the wounds. Therefore, he assumed that they learned that Wang Dongyang's gun was missing, which meant that they suspected something. Watching the military from the side, the main character was sure that they were looking for a gun in ordinary people. But suddenly, someone raised his hand and said that he knew who came out in the middle of the night. It was the same charlatan doctor who immediately began shouting at the top of his voice that it was Ren Xiaosu. He immediately began pointing his finger at the brothers, thus completely giving away him and his location. Because of this, the hero was shocked by this turn of events. However, the military did not stand still for long, so they immediately began to go to him to search him. As soon as the soldiers approached the hero, Old Man Wang ran out screaming from the side, who asked not to touch the main character because he was the same guy whom Boss Luo asked to look after behind the wall. So he told strangers that they couldn't treat him like that. After listening to the old man, the commander immediately asked what he was talking about. Therefore, Old Man Wang told him in response that he could ask Boss Luo himself why the main character was being looked after, but he had no right to speak. The commander thought about Boss Luo for a moment, but he later stated that even if it was one of Boss Luo's men, it was a serious matter. Therefore, he declared to everyone that the culprit had to be found. And then he will personally go tonight to make amends to Boss Luo and explain everything. Therefore, the military immediately captured the main character. Being dissatisfied, Xiao Su still allowed himself to be searched. However, his younger brother Yuan stood in the way of the entrance to the house and began to threaten the military that they would not go there. The main character, realizing what could happen to him now, immediately ordered his younger brother to move away from there. Yuan nervously did not want to do this, but still decided to listen to his older brother. At the same moment, behind all this, a charlatan doctor stood aside and laughed with the guys, because due to the fact that the hero opened a clinic and took patients from him, he wanted to take revenge on him. The security forces did not stay long and immediately entered the house. Lu Yuan hoped for only one thing, that they wouldn't find anything. While the military was digging everything upside down, the commander stood outside and wondered what their result was there, to which they answered that there was nothing here. After all, this hero's pulp was so empty that they would have found something long ago. Having searched everything in the house, they began to leave it. However, the gun was still there, only it was hidden better. As soon as the security forces left the protagonist's house, he immediately looked angrily at the charlatan who was now scared. At that very moment, Old Man Wang approached Xiao Su, who was glad that nothing was found on the guy. With a joyful smile, he told the guy that if it weren't for Boss Luo's admiration for him, Old Man Wang would not have dared to stand up for him. Listening to the seller, the main character did not understand at all who Luo's boss was, so he decided to ask the seller. Therefore, the old man immediately began to tell that Boss Luo was the representative of the Qing consortium beyond the 113th wall, and he was delighted with the main character of the medicine. This information surprised the guy a little because he could not think that Wang Fugui had sent the black medicine directly behind the wall. Also, Fugi, holding the guy by the shoulder, added that Boss Luo said that from now on, if the hero delivers the portion on time every month, he guaranteed no problems in the future outside the walls. The guy listening to the old man was very interested in whether Boss Luo could take him and his family beyond the wall. This question made Fugi nervous, because they were all polluted people, and he didn't know who would then collect herbs for the boss in the field. Listening to the nervous old man, Xiao Su agreed with the words with him. After all, this boss Luo still wanted to benefit from him, so he would never let him in. Suddenly, Liu Yuan, holding his head with his eyes closed, begins to call the hero to him. He took his cloak with his small hand, and then he suddenly fell to the ground and lost consciousness right in front of his older brother. Xiao Su saw this. He was immediately shocked. He immediately took him to the bed, where his older sister was already soaking a compress for him. The hero was dissatisfied with the action of his younger brother, because even though he understood that Yuan made a wish to save his brother, he still put himself in danger by getting a fever. But still, lying barely conscious, the boy still believed that he had done the right thing. Suddenly, Xiao Yu puts a compress on the guy's forehead. Liu Yuan was embarrassed because of this, so he asked the girl for forgiveness for causing him problems. However, Xiao Yu told him that the two boys were just big children, but if they were not more mature than the other children, they would not be alive now. Suddenly, Xiao Su turns to both of them and asks them not to worry because he was ready to lead them all to a good life. After this, morning came. The main character, finally waiting for the first rays of the sun, left the house with the bowler hat. But suddenly he hears that someone is addressing him. It was old man Wang Fugui, who greeted the guy with a joyful smile, saying that last night Yu Tong was scared to death and ran away with the money, and now the main character was the only doctor in the city. Therefore, the manager behind the wall allocated Yu Tong's house to the hero, and he can move there today. Because of such an event, old man Fugui prepared a small gift for him and Liu Yuan. Without delaying for long, he immediately handed over this box to Xiao Su and ordered them to eat it to support their bodies. Opening the box, he saw that there was a swallow's nest, which he had kept for many years. It was an excellent tonic. The guy was surprised by such a gift, but still he decided to say that he had previously heard Teacher Zhang say that swallows' nests were held together by liquid, but he then thought that ordinary water should not have been so viscous. Therefore, he assumed that most likely the swallow used its saliva. Because of this, old man Fugui began to worry, because earlier he had thought differently. But the guy decided to reassure the old man by saying that he was joking. Having calmed down, the old man hugged the guy and decided to speak without further ado, because he wanted to quickly get straight to the point. The hero had not gone for herbs for the last few days, so that black medicine, in the old man's opinion, should have already run out. But suddenly, the guy is surprised, because only recently the old man bought it from him. Without thinking twice, he immediately realized that the old man now wanted to buy it for himself. However, the blushing and embarrassed old man said the opposite. Panicking even more, he revealed himself more and more, which made the guy understand that he was thinking correctly. But still, Xiao Su pushed out the jar and now named the price twice as much, which is why he immediately snatched it and bought it. This speed and behavior of the old man really surprised the guy. Saying goodbye to the guy, the old man reminded him to quickly pack his things and move to that brick house, because many already had their eyes on it. The guy watching the old man was pleasantly surprised that this Wang Fugui was quite interesting. He sincerely thanked him. Having fully gathered, they immediately came to their new home. The guys didn't stand still for long, so they immediately opened the doors and went inside. As they entered the house, they saw something ahead of them. It was a kind of poster on which it was written that skillful hands brought people back to life. Suddenly, the main character receives a message asking him if he wanted to continue the task of rescuing 10 people, to which he confidently and immediately replied that he was ready. While the main character was confirming the continuation of his task, someone suddenly came to him. Xiao Su, without being confused, immediately began to ask with a smile what injuries they had. He asked to be allowed to tell them that it was the right decision to come to him. However, those in need did not have time to smile, so the husband of his pregnant wife immediately began to tell him that his wife was 4 months pregnant, and this morning her stomach suddenly hurt a little. Frightened, without thinking twice, he and his wife came to the hero to ask him for advice. At the same moment, the main character listened attentively to the man with a smile, who instantly fell into despair because he did not know what could be done in such cases. But still, Jiaosu was not going to give up just like that, so he began to think about this task. Having finished thinking, he immediately broke the silence and asked who he needed to save. The man and woman were shocked by this question, because they expected that they would be helped in a different way. While the patients were shocked, the main character, with a smile on his face and dripping with sweat, began to apologize to them, because he really did not know what he should do in such a situation. Therefore, he believed that it would be dishonest on his part to continue to fool them, so he decided to immediately tell the truth. Taking the spouses by the shoulders, Xiaosu, with a smile on his face, advised them to borrow some books from Mr. Zheng at school, and not to take any more pills, because he remembered that pregnant women were not allowed to take medicine. Leading them outside the house, he waved goodbye to the patients. However, the man was not going to just leave, so he turned back and told the guy that he felt that he was better than the previous doctor, who was afraid that he would not buy his medicine when his wife was sick last time, and it didn't get better even after taking them. Even if they did not indicate the necessary help to the patients, they still thanked the main character for not lying to them and giving advice. Because of this, the guy immediately received 2 notifications, informing him that 2 people had sincerely thanked him. Xiaosu was sincerely surprised by this turn of events because he could not even imagine that with a little advice he would earn 2 thanks just like that. Therefore, having made a decision, he decided that from today he would treat what he knew, and what he did not know, he did not know. A few hours later, on the account of the main character, 9 out of 10 patients had already been saved. At the same moment, he was saving his last client to complete the task. However, the guy did not serve the clients himself. Xiao Yu was engaged in sewing wounds, which caused the patients a lot of pain. Their work was in full swing. Having cured 1 patient, they released the second, and so on in a circle. While saying goodbye to them, Xiaosu's conscience did not leave him, so he continued to advise ordinary people on what they needed to do. Thus, the guy reached a new task to save 20 patients, which is why the difficulty increased. Being in his mysterious palace, the main character was glad that his indicators and characteristics were gradually increasing. While the guy was wondering in his inner world about his statistics, Yuan at that moment, bringing him medical instruments, decided to ask why they didn't treat all people. However, Zhao Su immediately replied that he did not intend to do this, because he did not want to just profit from ordinary people by lying. Yuan was not satisfied with this answer, so he continued to insist on this, because the previous doctor also did not know how to treat, but still treated patients. Continuing the conversation, the main character tried to explain to his younger brother that they could not follow the example of the previous doctor, because this method only made people worse. No one helped him when he was in trouble, so it was important to have at least a shred of humanity. Listening to his older brother, Yuan became a little more serious, which is why he proved to the hero that they would have no one to help if something happened to them. He believed that, in their days, many would be only happy if something happened to them. Suddenly, Zhao Su interrupted his younger brother by placing his hand on his shoulder. Due to the strong pressure on his shoulder with his hand, Yuan began to tense up a little. At the same moment, the main character asked to remember Yuan so that he would not allow the sadness of their age to become his sadness. These words made the boy think. When suddenly a certain stranger appeared at the entrance, spying on the guys from around the corner. Seeing that he was noticed, he immediately turned to the main character. Going inside, he said that he had a big problem, so he asked the guy to look at it, and besides that, he asked to keep it a secret. Xiaosu immediately had thoughts on this matter, because he assumed that the problem was of an intimate nature, which made the guy barely keep himself from laughing. However, the victim rejected the guy's assumptions and walked away from him. Let me show him the main reason. This behavior of the stranger alerted the guy because he understood that something was about to happen. Suddenly, the stranger's cheeks began to puff out, because of which he immediately spat in the direction of the main character. The bulb that appeared surprised Xiao Su because he was expecting something serious, but suddenly she explodes. Because of this, a magical whirlwind appears, forcing the guys to hide from it. Such a strong flow of air immediately knocks the hero's younger brother off his feet, and he himself can barely hold on from it. Such a surprise made the guys worry, because they could not imagine what would happen next. But suddenly everything stopped, and the man stood motionless near the door in fear and awkwardness. This was not a targeted attack, but simply a demonstration of its cause. Xiao Su, looking at all this, understood that the moistness was not very big, but it was definitely not something that could be done with an ordinary saliva bubble. Coming closer to the man, he began to say that in his opinion, the man was not sick, but he simply had some kind of supernatural abilities. This guy's answer surprised the man very much. Having listened and learned his reason, he did not detain the guys for long, so he thanked them and began to leave. At this point, events are interrupted and moved closer to deep night, where, lying on the bed, Xiao Su thought that people with abilities were beginning to appear in small trading cities. This surprised the guy very much because he understood that times would soon change dramatically in this way. As he continued to lie there with a smile on his face, he realized that the world was becoming more and more dangerous, so he was glad that he had a palace. Today he had collected a lot more thanks, and so he hoped that he would unlock the weapon as soon as possible. But suddenly the guy heard something that made him wary. These were some strangers who climbed over the wall straight to the guys. Having descended to the ground, they stomped hard, which is why they became more noticeable. But suddenly, a strange shadow appeared in front of them. This day came from Xiao Su, who was already looking at the bandits seriously and harshly, who were shocked and scared due to this turn of events. The main character did not wait for the strangers to attack, so he immediately attacked one of the bandits right between the legs. Such an unexpected and painful attack between the legs made the bandit immediately twist and fall in pain, because he could not even imagine that the hero would do this to them. Continuing to lie and writhe in pain, he ordered his friends to quickly attack the guy. Without thinking, they immediately began to attack the guy, who was not worried at all, but was simply dissatisfied that he would still have to teach all the attackers a lesson. However, after a few minutes passed, all the bandits were on their knees and apologized to the main character so that he would spare them. Xiao Su, listening to them, simply decided to ask who sent them all here to him. But suddenly, he is interrupted by otherworldly screams. These were soldiers who ordered the main character to quickly open the doors for them. This statement made the guy very tense because he couldn't understand why everyone was breaking in on him at the same time. Opening the door a little, he finally heard the long-awaited answer to his question. It was one of the guards who ordered him to quickly open the doors because there was a search order. But suddenly, all the military men were very surprised when the guy opened the door completely. Xiao Su stood at the door with a smile on his face, using the banner for protection. Smiling, the hero understood that having seen this banner, they should not have continued their search. However, the truth turned out to be a little different. The group commander immediately ordered his charges to search the area. To avoid the risk that the guy could hide something, the commander left him on the street next to him. And then he started to come in, which is exactly what the hero didn't like. Going inside, the commander saw 3 tied-up strangers in the corner, all sitting tied up next to each other in the corner. This made him tense up, because he could not even imagine that the main character could be capable of such a thing. So he immediately introduced himself to him. The group commander's name was Wang Kunyan. He advised the main character to express his dissatisfaction with him, and not with Boss Luo. However, Xiao Su didn't want to say anything bad to him, so he just stood there smiling and looked at him. But inside he was pondering the commander's first and last name, because he assumed that he was somehow related to Wang Dongyang. In the meantime, the check was completed. The junior soldiers, having reported this to the commander, immediately stepped aside, and Wang Kunyan decided to warn the guy that the checks would continue until they found the main killer with a pistol. Leaving home, he took the guy by the shoulder and expressed his thoughts, in which he regretted that the guy was born behind the wall. After all, he would have made an excellent soldier, not like this bunch of rubbish he led. Being at the door, Zhao Su had no intention of going in until he was sure that the military had all left, so he stood and watched them leave. He was happy that he hid his gun on the mountain when he was collecting herbs 2 days ago. Exhaling heavily, he realized that this murder had really caused him a lot of trouble. After the military leave, the events are interrupted and transferred to the early morning of the next day. Lying in his bed, the hero suddenly wakes up from a scream that was coming from the street. He immediately got up and left the house to look at the returning group, which had only been on the road for a week. They were all clean and healthy before they left. Now, one was dirtier than the other. Xiao Su, being on the sidelines, stood and looked at them and realized that for a week or so they should not have reached the foot of Mount Jing. The only danger that could stand in their way was the wolves. However, he understood that the wolves came here just at the time of their departure, so he could not fully understand what they were faced with. But continuing to examine, he believed that judging by the extent of damage to clothing alone, the girl with perfect weapon skills really seemed to be much better than the others. When suddenly his younger brother starts talking to him, wondering where they were all going. Therefore, the main character said that most likely they were heading to Old Man Wang. He assumed that after all, his recommended guide did not seem to return, so he assumed that something had happened to him along the way. At this very moment, the injured group begins to express their dissatisfaction with Old Man Wang, because they were very unhappy and angry with the guide and the old man. They drove around for 3 days and didn't even find the right direction. Listening to the victims, Old Man Wang was excited and scared, so he decided to ask what happened to his guide. While they were talking, the main character stood aside from them and quietly eavesdropped on what they were talking about. Having heard about the river where the guide died, the guy was surprised that there was a certain river that he did not know about. Old Man Wang did not consider himself guilty, so with a raised tone he told strangers that if they wanted to get to Mount Jing, they had to find Ren Xiaosu, but then no one believed him. But now he assured that the guy did not have time to work as a conductor, because he now had to work for Boss Lo. These claims surprised the girl with glasses a little, because she still couldn't believe that Xiaosu was completely healthy. Wang again, if only he could transport them across the mountain, to which he answered positively. Without thinking twice, they began to leave and get into their car. At the same moment, Old Man Wang notices the main character, who all the time stood aside and watched them. Without thinking twice, he runs up to the departing protagonist into the building and says that this time he saved him from the group, so he was waiting for Thanksgiving from him. However, the guy didn't care about his words, so he just looked at him. And then he advised Old Man Wang to take them behind the wall to Mount Jing himself. But he tried to dissuade him because he had an excuse that he did not have the same skills as the guy. The guy also expressed dissatisfaction with the old man because he had a son, and the Lu Yuan guy had a sister. Therefore, with menace, he warned him that if he dared to recommend him to them again, he would send Lu Yuan and sister Xiao Yu to eat and drink at the old man's expense. However, the old man, in a misunderstanding, replied that he really did it for his own good. If he were 20 years younger, he would have gone for it. A conflict arose between the men, in the middle of which stood Yuan. But suddenly, Xiao Su is very surprised, because he received sincere gratitude from the old man, which made him surprised, because he thought that Wang was really just looking for benefits in him. Suddenly, their argument is interrupted by a scream from the side, which makes them turn around and look in that direction. This cry was made by the same patient, Zhao Su, who had the ability to explode bulbs. The guy was a little surprised because he didn't think that anyone else besides him knew about the man's ability. At the same moment, other comrades of the arrested man tried to stand up for the man. However, the soldiers completely protected and threatened them. While there was a conflict on the side, Old Man Wang ran up to the military and began to wonder what was happening here. He tried to convince the soldiers to leave the arrested person here, because he did not know the truth about him. But the military were not going to listen to him, so they immediately pointed a gun at him, shouting so that they would not be disturbed. Because of this, the man was very worried and leaned on the main character who was standing next to him. Xiao Su understood and knew the real truth. Old Man Wang immediately fell into despair, because he believed that everything was over for him. This arrested person turned out to be one of his friends, who most likely will never be returned home to his father. Telling the guy about the rumors, he said that as he heard, last night this guy demonstrated his superpowers, and his friends reported on him. Everyone outside the walls was checking on people with superpowers, fearing that they might pose a threat. And now Old Man Wang decided to ask the guy what he would do in his place in such a case. The old man did not have to wait long to answer, because the guy immediately answered with seriousness that he would have killed him on the spot. However, Old Man Wang said that everything was not so simple, because he heard that a psychiatric hospital for people with superpowers was organized inside, and they used various tools to study them. Old Man Wang advised Xiaosu that if he or Yuan had abilities, they should not tell him. Suddenly, together, they hear new screams behind them with the words, "Kill." These were the comrades of the arrested person who asked for weapons against other traitors, accusing them of treason. Without sparing anyone, one of the men took the lives of traitors. But suddenly a knife is stuck in his back. However, this did not stop him from ending everyone, after which he himself fell with a knife in his back. His wife immediately fell down with tears in her eyes next to him, and then she immediately committed suicide so that she could be with her husband in heaven. This action shocked everyone very much. These avengers were the parents of the arrested man, who avenged their son, and then all died. Father's name was Zhang Baogen, who was the only child in the family, and if something happened to him, his parents would not be able to survive. In order to protect and preserve the memory of the dead, Old Man Van began to intercede for them. And the main character at that moment was standing inside, where there were 5 corpses. With the understanding of this cruel world, he could hardly contain himself from how cruel this world was. Xiaosu stood with the teacher. With his head bowed, the hero told his mentor that today he would like to tell his students about how to confront people. The teacher, holding a cigar in his hand, responds by saying that for many years he taught them to resist the natural environment because he did not want them to consider their own kind as imaginary enemies. He already knew what happened today. Therefore, he told the guy that the misfortune of others should not concern them with him. If he wanted, they could talk about it. These words of the teacher made the main character think. So he decided to see what his younger brother was doing. Looking around the corner at the children, he got scared, because he didn't understand why so many children stood around Liu Yuan with dissatisfied faces. However, the children did not know the truth about the boy. They were more dissatisfied with the fact that Xiaosu was very late in their studies. So they threatened him that they would complain about his older brother to teacher Zhang. Xiaosu was watching and listening to all this, who thought that his students liked long classes, but they really didn't like his long classes. Liu Yuan was not going to just sit and endure the indignation of the students, so he got up from the table and began to speak out to his classmates about the fact that his brothers taught him everything he needed to know in order to save his life, and they were all not at all grateful. Because of this boy's behavior, all the children were scared, because they thought that he was a harmless guy. Sitting back at his desk, Liu Yuan was furious. Therefore, he began to ask his neighbor at his desk why he was always looking at him, to which he replied that he just saw that he was a little upset. In addition, he asked to be allowed to tell Yuan something. Yesterday, my desk neighbor had a dream that his father found him a stepmother, but she treated him badly. However, Yuan asked the guy not to be upset because he believed that dreams were just the opposite of reality. Therefore, holding the guy's shoulder, he tried to reassure him by saying that in another outcome, his father could have found not a stepmother, but a stepfather, which made his desk neighbor a little surprised. At the same moment, Xiaosu, listening to his younger brother, was shocked by his statements, because he was now completely sure that they were brothers. But after that, he still decided to end the empty talk and immediately began announcing the start of the lesson. Before starting, leaning against the table, he decided to ask the children if they knew which organs were the most vulnerable, to which they answered that they did not know. So he decided to start with what they are most familiar with, namely the neck. According to him, there were about 20 cartilages in a person's neck, located next to the trachea, and damage to any of them could instantly incapacitate the enemy. Continuing to talk, the time came for the end of the lesson, which is exactly what the guy did, after which all the children immediately began to go home. Xiaosu was a little sad, because he understood that these little children did not understand that he really wanted to help them. Therefore, he hoped that they would never have to use this knowledge in their lives. But suddenly, he averts his gaze to the door from where a voice was heard calling him. It was a tired old man, Wang, who asked the guy to pack his things. After all, someone had just sent him a handwritten message saying that Boss Luo had agreed to let him go to accompany the group. Therefore, he believed that this time the guy would have to make a foray into the Jing Mountains. These words of the old man greatly shocked the main character. The old man, continuing to come closer and closer to the guy, advised him that the hero should be ready because the group would soon be leaving. Xiao Su at that moment did not answer anything, because he was thinking about who this group belonged to and why Boss Luo needed all this. Without thinking twice, he immediately began to leave the old man in order to quickly go to the teacher Zhang to discuss something, because he realized that he had no choice but to go with them. Arriving at the teacher, who was sitting and cooking food for himself, he announced that he needed to go to Mount Jing. He assured teacher Zhang that his and others' lives were in the hands of this group of people from behind the walls, and therefore if he refused now, he was afraid that in the future it would be difficult for him to live in a trading city. Listening to the guy, the teacher measured his decision, and therefore suggested that Liu Yuan live at the school in his absence. The main character immediately bowed his head to the teacher and thanked him for his help. After this, he immediately turned around and prepared to leave the teacher, to which he wished him good luck. Events moved to the protagonist's house, where he was packing his bag for a long and painful trip. While the guy was collecting it, Yuan tried to dissuade him, but the older brother did not listen. Because of the hero's refusal, tears welled up in the boy's eyes. Before leaving, Xiao Su decided to give Sister Xiao Yu some money, so that she would remember to buy a few cigarettes for Mr. Zhang while she was staying with him. When he gave the money, he understood that if Sister Xiao Yu had any thoughts about the money, she could just take it and leave, at least without harming Liu Yuan. Although he also understood that it was a little unpleasant to think about it, it was probably the right choice at the moment. After all, he believed that in this wasteland even relatives could turn against each other for the sake of profit. At the same moment, while the guy was thinking about different outcomes of events, the sister thanked the guy and assured that she would do everything as he said. Suddenly, Xiao Su receives a new task, which concerns the refusal of a trip to Mount Jing. This message shocked the guy, because he could not even imagine that the palace did not want to let him go to the mountain, so he thought that it was really dangerous. Opening the doors of the house, he saw in front of him those very new comrades from the group. With complete seriousness, they ordered the guy to quickly get ready and follow them. Suddenly, the guy's behavior changed dramatically. He pretended to be stupid, and so that they would believe him, he began to talk all sorts of nonsense. This behavior of the hero greatly shocked the strangers. Cunyang, who had previously searched the guy's house, appears behind the girl. He ordered not to pretend to him, because they had previously communicated normally. Xiao Su, hearing his voice and seeing him, realized that pretending would not work. As long as this guy was around, he was afraid that he would have to go even if he didn't want to. Therefore, gathering his confidence together, he crossed his arms and said that he would not go with them. Suddenly, he receives a new message that his task has been completed. Because of this, he became cheerful. While the main character was enjoying his new reward, Wang Quanyang decided to forcefully order him to go with them. But suddenly, Xiao Su passes by him and says that he is now going with them. Such a sudden change in the hero's behavior surprised him very much. Walking closer to the girl, Xiao Su began to tell her that he could go, but he had several conditions. He wanted 30,000 as a reward. However, the girl agreed only to 10. Because of the answer received, the guy was not worried, so he began to transfer another fee, which is why the girl immediately agreed to 30,000. Therefore, the hero immediately proceeded to a new condition, and pointing his finger at Wang Quanyang, he said that the soldier would not be able to go with him. Because of such an impudent statement, Wang Quanyang immediately approached him infuriated and began to express dissatisfaction. Xiao Su just stood silently and looked at him. He understood that this soldier searched him twice because of the Wang Dongyang matter, and if he went with them to the mountain, he might have problems. While the guys were arguing with each other, the girls stood aside and decided not to take Wang Dongyang with them. Having accepted and discussed all the risks, they announced that Wang Quanyang was no longer going with them. Because of this, Xiaosu began to rejoice, which is why he wanted to get to know everyone. However, the girl assured him that they were not allies, and he was simply their guide. However, the whole group decided to introduce themselves to the main character and named theirs. The girl with the ears was named Yang Xiaojin. Xiaosu, having heard the cherished names of all the participants, was now ready to go on adventures with them. Climbing into the back of the car, he began to say goodbye to his family, to which they, in turn, all unanimously waited for his speedy return. Some time had passed when the guys were on their way to Mount Jing. The main character, sitting in the car, seemed like Teacher Zhang had said earlier that the remaining traces of asphalt on the roads were left before the disaster, so he was interested in how expensive things were in those days. However, he noticed that recently all the vegetation had bloomed noticeably. Even the cabbage in Teacher Zhang's house was taller than ever before. Therefore, he believed that perhaps soon one potato would be enough to feed a family of 3. Suddenly his stomach began to hurt, which is why he immediately put his hand to it. Holding his hand over his stomach, he didn't understand why this group didn't say anything about snack breaks. Suddenly something came into his field of vision. Having opened one of the covered boxes, the guy saw cookies there, which came in handy for him. Because of this, his eyes immediately began to shine, because he could not even imagine that he would find such delicious food. While the main character was eating the group's supplies, events began to move closer and closer to the night. Realizing that it was already late, the group decided to stop and set up camp here to rest and refresh themselves. One of the group members called his friend to help him share food and water. Moving closer to the body, they were surprised by what they saw. Xiaosu was sitting there with a belly full of food, having already emptied more than 1 pack of livers and water. Being completely full, Xiaosu replied that nothing like that happened here. While the main character was being shouted at on the side, the girls were watching. Yang Xiaoqin looked at the guy intently, while he was being pulled away from his cookies. Suddenly, one of the group members approached Luo Xinyu and suggested that she go back and take another guide. However, she in turn said that only he could lead them through Jing Mountain. Therefore, she allowed them to do with him what they wanted. But this should not interfere with the journey when they returned from behind the wall, because then they could do with him whatever they wanted. Songjin continued to stand to the side of him. Having let go of the guy, he immediately began to kick the stone with his foot. But suddenly, he heard a conversation between 2 group members who laughed at him that he was useless. This hurt the guy a little. Because of this, one of the dissatisfied members decided to express their dissatisfaction with the fact that he was eating a lot of cookies. With a menacing look, he stood in front of the main character and warned him that he was just an ordinary tramp, so he asked him not to try to break the stone with an egg. But suddenly Xiaosu asked him a counter question about the egg and the stone. He answered this question, which shocked the man. Suddenly, the guy's attention becomes fixated on something behind him. As soon as he noticed, he realized that the girls were sitting and looking at him at that moment. But suddenly, a new cry was heard from the side, which made everyone turn their attention in that direction. The group members were shocked and frightened by such a mystery from the deep forest. Xiaosu, watching everything that was happening around him, could not understand at all what was happening because usually few animals could survive on the outskirts of the forest, so he wondered what kind of animal could be here. Examining the fresh footprints, no one could guess who they belonged to. But suddenly, a guy approaches them, who also looked at the tracks in surprise. He could not understand why everyone was so afraid of the tracks of an ordinary deer. Turning back, he saw that the fire had been extinguished and was all in ruins. He immediately began to think that in nature, not cleaning up food waste was a bad habit. Therefore, without thinking twice, he decided to take action. Having descended closer to the deer's tracks, he began to tell everyone that these were the paw prints of a bear, which was attracted by the food remains they had left last time. However, the group members did not believe the guy's story because they were sure that these were not the paws of a bear. Therefore, the main character did not want to listen to them anymore, and decided to go into the forest himself to make sure who was there. One of the guys warned the hero to take more care of himself because their previous guide also died somewhere here. Hearing these words, Xiaosu no longer wanted to stand and wait for it, so he immediately began to rush into the depths of the forest to find out the real truth about the death of his past colleague. Based on what he heard, the previous guide simply went down to the river to wash himself. As a result, something in the river bit him on the face and he died instantly. Therefore, he believed that he should have been more careful in his actions. Having sharpened my spear, he began to look at the area around him, because he understood that near the habitats of large animals there is usually a source of water, and the tracks of a large deer should have led him to the river where the guide had previously been bitten. Arriving at the riverbank, he began to walk into the distance along the shore in order to take a closer look at the situation that was there. He understood that if you look only at the water, there was nothing unusual in it. Therefore, I believed that it must have been that the guide was attacked by some kind of fish hiding under the water. From all this, he began to fear that he, like most of the townspeople, did not know that there were many freshwater fish that were carnivorous. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a hole of white ants to the side of him, which now gave the guy hope of catching a fish. Coming closer to the ant hole, he immediately began to break it with his blade in order to quickly find bait. After which he took a spear and dug a hole with it. Yes, to finally get out of it the female white ants, which in his hand looked very massive. Holding it in his hand, he realized that it was the queen of white ants, which was an excellent bait that needed to be used to advantage. Without thinking twice, he immediately threw the hole with the queen into the water to attract more fish. At the same moment, he was already standing with his spear at the ready so as not to miss any fish. Suddenly, around a hole with ants thrown into the water, a whirlwind of water began to form, which symbolized the arrival of a huge fish. Xiaosu immediately noticed the arrival. Therefore, he immediately threw his spear, which instantly pierced the heart of the river monster. The guy didn't want to just leave the corpse of the fish, so he pulled the rope to pull it ashore, pulling even harder. He finally pulled out the river monster and finished it off to be sure of his safety. But suddenly, the guy notices something. This was something very large in the river, which came as close as possible to the shore where the hero was. Realizing that things were not going well, he immediately begins to run away with the corpse of the fish in order to carry away the smell of blood, which attracted something terrible. He rushed with the fish to a safe zone. He began to cook it over the fire, which is why the appetizing aroma began to envelop the entire area. The group members turned back and realized that this delicious aroma was coming from the direction where the main character himself was. This made them very angry. They all simply stood in a crowd and watched as the guy prepared it. While everyone was dissatisfied with the hero's success, suddenly the guy received a new task, which said that he would share his joy with the others. He immediately looked with a displeased look at his disgruntled comrades. But still, he calmed down and decided to complete this task. Therefore, taking the hot fish in his hands, he approached the guys and invited them to share the joy of eating with him. However, suddenly Xiaosu turns around again and tells them with his back that he just decided to show her off and share his joy with them. This shocked one of the group members, because he could not even imagine that the main character could do such a thing. While everyone was amazed by the guy's deed, the hero himself was pleased that he was able to complete his task. But suddenly, Xiaosu turns to the group member again and offers him a lucrative deal, half a fish for 3 bottles of water. Without thinking twice, the group member immediately agreed with the guy. Having given half the fish to the guys, he began to leave while they began to argue over the division of fish meat. But still, not everyone rushed to the tasty fish. While the guys were arguing over the fish, at the same moment young Xiaojin was watching all this on the sidelines, who was carefully watching the departing main character. The girl wanted something from Xiaosu, so she approached him and decided to sit next to him by the fire. Without thinking twice, she suddenly breaks the silence and says the words, "fish." This shocked the main character because he had never spoken to her, and here the first word turns out to be so strange. However, not only this shocked the guy, but also her pistol, which she held directly pointed at him. Because of this, he didn't want to put himself in danger, so he offered 2 pieces of it. To himself, he thought why the girl used such a frightening way of asking, because she had perfect mastery of weapons. Because of this, he began to get nervous. However, Luo Xinyu suddenly approached them and also asked for 2 pieces of fish. Stretching out her hand right in front of the main character, she began to say that she was not going to eat his food just like that. So she offered him chocolate, because she believed that it would be more correct. The main character, as soon as he saw the chocolate bar, immediately swallowed it whole. And then he extended his hand in front of Luo Xinyu and said that she owed him 1 more piece. This act shocked the girl. While the guys were arguing among themselves, young Xiaojin began to salt the fish. At the same moment, the main character was watching her from the side, who was completely impressed by her beauty. He was very curious whether all the girls were so beautiful or not. But suddenly the girl grabs the whole fish and begins to eat, thinking that it was just one small piece of fish. Xiaosu saw this and was instantly shocked because he didn't expect such a girl to be so unrestrained. At this point, events are interrupted and transferred to early morning. The main character had just woken up and immediately opened his eyes because the rays of the sun began to wake him up. His overnight accommodation was located away from the tents of all group members. He looked aside, where one of the soldiers slept in a tent. His other partner was sitting next to the tents and yawning, thus showing that he really wanted to sleep. The hero did not dwell on them for long because he was more interested in what was happening to the side in the depths of the forest. Without thinking twice, he got to his feet and began to walk there. Suddenly he realizes that in this place lay the skeleton of yesterday's cooked fish, which was eaten. He remembered that last night he had thrown the remains of fish bones here, and now they were gone. Therefore he assumed that they were dragged away by ants, because after all, mutant ants were the size of a finger. If there was an ant nest nearby, they could easily drag all these bones. Having finished his deliberation, he decided to return to his comrades, who were already packing their things for the journey. Coming closer to them, one of the comrades pointed his finger at the first car, thus explaining that the main character would ride in it and show them the way. But Xiaosu also had something to say, so he immediately warned his comrades so that he and everyone else would stay away from the river. However, this tensed the man a little because he did not understand what was scary and dangerous in that simple river. The guy decided not to answer this question and simply went to his car. As they began to continue their journey, they began to drive. The main character, sitting in the first car, looked out the window back. Suddenly, the driver of his car nervously begins to shout that something is ahead. The entire column of cars stopped immediately. At the same moment, the guy, being in the front seat, was shocked because he did not understand where this huge deer could have come from here. Out of nerves, the soldiers immediately took out their machine guns and prepared to shoot. But suddenly, the group commander orders not to shoot the deer, because he understood that this would not lead to anything good. This caution of the commander did not really strain the target, because they believed that the deer was a herbivore and therefore could not pose any threat. Suddenly, the giant deer took a fighting stance, and then he suddenly began to run towards the car, where the frightened driver sat, who decided to run over the animal by pressing the gas pedal full. However, he did not have time to start, because the giant horned animal reached the goal faster than him. Because of this, he grabbed the car with his horns, and then with all his strength he threw it into the sky, like an ordinary feather. The other soldiers couldn't stand it any longer, so they started firing at the fleeing deer. Everyone suddenly began to get out of the car and group in fear so as to be ready for a new attack. However, Xiaosu had other concerns. He found it strange that young Xiaojin did not shoot, and he also thought that she always looked like she always stayed away. While everyone was panicking, the girl simply stood motionless and observed the situation. Suddenly, a dissatisfied member of the group begins to call the main character because he was a doctor from a trading town. The guy immediately started walking towards the victims, who were sitting near their overturned car. Moving closer to the victim, he saw and realized that it was just a scratch, and therefore believed that there was nothing wrong. Having made a decision, he began to pray, thus healing the victim. Because of such stupid and strange actions, all the comrades were surprised by the guy's behavior. This outraged the dissatisfied comrade. However, they were all amazed that the hero continued to do this. Because of this, the group members no longer wanted to see the guy, so they started telling him to leave them. At the same moment, the commander was discussing with his comrade about the crash and the condition of the machine, which, apparently, at the assumption of the elder, could no longer be repaired. But there could still be people sitting in the back of the remaining cars, so he said yes. Shuxia and Chung Dunhan got into the back of the car and suffered some inconvenience. This order left the guys a little dissatisfied, but still, everyone reconciled themselves and began to gather in their cars again to continue their journey to the appointed place. The guys climbing inside the body were indignant because they believed that this place was just for the main character and not for them, when suddenly one of them is paralyzed, and he falls from the car straight to the ground. One of the soldiers instantly ran up to the body and pointed a pistol to make sure that there was nothing there. Then he sat down and decided to check the victim's pulse. Holding his hand next to his neck for a while, he came to the conclusion that his comrade was no longer breathing. This made the main character wary, because he could not imagine that everything happened so quickly. While the guys were in a shocked state, their other comrades began to run up to them, wondering what had happened here. Therefore, the victim's friend began to say in panic that he did not know what was happening. He had just climbed into the car when the victim screamed behind him and fell dead. He did not see anything. But suddenly the soldiers, along with the commander, noticed that the trees began to sway behind them, which meant that something was there. Due to great fear, the group members began to ask the commander to go back. However, he immediately forbade this. He was sure that this time they had taken an order that could not be cancelled, so either they would all die or it would be fulfilled. Suddenly their argument was interrupted by Luo Xinyu. She told the guys that they needed to get out of here urgently, after which she ordered the main character to lift the victim into the back and go with him in it. Xiaosu, crouching down to take Suxia in his hands, suddenly notices that there was a bee sting in his neck. This made the guy think, because he could not imagine that bee venom could kill an adult in a few seconds. He realized that this wilderness was becoming increasingly dangerous. Having loaded the corpse into a bag, Xiaosu was not bothered by this at all, so he simply started eating chocolate. Being in the back next to the corpse, he calmly ate the food that was there as a supply for several days. But besides this, the main character was talking to a corpse, so this made the other members of the group nervous, because they thought that the guy was sick in the head. Xiaosu continued to eat his food. He noticed that his temperature continued to rise. He understood that she was rising even at such a great distance. There were several active volcanoes in the vicinity of Mount Jing, and they were very active. Events are postponed to the evening of the next day. Having reached their new destination, the group decided to stop and get out of the cars to look around what was happening around. Suddenly, one of the members notices something strange above. It was a warning sign which stated that it was better not to enter there alive. This made the soldiers tense a little. The commander did not understand who could have carved it, so he decided to ask Xiaosu, who knew this area better than anyone. The main character, coming closer to the inscription, replied that he did not know, because these words were not there when he was here last year. Suddenly, the comrade, who was always dissatisfied, began to be indignant towards the guy, because the secrecy and mystery of the hero forced other comrades to tense up. Therefore Xiaosu confidently decided to answer him by saying that he was by type a descendant of dragons. This behavior and response shocked the guys again. Suddenly the commander pointed a gun at the hero and began to say that there was too much suspicion in his direction, so he ordered to tell everything as it is. He suspected that the guy himself was able to make this inscription. However, Xiaosu, raising his hands up, assured the commander that the inscription was so high that with his height, he would not be able to reach it, of course, if he could not put the stone on the ground. This answer was not what the soldiers expected to hear, so they started shouting at the guy again. Realizing that the situation was heating up, the main character, holding the back of his head with his hand, decided to answer what he really was here for. Last year he encountered a pack of wolves, and the wolves drove him here. This answer still did not inspire confidence in the dissatisfied guy all the time, so he began to be indignant again. The main character at this time was already completely serious, so he instantly answered that at that time he was not the target of the wolves. He just happened to be there. He hurried to hide in the forest, but he didn't expect them to catch up with him. As for how he survived, they stopped pursuing him as soon as he entered the Howling Wind Canyon. After these words, everyone instantly became surprised by the guy's story. However, the main character was not finished yet, so he continued that the wolves stopped chasing when he came to that place. He went on to say that he hid inside for 2 days, and when they left he just came out so he didn't know what was there next. But suddenly the guy is interrupted by one of the group members. He began to tell the commander that this could have been left by a person with superpowers. This assumption, spoken out loud, made the commander nervous, so he began to nervously shout at his serviceman and ordered him to be silent, because superhumans were a military secret. At this time, other soldiers began to express to their commander that they had little faith that they would remain soldiers after the mission, because it was complete secrecy, so they believed that they would be removed as witnesses. Xiao Su, being on the sidelines watching the soldiers argue, could not understand how this piecemeal army could be so disorganized that the soldiers dared to contradict their officers of their own free will. But still, he was now even more sure that they had a different purpose for the trip. Suddenly their arguments are interrupted by some strange sound that came from the body. The soldiers immediately grouped themselves and took up fighting stances. Coming closer, they immediately pointed their guns directly at the body, and they started shooting at the unfamiliar creature that was there. Having finished shooting and looking more closely, they were surprised. After all, having fired so many bullets, they killed only one unfortunate mouse. But suddenly, the commander begins to shout the name of the main character at the top of his voice. Because of this, the guy immediately runs up to him and asks what happened, after which they both start looking at one point in fear. After all, they could not understand where Xu Xia's dead body could have gone. Due to the fact that the main character was sitting near the corpse of his comrade all the time, other soldiers began to wonder where their comrade's body had disappeared to. However, Zhao replied that he did not know when the body disappeared. Inside, he was pondering how a normal adult man weighing about 90 kilograms could disappear without a single sound. Not understanding the situation that was happening around them, the soldiers began to ask the commander to return home. Therefore, the commander decided to tell everyone to come closer to him. And then he began to say that they needed to discuss everything before deciding what to do next. Having all gathered in a circle, they began to discuss that at the entrance to this gorge the words were left, "It is better not to enter alive." Therefore, the commander believed that there could be dangers in the depths of the gorge that even a person with superpowers would find difficult to cope with. On the other hand, there are also hidden dangers in the forest, the mysterious death of Xu Xia, and the inexplicable disappearance of his body, and all these incidents remained unanswered. But suddenly Luo Xinyu turned to the officer and said that in fact, even though the forest was dangerous, but it didn't seem to her that their entire army would die in it. But still she could not say what dangers lurked in the gorge. All these incidents, statements, and words of comrades forced the commander to think. At the same moment, Luo Xinyu looked at him, who understood that the officer was at a loss with an answer. Therefore, she decided to ask why he was so worried about the situation after returning behind the wall. She asked him not to be afraid, because she was sure that she would find a way to help him transfer from the private army when they returned. He in turn agreed with her opinion. And then he continued to say that there was too much danger ahead of them. Therefore, today they will all rest here, and tomorrow they will return behind the wall. While the officer was making a decision and talking with his comrades, the main character climbed onto the car and saw the silhouette of a wolf at the top of the mountain. Zhao Su was instantly frightened by what he saw. After all, at the top stood a terrible wolf with shining eyes that inspired fear and hopelessness in the battle against him. The guy, realizing the terrible danger of the situation, immediately begins to shout to everyone to run into the gorge. However, the soldiers were scared and shocked by the guy's statement. But Zhao Su didn't say anything in response, so he simply started running away and moving faster towards the gorge. While escaping, he decided to warn his comrades one last time to run into the gorge or they would die right now. At this moment, a pack of wolves began to approach them from the side, which have already begun to reach the soldiers and kill them immediately. Suddenly, one of the wolves jumps into the back of the car to the guy who was sitting on his knees and holding the corpse of a rat. In time to react, he manages to dodge the attack of a dire wolf, while the soldiers, in order to run away, are simply arguing to get inside the car in the hope that it will save them. But suddenly, the irritated guy is grabbed by a wolf, who begins to gnaw him on the spot. At the same moment, the car starts to start, right in front of the main character, thus leaving him alone. But suddenly, a new car drives up to him, in which young Xiaoqin was sitting, lending a helping hand to the hero. Xiao Su was immediately surprised that the girl was not around then, but now she, in order to lend him a helping hand, threatened the driver by pointing a gun at him. However, he was also interested in how a car could outrun a wolf on this nasty road in this wilderness. Suddenly, the girl pointed a second gun at him. Such an act made the main character surprised, because he could not imagine that the girl was capable of such a thing. Getting into the car, they finally passed the mark of the entrance to the gorge, at which all the wolves immediately stopped and did not go further. Looking menacing, they simply turned around and began to walk away from him. This shocked the soldiers because they could not believe that the wolves could so easily turn around and leave. Having made sure of the safety, the dissatisfied comrade decided to ask the hero what he would do with the rat, to which the guy freely replies that he wanted to eat her. Because of what they heard, everyone started to feel sick, because they couldn't believe that the guy would really eat her just because she ate all his cookies. But suddenly, young Xiaojin thrusts his blade into the rat's corpse, and then he says that he wants to share, and in exchange she can lend him this knife. However, the hero didn't really like the word borrow, so he suggested to the girl that she give him the knife completely. Suddenly, Xiaosu notices a scary spider with creepy legs above his head, so he instantly destroys it. Looking at the corpse of a spider, he looks up and realizes that an army of black spiders was moving down, eager to kill them all. The guy, realizing that they will soon end, begins to shout to everyone to run away. But suddenly, he stops because he receives a new task, which asks for help from at least 10 people to escape from the gorge. The guy didn't like this new task, so he sent him to hell. At the same moment, the army of spiders was approaching the bottom faster and faster. But suddenly, they began to spread their wings and fly straight towards the panicking people. The spiders used their wings to descend faster and faster, after which they fell and attacked people. Due to the large number of black spiders, the children became increasingly afraid because a real black wave of murderous, creepy monsters was approaching behind them. Suddenly, one of the soldiers trips over a stone and falls down. Fearful, he turns back, and he sees in front of him the creepy face of a spider, which seemed about to overtake the guy. However, suddenly the main character destroys the spider by cutting it into 2 parts, thus saving the tripping guy. Xiaosu didn't understand why he didn't run away, so turning to him he saw that the guy was scared and lost consciousness. In order to save him, he grabs him and lifts him onto his back, thus carrying him away from the bloodthirsty crowd of creepy spiders. Finally reaching the car, he throws the soldier inside without consciously. Suddenly the guy comes to his senses, so Xiaosu orders him to get behind the wheel. However, suddenly the main character notices young Xiaoqin, who again pointed her gun at him. Pointing the barrel in the right direction, the girl immediately began to shoot straight in the direction where the guy was, but she was aiming at the spider, which had almost reached the hero's flesh. Xiaosu, again feeling the strangeness of the girl's act, tensed again. However, the girl didn't care about this, so she ordered the guy to quickly get into the car. Without thinking twice, they got into the car together and locked the doors while the guy who saved him regained consciousness. Suddenly, Xiaosu met his gaze directly with young Jingxing. This made the guys a little tense. At the same moment, the second guy, holding his head, decided to turn towards them. Because of this, the main character started shouting at him and ordering him to drive faster. However, suddenly, a creepy spider appears in the window and tries to attack the guy. But fortunately, the main character and the girl save him, attacking him with different weapons. Because of this, the victim instantly starts to drive the car in order to get away from here as quickly as possible. Having started to drive away from them, the main character pokes his head out the window and looks back, where the army of spiders continued to chase after them. But suddenly, young Xiaojing begins to speak to him, who was surprised that he was able to escape with the driver in his arms. The driver, hearing this, turned sharply and began to thank the guy for saving his life. Because of this, the hero again received new gratitude from the person. Therefore, he decided to ask again so that the driver would thank him. All this was observed by a girl sitting next to her, who was surprised by the guy's behavior. Xiaosu, realizing how he behaved, immediately returned to his seat and began to make excuses to her, saying that he was just joking and wanted to diffuse the atmosphere. He suggested to them that until these insects caught up with them, they should get out of the gorge and meet the cars that drove ahead. However, in truth, he looked back unnoticed in the direction of the girl and reflected that he still knew her too little, and his identity as a person with superpowers should not have been revealed. Therefore, he believed that it was better for him to keep a low profile and quietly earn gratitude. Suddenly, a new graphical interface appears in front of him, telling him that his task has been completed. The hero was surprised because he could not imagine that even if just 10 people were saved, then his task was completed. I drove along the gorge. They saw numerous bones and skulls of dead people. Therefore, the hero had a new thought, which said that insects had human faces on their shells because they ate people. The guys did not want to experience any new dangers, so they quickly continued driving without stopping anywhere. After driving a few more minutes, they finally left the gorge, where in the distance in front of them, other cars with comrades were already waiting for them. Having reached them, the main character got out of the car to the guys, of whom there were only 11 people left. The commander at this moment was completely depressed due to the numerous losses. At the same moment, the eternally dissatisfied comrade began to be indignant and make complaints to everyone because of this. A conflict began between them because they were all on edge and no one controlled their emotions. However, the commander still understood that conflicts among themselves would not lead to anything good, so he said that they would take a break, because in his opinion, it was useless to argue. He believed that the most important thing now was to work together and get out alive. But suddenly, Luo Xingbu decided to ask what kind of mission the commander came to the Jing Mountains with. Xiaosu himself, who stood behind everyone. In addition, one of the group members also connects to the girl, who also begins to ask him about this. However, the commander was not going to answer them anything, because he did not consider them someone to whom he could tell such things. With formidable emotions, he asked not to forget that they were just strangers in the company. At this moment, all this was observed by Xiaosu, who, sitting behind the guys, realized that he really heard that the group was simply trying to get to another wall and decided to go along with these private traders. Therefore, he understood that there was nothing unusual in the fact that ordinary soldiers did not want to talk about it. However, this answer of the officer did not please all his subordinates, so they began to be indignant and shout at him. But the main character did not particularly focus on them, because he was more interested in Luo Xingya, who in his opinion was also not simple. One word of hers provoked a conflict between ordinary soldiers. Xiao Jing approached the guy, and the first thing she said was to tell the guy that she was hungry. Because of this, he was a little amazed by such words, because he could not fully understand why she was telling him this. However, the girl understood how to answer him, so she demanded from him her knife, which she had previously given to him. Therefore, in order not to lose the knife, the main character suddenly stood up and began to care for the girl. Young Xiaojing was very hungry, so in order for the guy not to waste time looking for food, she told him that she had thrown the previous mouse into the trunk, thus hinting to him that he could use it for cooking. Xiaosu, smiling at her, was a little surprised that the mouse he had thrown away to escape the swarm was actually picked up by her. He couldn't believe that she was able to steal food from a swarm of insects. After this, he immediately began to cook the mouse's limbs over the fire. While the soldiers continued to argue among themselves, they suddenly felt some delicious smell coming from the outside. Turning everyone around to the fire, they were impressed that the main character was cooking rat meat on the fire. While the hungry mercenaries watched the food being prepared, the hero rose to his feet and took up the remains of the rat, which he considered useless. Without hesitation, he throws this rat into the distance of the forest. The hungry, eternally dissatisfied mercenary began to resent the guy for such an act. However, Xiaosu was already at the limit of his nerves, so he began to express everything that he had been silent for several days on the road. He didn't like the fact that people behind the wall were eating swallows' nests, considering it delicious food, continuing to express everything that was boiling. He thus forced all the soldiers to remain silent because they could not even imagine that the guy was so hot-tempered. Having finished my discussion, the main character sat down next to Yang Xiaojing again and looked at her strangely. He thought that he still had a basic skill copy scroll that he did not use when he completed the quest to refuse a trip to the mountains. Therefore, closing his eyes, he understood that the girl must have had other excellent skills besides firearms. Transported to his mysterious palace, he asked him for a list of all Yang Xiaojin's skills. He had already studied her skill before, and he should have permission to view others. This palace had become more legible, so the hero couldn't believe that there was no loophole left. The guy decided to ask the palace what the girl's level of combat skills was, to which the system replied that her skill was much greater than that of the guy. So it shocked him a little and made him fall into despair. Returning to consciousness, Xiaosu carefully looked at Yang Xiaojing and thought that it was because his fighting skills were simply accumulated life experiences gained from fighting people, rather than professionally learned fighting skills. Based on your intuition, she must have had powerful fighting skills, but still, he didn't think that he could defeat him in a real fight. In any case, advanced combat skills were useful, so he should have learned them first. Smiling contentedly, he activated the copy scroll. But his smile quickly disappeared from his face because the skill he had received was jumping rope. Suddenly, young Xiaojing breaks the silence between them and decides to ask when the meat will be ready, to which the main character replies that everything was already ready. He continued to tell her that in the wasteland, food had to be fried for longer, and water, however, also had to be boiled for more than 10 minutes before drinking. While the guy and the girl were getting ready for the evening, suddenly the soldiers began asking each other who had food. Listening to their arguments, Xiaosu, eating the fried meat, was pleased, because now they were all silent, and none of them admitted that they were hiding food. However, he believed that it was possible to share something that saved his life with just anyone, so there was nothing wrong with it. Suddenly, all the mercenaries, along with the commander, turned their attention to the main character. The officer, pointing his finger at the guy, said that no one knew more than him about survival in the wild, so they asked everyone for help in finding food and cooking it. At the same moment, the main character receives a new task, which told him to help his team find food. Because of this, the guy decided to get up. And suddenly he points his index finger at one of the group members, accusing him out loud that he stole food from the truck before entering the gorge, so the guy believed that all the food should have been in the thief's bag. Because of this, the commander threateningly ordered his subordinates to immediately give up all the stolen food. However, the thief did not want to give the food to anyone, so as not to share it with anyone. He believed that all members of the group were guilty, but he was not, because only he went for food at that moment when everyone went only for their equipment. The commander, listening to the thief, did not want to answer him anything on this score and simply said that he did it for the benefit of the whole team. But the thief did not want to follow the officer's order, and so suddenly he pointed the gun at him. Threatening with his pistol, he said that he had no power, which made the officer very nervous. He continued to shout at the top of his voice that they should not touch him, for he would shoot. The commander was a more conscious person, so he calmly asked the thief to share food so that they could survive until the morning, and one day they will be able to find their own food. But the thief did not care about the requests of his captain, because he did not know whether they would get out of here alive or not. Suddenly the commander dodges to the side, thus moving away from the liar's barrel. And then, without wasting a moment, he hits him with full force. Because of this, the thief instantly flies several meters away from him. Landing a few meters from the officer, the bastard was still conscious. Therefore, it was clear on his face that he wanted to take revenge on the commander as quickly as possible. However, not everything was so simple, because the thief was not alone in the conspiracy. One of his allies was right behind the commander. Believing that this was the best moment, he decided to attack with the commander's blade, in the hope that he could win. But suddenly, the commander notices the strange action of his subordinate behind him. The main character, along with young Xiaojing, were shocked by this situation, because they could not imagine that this could happen. The commander turned out to be no ordinary military man. Suddenly his shadow appeared behind him, which managed to stop the traitor and immobilize him. Xiaosu at that moment was amazed by what he saw. He could not even think that he would see someone with superpowers among them. While everyone was shocked by what was happening, the traitor realized that he did not need to hesitate, so he tried to escape punishment by getting out of the shadow trap. At the same moment, the thief who was with him decided to take advantage of the situation to eliminate the group commander. However, this did not work out for him because the officer's shadow was able to instantly protect him from all bullets. While there was a conflict between the three members of the group, everyone else stood aside and watched it all in surprise. None of them could believe this. Xiaosu suspected that there were people with superpowers in the group, and before that only young Xiaojin suspected. But even he could not think that Xu Xianchu will hide it so well. The hero was sorry that he didn't have a skill copy scroll yet, because he should have copied the skill when he had the opportunity. Turning to the side, the guy looked at young Xiaojin, who was just sitting and eating her food. At the same moment, the commander had already begun to dispel his ability, and then he told everyone that he was just trying to find a way out of their situation and did not want to offend anyone. As he continued talking, he said that Wang Fugui had previously told him about the main character, and that's why he knew that he was a doctor. The guy got the hint. Therefore, he immediately approached the victim and analyzed the situation, in which he realized that his injury was quite serious. The traitor, bleeding and sweating, asked the guy how long he had to live. To which Xiaosu, sitting down next to him, began to read the numbers to 0, which made the guy scared. The commander, listening to the guys, decided to say that he avoided vital places and internal organs, so he asked the hero not to scare the victim. After all, he heard from Wang Fugui that he had medicine for his wounds, so he did not believe that the main character did not take them with him when he went to the wasteland. However, in turn, Xiaosu said that he was hired as a guide and not as a personal doctor. In addition, his medicine was very expensive, so he wondered whether the commander would pay for it. Shuxianchu, holding his forehead with his hand, said that he lost all the money on the way. But suddenly the wounded man began to say that he was ready to pay for it himself. The main character, having heard the necessary answer, nevertheless decided to take up the work. However, he decided to warn that he did not know how to sew up wounds, so it depended only on God whether the wound would heal after the medicine or not. While counting the money, the satisfied protagonist didn't want to do anything at all now, so the commander decided to take up the sewing himself. He immediately began the procedure so that the victim would not have time to lose a lot of blood. While stitching up the wound, he continued to say that now he was not going to hide this from them. And then he said that in fact in this region there were remnants of the civilization that existed before the disasters. They were sent by the higher authorities to map out a route to the ruins in these mountains, so that the main group could come and explore them later. But then the commander discovered that this mountainous region seemed to harbor mysterious powers that could develop beasts and possibly help them, superhumans too, so he decided to move on. He eventually changed his mind about returning behind the wall because he realized it was too dangerous. Continuing to stitch up the wound, he continued to say that he did not know what was waiting for him there, so he did not want to risk it. After all, after his superpowers were revealed, there was no way for him to go back beyond the wall. Therefore, he planned to go deeper into this mountainous region to continue his research. At the end of the story, he said that now they all knew about the dangers of this place, so that in his opinion, only they could decide for themselves whether they wanted to leave or stay. Silence hung over the entire group. Everyone just stood and looked at the commander. Suddenly, young Xiaojin decides to be the first to say that she is ready to move on with him. Also, 2 other mercenaries also agreed with her, because they believed that the best way to get out alive was to follow them, a Superman. Suddenly, Luo Xinyu asks Xiaosu whether he will go further. She said that if the guy goes, then she will go further. Therefore, the hero, without thinking twice, pushed the girl away and also confirmed the continuation of his path with the commander. The officer, having heard the guy's answers, said that in this case, they would leave at dawn. The commander continued to talk and warned everyone that they had all agreed in advance that the entire team would obey him, and if someone disobeyed him, then they should not expect politeness from him. Moreover, there was a dense forest ahead, and therefore he believed that they would have to abandon the car and go on foot. He turned to one of his subordinates, whose name was Li Maoxian, and said that he was going first and was carrying the wounded Wang Lei with him. Suddenly, Xiaosu heard thanksgiving from someone, so he immediately pushed the guy aside, and he said that he would carry it. Confidently continuing to speak, he assured everyone that he would kill anyone who tried to steal it from him today. This behavior and words shocked not only the commander but also the wounded man. At this point, events are interrupted and transferred to early morning, where the main character and the commander have already begun their journey together carrying a wounded guy. The commander, being behind the guy, carefully observed his behavior and did not understand why he was suddenly so worried about others. Suddenly, the hero asks the victim if he needed anything, but he refused and simply thanked him, for which one more thanks was added to the hero. Ren Xiaosu was very pleased with the victim, because this Wang Lei was just a gold nugget for collecting gratitude coin skills. Continuing to walk through the depths of the forest, the hero thought about the fact that the last time he was here was a year ago, and now the trees had become much taller and more luxuriant, so it was very strange for him. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by a voice behind him. It was Luo Xinyu, who was unhappy that one of the mercenaries touched her and wanted to hug her more. With a perverted face, he asked her to go on a date together. However, the girl did not like the behavior and actions of this scoundrel. Suddenly a gun appeared behind his head. It was Yang Xiaojin who immobilized him with one movement of her hand. After which she turned to the main character and said that the scoundrel's pistol was now his pistol. To make sure he really heard it, he asked her again. Hearing the desired answer again, He immediately abandoned the stretcher with the wounded man and began walking contentedly towards the girl. Coming closer to the scoundrel, he quickly found and took the pistol for himself. The scoundrel did not like this act and the girl's permission with the main character, so he began to threaten them. However, Yang Xiaojin quickly reassured the guy that if he said anything again, he would immediately die. Ren Xiaosu immediately began to examine the pistol seized from the military man. Meanwhile, the girl released the scoundrel, which is why he immediately began to run away from them into the depths of the forest. In addition, Yang Xiaojin, being on the sidelines, noticed that the hero was quite skilled with weapons. The commander at that moment realized that he needed to eat soon in order to gain energy. So he walked closer to the guy and asked him if he could find food for everyone. In response, the main character decided to say that he was not a god and not their father, so he was not sure that he could find food for them all. But suddenly something happened next to them. It was a boar that was lying unconscious next to a tree. Looking at the animal, everyone was surprised, because everyone considered the hero to be a wizard. But only Ren Xiaosu knew the real truth. He immediately realized that it was his younger brother's business. Therefore, he was interested in how Liu Yuan was doing there. At the same time, the guys realized that they needed to eat quickly, so as not to lose their strength and continue on their way. While the commander was cutting up the dead boar, Zhao Su advised him not to leave food for tomorrow that they could not finish today, and he also asked him to try not to mess around with blood for a long time, because it was very good at attracting wild animals. Currently, thumb-sized ants will not attack him during the day while he is active. But at night, if they smell a bloody smell near you, he will be eaten by them as normal food. The guy asked the officer to believe him that just one bite and the formic acid they secreted would cause severe pain. In turn, the commander assured the guy that he knew, but still thanked him for the reminder. The main character was pleased that Xu Xianchu sincerely thanked him for his advice. It's already evening. The entire group of mercenaries, together with the hero, gathered around the fire and waited for the boar meat to cook on the fire. Having cut up the boar, Jiaosu was about to eat it. But suddenly, Luo Xinyu sits down next to him. It seemed to her that she could have a very good time in the wasteland. For her it looked romantic. While Xiaosu was trying to swallow all the boar meat, a girl suddenly pressed against him. She told him that he was handsome and charming. However, the guy immediately realized that she was clinging to him for a reason. Previously, he had often seen her walking towards Xu Xiangchu to talk to him, but every time she was met with rebuff. After all, Xu Xiangchu is an adult with a strong character who knew what he wanted, and he was just a brainless teenager to her. So he assumed that perhaps it decided that he would go through fire and water for her if she showed her sympathy for him. After all, he realized that he now had a weapon, and he could very well protect her. But he decided to refuse, so he suddenly asked the girl to stay away from him. Luo Xinyu did not expect such a turn of events, so she tried to say that it was a misunderstanding. And then immediately, with a red expression on her face, she whispered in his ear that she liked him. However, the guy didn't care about this, and so he immediately began shouting at her at the top of his voice. This shocked both girls. Because of this, Luo Xinyu immediately began to leave him, saying that he was completely sick. But this did not upset the main character, because he understood that, since he learned to hunt, he had seen too many women like this. They were simply looking for someone they could rely on in this broken world, or someone they could use as a tool. Therefore, continuing to shove a large piece of meat into his mouth, he thought that he didn't need such a woman for nothing, because he believed that it was just a waste of food. Suddenly, the commander is approached by a perpetually disgruntled comrade who tells the officer that they are out of bottled water and food. Therefore, the commander immediately decided to go for advice to the main character, who was sitting on a tree stump and eating food. Xiaosu didn't want to keep everyone waiting for a long time for an answer, so he stood up and started talking about how to find water in the wild. You could rely on rivers or collect dew from leaves. Continuing to talk, he told everyone that they were lucky that there were several pine trees nearby, because the juice from their needles could quench their thirst for a while. Suddenly, the guy receives a notification that his task has been completed. He became more determined, so he clenched his hand into a fist. And then he suddenly began to jump in different directions at high speed, collecting dew from the grass. However, no one could understand what he was doing. So Jiaosu stopped and advised them all that if they didn't want to die of thirst, then they had to do like him. Then he showed how he poured drops of water from the leaves of the grass into his mouth. Having swallowed, he understood that he had to drink it, whether he liked it or not. But suddenly the guy became wary. After all, the commander was around him along with Yang Xiaojin, who were nearby. However, the tension did not last long. The girl immediately began to repeat the guy's actions, which is why he smiled. Suddenly he receives a new message, which tells him about a new advanced skill that he could learn. Because of this, the guy was impressed, so he immediately confirmed learning the skill. Looking at Yang Xiaojin, the guy could not imagine what kind of training she had undergone, that all her skills were so severe. However, after continuing to analyze the skills, he was surprised that her skills were such a mess. Therefore, he decided not to sit on the tree anymore and immediately jumped to the ground. Landing right next to the other two comrades, he accidentally overheard their conversation, in which they were unhappy that they had to be like monkeys in order to save their lives. Therefore, Xiao Su did not just stand there and be silent. He decided to tell them that the animals also did not live as well as they thought. He heard that although giraffes were tall enough to defend themselves from external enemies, they had difficulties in mating. After the words were spoken, he immediately turned around and began to leave. The mercenaries were again surprised by the guy's stupidity. But suddenly, Xiao Su notices that acid rain is approaching. He immediately started shouting loudly to notify everyone about this. Everyone immediately began to gather and look for a place where they could shelter from the rain. The hero immediately covered himself with his cloak from the rain, and he began to carry the wounded man under the shed. Fortunately, such a cave was found nearby. The guys immediately decided to light the fire. I wish I could see what was around in the cave. Suddenly, one of the group members begins to scream in a frightened voice and point his finger at the wall. There was an inscription scratched on the wall that read, "We saw strange, dark figures in the forest. Gone. They're all gone." Meanwhile, a strong thunderstorm with acid rain was raging outside. The guys, being motionless, all looked at the inscription on the wall and could not understand who could write such a thing here. The commander began to say that he had never heard of anyone from their wall crossing the mountain before, so he assumed that perhaps someone from the other wall had taken refuge here and left a message. However, he assumed that if they had a satellite phone with them at that time, they would have transmitted the signal. At this moment, Xiao Su suddenly heard a story about a telephone, but he did not know what it was. Therefore, I decided to ask Yang Xiaojin. The girl immediately began to say that people had captured several satellites created before the disaster, and these satellites made it possible to maintain communication between different walls. Suddenly, one of the employees began asking the commander about telephones. He sincerely did not understand why the management did not provide them with them. However, the commander did not want to argue with anyone about this. He believed that it was already late, so someone had to take turns on duty today. The officer decided to go on the first shift, and the rest took turns. Xiao Su, being behind him and listening to his order, believed that such a decision was truly a defense against the dangers outside. But for him, internal security was no less important. After all, he had only taken a pistol from a private today. Suddenly, Yang Xiaojin turns to the guy and tells him that the first half of the night will be his, and the second will be hers. The main character, listening to her, believed that they had no need to quarrel, because they still trusted each other. He understood that she was no weaker than him, and the current situation was dangerous, so they could protect each other. Without thinking twice, he agreed with her proposal. The girl, having heard the desired answer, immediately began to leave him. Xiao Su looked at the girl's back with seriousness and could not understand why this girl was too bold. Suddenly, Luo Xinyu appeared from behind and told him that she would go with her friend. In addition, she said that he really didn't understand girls. While the girls stood aside, the men began to discuss them. They immediately approached her and then decided to go to the toilet. However, the commander remained in the cave, so he asked those leaving to return as soon as possible and not linger on a smoke break. While the group members were talking to each other, at that moment Xiao Su was sitting on the highest point of the cave so that he could see everything. He carefully and quietly decided to look at the girls, who sat downstairs away from the others. Looking at them, he understood that Luo Xinyu was like a star and was trying to go to the next wall to expand her fame. But he could not understand why Yang Xiaojin took such a risk. He heard that she had previously given Luo Xin some money because she wanted to follow Ha's team to the wall to find relatives. Although he still believed that Luo Xinyu and Yang Xiaojin had not shown a particularly close relationship throughout their journey, Yang Xiaojin's previous eating of fish together and Yang Xiaojin's help to Luo Xinyu gave the impression that their relationship was much more than just worker and employer. Looking at the girls, he was very interested in what they were talking about. He assumed that Luo Xinyu had now decided to move over to Yang Xiaojin after failing miserably with him. But suddenly the singer gives the girl a wad of money. There were 10,000. Yang Xiaojin immediately took the money, after which she said that she no longer wanted to help her leave Mount Jing, but she could make sure that she died with dignity. Xiao Su immediately blushed when he heard this, because he recognized himself in her. Suddenly, the commander notices that his comrades have been gone for a long time. Yang Xiaojin says that almost 10 minutes have passed. Suddenly, one of the group members starts screaming that there was something wet behind him. Everyone immediately began to panic. Xiao Su noticed something from above. It was water that dripped from the tip of the rock. Therefore, the guy immediately decided to calm everyone down because it was just a drop of water. Pointing his finger at the flowing water, he said that they could get water directly from here. The rock formations filtered the water even purer than water from a well. This was probably one of the purest water sources in the heath. The commander, hearing the hero, immediately began telling everyone to collect some water. Although the needles were able to provide some moisture, it was too little. However, suddenly, Xiao Su notices that something was wrong here. He couldn't believe that he didn't receive thanks. Having finished collecting water, the commander decided to announce to everyone that he would take over the first half of the night. But two comrades walked past him and said that they would smoke a few more cigarettes. Night fell and everyone had already gone to bed, but only the commander sat on guard, guarding all his comrades. But only two smoking members of the group sat on the edge of the cave and did not sleep. Turning around, they made sure that everyone was already asleep. So they immediately put out their cigarettes. And they decided to do away with two members of the group, namely Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin, a mercenary in glasses with complete cruelty in his eyes. He squeezed his blade tighter and sharply pointed it at the sleeping guy. But suddenly Yang Xiaojin begins to quietly shoot with a pistol, and the main character himself manages to stop the attack with his hand, after which he immediately knocks him to the ground and immobilizes him. The commander and his subordinate are shocked because they did not understand what was happening. Turning to the guys, they saw how the scoundrels had already been defeated. The former driver, whom the main character saved earlier, was previously shot by a girl. Therefore, he decided to call Sun Junzheng for help to act. However, Sun raised his hands up in fear and said that he had nothing to do with it, after which everyone froze in place as if time had stopped. Yang Xiaojin and Xiao Su were completely serious and angry at their comrades because they could not even imagine that they would try to betray them. At the same moment, the commander begins to activate his ability again. However, the main character could not understand what they were trying to achieve with this desperate, vile attack. But this was no longer important to him. Without thinking twice, he decided to put an end to the scoundrel, because he believed that in this wild area it was necessary to always get rid of all potential dangers. This was the law of survival. Sun Junzheng immediately got scared when he saw this, because he couldn't imagine that the guy was capable of such a thing. Therefore, he decided to say for information that he had nothing to do with it. He was not part of their plan for the dastardly attack. However, Yang Xiaojin was still unhappy that Sun was in cahoots with them and knew about the dastardly attack. Therefore, without thinking twice, she shoots at the scoundrel, because she believed that concealing a crime was tantamount to the crime itself. At this moment, Xiao Su was shocked by the girl's action. He realized that it was better not to mess with her again. Suddenly, he received a new notification which said that he had a new copy scroll. Therefore, he immediately looked at the commander and still decided to copy his ability for himself. While in the palace, a haze appeared around the guy, which was the shadow of the commander's ability. But suddenly, the guy notices that something was behind him. It was some strange shadow. The hero immediately noticed that this black shadow looked darker and more massive than Shu's Xianchu, and he also wondered how well this shadow fought. Therefore, he decided to test his new ability right in the palace. With his eyes closed, he stood and waited for the shadow to attack. Having waited for her to approach, he immediately hit her, thereby destroying her. Xiao Su thought it was good. After all, this shadow was at least twice as strong and faster than his own body. The density was also very high, so it was not surprising to him that Shu Xianchu was able to use his shadow to deflect the shots. According to the palace's clues, the shadow could not die, and the time of use was based on spiritual power. He could continue to use it as long as his spiritual energy was strong. But still, he could not understand how it was possible to calculate something so vague as spiritual power. Therefore, he decided to ask the palace what his strength was. However, he did not hear any answer to his question. He came to terms with it. Looking at his palm from which the shadow was emanating, he thought it was really strange why strength and agility were reflected in numbers, but spiritual strength was not. But still, he would prefer not to think about it now, while there was time. It was better to gain strength. After all, by training his body, he could strengthen his strength and agility. And now, with his shadow powers, he was a real person with superpowers. However, Lieutenant Underscore explained that people were Underscore themselves are to blame for decided suddenly sneak up, which is why they were killed in response. However, the lieutenant remembered Sun Junzheng, who was not inflicted in battle, so he deserved of death. Besides, it's too late to talk about anything. In the wilderness where people were at that moment, there was no right or wrong at all. Xiaosu, meanwhile, was surprised, looked at the man, and in his gaze read condemnation Underscore. Suddenly, Jan asked the guy, whether he was pretending what I was sleeping, or I still understood and felt everything. However, it became clear that life in shopping instilled in Place Guy's habit. Always be on guard. Therefore, even when he slept, he didn't lose vigilance. Moreover, he understood that the girl pretended to be asleep and just wanted to mock him in this way. However, without answering the girl, he simply went on his own affairs. Meanwhile, Underscore the volcanic eruption continued. They flew into the sky clubs. Dust and hot dust fell around Stone's Underscore. He approached the bodies, killed soldiers, and long looked into every of them. He wondered, the question is, who could have disappeared in what way? Body Shu. Shia couldn't imagine it. Underscore explain. After all, 3 bodies lay on the ground and nothing happened to them. And this was enough strange phenomenon. Underscore. That's why the guy had a lot of questions and pretend. Meanwhile, it's starting to get light and people was getting ready to go. Although Underscore they didn't know what dangers could lurk them on the way, it was clear that it is forbidden stay in the gorge. Therefore, people immediately was to find the following campsite before Underscore how fully it will get dark. This place really was very dangerous, because 2 people who Underscore the day before went for a walk and didn't come back. Liu Bu looked at the lieutenant with fear. Because his husband's words inspired, he is afraid. In a glance, girls' same fear was read, and they were shocked by the words of a man who spoke so simply about death. 2 people. Xiaosu, on the contrary, hoped that next time the man would decide leave alone. After all, only to him was it is known that in fact, happened to people who did not return. Suddenly one of the men asked for help. He could not self-extinguishers rise, and someone must Underscore was to support him. In Xiaoxie there was nothing left but how approach the man and pull him to his feet, forcing him go. He forcefully grabbed the man right by the bandage and tried lift it to make it move. Suddenly the man began to scream furiously from the pain that was inflicted on him the guy's movements, and said that he was being killed at that moment. It was clear that the man was pretending his position and did not want to move on because he was just afraid and tried a little win time for yourself. How it turned out, when the guy ripped off bandages from the man, his wounds too healed quickly, and it became clear to everyone about the obvious that guy's manipulation. However, in fact, this were medicines Ciosa, which were very efficient and fast-healed wounds men. The lieutenant, watching over everyone events, inquired, does the guy still have a little bit of that magic medicines? He's ready. I had to pay for them out of my own pocket and asked for the price. Besides, he was ready to pay twice more. Straight away, hearing about the price, the guy who had previously said that the medicine had already run out, he said that he could still find a little. However, with he was surprised, because the lieutenant used to say that he had no money. Underscore. As it became clear, the man simply searched 3 corpses and took them all things and money. The guy realized that he was too much inexperienced and not searched corpses on your own. He was disappointed because Underscore admitted such banal error. However, the lieutenant was not interested money and he was ready give the guy the whole amount. just wood that gave to him magical medicine. Still, men came to a conclusion and exchanged money and medicines that underscore we needed each other so much at that moment. This was profitable collaboration for both men. Xiaosu, incredible to the one who loved money, started them right away list right in front of my husband. However, the man did not lie, and significantly began to return own pockets to reassure the guy that he gave everything he had, and he had more nothing left. Meanwhile, the guy understood that he was already enough money to buy the original portable storage, and he didn't hesitate, took advantage of this. Immediately in front of him appeared the door into which Khan was put anything. However, at the storage there was one drawback. It was limited, and in it there's not much to put in items. He was very disappointed because understood that gave incredible amount money for 1 cubic meter of free places . However, he had no other choice and could not return his money back, so I just accepted that storage was too much small. While Xiaos was furious because of storage. It wasn't that big as he expected. Ian is surprised, looked at him with sides. Meanwhile, the eruption volcanoes were gaining new ones revs and became more and more powerful with each passing moment. Therefore, people are not losing neither minutes. We went on our journey. They understood that for a long time linger in place was impossible, because there was a forest very dangerous. The guy asked the lieutenant, is it because really in fact it was located at the foot and on Mount Jing itself. Humans suggested that perhaps in theory, mountains could hold the secret of evolution animals or the source of a new round of evolution. However, Heroes was it is known that there were only ruins and he was surprised that the leaders didn't tell them what was there. As it became clear, the lieutenant had never heard of the ruins. In fact, he knew that in the mountains there should be secret settlement. Xiaosu continued without answering anything. Look at the man in amazement glance. He still couldn't trust. Meanwhile, people moving along the forest path were approaching the city. It seemed finally, after long journey to them, fell out opportunity, take a little rest, and gain strength after heavy tasks. Previously, it is known that this was only a remnant of the civilization that existed before the disaster. However, it became clear that the secrets that remained there could help supermen. However, Xiaosu didn't understand what he was talking about. The man spoke and asked what secrets she was talking about, speech, and what he meant. However, Xu Xiangchu wasn't there. I'm sure that it has answer to the guy's question. He referred to legends that said that existed for a very long time, superhumans, but only recently started show up. Moreover, there was whole organization supermen who killed those who ruled behind the walls and was called thugs. From Xiaosu's husband's words realized that if speech was about the whole organization's superhumans, this could only mean that their quantity was very big and with everyone during the day increased. Besides, Xiaosu asked the soldier if it was possible them catch although would be one Superman and what they were going to such case what to do with it next. However, from words of soldier Xiaosu realized that catching people was not as easy as he thought because they were much stronger. At that moment, all the main castles were aimed at superhumans, and it seems that the fact of danger, no one appreciated those people properly. Moreover, the management castles created for superhumans special refuge for the purpose not only protect them, but also to use their strength for their own goals. That's why it's clear why people were sent to investigate mountains. Besides, no one it is known which the potential is real in fact was hidden by Mount Jin and what dangers she could hide it in herself. Therefore, before go on a journey, Wang Quanyang I learned that other teams were also on the way there. Xiaosu immersed in one's own thoughts, pondering every word of a man. After total what was said and heard, he still had a lot of questions to which he could not find answers. He asked the man why still need locks was use the power of people, because with power men, he is more likely everything should was play an important role in this. However, it immediately became clear that for ordinary people, superhumans were not considered people and in general, it is forbidden was belong to the human race. Besides, Seos couldn't even imagine that human could do with those who issued yourself for someone else or was a stranger. That's why he didn't intend to come back and collaborate with people in any castle. No way underscore price. For him, better was certain death than work for the mean ones managers underscore. However, the guy promised not for anything in the world to reveal secrets, junior lieutenant. So he assured him that he has nothing to worry about, was he could worry too, feel myself calm next to him. The lieutenant heard the words of the guy who so openly tell him about it said and replied that underscore more everything he was worried about precisely for his fate. It became clear to everyone that if Liu Bu's guy doesn't come back, then we can... It was time to go back to the castle ourselves. Suddenly the lieutenant asked Xiaosu whether he himself was a Superman and had whether similar abilities that everyone was talking about. However, the guy who was dumbfounded sudden question did not answer anything and only pretended that underscore I didn't hear anything. The lieutenant was outraged behavior of the guy and added that it seems that in him the gift woke up, with the help whom to him very. He was good at annoying people. For a minute Xiaosu thought about the man's words and wondered if he really had such a gift, then what level he would be. Even though his skill was not underscore so flawless as underscore Yang Xiaojin's skill, however he managed to bring it to perfection and absolutely as a young man age underscore. People continued to move further through the forest trying overcome no small amount distance. Moreover, on their ways met leeches, which could carry a large threat, because that underscore period of the year there was especially a lot, therefore necessary was be especially careful and watch under your feet. It was clear that any contact with a leech could end death. Meanwhile, it began to get light outside, but people were still continued move through the forest as planned direction. All of a sudden Shu Xiangchu ordered all people to stop and asked reverse yours attention to the fact that was ahead of them. All the people started wonder the question is, what is this terrible thing? Creature was ahead of them, and how can there was a fight with him? Actually underscore in fact in front of them stood a woman who was dressed in white dress. Head she leaned against the tree and seemed to be rubbing against it. People didn't understand why the woman was standing near the tree at that moment, and that I tried to show them was very. It's strange that a woman could be in the forest at such later time and also so far from the city. The best solution in that situation, it was easy to get around woman to underscore to avoid possible threat and dangerous situations, thereby save your strength and possibly your life. Therefore, having accepted decision, people turned around and decided go in the other direction so as not to cross paths with the woman at all. However, how only people turned to creation back, it jumped high into the sky and found itself right in front of them. People didn't understand how them was act in that situation. Therefore, reflexively, everyone immediately took out their weapons and aimed them at the unknown creature. All of a sudden, the woman began to spin around in place, trying to dodge the bullets and gradually approach the group of people. In panic, these people started screaming and trying run, who where to underscore escape from the terrible creations and dangers that underscore it could bring with it. However, run was nowhere if underscore even something could stop people. But there wasn't sense go further, because predictably, further in the forest they were wait more scary and powerful creatures underscore. The lieutenant understood that people were scared and started run away. Who where therefore, he ordered everyone in an organized manner move after him. Immediately, feeling mad adrenaline, Xiaosu felt the heat all over to his body underscore. It seemed that he was on fire, and from his ears at that moment he could to let off some steam. However, there was a plan if situation came out of control. He would took advantage his super strength and caught would woman with help his shadows, and Yang Xiaojin at that moment would shoot her. To a man liked the guy's plan, so he agreed with it, and was to begin execution neutralization missions underscore suspicious object. Gradually, the lieutenant tensed to use your superpower and call shadow from his body, which underscore was to him help in the fight against mysterious creatures, underscore. He concentrated all his energy in the direction women, and it seemed was help. Suddenly, a shadow that appeared from body men instantly ran in the direction women trying underscore catch up her. However, the woman was too much quickly and managed to grab her only later some time. Finally, the shadow reached the woman and grabbing her by the neck, tried to throw her to the ground. Despite the strong resistance women, however, after a while time she ended up on the ground. and the shadow continued hold her without letting her free yourself and run away. It seemed like strength shadows was quite enough to underscore win woman, so people realized that underscore. They in vain started panic because underscore woman wasn't that much strong, how them. It seemed right away. Shadow raised it in front of me woman holding underscore her by the neck, and towards her gradually started come all the people to consider her closer. They didn't understand what kind of creature it was in front of them, because the woman had no nose and skin her was gray colors. It seemed like this was be something strange underscore creature. Xiaosu decided, look at the tree under which they noticed a woman to unravel her mystery presence underscore. He was stunned, and a grimace of surprise and fear froze on his face. The guy didn't understand what he saw. It was under the tree something strange, so underscore Xiaosu decided call other people to they this saw. Under the tree, among heaps, plants, and leaves, he found a box with strange content and decided her open. There was a strange thing in the box, plastic card covered mysterious symbols and looked like an artifact from another world. Perhaps the card was left behind disasters. Besides, plastic was hundreds of years to decompose. Underscore. On the map was strange pattern that resembled a map of a labyrinth. People with surprise looked at what was found guy thing without realizing that underscore this is weird thing and how her should use. The lieutenant suggested that the map could be map of the secret lost city, which underscore was far in the depths, mountains underscore. Ye Xiaojin saw strange inscriptions on the map. She thought that they can contain valuable owner information underscore cards or its way use. The text said that the card could be used for payment in any location by simply scanning the code. Xiaosu smiled, because it seemed that in order to go through the labyrinth, which was on the map, it was also pay. The lieutenant put the map in his front pocket and ordered the men to move on, since they couldn't do it for so long linger. Even though people didn't know that waiting for them in Mount Jing, they were decisive find out the truth. People remembered something strange creation in the image of a woman, and thought about it. It was worth whether would her take it with you, or still smarter underscore was I'd like to leave her in the middle forests. For a minute silence reigned among the people until they thought how better was what to do in that situation. At the end, after all, it was decided take a woman with you in case underscore she could come in handy. Meanwhile, people continued move on and the sun has already begun to set. Should be soon it was nightfall. So necessary was think about where stay overnight and how underscore provide own safety. People stopped near caves not far from which a pine tree grew. They collected cones to a little refresh yourself and gain strength before the night. All of a sudden, Xiaosu, approaching the tree, cut its trunk with a sword. A strange thing flowed from the trunk, green liquid underscore. The lieutenant asked what does the guy and went up to him. He saw strange green liquid, but didn't know if it was suitable whether it is for consumption. It seemed that because of suspicious colors, the liquid could be poisonous. Other people too got interested and came over to see what does Xiaosu. However, Xiaosu replied that juice is not allowed was thirsty since he was poisonous. He cut the tree just to put it on his knife, a little poison underscore. Everything is sudden became silent, and with great surprise looked at the guy, not understanding why to him was needed. That poison on the knife. Meanwhile, another man from underscore teams of people after underscore left strange woman under the tree, tried climb onto the trunk to get the cones. Everything on the ground was collected, so he climbed out enough high to underscore get it more food. Underscore. Suddenly he slipped, and the bark was under his foot broke. He felt that underscore could easily fall from a tall tree straight to the ground, injuring yourself. Suddenly he felt that underscore was in an uncontrolled freefall underscore. However, the man was lucky to land successfully and not be injured. He sat on the ground looking at the bump in front of him, which he never managed to get it. Out of anger he shouted that if it weren't for the pack wolves on which they stumbled upon travel, then they could have been in the castle a long time ago. In addition, wolves from those edges were the most bloodthirsty creatures underscore. However, Xiaosu approached the man and asked if he understood underscore whether what he himself said and what his words meant. But as it turned out, the man did not know what the idiom about bloodthirsty wolves meant, and he said all the words not consciously, just angry. Xiaosu explained that in fact the word bei means wolf, putting into it concept symbolism, wisdom, and loyalty in the wolf flock underscore. He began to remember the legend about the wolf who stepped into a trap, so he could not stand on his front paw due to severe injury and pain. While underscore another, the wolf just allowed animal climb onto his back, and carried him further away from the dangerous places underscore. Thus, wolves could effectively cooperate and help each other, uniting their efforts in hunting and protection territories. Xiaosu stood in front of the guy who, enchanted, listened to his story and quit to him some strange object underfoot. Underscore. As it turned out, there was a bump. He continued to talk about wolves who were very devoted to your flock and ready were die for each other without feeling at all fear underscore. All of a sudden, Xiaosu, looking into the eyes men who couldn't underscore pronounce not a word, asked if they were capable do people like this. However, the guy did not answer further. Its very impressed story, Xiaosu and he, looking straight into his eyes, continued sit on the ground without getting up. Meanwhile, people got divorced bonfires to underscore a little warm-up, because it was already night, and it was outside pretty cold. Together underscore. They gathered to discuss the next plan of action and a little by translating breath, rest. Besides, people haven't eaten for a long time, and this was the right moment to a little refresh yourself. Considering Pinecone, Xiaosu noticed that underscore, they have become much more for the last time, and couldn't understand why it could underscore be connected. The lieutenant had suspicions that the cones could grow so big due to high-content oxygen in that region. Moreover, despite the fact that people were tired, they were in quite good tone. After all, indeed, the words of a man were confirmed science, so it seemed underscore was the most probable an explanation for the incredible size cones. Xiaosu. I asked if are there others nearby. Places similar to Mount Jin, where also happened incomprehensible things, and where power was established groups, armed soldiers who took control of entire regions and the population living there. The lieutenant confirmed the guy's guesses, and said that such places really underscore in fact existed. However, all of them were controlled by other groups and could be closed to ordinary tourists. However, Xiaosu underscore never heard of other teams, especially the team Source's Flame. He was interesting, belonged whether she is for some kind of alliance. Xu Xiangchu explained that underscore. This was independent and self-sufficient consortium which underscore controlled up to 12 other castles. However, since they seemed relatively far from the castle, it's quite normal that the guy has never heard of them before. Also, Xiaosu asked if it was whether known to a man, how people lived in those places and what there was that life. He was interesting everyday life, local population, its traditions and customs. Also, I wonder which one there was power and laws in that area. Young Xiaojin intervened in the men's conversation, noting that those places' residents were for real mysterious, and even the people who lived there didn't know everyone's secrets of that area. The guy is surprised looked at the calm face girls, trying to find the essence in her words and understand what secret she could be hiding. It seemed I didn't say something and knew much more than underscore it seemed. She continued and added that according to rumors, some people saw in those places mysterious prehistoric monsters who underscore sometimes when leaving their caves or dungeons where they lived, climbed to the surface in search of food or water. However, the company Source's Flame was so powerful that she could easily conquer those places and establish their domination underscore. Therefore, only they knew the truth about what really in fact happened there. The guy continued to look at the girl and realized that she knew a lot. Therefore, she herself could belong to one of the organizations underscore. Suddenly, the lieutenant interrupted their conversation asking, reading whether Xiaosu's story, Journey to the West. That story said that no one could lift a stick with weight more than 6 tons, which could destroy even whole mountains. At first, the man himself did not believe in that legend, but then he thought that man may really underscore could exist. Xiaosu was surprised by the man's words. Even though he was not familiar with that story, he did not believe that was someone capable of this. Underscore. After all, lifting capacity, some tractors did not exceed 10 tons. The man who started chewing the pine cone gave to him Xiaosu, realized that underscore she delicious. He's from under forehead attentively listened to the men, shaking everything that they talked. It seemed the man was cunning and remembered everything so that he could use it later information for your benefit. Suddenly he turned to Xiaosu with a request, make a wish, one more wish, and an animal appeared in front of them. Xiaosu made excuses that last time it was happened by chance and he wasn't capable of this, so he suggested that my husband do it himself, similar things. The man started shouting that if he could do similar things would have been long ago wished for a fat thing to appear in front of him, animal he could underscore would eat. Suddenly from the mountains was heard strange sound. It seemed like there might be something hiding there, something dangerous. Underscore. All of a sudden, Xiao Su and Yang Xiaojin, feeling reliable cold weapons in your hands, prepared for defense, ready to defend your life in this unknown forest. They decided check gorges to underscore, make sure there is no danger there, and their measured step and confidence seemed them best allies in this tense moment. All of a sudden, from darkness, strange gorges appeared, creatures, each from which led to great mystery relatively their origin and intentions. It became clear that this were 4 animals with red eyes that underscore quickly moved towards the people. It seemed like animals were aggressively tuned up and were going to attack at any moment group of people. The guy made excuses that to them he had no appearance, no relationships, and in general he couldn't control own thoughts. Xiao Su grabbed the guy by the hand and ordered to him say that on that day they underscore must were, there is only vegetarian food and animals necessary, was clean up away. The animals stood a couple of meters in front of the people, however. No one dared attack first, and strange confrontation views was continue indefinitely underscore term. Guy without choice and finding ourselves in a hopeless situation position began to speak directly to the animals. He said what underscore to him said Xiao Su, and it seemed that his words had an effect because animals disappeared as suddenly as they appeared. I was surprised, and did not believe that his words could have an effect, and the animals would so easily unhook from them. Xiao Su thought that underscore perhaps Liu Bu, without realizing it, was able to awaken good luck in himself and had influence over what thought. Was deep night and people continued sitting by the fire intently keep an eye on what happened around them. Xiao Su noticed a flock of birds in the sky rose and flew in some incomprehensible underscore direction. It seemed that something could have scared them. That's why those animals we visited them for a reason. It's possible that animals that clucked in them direction and did not dare attack pursue something much scarier. Suddenly in the forest again rang out creepy sound like a clang chains from which, in the veins of everyone, cold blood. Strange sounds were approaching, exploding emergency energy and mystery. People didn't understand that happening, but it seemed that this was something dangerous and threatening that could bring danger to people and harm them additional troubles. From under the snags for a moment the creature's paw peeked out, which led to the next wave uncertainty among crowds. Also was heard mysterious rustling and breaking branches that underscore suggested that there was something hiding in the forest, something more than just ordinary sounds of nature. Leaves from the trees fell down big with fragile paws when blew strong the wind, reminding dance natural forces. People jumped to their feet, preparing for battle, but did not understand who exactly will attack, full mixture determination and uncertainty. They peered at the point from where must a monster was about to appear. Meet and notice him before themselves will attacked. However, nothing happened, leaving underscore them in tense waiting. Tension and uncertainty created an atmosphere of uncertainty and mystery. Suddenly the sound died down, leaving them in unsolved silence that underscore even more emphasized mystery of the situation. Liu Bu suggested hide, but Xiao Su assured that underscore this is not necessary, because there is a monster in case I could find them by smell or other traces, and then they didn't have would possibilities run away or run to different sides. He said that underscore animals, rather of all, they were hiding in a cave, so she could be relatively safe. It became clear that all the animals, fleeing from the forest dangers, could be hiding in the cave, which was relatively safe. And moreover, there was a forest fire. However, it was absolutely unknown why underscore exactly animals were hiding, and this added mystery situations underscore. Xiao Su, looking at surroundings, suddenly paid attention to the skeletons that they seen in the gorge, noting that they big an accumulation of bones was made in one place. He noted that underscore these skeletons were very old, and this caused surprise, especially in the forest with such an area where there is little lasted so long. To make sure he threw the fish into the forest bones that disappeared the next day. Underscore. Bodies men named underscore Shuxia also, without a trace, disappeared, and everyone is missing bodies and bones had one thing in common, damn. They disappeared into the forest. Xiao Su offered hypothesis that underscore plants also evolved. But this, the hypothesis, did not have exact confirmation. The lieutenant tried to reassure the men by saying that it was not worth it. Worry in vain. After all, they weren't known. It is certain that something like this could have happened at that moment. He assured them that underscore, they can accept necessary measures security, knowing about the disappearance of people and strange phenomena. Special, there was no danger as long as people stayed away from the forest. Hiding behind the big ones, stones and bushes, they tried to leave room for forest secrets underscore. Further underscore their path was run through sparsely wooded areas, mountain ridges and hills. They were get through the thick thickets and overcome mountain streams moving forward among huge stones and high trees. Underscore. Xiaosu was not absolutely sure that everything would be so simple, especially in mixed feeling hopes and doubts. Suddenly he, immersed in a dark forest, unexpectedly noticed bright red light that underscore danced among branches and trees. From this unexpected, he's a great spectacle. He was nervous and even began to panic, feeling a chill enveloping his soul. In front of him, splashing waves uncertainty, something strange has appeared, a creature with red eyes from anger. Xiaosu realized that underscore this strange creature chained underscore chains, and precisely it created strange clang. The monster opened fall, menacing, looking towards people. Young Xiaojin took out a pistol and pointed it at the creature. A tense silence hung in the air as she stood ready to give rebuff, being at any threat underscore. She stood, intently watching the creature, and waiting for the right moment to shoot. It seemed that moment when it is no longer possible was came, and she locked the trigger of the pistol. Xiaosu, in turn, also did not stand aside and took out own pistol, also aimed at an unknown person creature. The lieutenant shouted to shoot the monster as soon as he was completely. It seems to hit the target exactly. At the same time, he was order his shadows go around it from the side. Meanwhile, underscore clang chains intensified, and it became clear that animal exactly was to appear in front of people. Xiaosu began to panic because also realized that the monster was moving towards them direction and gradually was approaching. However, it seemed that the guy was mistaken because red light gradually began to fade and move away. It seemed that the people were lucky, and the monster changed its mind, retreating further, deeper into the forest. People couldn't understand that happened, and why the creature never showed itself. It seemed like the only one logical explanation it was that the animal was afraid to leave limits forests. There was probably something holding him back or don't let go. In addition, the man cave was at a distance about 10 meters from the forest. Ken was due conclusion that what happened to the forest, something was wrong, and people were lucky to find a cave nearby and get out from him. When danger passed, the lieutenant volunteered be first on duty, and everyone the rest ordered rest. After midnight, its due was someone to replace. Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin looked at each other. It seemed they together felt something bad, and they definitely would fall asleep that night. They're not finished trusted to a man, but he assured that underscore it was at that moment that it was not worth wasting time on quarrels and conflicts. Moreover, he volunteered himself be on duty first underscore. For their own safety, people extinguished the fire, because it created extra light and smoke that underscore was visible from hundreds meters underscore. Everyone except the lieutenant settled down for the night. Suddenly, high in the mountains, a bright light flashed. Soon an explosion itself was heard. Hail of stones scattered in all directions, reminding eruption. From the terrible noise, Xiaosu woke up watching strange underscore events underscore. Soon others woke up, 2 members teams, and started run into the open area to underscore better, see what's really underscore in fact was happening at that moment. It seemed that the guy's guesses were confirmed, and it began eruption. It became clear to the lieutenant that other teams that managed to penetrate Mount Jin did mind move. Therefore, people should speed up before the people who were already on the mountain find out the secret. However, Xiaosu understood that underscore go there was suicide after all was unknown, which underscore dangers could await people on the mountain, not counting the explosion itself. However, the man stood his ground and said that they were already there and there was no turning back. So the only thing correct a solution that what they could do at that moment was to find the secret in Mount Jin How Can earlier. Still, Xiaosu understood that the man was right, because it was worth bringing things to the end and not stopping on the floor ways underscore. Yang Xiaojin glanced sideways at the guy. She thought he was crazy. Meanwhile, underscore the volcanic eruption continued. People were already at the foot mountains and tried as Khan quicker begin climbing it. Underscore. How closer they approached the mountain, the higher the temperature became, causing people to sweated. Suddenly they are in front of them, saw a giant beetle, which seemed not to have time notice them. Immediately everyone wondered why underscore the animals in that region became larger. Then, how people haven't changed in size. Lo Xinyu assured that people, on the contrary, received superpower. Also, was it is known that since ancient times and before ours, time evolution person was closely associated with mental abilities. However, Xiao Su, interrupting the man, added that in human body there was a gene that limited development person underscore. He began to explain what is real smart people are always were more adapted to the environment, therefore brain required more energy. That's why development muscles must be limited so as not to compete with the brain for energy and resources. Also it is known that only human had genes that limit development muscles, and actually, this was the price that people paid for development intelligence. Yang Xiaojin noticed that she saw Superman with advanced body and pumped-up muscles, and waited for this was answer Xiao Su. However, the guy noticed that the ancestors of this people could have direct interaction or have some contact with wild animals. After the guy's words all at once on him surprised looked. It seemed like teacher Zhang was be very smart and a lot what knew useful and interesting. The teacher really was very smart a person, but when moments came in which he did not know something, he began invent all sorts of weird stories. In free time, the man was studying reading books. He also grew vegetables in your yard. There were such people very few, and there were such people really very strange. However, girl was very fine. It is known that things in the city were not happening as everyone said. After all, the teacher, despite his intelligence, was very poor a person, and was not especially popular. Only real connoisseurs appreciated his intelligence and abilities. Suddenly the lieutenant ahead saw human body that lay lifeless on the ground. People were in the middle of this desert, and with every step they were closer and closer to a pile of human bones and blood. However, no one could figure out how a person who recently died could be in that place, so they thought that this could be the corpse of one of the Qing consortium soldiers. Xiao Su began to examine the corpse of the deceased men, trying track traces, or some others suspicious details. All of a sudden he managed to notice the deceased's token men who would tell about him. A little more, namely from what consortium he could be on your own in fact, and even in what city could live. Picking up the token, the guy saw that it belonged to the dead Shuxia. It is known that dead man died from bee attack poison, and his body strangely disappeared before people entered the gorge. However, he still could not understand how human could to be so far from that place, and what could have brought him there. Examining the man's corpse, he noticed that he had no internal organs, and came to the conclusion that he could eat some kind of animal. But judging by the even bites on the body man, it was unknown which one beast I could have left them like this teeth marks. Suddenly the lieutenant with horror shouted that this were traces of human teeth. Xiao Su was shocked by such a remark, so he asked the man whether it was true that was confident in his words. The man began to say that once upon a time his first love bit him on the hand while they were having relationships still at school. However, Xiao Su was got angry because they were talking about serious things, namely about death person. However, there was still a man confident in his words and insisted that bite marks belonged to a man who may have gone mad from hunger. All of a sudden, Xiao Su remembered scary sounds from the chain he heard last at night, and he asked people if they had thought that chain could belong to person. All people at the same time looked at the guy with fear. They were frightened by his conclusion. Jan noticed that them necessary leave that terrible place, immediately place an organized tactical build from 3 person in case something will be able to them sneak up. However, Xiao Su didn't know that such tactical building, so he wanted a young woman explained how they could organize it. Young woman explained that people should were go 3 in a row and each was to manage his viewing sector. If in the human sector will notice some kind of animal, then a person would open fire. Never earlier Xiao Su has not heard of this tactics, but she to him liked it and he agreed stick to this plan. It seemed the girl had taken control, a retreat on oneself. After all, nobody except her didn't offer anything. It seemed that everyone understood that she was not such simple as underscore it seemed. Meanwhile, underscore the volcanic eruption continued and blocks smoke flew into the atmosphere. Getting closer to the foot mountains, people more and more often heard the sounds of explosions and gunshots. It seemed like she was walking on a mountain fierce battle. Suddenly, in front of him on the ground, Jiaosu saw a shiny object and pointed at it attention. As it turned out, it was bullet casing. Having examined cartridge case, the lieutenant realized that she belonged to the Qing Consortium. People were amazed because understood that underscore we were late and it was already on the mountain a lot of enemies. Them necessary was be as careful as possible so as not to become next a target for enemy soldiers. The lieutenant realized that the Qing Consortium had long been able to climb the mountain and lined up its soldiers there, who could well control the mountain without letting no one can approach her. All of a sudden, behind people saw themselves the animal that moved in them direction and seemed ready to attack. Underscore. People turned in the direction animal getting ready meet him with bullets. However, unexpectedly for the people themselves, the animal ran past without paying no attention to them. However, guys saw that underscore animal lame and decided to take advantage of finally eat underscore meat underscore. However, the lieutenant ordered the guys should not open fire on an animal that did not intend to harm them any harm. Underscore. The guys looked at each other in surprise and said that animal fled. It was right in their hands, and they couldn't just let him go. Jiaosu laughed at the men because, assured that underscore, although underscore, they seemed to have underscore brain, but he was unnecessary because they didn't use it. It became clear that shotsmen could give yours location and immediately attract attention. Underscore. However, men had a different opinion and believed that would it is safer to go over to the side of the Qing soldiers. However, Yang explained that they came to the mountain for something completely different. Their task was to find the secret of the mountain, and they would destroy everyone who underscore somehow could underscore would them interfere. That's why safer total was kill themselves, therefore it is forbidden was to show any mercy to enemies. The lieutenant noted that them it is forbidden was go back because this was certain death. The only one way to salvation there was only a way forward. People couldn't expose myself dangers, therefore decided to just go around the places where the sounds of gunfire are heard. The girl stood thinking further actions. Need to was choose suitable route to move on. The shortest and safest by there was a path through the forest, because thanks to him, they could hide from enemy soldiers. The lieutenant approached Jiaosu and said that underscore if them had to, would wage a partisan fight. They underscore were forced to leave those people who could not bring any underscore benefits. Xiaosu understood that people could really be for them superfluous ballast, so agreed with the words of a man. All of a sudden the men noticed that Yan was lost somewhere, and could not know where to be found. They didn't notice how she disappeared, so panicked and started search her. The guy understood that with force girls impossible was themselves run away, so hurry up in total she decided disconnect. Still, there was no girl and people couldn't stop, so decided continue move on. Suddenly in the forest again were heard strange sounds of chains. People became scared and they started panic hearing underscore such a terrible and familiar sound to them. You said assumption that underscore that monster would take girl. Suddenly Wang Lei noticed that also lost and couldn't see in front of me no one. With horror the guy realized that remained completely alone in the middle of a dense dark forest, which moreover was filled with monsters. Lieutenant and Xiaosu disappeared, and 3 helpless people were left alone in the forest. They felt that underscore there was a terrible sound is heard closer and closer, and the monster gradually was approaching them. People had no choice but to simply run. So the guy decided run first to underscore win for yourself. A little time, underscore. Long time he continued run without stopping to underscore be on time, how you can further break away from the monster, which, it seemed, was already on his tail. Other people also did not hesitate and rushed chasing the guy. Despite the injury the guy received the day before, he fled faster everyone and seemed to have completely forgotten about her. Wang Lei felt that he no longer had strength run so fast. So the guy decided go to extremes measures and framed tripping to his comrade. He understood that someone was needed was to sacrifice in order to detain the animal and have time to save himself. However, the guy didn't have time stand up and just screamed helplessly underscore waving his hands. I heard the guy screaming, and the side vision saw how underscore the animal is getting closer and closer was approaching him. However, cries for help suddenly stopped. Poor human was dead, and nothing to him anymore it is forbidden was help. Animal 8 body men who underscore more was alive and writhing in pain. 2 didn't stop, not for a second, and continued move on with incredible speed underscore. Wang Lei screamed and cried. He begged don't touch the animal because that's all to him need to. It was just like returning home alive. He understood that underscore, although underscore they were able a little break away, the animals still continued their chase. So he grabbed a girl by the shoulder who ran right in front of him and wanted her also sacrifice. But at the last moment the girl managed to escape from his grip. Suddenly, people came across soldiers who directed their own weapons and asked by whom they were. People had no choice but underscore how stop. They tried to explain that he was chasing them scary monster, and them tried from him run away. However, soldiers decided check the people and ordered them to kneel with their hands behind their heads. Suddenly a soldier who noticed something strange. I reported on the radio that found escaped experimental subject. He's urgent, requested support underscore. Soldiers started move towards the monster who exactly was with their catch up and lined up build to underscore meet him. People waited long enough for the monster to approach them. Close distance to underscore produce shot. When such a moment came, people opened fire on the animal. Shooting sounds were heard in the mountains, intertwined with voices and hubbub, so they were able to scare away an animal that turned in the opposite direction and ran deep into the forest. Further soldiers decided due prisoners, therefore tied up their hands so that they cannot move. By force, they started drag people along with you, causing them painful blows underscore. Obviously, the situation was becoming increasingly tense, and the guy understood that need to was act quickly to save yourself and others. Under cloak men soldiers found strange woman and asked how he could there carry. Soldiers started attentively consider a woman in a white dress and didn't understand why she was needed. Meanwhile, underscore Xiao Su and the lieutenant continued, we were able to get to the stone foothills mountains. He regretted that Yang had disappeared, because when she was with them, they had opportunity organized short group from 3 a person who could control the sector around them. However, he understood that also it is forbidden was trust the lieutenant, because he knew that must act on one's own. Moreover, Xiao Su was, I wonder which one it really is in fact, the secret was hidden in the mountain and he promised himself that he doesn't care. It was worth dealing with that. Suddenly the guy heard strange sounds at the foot mountains. Surprised, he carefully listened, trying to figure out their origin. He saw organized a group of soldiers who moved in one direction trying to get to the mountain. He realized that underscore. This were soldiers Qing Consortium and heard it on the radio. Human conveyed message about what was found experimental facility and invited support underscore. However, the guy was surprised because he did not know about the existence experimental objects in those places. Besides him, it was not known why people could not deal with him themselves and invited help. The guy understood that he could take advantage of what people's attention was switched to monster and start act unnoticeably without attracting attention. The guy was looking out from behind the stones, watching what was happening, thoughtfully and with some dose interest underscore. He understood that the convoy was moving to the place where the explosion and did not understand that they tried to find it there. Suddenly he saw how strange man in a robe and mask dialed something in the syringe. It became clear that people were collecting blood samples from body deceased animal, or implanted to him holding something underscore experiments. Xiao Su tried to get closer to underscore have opportunity, better see what was happening there. It became clear that Consortium was studying catching wild animals, which as a result were to become objects their experiments. He continued to observe without understanding what really underscore in fact happened. His look was interested and lifeless, and he did not show no signs understanding what's happening. Suddenly he saw on the roof building a strange man who seemed to be chief and observed the process. The man was in a white suit and with his hands in his pockets stood intently looking at people. Faceman was very serious and impossible was track any emotion. Underscore. His expression remained unchanged, without revealing no signs that underscore is happening inside him. It's possible that it was he who led operation, and in any another day if would Xiao Su manage to meet the person who wandered the scorched earth in a white suit, he would took him for a weak-minded person. Meanwhile, the guy continued watch without understanding completely that underscore happened around him. He realized that underscore the man who I was on the roof, I didn't feel it yourself in your plate, perhaps due to the fact that he was a leader and shouldn't was go into battle. In addition, the guy understood that everyone adjacent territories very fine, protected, and quantity fighters could exceed more 1,000s human. Also, on the territory special equipment carried out work that were related to her development underscore. Doctors worked on site, conducting animal experiment underscore. It looked like Zinc Consortium tried everyone possible ways to find the secret of the mountain. But from this, Suosu understood that under the then layout cases, it is unlikely that people could find what we're looking for. Therefore, he was not going to take risks for the unknown to him secret, and decided to leave everything as it was. The city was destroyed, and among ruins he tried to find survivors. Also, he kept an eye on things victims. Passing through the ruined city, he managed to stumble upon personal things of people who once lived there. Xiaosu. I was surprised that I was in that place long ago, very big city. Even though all the buildings were broken into pieces, the basic structure still remains. To better consider and understand what happened around him, he decided to climb a mountain of garbage. The guy stood on the mountain, admiring a collapsed city, and only could imagine how handsome he could be earlier, before the disaster. Suddenly behind he saw himself kiss signboard underscore. The sign said something strange, a place that sounded pretty to the guy mysterious, and he could not know that it could mean that once upon a time it could have been there. One by one he began to read signs who said that in that place who was predicted could be a beauty salon or fast food or some others underscore establishment underscore. He remembered strange doll QR code and that plate with the image. He felt offended that having overcome such difficult and dangerous path could only be found a collapsed city in which there was no one alive. However, a few meters in front of him he saw strange a sign that interested him. He began to move in the direction of the establishment that earlier worked. As it turned out, in that place, when in those days alcohol and tobacco were scarce resources, however, if the guy could find them source, then he would be the most rich man in a trading city. He was going to take advantage of the fact that all the people's attention was focused on beasts and mutants. Therefore, he did not blame himself for looting, but only enjoyed the right moment. He understood that underscore tobacco and alcohol were be in a good place condition, because underscore were protected plastic packaging. Therefore he could easily sell they're all for quite not bad price. However, counters in which, as expected, there were cigarettes and alcohol, for a long time they were destroyed, and themselves cigarettes turned to dust. At one time, the guy's dream is to become the most rich man collapsed. However, the guy did not want to leave empty. Handed cities and him was I'm sorry for what was done them work. So he decided what underscore, no matter what it's worth, he'll never come back home just like that. Therefore, he was going to go to another part cities or see what could be left there. While walking around the city, he managed to meet similar dolls that underscore the met in the forest, and he didn't understand why they were really needed. Underscore. He stood for a long time looking into the face, strange doll trying underscore unravel her mystery appearance underscore. Suddenly, the guy decided touch strange toy, and realized that underscore inside was air. Doll to him remembered Yang Xiao Jin a little, who the day before disappeared. The guy started getting stronger compress toy, trying her break to see what could have been more inside except air underscore. About intense pressure air, toy broke and burst, and from her all the air flowed underscore gave her a humanoid form. The guy breathed a sigh of relief, because he found out what it was really for you served underscore weird dolls underscore. Still, he continued yours journey through the destroyed city in the hope of finding something valuable that Khan was somehow sell. Underscore. Suddenly, he came across an abandoned counter with various pills which I haven't had time to steal yet. The first thing that fell into his hands was strange tin of white gold, and he didn't really know whether there was actually gold there or it was just marketing move. Therefore, to make sure of your guesses, poured the tin onto out all of her contents. He realized that all people were liars and in pills. In fact, it wasn't no gold. Suddenly he remembered the words of the teacher who I once said that outside the city is a must where there were stalls that could sell gold. So the guy decided that this could be good underscore profit. However, he did not have time to go out of town, and he decided that because the city was underscore too much big, inside he definitely were be the same stores. In those days there was gold enough valuable currency which also did not deteriorate, So if would the guys manage to find him, he would definitely get rich. Meanwhile, events moved outside the city, to what seemed to be an abandoned house. The younger brother who entered the house from the yard thanked his sister, for she always took care of him. It became clear that the guy was sick, and the sister tried in any way bring down his fever, just would to him feel better. The boy became interested in what his brother was doing at that moment. Were affairs, however, he knew that his brother was very strong, and therefore there was no sense worry. Boy again thanked my sister because she could just take money for his treatment instead this. She stayed and did everything possible to help pour to the boy who couldn't do it himself myself bypass. At that moment, he felt real maternal affection and care. Moreover, when boy you are healthy, the next day he had to visit classes to make up for what he missed and complete homemade tasks. However, boy I never wanted to go back to school and knew that if his brother weren't there, no one I couldn't monitor his studies and force him to complete miscellaneous sort of tasks. He tried to negotiate with the girl, however. She understood that the school was very important and boy necessarily was her visit. To the boy, nothing remained as agree with the girl's words. Therefore, they wishing sweet dreams, went to bed sleep. Meanwhile, there was already deep night, and outside the walls of the town they heard mystical, mysterious sounds. Suddenly, a gang of mysterious individuals penetrated inside the town using secret and unexpected paths that led to the unexpected invasion. Due to the noise, the boy and girl woke up. It seemed that outside on the street there was someone, and they felt there's anxiety in the air, and them hearts beat with excitement and uncertainty. With each minute the sounds of someone being on the street are heard better and stronger. Therefore people had no doubt that they were not alone. The girl, taking a knife in her hands, ordered the boy stay in place, but she was going to go outside, check what's really there in fact happened. But suddenly, I stood in front of the door for a long time, not daring go outside so that you can still check the presence of suspicious people on the street or something else. Young woman felt that her hands began tremble and body they didn't listen to her. Because with both hands she tried hold on to the knife so that it doesn't fall out of excitement out of hand. The boy, who also woke up from something strange noise, sat without getting out from under blanket on the bed and watched the actions women. He was very scary, but not for himself. First of all, he was afraid for his sister, who, herself, almost without a weapon, did not go out into the yard. Hooked teeth he observed that must was happen. And suddenly, the door to the people's room broke through. On the other side stood two people who foot their knocked out. They seemed aggressively determined and perhaps wanted to rob people's houses or even worse, kill boy and girl. Woman was very scared, and after all looked at men with plump fear eyes and didn't know what to do at that moment. She couldn't move not a single step, and blood her veins gradually began to freeze. Moreover, a woman understood that at that moment she did not have no support, and she was one-on-one against two strong bandits. She screamed and pointed a knife at people, trying to drive away them back. She did not wave in all directions, however. This did not frighten the men, and they weren't going anywhere retreat. Yet they seemed They came for a reason and wanted to rob them. But suddenly she gathered all her strength into a fist and decided to put an end to the unfortunate bandits. Therefore, she came up closer to the man and tried to stab him directly in the chest. However, the bandit managed to grab the girl's hands, then prevent a terrible blow with a knife. He began to want and scream because at that moment he already thought that will die. The bandit began to frantically shout at the woman, calling her obscene words, and was going to take revenge, for she intended to kill him. His look-changed eyes were filled blood. He was thirsty of death. It wasn't worth it to him. He decided that he wouldn't leave him just like that. Therefore, he immediately rushed at the woman, trying to wipe it off her knife. The first man fell. She fell to the ground, grabbed her by the neck and sat on top and choked her weight his body, and another man held her hands. Turned around, real fight for life and death. Woman tried win for yourself more a little time after all understood that I physically couldn't resist against two strong bandits. She screamed and asked the bandits not to occupy them. She was ready to give everything them was just would they just didn't borrow her and the guy. Also, I tried to negotiate with the men, but they didn't listen. Suddenly in the room appeared third a man with a knife, rushed at the little guy who it was at that moment that he was sitting on the bed and seemed to be getting ready help his sister. The bandit ran at the boy, already swinging his arms, and it seemed the boy had no chances. He could not resist on your own age, and physically, he would not have been able to cope 3 strong men. However, precisely at the moment when the man struck, the boy managed to dodge and jump from the bed. The blow fell exactly at the moment where sat boy, and literally to a few seconds and he was dead. It became clear that men were seriously determined and did not want to just let people go because they weren't needed witnesses, and they wanted to do everything quietly. Boy found himself right on the ground and immediately accepted combat position. It became clear that he did not intend nowhere run away and tried fight against several men to stand up for yourself, his sister's underscore. Despite his underscore enough young age, he didn't experience fear and tried do your best underscore was within his power. However, the man who tried to hit the boy was surprised at how much fast was boy, because he didn't even have time to notice how he managed to dodge and end up right behind him. It seemed like this was best moment to boy my contract to counterattack while the man was busy with underscore had tried to get at knife from beds underscore. Boy stood in front of the men, not running away. He peered at them faces and seemed to remember everyone 3. They were ordinary, unemployed in trade place, but he never thought that they decide do this way, attacking defenseless people and robbing their houses, which moreover were right in front of the school. He believed that underscore the target of the men could have been his sister, who, while he was sick, went to the market to buy meat. There she is could attract attention, underscore suspicious men who, having planned everything, decided to attack in the hope that the sister would armed and she will not have support underscore. Suddenly, into the room teacher Zhang came in and immediately underscore rushed into the house, hearing cries for help through the open door. He was the only one who reacted and could not leave untimely children in trouble. The man tried do whatever underscore was within his power. Even though he didn't have weapons, however, it's his didn't scare me at all. Bandits who underscore saw a man who came to the rescue. Unhappy people understood that he had to was to become theirs new potential victim and did not bet on him knife, solved it to kill. In addition, the bandits did not like the man for a long time, and there was no doubt that he should underscore was going to be next victim underscore. Besides, the bandits understood that the man was a teacher and received a salary, so how they expected from him was be a lot of valuable things and his house. Also, it would be possible to rob later. Boy understood at that moment that attention the bandit switched to the teacher and was going to also protect it. All children was very fond of teacher Chan, who was like for them, father took care of them all the time. Suddenly, a man raised knife and swung at the boy, ordered him to give all the money that were in the house and in general everything valuable things, because he threatened that underscore cruel will deal with everyone them, and then he himself will find everything that to him need to. The man didn't intend to spend more of yours time, after all. They too much stayed in that house for a long time and risked that someone else underscore would come to the screams. However, the boy was not afraid threatsmen, and he continued think about what they didn't dare touch from a teacher who didn't have no attitude towards them. He understood that in this way, men tried hide their traces and get rid of them all witnesses. Meanwhile, I heard shot from pistol underscore. It seemed that the house had begun firearms shooting. As it turned out, the bandit who stood in front of the boy noticed a gunshot in his chest wound. However, he has not yet had time to feel pain because of the shock effect and only watched his shirt underscore covered blood. As it turned out, the boy was gun, and he didn't hesitate, decided them take advantage of render harmless attackers underscore. Thus, he had an advantage that he could not help but take advantage of. Boy understood that there was simply no other way out, and if he didn't do this, they would kill him and his entire family. It was clear that men weren't going to stop at them alone, and would continue his robberies, robbing other innocent people. And the men who were busy with my sister too, they tried to turn her around and stab her with a knife. I was very surprised when saw the guy has a gun. They numb and didn't know how them act at that moment. seen his partner who was already dead, and him it is forbidden was no way help. The man simply fell to the ground, having lost consciousness. He was expiring blood, and gradually was dying. Therefore, men understood what there was no operation meaning, because they didn't know how much cartridges was what boy and decided run. Still, boy underscore was configured aggressively and was not going to just let go of men who could repeat their attacks in the future and cause him and other residents of the trading town a lot of problems. He believed that underscore people like underscore men simply did not deserve to live. Therefore, he began to shoot the fugitives in the back, trying to prevent them get too far away, or at least give advice there. He started shooting at the man who almost managed to escape and was already on the way out from home. The dead man fell right in the doorway of the house. As it became clear, the neighboring houses also robbed gangs unknown men, threatening people with a knife in the same way, in the hope of robbing them and getting everything valuable that they had. Bandits heard the sounds of shots and saw his dead partner, who had tried run away from home, however. There was killed. The boy who ran out into the street realized that underscore. They weren't the only ones suffered from an attack bandits that night, and it became clear that neighboring house also was robbed underscore. Men who underscore heard the sound of gunshots realized that the boy underscore was weapons. Besides, they saw the body of a dead man and the boy himself. The only one correct the solution at that moment for men was run. That underscore they did so underscore be able to save your own life underscore. However, boy I understood that men were not allowed, it was easy to let go, because soon they were back with more big quantity bandits and continue rob innocent people. Also, the men knew what they could give in the city. Resistance firearms weapons could have come already from yours. Therefore, in the back man centuries, the guy opened fire, trying kill, don't give them runaway. People who came out from houses to the sound of gunfire saw dead bodies of men all over the yard. It became clear that the boy alone was able to fight off the bandits and protect the entire city and all the people who lived in it. Moreover, he saved life, his sister and teacher. The teacher, who was watching the shootout at that moment, understood that he was very fine, knew the boy's older brother, who famous his cruelty was underscore merciless to those who could hurt underscore to him or his family. Therefore, he was not surprised when saw how easy with what his younger brother dealt with the bandits with cruelty. The boy was easily killed attackers without even blinking an eye. He didn't give no one get out from cities alive and killed everyone who underscore came to his house. Besides, boy was total only years old, and the man couldn't even think that underscore the one in this age could dare to shoot at someone, much less kill someone. The man was also surprised at how deftly the boy didn't handle weapons, and didn't know I could teach him this. Moreover, no less the strange fact was where in fact he got the weapon and who gave it to him. Suddenly, a boy who stood before the dead bodies bandits felt like underscore the gun in his hands began to shake. He seemed to radiate some kind of a discharge that delivers an electric shock to the one who held it in his hands. At that moment, the whole body the boy started involuntarily shudder, and it became clear to everyone what was happening to him. Something strange underscore. To him, the teacher and sister began to shout, realizing the seriousness situations underscore. However, this did not give any effect, and the boy continued to shake. Lu Yuan only heard people shouting to him, calling his name, and could do nothing do. He suffered from a strange strength that underscore controlled his entire body and paralyzed his movements. To him rushed the sister who tried to him help. Young woman exchanged boy and promised that everything had already passed and was behind. She reassured him and thanked him for you saved her. It seemed like this had definite effect, and boy, a little calmed down, understood that could again move. The teacher, who at that moment also approached the boy, trying to bring him out of the state of shock, I realized that everything was already normal and only asked if he was the elder my brother left this to him gun. It became clear that in order or to learn to shoot, the boy went wild underscore an area where there were no people and no one could to find and hear the sounds of gunfire. However, even the boy himself could to think that he could kill someone right away after underscore will pick up a gun. Boy, I saw fear in the teacher's eyes and promised him to leave the city with his sister very quickly so that he doesn't have troubles underscore. Besides, who in the city could start panic because of the shots that sounded that night? Besides, boy, I realized that in the morning the men's bodies would found and the city would real panic. However, the teacher assured boy what's in the wild the place the wolves returned and there was enough dangerous. Therefore the boy should not have go there alone. The teacher told to the boy about the place that to him prepared Bexiaosu. It could be enough safe to be there for a while time also. Underscore it could hide people from attack wolves underscore. The man also added that underscore the children shouldn't have run away because he could settle everything. However, the boy did not believe the teacher's words because he did not believe that that was capable of this. Moreover, the teacher would physically didn't have time hide body all men. Besides, the sounds of gunshots it is forbidden would nothing else to explain. People in the city knew for sure that that night happened shootout underscore. Therefore the teacher began to think how he could help boy, in order to he did not leave the city and did not expose yourself and your sister in danger in strange lands, where was full dangers. Meanwhile, the soldiers who underscore were armed and were already on their way to the city, they realized that boy had weapon and used them in order to fight off the bandits' attack, resulting in the bandits were killed. Boy was the only one from the entire retail space cities who underscore had opportunity touch the weapon and use it them. Therefore the soldiers had no other choice but to find that child. Soldiers started search in which check in every one house in the hope of finding the boy who has already begun to hide. Suddenly they're on their way met Uncle Fugui who stopped that underscore happened some kind of misunderstanding, and this was error. He tried to explain to the soldiers that there was no shooting underscore weapons underscore. However, the soldier did not believe not a single word from a man. He only saw and knew about the bodies killed men. However, how it turned out that the commander of the soldiers personally knew that bandit and was on bad terms with him therefore, at Fuguya, was hoped to work things out. But the soldier quickly tired of Fuguya's words, and he pointing at him gun, said to underscore you immediately cleaned up, because he was not so naive and stupid like all the inhabitants behind the wall, who could easily believe his fables. He knew for sure that boy had not yet left the city and was somewhere in it. Meanwhile, the Godfather soldiers managed to find a house where Predictable could live boy and his sister, and ordered the soldiers to break in inside and arrest everyone those present. I wonder how Xiaosu could explain what the boy has was weapons, and he took advantage of. In addition, the hero's younger brother was used as bait to lure Xiaosu himself into a trap. However, at the entrance to the house, the soldier was stopped by a teacher who ordered them stop. The man stood in front of the door and didn't let me in. No one inside. He was going to explain everything, and the power of you in conflicts with the soldiers. Suddenly a man brought a letter to the soldiers, which ordered to be brought into the castle and handed over Fat Man. As it became clear, he had to him personal business and wanted to deal with him urgently meet and talk. However, the soldiers were in no hurry follow the man's orders and just stood there staring at him his glance. The man promised that he were understood in the castle and were waiting for that letter, because what was said in the letter was very important information with which Tovtun not MVG would cope. Soldiers were dumbfounded when underscore heard that underscore human from schools named their head Fat Man. They didn't understand how that human could stay alive such long time. After all, no one was forgiven for such insulting statements towards the boss. The commander ordered the soldiers to you didn't wait and started search house. Meanwhile, he continued aim gun to Fuguya to underscore, that remained silent and did not go anywhere. Patience ran out and he himself approached the strange teacher. He asked him really whether was that such naive, what I thought that some card will help to him stay alive. The commander was very angry with the man for that delayed process searched and tried win a little time for fugitives. However, the man did not retreat and was not afraid no threats with side of the soldiers. Instead of this, he did not budge and continued insist on. Underscore. He said that in the letter was very important information that underscore boss must was read. Still the commander had no choice, and he took the letter from the man, continuing closely look him in the eye, trying to suppress him morally. However, Zhang withstood the soldier's gaze and continued look into his eyes without looking away glance, not for a second. In a letter was information about the shelter, which was reliably protected and could protect from monsters or wild animals. A grimace froze on the soldier's face when he saw that the letter was walking information about Castle number 178, and he understood that this information could underscore be really useful for the boss. Therefore, the commander ordered his wards watch out for the weird person to underscore. That didn't go anywhere and couldn't get it out from cities. Children underscore. The commander himself was going to go to your boss to underscore hand over to him important message. The man was very excited, seemed to be what was said in the letter was very important, and he doesn't wait. Neither seconds fast got into my car and got ready go to the base. He started quickly leave the city to faster be able get to your boss underscore. Meanwhile, the soldiers managed to find the boy and his sister. The man missed them to the house where were children, and they ordered them not to move. Soldiers were going to search children to find the gun that underscore boy killed bandits. However, boy was silent and did not want to reveal place where was hidden gun. Therefore, the soldiers had nothing left to do. How knock out gun by force, and they pointed at him yours weapons, to whom they demanded he told everything for his own safety. Boy continued keep silent, he was not afraid, none threats, and he only menacingly looked at the men, then a little they're surprised. It seemed like the soldiers got scared, helpless boy who underscore was completely unarmed, and only one of his own I could throw them into a stupor with a glance. They couldn't turn around and continued look into faces, guys. However, sister is very panicked, and asked the teacher what was waiting for them, and whether everything would be okay with them. However, the man reassured children and spoke to them that there was no reason for unrest, and the soldiers did not dare, nothing would happen to them do. Just as the teacher was about to leave the house, the boy asked him underscore sorry for what because of them he got into trouble, but the teacher assured that no guilt, there were no children in that one actually. In fact, the world was like that. His mission was take care of the boy and girl who saved him the day before. Lastly, boy asked the man what that worked out before became a teacher. After all, he knew nothing about life men because the lighthouse seemed to be very influential man, and as it became clear, used respect among the soldiers who could not help him nothing do. Answered dryly that in the past he was military. About that right away heard next question from a boy who asked why he changed his profession. Underscore. Case was that the man faced the war and saw all its fears. That's why he didn't want any more nothing general have with his profession and abandoned it underscore forever. As he explained, the war could never bring anything good for humanity. The man also added that underscore first he chose total Xiaosu, who was very experienced, smart and strong in quality. Your teacher, after all, was preparing to leave from that city. Also, he added that plan to return to Saibei. Boy. I asked if it was whether this place for those who previously the man mentioned. How was it is known that it was located in the northwestern parts countries. Also, boy was known about that place from books and others information he heard from other people. Was it is known that northern parts countries was all year-round ice and snow, and at that moment they haven't melted yet. In the country eternal there was no frost or cold, no signs life, and through the layer snow and sand, no was considered not a single green plant or animal underscore. That place it was completely deserted desert in which it was difficult to find any signs of life. However, how was it is known that people could adapt to any conditions? Otherwise, the place had endless deserts in which the population it seemed very lonely because that territory was very rarely populated underscore. According to the man, the boy understood that that land did not represent itself no values, and living there was very difficult. How much constantly need to was study search resources and heat. Therefore, he asked what pulled the man to those lands, and why did he so abruptly wanted to return? The man explained that the world gradually began to change. New ones came leaders, and with them, new ones laws. Therefore, his task was be with someone who needed his support and was waiting for him there. Boy again asked the man what kind of people she was talking about speech, because he didn't know there were. Is it really, in fact, his husband has relatives or loved ones who could truly love him? However, the man is only smiled and assured boy that no one is with him won't dare anything do. Maximum for what were able soldiers. This is send him back to Castle 178. Meanwhile, Commander, after long-term trip, finally arrived at the base. He's fast found his boss and immediately handed it over to him, suspicious letter. The efficiency of the soldier wanted to produce impress the boss, so expected from him praise without leaving not a single step. He watched the man with a cigarette in his mouth, carefully looked at the letter and waited for any reaction. Underscore. Suddenly the man jumped to his feet and asked the soldier where exactly in fact was that teacher. He immediately ordered, take him to that person, him should have meet him in person, and discuss the information about which was walking speech in writing. The soldier was very surprised reaction boss to the information mentioned in the letter, so he had no other choice how easy it is to obey person and immediately take him to that place. He ordered urgently open the city gates and hit the road. Immediately, the gate to the base started open up with a grinding sound. The man and his boss, who were already sitting in the car, moved back to the market town. We were in a hurry, because it was probably that the teacher has already left that place, and him again. I had to look for B. The boss was told over the phone that the teacher was in that town, so he ordered to the driver hurry up to be on time. From a telephone conversation, it turned out that someone wished death of the teacher and wanted to kill him and questioned him. Boss what to him was known about that person. However, the boss denied everything and assured interlocutor that to him there was nothing he also knows no one was hiding. It became clear that Fat Man talked to a man in a white suit who wanted to kill the man, because that moment was ideal and possibilities such there might not be more. After all, it is known that if you didn't kill the man at that very moment, then you could have problems with fighters from Castle number 178 who didn't just leave it and didn't give it to anyone. Peace underscore. That's why it is forbidden was hesitate neither minutes. However, open murder could attract too much a lot of attention. Therefore, in order to provide someone needs themselves was come up with another way, using whom Khan would neutralize the man quietly. About the fact that the man in white assured that there was nothing in the world that Khan would hide, and early or it's late, really it was fall to the surface. Most perfect option in that situation would simply be send the man back to the castle and force him to guard deserted city. Even considering the fact that if the husband dies at the hands of the Qing family, not to mention the boss, the possibility was to kill him at any moment. Therefore, men decided postpone an idea for later and leave this problem to someone else. The man knew too much a lot so his life could threaten danger to others. Next question, there were men in white. I didn't know whether Fat Man a tramp named Jiaosu. Actually really, Fat Man was aware of this personality, and he knew that this guy was working out sale medicines in your own place. Further, men continued talk about the discovery in the mountains of sin, and there didn't care at all who did what was studying Jiaosu. The main thing is that everyone knew him. Also, the man in white asked who such was young Xiaojin, and what she from imagined himself as he never heard of it before her name underscore. He wanted to play it safe and do better. Find out about the girl, because his fears could be confirmed, and she could turn out to be not easy human, but on the contrary, could threaten them. In addition, the man asked whether Jun Xiaosu native or friends, and if so, where. They were at that moment. Therefore, as it turned out, the guy had younger brother who, approximately, could be located in the trading town. Where was he going at that moment? Boss underscore. Suddenly, into a conversation intervened the driver, who assured that the teacher to whom they were heading and who they were looking for was a good friend of the guy. Therefore, I would like to know better about his family and friends. The man in white became interested and ordered not to touch it yet the guy's relatives and friends. There the goal at that moment was deal with the teacher, and about the rest, they were take care later so as not to spend now time for this. The commander of the soldiers who attentively listened every word of the boss looked at him with some anger and fear. However, he did not answer anything, and only I remembered everything carefully. Meanwhile, events moved to a collapsed city. The man in white, who continued to stand on the roof of the building and watch what was happening downstairs, and at the work of his subordinates. He hung up the phone. Talk was finished. He looked back behind yourself or looked again _glance ruined cities. As it turned out, the man in white was Ching Zhen from consortium the Ching family. Besides, he was the fat man's younger brother and was by rank above him. Two men were brought to the feet of the man prisoners, those the very ones found soldiers in the forest. The day before, these people managed to escape from the monster who there pursued on his own ways. They found soldiers who they were captured. Moreover, they moved along with Xiaosu, which was known to people who they're captured, so they could know a lot information about the guy. In front of the man in white were Liu Bu and Luo Xingyu. Therefore, first question which asked human white. This there was a request to tell more about Xiaosu, and everyone 3 people who were moving through the forest towards Mount Jin. Also, the boss who previously, he stood motionless and began to approach people. He asked what _ connected Jan and the guy, because the names sounded pretty similar and could mean that they could _ be loved one's relatives. Moreover, their fact of friendship it is forbidden was deny, because they moved together in the direction mountains. Suddenly Liu Bu shouted, not allowing the man to finish, that he knew nothing and those two were not no way related _. So the guy tried to divert all suspicions from yourself. But this wasn't very good tactics, because that's exactly what they started suspect. He understood that _ committed mistake and immediately began to correct it. He told someone that the guy was above the man. Besides, he possessed superpower and could release shadow from his bodies. A shadow that could stop even a bullet, that was enough effective in battle and could hit the enemy. Next, he began to talk about the girl Yang Xiaojin. However, he himself knew nothing about her, and therefore could not tell anything about her. However, he added that more total need to was to be afraid of the guy, because he was very strong and dangerous. It seemed that the man in white is not very good trusted Liu, therefore, asked again what was so special the guy could do what would they could not withstand and defeat him, because it is forbidden was ignore the fact that the guy was more a child and his strength was not fully formed and so powerful. The girl was angry for the guy because the day before he tried her quit, and now I just leaked all the information enemies. Therefore, she didn't answer anything and just was silent, with condemnation occasionally _ looking at the guy. However, Liu, whom very the man's words frightened him, he continued to assure him that his Xiaosu really was the most strong among everyone he used to met. His strength was incredible, and he literally was capable of anything. Besides, he had never seen anything like this before in his life _ He started to remember events in the canyon when all the people tried to be saved by escape from the terrible mutants. No one was capable when everyone creatures. He added that at that moment the number of his Xiaosu ran in the other direction, straight towards the creatures, and was about to fight them to win. A little time for people who ran away. At that time, Liu paid yours attention to the guy who was going to fight the creatures to _ make sure that he didn't come down sometimes crazy, and see the way he should was resist. However, the guy was no longer there, and he was with incredible speed moved, therefore it is impossible to follow him was track. Liu explained that he had stopped runaway and continued watch what is happening. He was convinced that Xiaosu moved too much quickly, and could catch up even the car that moved with considerable speed _ He added that the guy could easily raise adult person one hand and at the same time move very fast. He suspected that the guy was higher person _ However, the man in white had little information and ordered tell more. But the guy is bigger knew nothing, and promised _ straight away, tell everything when remembered would. He ordered to his ward write down everything he added, and ordered write down that the guy was wanted and was suspected of was over a man with incredible physical by force. Therefore, his search need to was start again _ greater by force than before. At the moment when people were about to be led back, Liu ordered wait, because it seemed like he had something remembered. He shouted that _ they were there for nothing and were with a girl ordinary people who were forced go to the mountain. However, the man in white knew that had nothing to do with people relationship, and if would even was otherwise then he would be nervous. People were unknown, what _ must was do with them man, and they were forced follow him, Opposite, man promised, "Don't torture them too much." Therefore, people were drawn by force together with my husband. They were taken to a strange place, the house that Fine guarded, because there was very many people in uniform and with weapons. Boss ordered the soldier to lead team to search for the guy. Besides, he ordered hurry up to be back before midnight. Straight away after order, command from armed soldiers went in search of the guy. It became clear that the task was very important and necessary. Find him urgently. Liu Bu shouted because he was afraid and did not know where they were leaving. However, the man in white did not answer anything because everyone should soon everything was becoming clear. Meanwhile, people saw that a cage had been placed in front of them. When she was on normal height, the man in white waved hand to underscore soldiers stopped. Liu Bu started screaming because he saw in the cage something scary thing underscore scared him very much. In a cage there was a monster mouth whom there was steam. Guy right away paid attention to the shape of the teeth that were similar to human ones. Moreover, all the muscles animal very reminded human underscore. Straight away remembered teeth marks on the body of a dead man, which exactly followed the contour of the monster's bite. Boss realized that people knew about the monster, because earlier encountered him in the forest and saw a body of a dead man. The girl cried and was very afraid, because she didn't know what the godfather there must was wait further. How underscore explained the man, monsters necessary, was called experimental subjects. After all, they were the product of a catastrophic period, and only recently it became known about them. Existence underscore. Also, quite was it possible that they just recently got out from the walls of some laboratory. All the people were surprised how the monster managed to survive for so long, live and survive, because he was alive, copy underscore. It became clear that Ching's task was to find a laboratory that I used to studying and creating such mutants and holding them captive. A man, only with condemnation, looked at the girl who did such assumption. Immediately he began to explain that multicellular organisms such underscore how people use division cells, how main work for growth and reproduction. That's why Khan would suggest that underscore division cells could occur indefinitely. But there was the strange thing is that everything as human cells died when their number divisions reached 50. Therefore, precisely for this reason, suppose life underscore person was limited because he was getting old and dying. But there was hope that underscore this can was fix it somehow. Therefore, the man suspected that in that laboratory opened this technology that forced cells underscore share indefinitely due to what has been increased underscore metabolic cycle of the body. But it was unexpectedly that underscore, by doing such experiments was create other humanoids, creatures underscore. In addition, modified experimental subjects fully lost robust meaning, how human creatures underscore. However, physical strength and agility much exceeded human indicators. As underscore example, person threw mine at the monster weapon. The one with ease her chewed and destroyed their powerful jaws and teeth. In order to capture only one experimental subject, people had to donate many the lives of soldiers. At that time, the servant of the man continued write everything down in his notebook, and the next mark was about mutant teeth, narrow pupils, habit move on 4 legs. Therefore, you can do the conclusion is that creature there was no more person underscore. Also, there was suspicion that underscore the creature was a product of genetic changes. Underscore, how was known. Laboratory was secret experimental object. Company Istoknik Fire, before the disaster. However, the girl had already heard about this company's underscore. The man continued to stand, examining the monster, and thought about whether it would be possible they should take over that laboratory. Meanwhile, the monster continued rage. Boss ordered shine a flashlight at the monster to look at his reaction. Soldiers hurried follow the man's order, therefore immediately directed to the animal powerful spotlight. Underscore. Light was very bright and could blind anyone. People stood and watched the reaction of the monster, which covered himself paw from a bright stream Sveta. The animal writhed in pain but could not do anything about it. In hope hide from the bright light, it started to get deeper crawl into a cage. It became clear that the beast there was a fear of the light. Total was known too. The reasons for this phenomenon are one of which was weakness personality who underscore once upon a time there was a person. And now this could affect who there was a monster. Second cause was that in gene, edited models was the nature of the beast is laid down. Human ordered that for study underscore enough was only 1 copy. So not to take risks the lives of the soldiers again, he ordered that others be allowed was kill. arose new question why underscore there could be monsters active during the day despite the fear of light. Perhaps something could have caused the animal go out from shelters in the middle broad daylight. The man wondered if it could. This would have attitude towards people who at that time were in the forest and could somehow provoke the monster. Meanwhile, soldiers underscore continued move in search of a guy. By voice, there was no communication. The commander was asked whether no traces underscore. However, they did not find no clues, but were going to continue active searches. Therefore, it is necessary was, how can faster speed up? Meanwhile, this underscore Xiaosu continued look for gold in the city. He stood in front of an abandoned house and thought to check still him. For him was very. It's strange that all the stores are a result of the disaster were devastated. That's why he ended up against department store. The store was open, which meant that nearby underscore was be jewelry store, which could have enough gold. He came in inside and noticed that underscore around was solid mess. Suddenly behind he heard himself strange sound. Suddenly he saw scattered toys and a sign with the inscription of the book about which mentioned formerly lieutenant. In the book was imageman with a stick who predictably was a general on horseback. However, this did not bother the guy much, and he continued to look for the gold shop inside department store. After a while, after some time, he still managed to find something similar to a gold store. Without hesitation, neither minutes, he entered inside and saw showcases with decorations that underscore they haven't had time to rob yet. He saw only black decorations and understood that underscore it could be silver, which turned black due to oxidation. However, silver it didn't cost anything and he continued their searches. After a while time he still managed to find gold ingots that underscore were in perfect condition. He saw in front of him enough big amount of gold to be able comfortable live throughout underscore for long years. Therefore he understood that if to him will be able to return with wealth to the trading city, then opening a gold store could already be not a dream. In front of him was a lot of gold, and he thought about how I would like to endure everything. Suddenly a brilliant idea occurred to him. He picked up the gold one's decorations and started looking at there. He chose only thin gold jewelry, various chains and stones. He understood that underscore if all the gold chains are rolled into a large ball, it would be easy to put in storage palace underscore. However, storage it was already crowded and he had tried something somewhere. Underscore. He threw the other into his cloak and used it as bag in order to take out the rest of the decorations. However, he heard strange sound in front of you. He stopped to underscore listen and understand that it was really case. Hiding around the corner, he saw marching soldiers. He watched everyone underscore events from shelter and did not understand that was happening at that moment and what all these people were looking for. Moreover, he did not understand what could be done at that time Qing fighters in such a city. There were people a lot and they were armed, which meant that the guy was threatened certain danger. Soldiers walked into the middle of the store and started searches. Suddenly, the commander turned yours attention to toys that underscore were arranged enough in a strange way. He seemed to have something suspected underscore. Meanwhile, the guy who continued sit in the shelter thought that it seemed that people had already left. Therefore, he decided not to hesitate and leave his shelter to underscore safely, go to the trading city. Meanwhile, the soldiers were cooking in the garden and realized that the guy was somewhere nearby. Soldiers asked the commander what happened and why that was so nervous. The commander explained that the day before he was already looking something in a department store and drew yours attention to toys that underscore now were arranged in a strange way. Therefore, it was clear that someone was in the store before them, and he ordered the soldier to call reinforcements to surround the area. With gestures, he showed the soldiers that they were to come inside and surround the building to prevent no one go out. Soldiers stopped in front of the store entrance and waited until and from there someone will come out. They did the same with the back entrance and all other doors that could lead to the exit from building. The guy understood that he was in trouble and he was immediately come up with something. A mysterious thing appeared on the horizon. Army military branches Qin who underscore began to smoothly surround the city buildings and shelters, filling air tense excitement. Our hero, watching this unusual movement of the soldiers, could not help but be surprised, asking himself why these military suddenly decided to abandon your trip. A guy full of uncertain anxiety became wondering if they started Liu Bu and others members con society, random witnesses of its existence. Everything indicates that underscore soldiers are on a search mission, Xiao Su. Hero, confused situation. I was thinking about whether it was should I leave my gold reserves in these dangerous circumstances. During underscore this time, teams continued yours offensive, and the soldiers silently burst into the city walls. Branching into two groups, military started walk around buildings, carefully checking every corner looking for a guy. At this moment, one of the soldiers shouted out to the commander, stopping him and giving rise to a small break in action. Meanwhile, the guy continued to climb up the stairs. He knew that he was noticed and thought that they would send it to the soldiers' help, and they will be able to surround the entire building. Where if the guy wouldn't run, he's everywhere collided would have been with the Qing fighters. But there was one exception. Meanwhile, the commander remembered the existence neighboring building which underscore a little smaller and was meters away, and the guy would jump onto it. Taking out a pistol, he ordered the soldiers to continue the pursuit. And external combat, he ordered the group to surround the neighboring building. The commander began to go down, jumping over steps underscore. Meanwhile, the hero crossed all the floors and stopped at the doors. Door was locked, so he knocked it outer from the legs with incredible byforce. And they flew off several meters, and the guy himself ended up on the roof. He glanced, saw neighboring the house on which was going to jump over. The hero took considerable acceleration for a jump, and pushing off from the ledge, he began to fly in the direction neighboring house. Commander, who was already into this time, ran out into the street, noticed a guy who just jumped to another underscore house. He's shocked because distance was too much big to underscore. The man was able to overcome it. I'm sure the guy could jump over because would be very big level and strength. He contacted the soldiers and reported that Xiaosu has strength. It takes a lot was reconsider their plan. Meanwhile, Xiaosu underscore flew to the next one buildings, frightening and knocking a man off them. He continued mine escape and did not stop, but ran on. Having reached the edge of the house, he notices strange thing in the house opposite. He could not believe his eyes. After all, was something strange on one from floors underscore. Stood there, strange, incomprehensible silhouette underscore. As it turned out, this was the girl in the hood seemed to be standing there and waiting for the hero. She attentively watched the guy. Looker was serious and impenetrable. How suddenly she took out a weapon. She leaned on the ledge and was ready to shoot. She was ready, holding a weapon in her hands. At any moment she could produce shot. The sniper girl is hiding breath seemed to be in her sight was Xiaosu. She aimed at the target, could have done it at any moment, sound out shot, but she was waiting. Guy on the roof against managed just shout the name Yang Xiaojin. Suddenly it became quiet. The guy directed mind view from the roof to the street. He saw that underscore some people stood in raincoats. They understood what target Yang Xiaojin pains come and kill man in a white suit. The guy realized that the girl is too big distance for such a shot. She was too far from the man in white. Xiaosu knew that on this underscore distance the sniper needs was calculate distance to target, direction wind, temperature and humidity. He did not understand, and was surprised how Khan was to conduct a sniper shooting on this distance if underscore even necessary was consider strength turning earth. Meanwhile, behind underscore men in white, some woman with white hair appeared. She noticed that wind died down. Xiaosu also. This noticed, he got ready, then was perfect time to shoot due to lack wind underscore. But the girl didn't shoot. She more was waiting for something. Xiaosu couldn't understand why she didn't end it. Meanwhile, he noticed that underscore the girl with white hair was able to free herself from the rope that tied up her fingers. Suddenly, from under the dark patch, she took out a knife and was ready to stab, because it seemed she got close unnoticed by the man in white. And here she has committed a sharp swing, and her knife was directed towards the man. But out of nowhere, and suddenly another one appeared woman, who underscore I could block her stabbing. She did this as with the help his fan, which could not be pierced with a knife because it was made from extra durable material underscore. Girl with a fan repelled the attacker's attack and counterattacking wanted to hit the girl in the cloak, but she was able to dodge. The girl managed to jump away. She had time provide possible development events, but I couldn't take it into account what woman with fan may throw a weapon in her direction. Suddenly, using his super strength, under his hand she called purple portal. Thus, having failed, she managed to avoid flying knife, and the knife itself just continued fly further, aiming for a non-existent target. Woman with fan was shocked. She couldn't believe it his eyes. After all, her rival was Superman. The female attacker's name was Lo Xinyu. Meanwhile, the guy on the roof same realized that underscore she was Superman and possessed above abilities. Stupor attacked the guy. He couldn't believe their eyes and did not understand where Ta Lo disappeared Xinyu, whom he knew all the time. that quiet and fragile young woman. In it time, the man in white noticed strange flashlight in a high-rise building with sides. Rang out shot. Finally, Yang Xiaojin shot. The fields whistled. The sound of a shot was heard. The man realized that there was a sniper, and he reflexively translated mine a look at the house where saw flash underscore. The bullet was flying in his direction, it seemed that this end. But suddenly, a protector, a woman with a fan, rushed forward. She tried to protect the man this time, too. She spread out their fans and again was ready to take the blow or repel the attack. The woman directed her strength and energy towards the bullet. She folded their fans with a purpose, repel an attack or stop shot. She concentrated on her face underscore emotion of anger and simultaneous embarrassment, and eyes she was filled with blood. Suddenly, the bullet began to break one fan. She continued fly further and further without stopping, but fan broke and shattered into pieces more and more. Suddenly, the fans couldn't stop the ball. Both fans were broken and the bullet hit the woman in the chest. Shot stitched it woman through and through. From mouth and wounds her splashed blood it fell to the ground. The man, meanwhile, for whom she gave her life even didn't blink an eye. For him, this sacrifice was worth nothing. At the same time, the military, who were close to the man, understood possible threat and therefore abandoned smoke grenade. They used several grenades with a target compact smoke so the sniper couldn't more hit no one. The man in white, as if nothing happened, he continued to stand. He just said military look for a sniper in a house in the southeast. He picked up a bullet that was stuck in the asphalt. Having examined in detail, he came to the conclusion. Scrolling a bunch of options in your head, he thought. Then finally decided that underscore this was attack rebels, namely groups of people about whom there were bad rumors in the circles of the consociation. A man knocked down one of the military and accused him of stupidity because he didn't know what woman was Superman. Frightened military? Tried to deny his guilt? He really didn't know nothing, just earlier woman. The man in white didn't give him to finish. He brought the bullet to his eye and was ready to poke it out. V put a bullet in the eye of an innocent soldier and wished him to rest in peace. The soldier fell dead and bloody, spread on the ground blood. It turned out that the sniper Yang Xiaojin and the woman with the knife Luo Xinyu worked as expected underscore together. How more beautiful was woman, so she more dangerous. Looking back, you can say that underscore there was no disguise flawless. Surprisingly, before go to Mount Jing, the hero suggested remove Wang Kongyang. At that moment, Luo Xinyu, suspicious, gave up glance at Yang Xiaozan, but no one paid attention at this moment. More one day when the hero was sharing fish with Yang Xiaojin, she also called Luo Xinyu. Also when underscore someone was pestering Luo underscore Xinyu, Yang Xiaojin also intervened. But at that moment, the hero thought that they helped each other only because both were women. But the hero couldn't even think that underscore they are familiar. I wonder why they wanted to kill man in white named Qing Zhen, and why Superman donated yourself to underscore save life to a man. Meanwhile, the sniper girl reloaded her weapon. She again took aim, but this time the target her was Xiaosu. The hero on the roof saw strange glimpse light and could not understand which was meaning then shoot when everything was in smoke and nothing was visible. But the bullet flew at him and hit him between my legs, stuck in the roof. He couldn't understand that. Then happened. After all, the girl didn't try to shoot him. The guy thought that she could do this specifically to underscore show before the consociation that they were not at one with the hero or because of something else. Suddenly, two of the girls ended up together in the building from where the shooting took place and stuck their look at the guy. They waved sweetly to the hero and it all worked out the impression that they just laughed at him. Just right, Luo Xinyu took advantage of their superpowers and opened a portal into which they, together with Yang Xiaojin, came in and disappeared. Meanwhile, boy, did you see I couldn't believe his eyes. He would, I really wanted to, they took him with them. In it time, Soldier's chin continued chase boy, and they were approaching. He watched from the roof the soldiers who started entering the house at 3 sides underscore. There were soldiers too much a lot, and he couldn't understand why dumped it all. The hero tried to be careful everywhere, but still he was in trouble. He got it gun and got ready. Suddenly, the guy heard a knock, and then this doors that led to the roof. The commander knocked out the soldier and ran out onto the roof. The guy noticed this is what started to run, and in parallel opened fire from pistol to kill. But the soldiers who went to the roof following the commander were able to cover up themselves and him from bullets with their shields. Commander in this time also started shooting, aiming at the guy and trying to get into it. Meanwhile, the hero continued run maneuvering, which allowed him to dodge bullets. The guy was approaching the edge of the roof. He had no time left for any hesitation. He had to run away until all the troops arrive. Underscore. Commander, trying to hit the guy, I was surprised at his speed and agility. Never once did he see human could run as fast as underscore. This did Xiaosu. Meanwhile, the guy continued run and he managed to break away enough big distance, and therefore the commander had no choice but to report military that underscore target runs away for hours. The hero, running away, pondered escape of his partners. After all, according to plan, they were together enter the local blockade. And even if Wood had to run, Guy anyway was Wood the most fast. He again jumped. This time he found himself on the street. Looks like he greatly overestimated military because underscore they couldn't do anything for him, But he still couldn't relax. In order to fully escape persecution, him underscore need to was to go into the forest. Still, there was a hero better acquainted with the laws of survival in the forest than soldiers underscore. Time the guy saw eruption. It was very powerful. Continuing run away, he was amazed this natural phenomenon. Meanwhile, underscore the pursuit continued. Commander and military also saw eruption underscore. He understood that underscore, if the guy can go further into the forest, which was epicenter eruption, there will be no turning back. Xiaosu saw anxiety military. He himself understood what in the forest can be dangerous, but he didn't have it exit. So he continued run, wondering if it will continue, whether it's a chase or military will retreat. The guy has already run out of Bound City. To the forest was it all close, and he understood that the way back leads only to death. The only one way to survival for him there was only a way forward, deeper forests to the epicenter eruptions underscore. Meanwhile, soldiers underscore Chin weren't going to either retreat. The commander ordered the soldiers not to stop and continue the pursuit. Meanwhile, soldiers underscore. We went into the forest and started looking for the guy there, but it didn't bring any results. But suddenly one of the soldiers noticed the hero. The commander determined speed. The guy ran and ordered, "Kill him on the spot, like only he will found." 100. The guy ran 3 whole meters, 9200 seconds. That underscore it was just some incredible result. Turning on the flashlights, the soldiers started search terrain. They just waited for the guy to appear and were ready to turn it into a sieve. Meanwhile, the hero was hiding behind a tree, and he believed that when they find him, people will not start shooting indiscriminately, because there was too much a lot of. Soldiers were getting closer and closer, and the guy understood that he would soon be found. How suddenly, when underscore warriors almost came close to the tree behind which hidden hero Xiaosu Sharp jumped out because of his shelters underscore. He was too much fast and managed to strike the soldiers who didn't even have time react, which makes them panic, began to scream and writhe in pain. The commander could not understand what business and what happens while the guy laughs evilly. Underscore. After meetings with glances, the guy jumped out onto a branch from which they could not reach him and asked if who want to compete with him. Soldiers, not long thinking, they opened fire, but they failed to hit the guy. Just a piece of branch fell on the ground. The guy was on the ground. He managed to jump off and start running straight at the soldiers and teasing their. Soldiers were confused. Underscore. They tried hit the guy, but it didn't bring results. They did not understand what kind of monster was in front of them. Xiaosu continued to dodge bullets. He was very fast. The soldiers couldn't keep up, take aim, and shoot. He was unusually fast for him to manage to break away again. The chase continued. The commander handed over radio information. Underscore. It turned out that target information underscore was false. Real purpose was Shushianchu. Suddenly he appeared in front of the soldiers' strange image of dark red colors. The commander was scared, after all. When he is in person shot at an unknown person, the bullet went through without causing any harm to him. Harm underscore. The strange spirit rejoiced. He laughed at the soldiers, and those in horror could not understand what occurs. Xiaosu has already had enough time distance. He didn't expect what will face so much number of people with superpowers. But these people knew how very fine mask their capabilities. Because of this, Xiaosu didn't want to open their abilities, and precisely that's why he called himself name Xiaosu. Meanwhile, Shadow underscore continued scare the soldiers. This was the shadow that called Xiaosu, and he have had enough came off, so I decided it was time to bring her back. He ordered the shadows will return. Through a bunch of people who scattered to different sides, the shadow took the direction movement towards the hero. She quickly caught up with him. Suddenly, a shadow penetrated the guy's back like his spirit. But suddenly the guy felt something strange. It seemed that this side effect shadows underscore. All the wounds that the shadow received were felt by the guy's body. But in the end, the hero managed to get rid of the Qing people, and he decided rest and continue move after respite. Suddenly he heard a strange sound. He was not alone in that forest. Straight from thickets in his direction started crawl out humanoid creatures underscore. With the red's eyes, scary creatures were aimed at the guy. Xiaosu was scared. He didn't know where run, and it's unlikely he could do anything would do at that moment. Suddenly, one of creatures got close from behind and jumped on the hero. But the guy's feelings did not let him down. He managed to hear and notice a strange sound before how the creature would have reached him. The hero managed to bounce back and everything worked out. But the guy couldn't shoot monsters. This, if only he attracted attention of the soldiers who lost it. He was surrounded by two sides underscore. Moreover, he did not have a pistol, such what is the use in close combat? Headwood, dagger, or knife. That's why the guy couldn't count on gunshots. Weapons at his disposal was only cold weapon. He began to watch. He tried to find with his eyes creature, and then strike it with his blow, but the hero could not find his dagger underscore. Suddenly behind Yang Xiaojin appeared, who ran into him before again disappear. The hero thought that maybe the girl appeared and stole the dagger from him. This was her knife, but really? She exactly like this situation's decided take him back? This act she would destroyed all trust between them. The hero had no work left how to attack first, so he again summoned his shadow. He didn't have time for old sadness underscore friendship. He went on the attack. But suddenly one of creatures I could get close behind the guy and injure him with sharp claws underscore. The guy didn't expect this blow underscore. He felt strong burning pain from deep wounds underscore. But he gathered his strength and tried to hit the creature in the head. However, after the blow, he felt very strong pain. So strong that the guy thought that underscore broke his arm. Meanwhile, the creature did not receive any harm, and it seemed even I didn't feel anything. He pushed away creature from yourself. Meanwhile, his shadow couldn't win creatures. They knocked her down and began to surround her. Their leather was too much thick. That underscore there was it is impossible to wound without a weapon. The creature bit the shadow. In this, the guy felt all the pain himself. He understood that he could not stay there because in this way, he could eat. His urgent need was to find a way to get weapons. Meanwhile, one of underscore the creatures wounded the guy in the chest. The other one came up very close to his leg. The creature began to bite the guy, causing incredible damage pain. Wounded and exhausted, Xiaosu couldn't more resist. He lay on the ground powerless, and his shadow was almost eaten by monsters. Suddenly, the guy felt something very underscore terrible. He noticed breath of death. The hero couldn't take it anymore. Use your superpower. But he couldn't just die. He shouted to underscore they gave him a weapon. Suddenly a message appeared. Does not want whether he opens the seal. He couldn't understand what print coming speech and why it is at this moment that he sees this message. It turned out that the price for opening this print was too big. Price there was a loss. But the loss, what price had to our hero could not understand how to pay. He shed too much a lot of blood and eaten a lot of wild roots. Bai was alive, so he couldn't understand why he should was lose everything. All this went to the huge hero price. His gold gun, sister Xiaoyu, clothes, everything. He was going to bargain, but nothing happened. Meanwhile, one of underscore creatures struck the hero again. He could not believe that underscore it was at that moment that his end came. Suddenly something new appeared message that to unlock underscore 7 weapons left thanks. The hero did not understand what the matter, and he decided thank yourself underscore 7th time. The first time he thanked Ren for underscore never lost underscore new opportunities. For the second time, for that matter, never been afraid. Look in the face dangers underscore. For the third time, because never compromised in the face underscore trials and failures. For the fourth time, because when faced with temptation, he always had spare option. Already on his knees he thanked for the 5th time for never was underscore hypocrite. For the 6th time, because soberly assessed situation and never hesitated. Underscore. And the final 7th time he thanked for the fact that even if you find yourself in terrible situations, he overcame the path despite any adversity. Meanwhile, animals underscore continued to approach the hero. It seemed like the weapon also worked was unlocked underscore. The beast had already jumped towards the guy. Meanwhile, the guy got unblocked new Sepersila. His hand has found an unreal force that he did not feel earlier. He directed energy directly at the approaching monster. Suddenly, without expecting it, a sword appeared in the year of the hero, which he easily would cut down fat-skinned creatures. There was a sword that drew a line between life and death. This sword has 1,000th army was nothing. Began in which he easily chopped into pieces everyone creatures to which could get. Creatures, seeing how the guy gives underscore change and with what ease killed other monsters, stopped. But for them, everything was already it's decided. The guy got up. He's now was calm. He survived. His shadow appeared, which also there was a sword in his hand. Now the guy has become doubled more dangerous. Now they together fought with the creatures. They ran into them direction for the purpose kill every last monster. Deftly deviating from the attacks of the creatures, the guy struck counterpunch, as a result of which, Beast straightaway was dying. He easily chopped everyone, cut off parts body. He cut off his legs and arms, demolished heads from the shoulders of enemies. Together, Shadow and Guy quickly done with everyone creatures. The guy stood looking at the bloody battlefield, which was filled bodies, animals cut into pieces. Underscore. This time he's for real felt the power of a Superman. Suddenly he got new message. He was unlock more gratitude coins to underscore unlock weapon form average level underscore. Meanwhile, soldiers underscore. They came running to the sounds and screams of battle. They overtook the battlefield and saw a huge number of pipes were very, very scared. The commander could not believe that all this underscore made by the guy himself. But his doubts dissipated when he saw underscore only alone shoe marks, which meant that underscore fought really only one person. He couldn't understand how the guy won 4 experimental subjects. In such case, its combat power significantly prevailed, and the soldiers were needed support. He contacted the boss and reported the whole essence of the situation. The commander also found traces of blood. He realized that the guy also wounded, and soon all he was weakened underscore. After heard, boss ordered to just level the guy's dangers, namely level B. He told the commander that collected blood samples of the hero after what they will sent to the warehouse for analysis. Everything earlier revealed their identity, but Xiao Su did not this. The boss didn't understand what happened to this guy and who this at all such. He thinks that underscore would very fine catch the guy who would be a bargaining chip coin because his love is for justice was known everyone. But he was not worried about the fact that he could not be caught that time. After all was in the hands of the Qing consortium. Meanwhile, the soldiers returned to the city and reported to a man that the guy will return to the walls of the city and will captured at any moment. Soldiers who were left out cities continued to inspect thickets and terrain in the forest. The commander also continued search. He thought that the guy was still running towards Vulcan, but further the persecution did not bring any results. The commander was angry. In his gaze read condemnation towards his soldiers. Suddenly, he noticed a guy who ran towards the soldiers. Soldiers. They opened fire, but why did the guy decide to return on his own if he had fled before? The guy shouted that the soldiers shouldn't have aim at him. Behind the hero was something more terrible. Lots of critters ran behind the guy in the direction military. There was very a lot, even impossible, was recalculate underscore. Soldiers were Xiao Su seemed scared underscore stirred up lair test subjects creatures. The guy stopped in front of the soldiers. Behind him was countless quantity creatures. He told the soldiers to run if they wanted to save their lives. The soldiers and the commander hesitated. They understood what you can't overcome it alone, creatures. And yet the soldiers opened fire. The guy didn't understand why the soldiers are still shooting at him. He wanted them help, save them life. But in this case, the hero had no other choice how to fill soldiers one-on-one against creatures. He let the monsters a little play with people. He's hiding behind jumped like a bullet shadow how left place of battle. The soldiers could not retreat. They were destroy creatures after all. If left like this big quantity test subjects, they will destroy whole cities. Meanwhile, Xiao Su underscore used opportunity escape. By soldiers were busy creatures. He began to run away again. The commander doesn't understand why there are so many creatures, because the information only spoke about people in the region, but they actually in fact was much more. Really information distributed false in order to try to deceive Qing Zhen. After underscore they couldn't cross paths with the Qing consortium to renew work in the laboratory. The commander radioed underscore information towards the city. He warned MRO possible danger and ordered build defensive line underscore. He ordered the soldiers open fire and hold the defense. Soldiers were any at the cost win time for the city. Watching the battle, Zhao Song I thought that apparently this was it main difference between fighters consociation and private troops. Soldiers' Society were ready donate yourself only would win time for the comrades who stood behind. Could not understand how the man in the white suit could lead such army underscore. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The soldiers they shot at the animals, but those was too much a lot of. The animals did not stop and walked straight towards the people. Because of the fat skin, bullets did not have special effect and were not effective, so the soldiers had to retreat towards the outskirts cities. The battle continued. The soldiers kept formation and waited for the moment to retreat. Reinforcements were already on their way to help. Bullets stuck in the skin animals and fighting back fell to the ground without causing special harm. Underscore. Only small scratches remained on the body, little animals after bullet hits. Some of the soldiers in panic started leave build and run. Jiaosu was satisfied his work. If it weren't for the military, it wouldn't be possible to get rid of the creatures. But watching the battle, the guy could not even imagine that there could be so many in the forest's scary creatures underscore. However, there was no more in the forest, no entertainment, except monsters underscore. Jiaosu moved on. He was carried by the shadow that he caused thanks to his superpower. He headed further into the depths forests since in the city he could be caught at any moment. Vulcan continued, erupt all stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he saw something scary and incomprehensible. A hand appeared from the crater of the volcano. It seemed that someone lived in the volcano, but it's not clear who could survive in lava. The man in the white suit also watched the volcano from another place along with the soldiers who defended him. The soldier asked what the hell was going on there. That's all. It was very weird. The man was, admit your failure. Troops were forced temporarily retreat. He admitted what things like that really existed. He ordered military call to his brother if that creature will come out from the volcano. If the volcano can displace more quantity creatures to the south, then the barrier will under threat underscore. He also ordered everyone the rest military prepare to retreat. Meanwhile, the city began panic. Vulcan continued erupt. On the streets, traffic jams began. Many people tried to leave the city. Meanwhile, the volcano continued erupt, and people were still fighting the monsters. But the people couldn't hold on constantly, so the commander ordered evacuate. Some of the soldiers began to retreat, while others saw off shoot the creatures that were advancing. The monsters did not decrease. They were in the trees, on the ground, everywhere. From forests was going on more and more creatures. Soldiers who retreated met a man in white led by other soldiers accompanied by evacuation equipment. Underscore. Soldiers fast sat in cars by, other fired back. The man in white held the remote control in his hand. As it turned out, in the trees explosives were installed, which could slightly delay the creatures. The man pressed the button and it rang explosion. Bright light flooded everything around. In all directions the remains of the creatures scattered. Flames filled everything. An explosion was very powerful. The commander approached the man in white and said that he failed to return Shu Xianchu. But the man didn't care. He just ordered to him get into the car to go west, where underscore must was be another road to the castle. The man called support for soldiers to save life for the commander, because in the future he will useful. Suddenly the car got a flat tire. It became impossible to manage. The commander asked if none of them spare wheel or pump drivers. But it turned out that the tire was not flat. The wheel was trimmed. Spare wheels also were slotted underscore. The man in white asked for a bulletproof vest. He was angry, and for the first time he wanted someone killed so badly. The volcano is still continued to erupt. Tons dust and lava were thrown to the surface. The soldiers were given a new task. Failure to do so would result in punishment in the consociation. But the man in white assured that there was no big deal, and instead punishments. It will just be small vacation, then underscore. A little stripped off tension in the ranks of the soldiers. He also didn't know that due with Jiaosu, if the guy didn't die on the mountain, then, rather in total, he was able to find a way to return to the 113th wall. Luolan was appointed responsible to underscore look after the guy, because he was just a tramp and couldn't make a mess a lot of noise underscore. Meanwhile, underscore Xiaosu moved on. As it turned out, it was he who cut all the tires on the military technology. Also, the guy did not expect that he managed to get the cloak back. The only thing he regretted was that there was no more gold, which was so easy for him it has arrived. The guy, moving, found dark a cave in which decided spend the night. Made a fire to a little get warm. That place inspired by to him old memories like underscore once upon a time they the team came with this place. Suddenly he turned attention to the strange cut-out inscription behind myself. Looks like she was cut out recently. He remembered that on that day they're all together were in the cave. Last from her, Yang Xiaojin came out. The hero thought that she could have left an inscription. But I really doubted it whether she liked this cruel and does such inscriptions are just to scare people, or was some other motive. Meanwhile, the volcano erupted more and more. Rocks from explosions scattered in all directions, causing fires in the forest. Animals fled from forests, escaping from the elements. The guy was watching everything happening. He couldn't rest. There were few events developed rapidly. He decided run to escape. He quickly began to move away, trying to leave how further as possible. Monsters also rushed out forests, and if the guy wasn't so fast, they would not be able to catch up with him. The guy was so quick that animals on the way whom he passed were afraid. They didn't understand who this or what this was, creating mysterious atmosphere. Wolves who met a guy on the way started howl in fear, feeling something unknown . The guy continued move forward, striving keep your incredible speed. But he still managed to return, overcoming all the difficulties and dangers. The events were transferred to the house, where on the bed lay the guy who was younger brother of the hero Liu Yuan. Into the room came in the man, brought one thing. Hero, thank you a man named Fugui for putting in a good word for the guy when he was arrested by Wang Tsunyang. However, Uncle Fugui woke him up. The girl told the guy that it was worth it would wake up earlier because there will be a lot of free time within of the year. But the guy should sleep liked it more total from everything he, when someday did. So he's not special enthusiasm perceived this news and continued wrap yourself in a sheet. The girl, pulling the guy off the bed, shouted that he had leaked people worse than his older brother, but the guy is not very good embarrassed. Hearing about his brother, the guy became sad. He rejoiced that good things had come days, but to him was at the same time it's sad that his brother wasn't around. Young woman tried to support the guy. She herself felt guilty for what she said without thinking. It turned out that my uncle brought 2 hot Xiao Yu, said hurry up there eat until they cool down. The guy meanwhile asked why the man loved so much exactly this dish. It turned out that when Uncle Fugi was child, over your old wall, there was hunger. So he went to get his father to join relatives, because it wasn't so dangerous then. They are with their father, dug up sweets in the field potatoes, and Papa spec there the boy ate. It was at that moment that he thought that baked sweet potato. This the best thing was in the world. Boy very surprised heard and he remembered own brother. One day his brother asked him if he knew as he why people are happy and started his story. He said that human happiness came not from pleasure, but from pain. Xiaosu said that wish fight for your life appeared when man eating sweet felt bitterness . He continued and said that sweet taste might not have meanings for others, but personally for the person himself, could be most big joy in life. The boy, awakening from his memories, noted that with time when the city left Zhang, there are no more teachers left in the district. Boy asked if there will be whether his brother Xiaosu teach and train others when will return. The man began to say that he had heard about factories that were located near the mountain. Jing happened there too. Eruption, therefore, he did not know where then was Xiaosu. Eyes closed, boy only hoped everything was okay with his brother fine. After all, boy only thought about my brother and everyone his life wished him happy returns. Man, looking smart, said that good people did not live long, but bad people prospered. The man remembered that recently time on the city street has become too much a lot of strangers in people, and this could very well be custom agents who served as others' ears and eyes. The strangers were not seemingly kind people would offend or just have a heartfelt conversation. They behaved suspicious. So my uncle warned children to because of this children were careful, and reported him when were going to go somewhere. Also, uncle was, I'm sure those people could be looking for Xiaosu. At that moment, the girl, surprised by such an announcement, asked her uncle why Xiaosu they were looking for and why. To this, the man replied that Xiaosu could do anything with the people from the castle, and he was totally into it, sure. Meanwhile, events moved to the forest, where a man in white, a commander, and a couple of military men were talking about something in the forest. The man in white malice asked how much time them will need to they could return to Castle 111. The commander noticed what the boss in white swore and said him about this, terribly surprised because he had previously never heard underscore scolding from the boss. The man in white, hitting himself on the forehead, decided that in this way his image was already spoiled underscore. Meanwhile, Brother Xiaosu, lost in his daydreams and without realizing it, left room, and without knowledge, Uncle's Fuguya left room underscore. He had a vision of spiders that were devouring people. Suddenly, Boy ended up on the street and almost tripped over a soldier, to which that ordered, "Boy, don't get confused under your feet and go on your own affairs." Suddenly, out of nowhere, Xiaosu himself appeared. Quietly and unnoticed, he crept up and jumped over the wall. With his feet, he opened door to the room where there was an uncle and children. The younger brother was very glad to see Xiaosu couldn't contain emotions. Xiaosu, without answering at all. Just a little getting emotional, ordered Boy gather things. Suddenly, Xiaosu took aim pistol at Uncle Wang Fugui, ordered he can't leave room before them returns. Raising his hands, the uncle warned the hero that it was there were a lot of people who could be watching the house, so he didn't want Xiaosu took Boy with me. Xiaosu, laughing, assured that no one would stop him and began promisingly twirling the gun on his finger. The uncle told the hero that nothing happened to them. I would when I was nearby would be Teacher Zhang. This guy is not this, replied that underscore. He didn't care about the community. Much, he was more worried about monsters who came from the mountain. The man asked which ones exactly the guy meant monsters. On this, Xiaosu answered about insects that everyone was talking about and what their quantity was incredible. The frightened man persuaded the guy to tell about everyone Horror's Mountain's Jing. He wanted to come back and pick it up his son with you. Xiaosu did not understand why Uncle was ready to leave with him so easily, because he threw all his family business at will fate underscore. The man insisted that he was sure what only following Xiaosu underscore to him would have managed to survive, because only he knew better everyone what really underscore in fact took place in Jing Mountain. Xiaosu couldn't believe that the man as him trusted he was. I'm sure that if he talked about monsters on the street, people would simply perceive him as a fool. Wang Fugui was not very good capable, but at the same time, not enough ruthless. He could always do best choice in difficult situations that underscore helped to him survive. Xiaosu, I doubted it would be possible to him run away with her husband. After all, Fugi was not a bad person. I want to do it business for its own sake. Enrichment underscore. Meanwhile, the man continued to ask the guy to, that took it with me in exchange for medicines and money that underscore the man had. Noble Xiaosu didn't want to take it, the man has the money. Instead, that's what he said to him, search his son and return. Meanwhile, underscore younger brother told Xiaosu that he shot underscore thieves who broke into his room, leading Wang Kongyang there as a result. Feel it. This is Xiaosu, frightened, and began to ask his brother. No one Li did not notice his gun, and in particular Wang Kunyang. As it turned out, to protect Boy and drop all charges from him, take all the blame on yourself, took Zhang, who ended up leaving with Wang Kongyang. Before his leave, the man gave Boy strange thing that underscore that showed older brother. With horror on Xiaosu's face asked, did not disclose whether Zhang his didn't say personality, whether who he is. For what Boy replied that underscore that didn't say anything, just mentioned the castle, also defined Zhang Yukin would go to Sai Bei. But Saiburi were very harsh lands with lousy climate. Xiaosu said that underscore they were able would go to that place only when underscore it would be very bad and very hard. Meanwhile, the girl who underscore I collected all my things and finished. All items were collected, and there was nothing left of which Khan would more take. Incredibly, Sister Xiao Yu even collected all the cabbage that Teacher Zhang planted it in the backyard. Xiaosu laughed because underscore, this was it, looks a lot like him, it was simple and easy. But unfortunately, the cabbage did not have special meaning, unlike bread, which underscore also was take with you. Meanwhile, underscore Uncle Fugi returned. He brought his son, but he very resisted and screamed. The man started to scare his son hungry bugs that could eat him if underscore would that remained. It turned out that the boy didn't want to go without Li Yuxian, who was daughter old man Li. Hearing this, his Xiaosu said, what nobody can't do it anymore, go with him. What the boy started to lap and beg, take Yukian. Xiaosu laughed. He realized that boy was in love with a girl and therefore did not want to leave without her. But it wasn't the best appropriate time for such conversations. That's why men started own way. To less catch your eye, they tried climb over the wall. But only Ren Xiaosu found himself on the wall. He heard how people started shout out his voice. Uncle's guesses were true, because how only people saw Xiaosu, they recognized him immediately. They tried to grab Xiaosu, but the hero had a pistol with him, which he immediately took advantage of. He managed to hit one of the agents, and the guy ordered the rest stop. Jumping off with walls, Xiaosu ordered forwards move back, and he himself began to approach them. The men wanted it quickly run up to the guy, hoping that he won't make it in time react. But Xiaosu noticed. This is what started shooting. As a result of the shootout, 3 agents were dead. Everyone else with horror on their faces started run away. Who where? But Xiaosu wasn't going to let go so easily. Bandits. He started shooting them in the back after 2 people which tried run away also fell to the ground dead. Meanwhile, the shocked Fugui covered his mouth with his hand to his son. After all, he never shut up. The team began to move south. There was a castle 109. Having opened the gates, people began run in. Hope fast get to the castle. They finally lost home and only hoped that their will accept. Suddenly, a beetle attacked one of the people in the city. He jumped out on the poor fellow's back and began to devour him. Also, the beetle attacked a woman who was holding a baby in her arms. Xiaosu couldn't understand that was happening at that moment, and he thought that it could begin earthquake. It was at that moment that a crack in the ground into which calmly a person could fail. Around there was a roar, the earth shook and split, stones and giant boulders began to collapse. People are panicking, started leave a city that has already been almost destroyed. From behind the wall, dust and dirt impossible was nothing distinguish. I remembered how Lu Yuan asked the hero what could happen if the wall would fall. Suddenly, the wall that guarded humanity really fell. But just at this moment, behind the wall were monsters. Even now was the worst moment when the wall could fall apart. All of a sudden, Xiaosu heard screams. He saw how behind the boy chased giant beetle. When the beetle was already ready to bite a man, the hero managed to shoot and kill the beetle, saving your uncle's life. Xiaosu shouted for everyone to move faster, because they didn't have time. The girl asked with fear whether they would survive Resident City if the wall falls apart fully. However, the main purpose then was survive most team fugitives. How suddenly, younger brother Xiaosu noticed strange near the walls glimpse Sveta. The ball that frozen in the sky was very acquaintances _ it seemed like this was exactly that bubble that _ once blew _ Jang Bogan. They only said that he could _ be alive. Suddenly beetles that also saw bubble flew towards her _ How suddenly, the bubble began to split into smaller ones bubbles _ It seemed like this was some kind of Superman and his skill. People watched a phenomenon in the sky. A lot of bubbles and bugs in the sky competed with each other. The beetles tried to attack and puncture the bubbles their sharp paws and teeth. How suddenly, one of Zhukov, I saw people on the ground. He began to fly towards one person. People started run away who where. They tried to find a place to survive. Uncle noticed that _ thousands of people who were leaving the city fled towards them. Xiaosu ordered team fugitives move faster. People could bring along tail monsters, so necessary was stay away from them distance. Xiaosu Fine knew that people from _ cities may be dangerous. However, he could have a weapon which could scare all people. He decided give away weapon younger brother and ordered hide it. Until the very twilight, the team continued move, and they still managed to break away from the people by enough distance. Therefore, they started smash overnight stay. Suddenly, a little boy asked my uncle Fugia how could he become one of superhumans, but that one didn't know anything. Hearing this, his brother Xiaosu expressed assumption that for this _ was need luck or generic line, or some others _ requirements. Operating with these facts, boy realized that his father was not _ Superman, since he didn't have nothing from the above. With a smile on his face, little brother Xiaosu said that _ perhaps Uncle Fugi wasn't there hereby father boy _ Boy hearing _ he burst into tears, and his uncle began to calm him down. Brothers were very sharp-tongued _ Uncle Fugi said that Father Zhang Baogan wasn't their Superman, but Zhang himself was able to become one. Milking transported to camp people who _ also settled down for the night. They Wang Fugui was considered enough influential human, but everything changed when Fugui started running behind the backs of several children _ People knew that Fugi was owner of a store in the city and carried with him a lot of money, so he must be something to _ run away. People also knew that the guys had a weapon with him. However, one of the men assured that nothing was afraid because there was a lot, but there definitely wouldn't be enough cartridges for everyone. But it turned out that people didn't care scared and no one wanted to go first underscore. Meanwhile, in human underscore camp was heard strange sound. Looks like this could be howl wolves underscore. People started they couldn't even think of running away, that wolves could be dangerous for them. Meanwhile, the escape team lit a fire and got busy cooking. The smell was incredible. Also, Xiaosu saw cilantro on the edge of the road and he was going to cook it. However, Uncle Fugi hurried say that underscore never loved underscore cilantro underscore. According to him, it smelled terrible of bugs. Xiaosu laughed at my uncle because where that could know how bugs smell. To a little boy it became funny too. Suddenly Uncle Fugui saw approaching people. He couldn't understand why people started chase there. Xiaosu understood that people actually underscore, in fact, they were running away from some kind of danger, so it was worth it to them would hurry up. It was worth it use any opportunities to underscore, prevent danger and escape. There was simply no other choice. Suddenly columns appeared in the forest trucks that underscore they drove one after another. Xiaosu didn't understand what they could be doing in the forest cars like this time and why they were needed. Underscore. 2 military cars that underscore we drove into the forest. It seemed we could break out from the castle. But Xiaosu heard that underscore consortium combat team numbered 4,500 man, and why then so few people came to the forest. The man, who sat in the middle cars, was dissatisfied. Barracks were built on real swamps. He asked the driver military car, that's enough whether them fuel to underscore get to castle 109. However, they were more than 210 kilometers from the castle itself. However, it is possible was pour over fuel from other cars, for this Khan was to ask the guy in the all-terrain vehicle drive up and pour fuel into it. Man in a shirt, I liked it like this idea. But suddenly he remembered that underscore cars were full wounded, and trucks as well are overcrowded, therefore it was definitely bad idea. However, the soldier was ready suffer, thus giving up the kindness of her husband and Qingzhen. The man didn't want to listen these words underscore. He did not agree and did not consider myself kind a person like said the soldier. Good people don't live long. Meanwhile, underscore Xiaosu watched the events from bushes on a safe distance. He determined in what direction people were running. It turned out that the top management also left the city, and in their direction was go many people. People were distracting attention. Everyone monsters underscore. Even if small quantity, the animals finally decided. If they attacked the teams, Xiaosu could easily deal with them. The team of fugitives began to move further, behind the people. Suddenly Uncle Fugi decided to ask Xiaosu. With obvious frightened, he asked where share all the people who together with Xiaosu went to Mount Jing. Xiaosu replied that underscore out of 21 people only 4 remained alive. Uncle began to guess that survived 4 human and quite maybe what Xiaosu could be one of them. In it time Xiaosu only said it was on the mountain a lot of mutated monsters underscore. Uncle Fugi put his hand on the guy's shoulder. He was grateful that underscore thanks to him, they were able to leave the city in time and survive. Xiaosu, smiling, asked for every drop of goodness, only river thanks. Fugi wanted to support with the hero normal relationship. The team continued move. Suddenly, and Xiaosu, who walked ahead, stopped everyone the rest after seeing this. 3 unknown persons pointed a gun at someone and demanded that he give away all the food. Man with a gun ordered 2 to their other partners to search people and find all the food and other values. People shouted that they were leaving the castle, and the tramps had no right to touch there. Tramp cocked the gun. He was indifferent, who stood in front of him. He shot a man who didn't want to give your food and be deceived underscore. Human fell on the ground. Other people ducked down and covered their heads with their hands. The bandit said that Castle 113 no longer exists, but in another castle it all began at first. He thought myself boss because he has underscore was gun and cartridges and he ordered other people to obey him. Taking advantage he ordered underscore 2 men who were witnesses shootouts go and search scared people. Those, not immediately, but still realizing that could also be shot, obeyed the order. They approached the frightened the man and the woman and were ordered to give up everything they had. From a woman they removed ring. With her neck also by force ripped off necklace underscore. The man threatened people and reminded that them would behave underscore fine. At that time, the frightened Uncle Fugui asked Xiaosu, they will take it away. Do they also have all the things? However, Xiaosu assured that it should not have been worry. The bandits noticed Xiaosu and were shocked. They couldn't understand why case and why he was not afraid. People were whispering. In appearance, Xiao Su was a child, but he had a bad reputation in the city as a ruthless person underscore. Therefore, bandits decided not to touch Xiao Su. Suddenly, when the robbers have already gathered leave, Xiao Su called, said them underscore come up. On the hand of one of he noticed the bandits 4 hours underscore. Bandits understood what underscore the guy hinted. Now bandits themselves took a risk be deceived. Xiao Su did not want to bother with the bandits for a long time, and for their own safety, he urged them to give up all the loot themselves, or to him would take everything by force. The bandits humbly gave Xiao Su watch, bowed, and moved on. Xiao Su, meanwhile, distributed to all members of its teams on the clock so they can keep track of time. A little boy hoped he was with Xiao Su from the same generation. After all, it could help him become a Superman. Xiao Su and his team decided to search places to rest, and in the morning, with renewed vigor, we planned hit the road. They passed near mountains and noticed people who were hiding. Xiao Su noticed a woman who sheltered and calmed people. They hid behind rocks. Xiao Su realized that underscore. This was teacher with by his students. Teacher calmed down their students and promised them help. Night was very clear in the sky, the moon was shining, and everything around was seen. Xiao Su smashed mine camp near the eyes. He lit a fire to a little get warm. The guy watched the frightened children who didn't dare look in his direction, and even more so come up. It turned out that this was Second Castle High School. All children really were students. They sat huddled close to each other. Xiao Su earlier heard teacher Zhang underscore mention dozens of schools that were in the castle, and in big castles were schools different types, junior, middle, senior schools, and even universities. He also knew that students in castles could study in clean classes. Also was a lot of teachers who could teach them the basics. Teachers don't need was work. They weren't poor and received enough to live social allowance. Xiao Su. I'm sad because he was not lucky enough to give birth inside the castle and enjoy the life that was there. The hero now did not know that happened to those little ones, ragamuffins, who underscore previously studied at school. Also, he did not have concepts. How now, taking into account all the events and circumstances, he was receiving gratitude at the shopping center. But the guy has already received thanks from myself when underscore had tried unlock yours weapons during underscore battles with monsters. He realized that underscore could thank himself, and this meant that he could easily execute exercise. The Black Blade was very strong weapons, and this was only its initial level. It was hard to imagine what it could be like turn into. This weapon when underscore would unlocked, other levels underscore. Xiao Su began to think and thank himself. He thanked himself for not killing people indiscriminately. Underscore, thank you for fine, raised his brother, for ate grapes and did not spit out the bones. But nothing happened. Underscore. In it time, the sitting students began complain to the teacher. They said they were hungry. However, teacher could not help the students in any way. She suggested go further. Perhaps they could find some food along the way. The castle people might them help. Teacher also suggested collect edibles for them plants so that they can eat. However, the students themselves decided go and look these plants. Teacher turned attention to Xiao Su and his team. They looked enough confidently. Therefore, teacher decided collect and eat what underscore will collect Xiao Su himself. But one of guys. I suggested just asking for help. However, the lady did not believe that in difficult times there might be people who were ready to help someone. The castle was no longer there, which meant that everyone's first thought was only about myself. The students they are touched. Understood that underscore teacher I was right and changed my mind about asking for help. Meanwhile, the sister turned to Xiao Su. She noticed that in the group students was a lot of beautiful girls, and them were peers Xiao Su. She asked the guy what to him I liked it more total. She offered to feed one of girls. However, Xiao Su was busy. I was full of thoughts and didn't want to bother my head with anything else. But the sister did not back down and was ready to help Xiao Su find a girlfriend. Meanwhile, the water began to boil. Xiao Su found edible plants that underscore Khan was boil or cook. Watching the actions Xiao Su, the teacher asked the children to find the same plants that Xiao Su was holding. Children started searches. Meanwhile, underscore Xiao Su noticed children who underscore they were looking for something. He decided to approach them and ask what case. Children found many such plants and returned to the teacher. They were glad because now we could, for the first time in a long time, to have a snack. Meanwhile, Jiaosu underscore showed found plant Uncle Fuguyu. This plant never worth it there is because it could have come from him diarrhea during underscore 3 days underscore. The students noticed how Xiaosu threw away, found them plant and were stunned. Co-anger they trampled the plants, because they spent a lot of effort and time for them search. Their dreams tasty eat crashed. Xiaosu noticed strange behavior students and realized that underscore they repeated everything after him and took their example from him. Suddenly he noticed small plant at feet Uncle's Fuguya. This was shepherd's purse, and this plant can was there is. However, the plant had unpleasant bitter taste, but it was nothing compared to diarrhea. Underscore. Uncle Fugi knew very well this plant. His family often cooked dumplings from this grass, and he knew that her can there is. Children and teacher again went in search shepherd's purse. Suddenly, teacher tripped over the stones. She fell to the ground. The students hurried lift up woman and check if she's shining whether she. The students asked the teacher, a little relax. After all underscore ways she helped him with the search water and grass, and she wasn't obliged, do it's all for them, because they were not at school at that moment. Woman was touched by the words. She didn't even want to listen there unshay. She thought his duty to bring children to the castle, to safety place. All the time, Xiaosu attentively watched the students and saw how they started repeating after him, fuss and search new plant. Rat palm, he saw how the girl began to chew grass. The students were grimacing, the grass was very bitter. Children started cry. They hugged teacher and complained that underscore very miss home. Many, none of them knew where were at that moment their parents. What is their fate realized? Underscore. Xiaosu's younger brother was worried that all the students were crying. But Xiaosu didn't pay attention to it. He thought only about my own survival. He was responsible for the lives of the people who surrounded him and could not think about something else. Suddenly, other people who wandered through the forest noticed the fire of Xiaosu and began run in his direction. They hoped what must be, although would someone alive underscore among the fire. One of the men was happy because he was like promised, I was able to find someone else alive in the forest. Other men thanked him for helped break away from the beetles and help find others he was. But the man did not accept praise. He thought his debt help other people. Xiaosu and his team heard a strange hum and turned their heads in his direction. The hero saw a man whom everyone shook hands with and thanked. On that man's back was striped pajamas and on it the inscription, Psycho Asylum of Castle 113. Xiaosu, I realized that this underscore person was some kind of mental disease. In turn, people who brought sick. The man also noticed the inscription on his back. Perhaps a man was a weaver, but he had superpower, with the help which could become physically very strong. Also, fugitive assured that he was underscore reincarnation of a great sage equal to heaven, but no one knew the truth spoken person, or lied underscore. Xiaosu thought that underscore. If with the man was not Superman, everyone else really believed would be his man running away from mental hospitals. However, he saved everyone, helped other people, and they didn't believe him. Suddenly a man in pajamas turned his head and saw Xiaosu, who stood behind him. His pupils expanded and reflected image Xiaosu with his younger brother. The fugitive began to shout for people to give him way, and he ran towards where stood Xiaosu. Strange actions. Men scared Xiaosu's younger brother, and he thought that Xiaosu could have known this person underscore. However, Xiaosu himself couldn't understand nothing and didn't know who was in front of him. Man kindly smiling, he approached Xiaosu and the boy. He greeted them and called the hero a master. Xiaosu finally was puzzled underscore. He could not reprimand not a word. The man in stripes pajamas said to your people so that they continue move yourself. It's knew the task was to carry out the master Xiaosu to the west for the sacred inscriptions. This solution very puzzled people. They didn't understand what could have happened to the man and what he found so special about Xiaosu. Uncle Wang Fugui was happy such news. He laughed out loud because they had new and experienced partner who also possessed superpower. The man in pajamas didn't understand why Uncle Fugui laughed. Suddenly he smiled a man and his little son. He spread his arms as if knew I haven't seen them for a very long time. The man approached his Uncle Fuguya and his son, hugged there. He was glad because they could all go west together to get the sacred letter. Xiaosu and his friends finally were puzzled underscore. This was not part of their plans underscore. They knew nothing about the sacred scripture and where to look for it. Moreover, they didn't even know that person. Sometimes life maybe have unexpected turns events underscore. The man asked what he could do for Xiaosu. However, the guy put his hand on his shoulder and was about to explain that he is not a master at all and did not intend to travel west to search for the sacred letter. However, the man did not believe Xiaosu's words. He believed this impossible. The man asked where and in what direction the hero was heading. When Man in Stripes Pajamas heard that Shosu was heading southwest towards the castle, he began to assure that it was just like that necessary place, and that's where you can was to find a sacred letter. Xiaosu repeated that he really wasn't Wang Fugui was also not a master Baz, and he were accompanied by Wang Dalun and not some Sha Wu Jing. However, for a man, this had absolutely no values. He didn't even want to hear that the master did not exist and Uncle Fugui did not exist Baji. Suddenly, a bandit appeared with a pistol. He found students and teachers and demanded that they give. He gave him everything of value that they had. Bandit also noticed a man in striped pajamas, which looked straight at him and began to approach closer. Suddenly, the man asked the bandit if there was whether that accidentally Xiao Zhuan Feng. However, the bandit did not understand what kind of madman was in front of him. He started pestering. The gun was behind my back, ready to shoot at the weirdo at any moment. However, the man in pajamas noticed that the bandit was ready to shoot and hit him on the head with your staff. It hit the bandit right in the head, causing he, falling back, still managed fire. Rang out shot. Everyone was scared. Xiaosu started checking to see if she had hit. No one gets shot. His brother and sister too were scared. Uncle Fugi and his son looked at each other. Suddenly, the man in pajamas began to twirl his staff. He was spinning so quickly that formed like a shield with which he could protect yourself and others from pestrels. Suddenly, Brother Xiaosu noticed that the bullet did not hit the staff and began to twist it too much late. Blood was flowing from his chest, and his striped pajamas formed bloody the spot that continued increase. The man realized that the field had hit him. He did not fall, but continued to stand in front of the bandit, holding in his hand your staff. It seemed like he didn't even feel it pain. Suddenly the man fell. He crouched on the ground. The bandit looked at the man and didn't understand why he wasn't there yet dead there. He managed to survive. But according to legend, bronze head and iron hands of the great sage equal to heaven were invulnerable to swords and spears. The man screamed. He did not understand why the bullet managed to wound him. How suddenly a bloody bullet flew out from Bodymen. The bandit wanted again shoot at the madman. He understood that was Superman. Not having time again produce shot, it's just saw how human prepared for impact. He jumped and all strength swung his golden staff. Bandit again fell on the ground. There was a blow very strong and from his mouth went blood. Suddenly another blow to the lying bandit. It seemed that he was more stronger than previous. Like a bandit, the stone flew off a couple of meters. He lost consciousness and lay on the ground, not moving. None of his people dared come up or stand up for the bandit. The man in stripes pajamas looked safe and sound. His wound has disappeared. He called this fight destruction, demons, and spreading goodness. The man turned to Xiaosu. The guy understood that he really was Superman. There could be useful in the future advancing towards Castle 109. People surrounded the bandit, and the man who beat him just laughed watching that action. People were happy. I was finally found the one who could save. He is their bandit. Now they don't need was constantly give all your goods. They were no longer afraid. Suddenly everyone started thank man with a staff. They lowered their heads in front of him. However, the man himself did not understand why people were grateful him and why they were grateful to him. He said that thank they must would be his master Xiaosu. People didn't understand that happened. They started look at each other and Xiaosu himself wasn't much of a happy with this. However, everyone lowered their heads and bowed to Xiaosu. Started thank him. Xiaosu received whole gratitude coins at a time. He was delighted at this unexpected turn. He managed to get coins without much difficulty, which could help him in the future unlock new levels katanas. Xiaosu turned to the man. He called him his student and offered effective a cure for his wounds. This could dull his pain. Uncle Fugi and his son, sister and brother Xiaosu did not understand that now they were due. Continue whether them continue go to the castle or now they must were move on to find the sacred letter. Xiaosu called Uncle Fugui Baji just as he said man in pajamas. He ordered bring my uncle something to eat. Fugui brought. I'm going. It looks like the man was very hungry. Xiaosu gave to him a little food and said there is slowly. The man's name was Chen Udi. and he thanked Xiao Su and Baji, from what Xiao Su received one more gratitude coin. These relationships, master and student, seemed very profitable. However, Chent is not satisfied. He is out of awkwardness stroked hand belly underscore. He was a good fighter, but very a lot of 8 underscore. Xiao Su asked the student, knew whether that what such alms. It turned out that the student knew what this. Xiao Su ordered Chen Wu Udi go to some people in search of rice. He was to ask the people to cook some plain rice and return back to Xiao Su. Also, Chen could take with you people who previously helped Wang Yihen in robberies. They could help Chen with his search for rice. Chen looked at the people. It seemed then that those people had a lot what's left. At the end, finally, he agreed and went in search of rice for Xiao Su. Xiao Su watched following Chen. This human was enough funny and could more not bad help Xiao Su and his family. Xiao Su. I decided to have a little snack myself. Lastly, underscore time. Him all more and more it seemed that spiritual capabilities, everyone person in a certain degrees were associated with spiritual by will person underscore. After all, he noticed that existed straight addiction between combat the power of his shadow and spiritual by force Shuxian Chu. And Wu Chun Udi, it was more and more obvious that underscore, because he thought underscore yourself as a great sage equal to the sky, his golden staff is actually appeared in his own way. Physical qualities gradually was approaching human condition underscore. However, Xiao Su could not find a clear answer about his spiritual underscore strength underscore. He didn't understand what was precisely its peculiarity. Suddenly, to Xiao Su came up a teacher and a couple of students. She asked the hero for some fire underscore. Alternatively, on fire Xiao Su, she suggested to him some dry firewood, which they managed to get it in the forest. Xiao Su, without much enthusiasm, agreed. Co his hand to him, I felt sorry for the people. Teacher and others thanked Xiao Su, why that received more coins thanks. People were glad. Now they had a fire and they could cook something or get warm. Xiao Su felt sorry for the people. He understood what they had underscore very little experienced survival in the wild nature, and it was very difficult for them to survive. Suddenly appeared Chen. He brought a full bag of rice and began to treat them Xiao Su. However, the hero refused. Because there was a rice man, he found it and Xiao Su ordered to keep it for himself. Chen refused. However, since Xiao Su was not polite either, said that underscore every here. Actually, in fact, he was on his own. The man was stuffing rice. Suddenly he turned to Uncle Fugi. He's got something had for him too. He brought Fuguyu a gun for his own safety and protection. Uncle was endlessly grateful to my husband. Now he had weapon and himself, in case what could them take advantage of. Chen suddenly started snoring. Fugi was surprised how maybe that fast was about to fall asleep. Only what we were talking, and a moment later Chen slept sitting underscore. Although Chen Udi was a little weird, Xiao Su felt not feeling very good fine because of underscore deceived the man. It was true when they said that fools were lucky. Khan was say that underscore this was his gift. The younger brother approached Xiao Su. He offered Xiao Su a little take a nap because that I was tired and I was getting ready watch by the fire for the first half of the night. But Xiao Su ordered my brother to lie down sleep and be on duty already in the second half nights. Xiao Su was going to be on duty first underscore. The brother did not want to obey, but nevertheless, he did not have choice underscore. Xiao Su again repeated, I asked you not to lose your words time in vain and immediately go sleep. The boy looked straight at Xiao Su. He was disappointed because I wanted to help older brother. However, with a disappointed look, he went to the others' sleep. Almost everyone was asleep. Only Xiao Su remained keep watch by the fire. For him it was obvious that they almost reached the castle, and it would very good if underscore would be all. Taking advantage of the chaos that was near the castle, they could get there unnoticed. Zolo too remembered the gold and medicines that he hid in the castle, and this would be enough to sometime support them afloat. But Xiao Su didn't know what do otherwise. Underscore. If they failed to get inside the castle, it was worth it whether would at all try. Was the idea of just staying in one of the trading towns near the castle? Suddenly I woke up Chen Udi. He noticed that underscore Xiao Su haven't slept yet. Xiao Su could not understand why the man woke up because not so long ago I was snoring, and then I woke up and felt myself very not bad. However, since underscore Chen found out that he was reincarnation of the great sage equal to the sky, he was sleeping only 3 or 4 hours a day, and him this. It was quite enough, as if he had slept all night. Master Xiaosu pretended that underscore such at all, maybe. He had never seen anything like this before. But still, if even so, this was good, because there was more left time for others' things. Xiaosu asked the man how much to him was years old. It turns out that Chen himself didn't know how many to him 1,000 years. After all, he could have experienced more than one reincarnation in the past. Lives. Xiaosu barely restrained himself not to send Chen. He meant how old as he was in this life underscore. Still, Chen Yu was total just of the year. Xiaosu was years younger and somehow became his master, whom he helped and protected. Underscore, it seemed to Xiaosu, was one of those the most legendary children underscore. The hero asked Chenya, was he taken to a psychiatric hospital? Hospital private troops underscore. But the guy is there sent only a few years ago. He was counted unhealthy when it's all said that underscore was reincarnation of a great sage. But only some time ago, he was suddenly transported to a new hospital where they took blood and others' tests. Xiaosu asked, knew whether Chen teacher Zhang Baogena. It turned out that the guy knew teacher Zhang and knew that cheated Bubbles underscore. Also, he told that the teachers put him in the same hospital and he was in the next one ward underscore. But in front of him was another patient, underscore. Unfortunately, the fate of this patient was unknown, Chen Yu. Xiaosu thought about it. Chen Udi really came from pre-psychiatric hospital and lived with teacher Zhang. He believed that the people in the castle might dissect Zhang and others, or they could simply take some blood from them. But no, according to Chen Wudi, from the very beginning there were 3 superhumans who were put together, but one of them managed to escape. But it's strange, where could he then get away? Xiaosu again asked Zhen, then underscore had that some kind of plan for the future and what it all must was do next. Zhen joyfully jumped to his feet. Him underscore was only one goal, to see off his masters to the west to search for the sacred letter. But Xiaosu besieged Happy Guy. He asked what could underscore happen if underscore he wouldn't want to there go. This answer dumbfounded joyful Zhen Udi. He never expected such a turn. There were no events ready for such an answer. He fell to the ground crying. All the years he did nothing but underscore. I was thinking about finding my one master and go with him to the west to win demons, find the sacred letter, and get rid of violence. These thoughts, long years, have given me no rest, Zhenyu. The guy started begging Xiaosu to underscore that agreed go with him. He grabbed his cloak and through tears asked the hero to change his mind. Xiaosu looked in the face, poor fellows. He felt sorry for him and thought that, after all, he should go there too? Would really didn't hurt find out about the event that also constantly teacher Zhang mentioned. The hero decided cheer up Zhen. He knelt down in front of him and asked where was that western paradise. However, Zhen didn't know. Xiaosu rejoiced, it seemed, from this Khan was extract some benefit. He said, poor guy, don't worry. Xiaosu promised myself everyone figure it out and that the guy could rely on him. Night passed. In the sky light bright sun. All people woke up long ago. Everyone how he tortured someone terrible cough and sore throat. Awoke Xiaosu's younger brother and he also noticed that underscore happened. Something strange underscore with by all people. Perhaps everyone underscore cough started due to very long travel. And lack sleep underscore. It could underscore call epidemic. All people have the flu. But there was no way to get the flu big problem. But no, with all the people where something is definitely wrong. The disease could not have happened so quickly progress. After all, more some it was all hours ago fine. Still, Xiaosu didn't want to any more stay in that place. He needs was hurry because there, apparently underscore an infection zone has formed, and they also risked getting infected. Uncle Fugi is very scared. Such news and first was in a hurry. How can quickly leave the infected territory underscore. Everyone was getting ready to leave the forest and were already walking, and Fugi urged their. However, Zhen Udi was in no hurry. He didn't intend to go nowhere. He turned to Xiaosu with the words that better would save a person life than underscore build 7 floors for the monastery. They had no right to leave those people there. However, Xiaosu didn't intend to retreat and stay. For him, more important was life and fate of his relatives. He said Zhenyu that underscore they will not retreat, and Western Paradise was already completely close, and the guy could stay and help everyone if you wanted. Zhen Udi disappointed. For him it's not easy to quit everyone, those people at will fate underscore. But on the other hand, he couldn't just give up on the case all his life. It seems that exactly accompaniment. The masters behind the sacred letter were most important task at that time. He looked at the unfortunate people again. This was not easy choice for him. He was hurt. Look at those suffering sick people. However, he decided follow the master and began to catch up with him. He said Xiao Su that he had thought it all over, and it was at that moment that it was very important to lead Xiao Su and his relatives to the west. Xiao Su. I was glad that the guy finally managed to make up his mind and didn't lose good fighter underscore. Teacher with decided by their students also leave the infection zone, but suddenly, alone from the students felt sorry for sick people, and she decided stay to underscore help others. However, the teacher did not want to take risks, his life and life their students. She was responsible for them. Life should underscore was to save them, everyone, underscore. She explained children that underscore perhaps it underscore was cruel to people, but this was the only chance to escape. She ordered the children to keep up, and she also asked them not to forget about edibles, plants, and asked them to collect everything that came their way so that they had opportunity refresh yourself. But children complained about bitter taste plants. It really was very difficult to eat, but unfortunately it was the only one food that underscore they replenished stocks of your strength. Xiao Su and his relatives moved from infected territory, followed by students and a teacher. They strived how can quickly leave the infected territory in which there was still a lot left sick people. In a strange way, coincident circumstances for all time stay on the road. Xiao Su haven't noticed yet not a single wolf. Would logical notice what people did not imagine for wolves neither, which dangers underscore. With another on the other hand, animals could be afraid of big things, crowds of people. Bai Xiaosu couldn't to uncover their superpowers until underscore this in itself it shouldn't have happened would do. He didn't know that they did with such people in the castle 109. Suddenly, younger brother Xiaosu noticed cars ahead. They stood still and did not move. It seems that this were cars Qing Consortium, but surprisingly machines were too much unreliable after all. They were broken, therefore underscore Xiao Su it is forbidden was go forward, because they took a risk meet the soldiers. Some people also underscore noticed cars consortium, and decided help the Qing soldiers for help. Some of the people helped in the direction of the cars. Finally people could join army underscore. It seemed that people were saved. The younger brother Xiao Su himself was happy and wanted to go to the soldiers. However, Xiao Su banned to him this do. He noticed something strange. Underscore. There was a soldier in the camp, fat man, who moved around very slowly. He sat on a chair and just smoked. Also Xiao Su. I was surprised he didn't quit. Their wounded soldiers go at its own pace. They provided medical helping each other. Fat man looked expensively dressed. It wasn't on military forms, moreover it seemed that it wasn't even there, weapons underscore. Fat man was funny. He put it on himself seat cover when underscore went out from cars. Refugees all as one began run towards the soldiers' camp. Fat man ordered the soldiers to remove and hide all weapons so that in case what refugees could not take advantage and visit the camp, noise underscore. The soldiers looked aggressive and seemed not very rejoiced the appearance of people. People saw aggressive and not friendly soldiers' mood. This they're scared because army would protect them like underscore expected. Xiao Su watched what was happening but did not dare come up closer to the soldiers. Suddenly, soldiers themselves approached the hero. They examined all people. The soldiers did not let people inside his camps, so people were forced to spend the night separately. Then how soldiers warmed themselves by the fire. Already happened, It's late, so Xiao Su I decided to find somewhere suitable place to stay overnight. However, Uncle Fugui believed it is very stupid and dangerous to be so close to people from Qing Consortium. At the end, after all, it's impossible was forget that during underscore skirmishes with soldiers, they killed several of them. However, Xiao Su had no other options. He assured Uncle Fugi that everything would be fine okay, and they could stay there with calm soul. Even if would something happen, they underscore would made it in time run away somewhere. He explained that underscore, considering then position, best option would just follow the main a group of people. Still, it's impossible was forget about the wolves who could only wait until underscore someone got away from the main groups. Fuguya Xiaosu's words convinced him and he decided, listen to him and spend the night in the place where the guy pointed out. Xiaosu decided, go collect some wood for the fire along with the great sage. The rest could stay in the camp and rest a little. Chen Udi didn't intend to offend anyone. At the same time, he did not forget protect yourself from evil other people's intentions. Xiaosu not so much trusted the guy and decided keep an eye on him sometime. Perhaps he joined Xiaosu with some evil motive, underscore. Still, it was just caution and nothing wrong with it Xiaosu has not seen. The hero is between would open signs Zhen only after a few days observations if underscore I wouldn't find it in it. Nothing suspicious underscore. Suddenly Zhen noticed that underscore Xiaosu said that underscore it was already sunset at all close. However, later they couldn't get there all day long reach. Xiaosu didn't come up with it nothing better as underscore say that underscore Western Paradise could move. But Zhen doesn't really care believed. Still, he wasn't as stupid as it seemed. Indeed, Xiaosu understood what such the answer couldn't. It would be difficult to deceive even a fool believe even to himself. He asked Zhen was not there, does he have other desires and goals other than how underscore accompany him to the west and help him find the sacred letter? Wujen Udi. It turned out there were others' desires he didn't talk about. He searched girl named underscore Zixia. After his reincarnation was two things he needs underscore. Underscore was due. The first one is accompany masters to the west for writing. And the second the goal is to find a girl. This was something of underscore the plot of Journey to the West. Suddenly students and a teacher appeared in front of Xiaosu and Zhen. They ready were share the collected firewood with them. Now there was no need to collect firewood with one's own hands since. Indeed, how can there will be more people put brushwood on the fire, then the flame will brighter and brighter. Xiaosu thanked students for firewood, but if he himself would not have shared it earlier fire with them, the disciples would freeze and get sick. How other people. The students moved on, but Xiaosu could not believe that for what he just decided share fire with them, they could thank him in this way. One of students approached Zhen. Underscore. It seems I was ashamed. Suddenly she began to stare, look at the guy, and told him what he was very handsome. Zhen Udi got embarrassed and turned away, looked to the side. He blushed and thanked girl, calling her parishioner underscore. Xiaosu. I was in a hurry to leave when suddenly he saw something very wonderful. He called students to help. He found a lot of edible plants underscore, then nobody, one of them didn't lie down, sleep hungry. People settled down for the night. Every lit a fire and ate found plants. Zhen Udi very rejoiced found food. For the whole day he was very just hungry underscore could dream of a delicious dinner. He's for real enjoyed food. He ate so fast that underscore Xiaosu and other people looked at him as if he were mad. However, he didn't care much about it. Suddenly, he asked Xiaosu. He didn't count whether the team was still missing someone. However, Xiaosu is not very understood. What exactly I meant the guy. Zhen said that underscore existed White Dragon Horse and this could be someone from underscore teams. However, immediately added, noticing the frightened looks at yourself that it won't happen no one check because underscore nobody from those present were not a dragon horse then a little calm people down. A little boy asked his father Fuguya what exactly meant Zhen. Underscore. Still, he was absolutely sure that Uncle Fugi was Baji and his son is Wu Jing. Xiaosu did not expect that Wu Jun Udi had my own internal logic, despite his madness. He said the rest, that very soon they would arrive at Castle 109. Meanwhile, underscore teacher together with 8 with their students found sweet potatoes. Also, they wanted to leave some food to underscore take with you and have the opportunity to have a snack somewhere on the road to satisfy your hunger. One of the students didn't believe that they could underscore safely walk to Castle 109. However, teacher assured him that everything would be fine good if underscore they will continue go after Xiaosu. Suddenly, the student began to call the teacher. Woman, she was scared for him. She didn't understand that happened, and I thought that he could have been bad, but he wanted her something show. She looked back and met with Xiaosu, who all time looked at her. Teacher blushed with shame and the children started laugh. The students should have would warn teacher underscore. Meanwhile, at the camp, the military soldier approached the fat man, who was their boss underscore. He asked if he should, whether was send his brother some reinforcements to underscore save them. But boss couldn't do anything talk about your brother and reinforcements. The last time his brother was on the mountain was when happened eruption. It was difficult say there was. Is he still alive? But the soldier was, I am sure that Commander Ching is alive. He knew him and respected him. However, the fat man was not so confident. That time on the mountain there was something incredible. Underscore. That eruption and earthquake were spontaneous disasters and anything could happen. Soldiers were very close to the castle 112, and if something goes wrong with their castle, then the castle is 112. Also could have collapsed. And if Consortium would lose 2 castles at once, Commander Ching would be waiting. Very harsh punishment. Ol the soldier, coming to the commander's defense, assured that it was the commander's fault that the locks were destroyed. After all, run in spontaneous disaster, could not a single one alive people on Earth, what no matter his superpowers possessed. However, the Qing commander in the past made a lot of money for himself, a lot of enemies in the consortium, and any straightaway could take opportunity take revenge on the commander. And since the commander killed a lot of people from other consortia, fat man, I was afraid that consortium worried that it would be difficult to control, so they would ask him to check for some time. But this all was temporarily, because Qing Consortium, everything more needed Commander Qing Zhen to do his job, because nobody, the other one couldn't do the job so good as far as this made by Qing Zhen himself. Also, no one there was no other would be as ruthless as the Qing. Suddenly events shifted to the commander and the man in white. Consortium Bureau called boss, but he didn't want to pick up the phone and answer. He asked Convey that he simply didn't have time to talk. They conveyed it over the phone, very important message, and asked for sure handover to the boss. From the phone call, it became clear that locks are 112 and 113 were finally destroyed. However, the man in white was not impressed this information. He guessed that this was what happened. However, this was not everything. Also, they asked to convey something other. Boss was intrigued. He stopped to find out what it is. Message was more. It became clear that people wanted the man in white headed to Castle 111 to conduct own investigations as soon as only he will leave the mountain. Also, then you can't was without permission. Leave the castle limits are 111. It seemed that it felt like home arrest . But it passed a lot of time since boss returned to the castle 111. He ordered call Lu Yuan from the 109 castle and convey him to . That sent someone to search Lanya. But that castle was controlled by another consortium. Li and Lu Yuan, as the castle's chief, might not have had an important say in that region. But man talked about the fact that always was opportunity, send there some division's private troops to settle issue and its solution. He also asked Convey that if he doesn't find Luolan will then die. Events again returned to the forest, where people, having lit bonfires, waiting for dawn to again set out on a journey to find the castle. Fat Man realized that poor people knew how Khan would be practical in everyday life. He noticed that people were frying sweets potatoes, so he ordered one of the soldiers, whose name was Tang Zhou, go to people and buy a couple of fried ones from them potatoes and bring them to him. However, the military man did not understand why to buy it, because they could by force take a few away from people potatoes. However, Fat Man got angry. For him, kill or take away something innocent people didn't think was special difficulties. However, he would have trouble if then these rumors would fly around everywhere. He shouted at the soldier that moved and bought potatoes are priced 5 to 10 times higher than usually. The fat man didn't have the goal is to discredit the Qing because they never used no one in their interests. At the last moment when the military man was about to leave, Fat Man ordered to him take with you some man to go to him no one could sneak up behind. Military agreed and began look for who could go with him and help him with the purchase sweet, baked potatoes. In a moment, a few military resolutely headed in the direction of the people. Tovtson thought myself worthy representative Qing generation, but he could never think that to him would ask refugees for food. He put his hands closer to the fire so that a little warm up. Nevertheless, the temperature was much below how during the day. Suddenly the soldiers had already returned. They seemed very cheerful. What it is forbidden was say then when they were just leaving. They managed to get a lot of potatoes. The fat man started counting potatoes. Next, he calculated number of people in the Qing camp. He distributed potatoes for everyone in the camp. Half should was eat every military man and nothing more, but a wounded man could eat one whole potato. Further, fat man ordered Tangzhou do cooking potatoes. Potato was sent into the fire where must was fry. Military, I kept an eye on the potatoes so that by chance they didn't burn and spoil because of this mine's sweet taste. When potato was fully ready, he brought it the fat man one potato and offered eat. However, the boss did not. On the contrary, he divided two potatoes equal parts, took half for himself, and gave the other half back to the soldier that also could eat. However, the soldier refused potatoes. He believed that the boss definitely was eat. Although one potato, However, the boss didn't want any more touch on the topic of potatoes. Everything it is decided. Everyone has an equal parts. The boss didn't have time tell the soldiers all the details, but he gave promise. When they get to Castle 109, he will invite relax and enjoy life. He promised to everyone who managed to prevent the disaster that they will blessed after her. Soldiers started shout out words of encouragement because they believed that in any disaster it is possible to find a blessing. Suddenly a scream broke the silence of the night. Something was happening in the forest. There was a human camp fight. One man hit woman and she fell to the ground from a strong blow. He shouted at the woman. It turned out that she ate his sweet potatoes and pretended innocent. He saved this woman during disasters from the castle, and she went and robbed him. However, woman spilling tears promised her husband money for potatoes when they got to Castle 109. My husband didn't believe it in her words. He, taking the woman by the throat, did not believe that they could something to stay after They 109 will reach the castle. Next, he raised the woman to her feet and dragged her along somewhere deep forests. Meanwhile, behind everything action, a couple of people watched. Xiaosu, who also saw this a terrible picture, I heard a voice behind myself. This was Zhen Udi. He shouted to the man and demanded that he stop. Suddenly, Zhen called the man the King of Leopards and began to catch up with him. Grabbing your golden staff, Zhen was ready to stab the man. Man turned around your camp to strange cries. Suddenly, Zhen hit the man, that let go woman. The man himself was thrown several times by the strong blow, meters . Woman rushed to the man. It seemed that was dead . She started screaming in panic, accusing the guy and ordering to him clean up away. Zhen was shocked . He thought that woman I was out of my mind. He didn't understand why she defended a man who was a moment ago ready her with his own hand kill. With a broken expression faces he's back to Xiaosu and the others. He silently took him to a tree trunk, held his head and almost cried. Xiaosu looked at Zhen. Once again he was convinced that Zhen was really a little strange. He was just making it up magical a name to anyone I wanted to give thrashing . But still, the work of the great sage equal to heaven was exactly fight demons. He asked young man that did if would stumbled with hundreds of enemies and he would have had enough then names for all of them. But everything was already thought out. It turned out that the names demons was repeat. But what about the promise not to make mistakes in personalities which Zhen gave? Xiaosu gave to him kick. Zhen asked about Xiaosu. Why did he think that woman drove him away? Because he tried to help her and protect her from the man who wanted her offend. Xiaosu knew that human nature is very difficult, and some people shouldn't have would to save, but he didn't want to tell Zhen that, because he was already fine. Uncle Fugui replied to the guy that he just was too much inquisitive. He would rid yourself from many problems if learned refuse people and don't poke your noses out of whack affairs. But Zhen did not understand that Uncle Fugi meant. Uncle explained, not always yet cost to do what you did not concern you, and had absolutely nothing to do with your relationship. Zhen, rushing to his feet, threw a potato pod at Fugi, for that was talk me boring, laughed in unison. Was very late. Xiaosu threw a couple of branches into the fire brushwood so that the fire does not go out and does not freeze at night. Suddenly a strange paw appeared in handcuffs deep in the forest. Xiaosu heard the sound of chains. He looked around, trying to find the source noise . Xiaosu's younger brother asked what . There was a strange sound. However, Xiaosu didn't answer. He ordered everyone urgently gather things and run from that place. This were monsters are the same as on Mount Qing. They ran to the people. They managed to find survivors. The monsters were approaching people. They was so a lot that is not possible was even count exact number. Jiaosu ordered everyone run. People are panicking, started run away who where. He watched as underscore monsters attacked innocent people. Animals indiscriminately killed the frightened and defenseless women and men. Only Jiaosu with their relatives, and the teacher and students were able to break away from the monsters that we were delayed a bit, distracted by other people in the camp. Suddenly, people running away ran straight to the Camp Qing military. However, they were not particularly glad see people. They began to direct their weapon. Xiao Su asked the soldiers not to shoot. They are better off themselves would clean up away, after all. As it became clear earlier, their weapon was not effective against monsters underscore. Boss Fat Man ordered the soldiers to lower their weapons and listen to Xiao Su. They also were run away and follow the guy. If the soldier then started shooting, there would be casualties would much more. Then better total was survived together with the troops after all. How neither those had firearms weapon. And this was better than underscore disclose own capabilities. Soldiers started run away. They helped each other pick up and carry the wounded. However, they moved a lot slowly. Fat Man urged the soldiers, but they couldn't move at all faster because of the wounded comrades and heavy ammunition underscore. Suddenly, monsters were able to catch up with people. Their eyes were burning red light. They were ready to tear people apart. Fat Man earlier, I've never encountered anything like this creatures, and that meeting was very scared. The monsters didn't retreat. They continued to approach people. The little boy began to cry out of fear, but Uncle Fugi could not do anything. Xiao Su heard the screams of monsters behind columns. Their coming soon took a risk. Be fully surrounded test subjects with everyone's sides underscore. However, retreat there was no more opportunity. The only one decision was stay, and hope that underscore Qing soldiers were able would repel the attack of monsters. Boss ordered to his soldier Tang Zhou take a team of people and go together with the wounded in the castle. Then he was to ask someone to help. Need to was to find the car running. But the soldier could not leave Bose. However, the boss didn't want to listen to him. He just wanted to, although someone could underscore go out from there alive and get to the castle. To the rest, boss ordered follow him and together fight against creatures. Everyone were fight together for common victory underscore. The soldiers were in no hurry to escape. They did not want to leave the boss alone. However, there was an order, and they had no choice. Soldiers, they listened underscore, were going to run with the wounded and come with help for others. The soldiers grabbed the boss and dragged him with them by force. But Luolan was never a deserter and didn't want to just retreat and abandon their guys. Suddenly the soldiers brought a black box, started open it. It seemed there was something powerful underscore weapon. This was an RPG. Soldier pulled out weapon from the box. With satisfaction began to charge with a smile weapon and prepare to fire. He aimed straight at the creatures. Sounded shot. Soldiers shot from machine guns trying to destroy monsters underscore. All of a sudden rang out explosion. All around filled up flame. It seemed no one had chances survive being right in the epicenter explosion underscore. Also, soldiers had a couple of grenades and they actively used them, throwing them at the creatures. Suddenly the fire stopped. There was a brief silence. When dust from gunfire and explosions dissipated, people saw survivors monsters underscore. One of the soldiers did not have time react when you see a monster. He seemed to understand what has already happened late. All that was left to do was die. The monster attacked the soldier. He bit him on the neck, causing that screamed with frantic and unbearable pain. At that moment, the soldier was holding a grenade in his hand. To though somehow destroy the monster, he removed the pin. The soldier understood that to him it was not possible to escape, and this was the only thing if he could do. Rang out explosion. Rather explosive, the wave knocked other soldiers to the ground. Xiao Su, watching everyone underscore events, could not believe and wondered how underscore brave and fearless was that human. How suddenly Jen, using his superpower, took out Golden Staff. Now he was ready fight demons. Xiao Su ordered Chen Yu Udi go right. Xiao Su himself took out his katana, which I've chopped it before monsters underscore. Jen noticed that in that life, Master was much deadlier underscore better than last year life, when he was underscore less resolute underscore. Xiao Su went on the attack. In one fell swoop, he easily tore the head off the shoulders of the first beast underscore. Next, he ordered the people to run forward, and Xiao Su was to detain the monsters so that people could be safe, go out from surroundings and have a blast. People did not dare to move. That plan appeared they're not very good safe. However, Xiaosu shouted, he continued, insist that people flee _ how as long as the guy can detain animals _ However, people started run away. They understood that _ the best there was simply no alternative, because even there were no weapons, and they couldn't help Xiaosu and Jen. They understood that _ then would they only interfered, they would simply get under their feet. Xiaosu and Jen Uti began to prepare for battle. They ran in the direction from where the monsters were heading in order to detain them as effectively as possible and prevent possibilities no one break through. They moved, killing on their own ways, monsters _ Xiaosu saw how _ Jen his fought with a golden staff with beasts. The staff really was very strong weapons _ with one blow, he could hit immediately 2 experimental subjects. Jen fought without regret yourself and your strengths. One is incredible with a strong blow he caused incredible strength explosive, a wave that hit everyone monsters in radius couples dozens meters _ Suddenly it seemed that Jen's strength was incredible. She was much more how thought Xiaosu. He clearly underestimated that guy. Pleased myself, Jen said in an intriguing tone and slowly, that then over the next 10 years everyone will remember him. However, Xiaosu Komniak brought out Jen from reflections. He didn't like what the guy was pulling time. Xiaosu and Jen managed a little stop monsters and them started catch up with your team. People were safe and sound. All of a sudden, Xiaosu, I heard people screaming. They called for help. In front of them was overturned car, and from under her was visible someone's hand. This human was alive. It turned out that in the car was Boss, who didn't have time escape, but he managed to survive after the attack of monsters, and this was hereby luck. Jen ran to the car and hurried help to the victim. Having got out from the car, man realized that 2 of his soldiers were no longer alive. Xiaosu helped rise to the boss. Them it is forbidden was for a long time delay, so he ordered to him hurry. However, the boss didn't have strength go. He was wounded and could not even get to his feet normally. Suddenly in the forest again was heard howl wolves _ soldiers. They repelled the attacks of the animals, and even the wolves simply appeared out of nowhere. This was real hell. People was immediately hurry to _ get out alive. The battle continued from mortars, people shot at monsters. However, those was too much a lot of. Suddenly monsters stopped. They are all as one sharp turned around and headed in the other direction, deeper into forests, away from people. Soldiers were puzzled _ It turns out that the creatures could be afraid of wolves. Xiaosu ordered Jen to find and call Wang Fugui and everyone the rest. However, the guy didn't really know who such Wang Fugui. Xiaosu understood and explained that Fugui is _ was Baz it, and he asked Jen hand over Yosu, so that he and the others wait for Xiaosu in another place and do not return if would it even happened. Something strange him _ should have would continue run and save own life _ Meanwhile boss came up and saw wounded soldiers. He walked towards them and approached one of those who still managed to survive. The soldier asked boss run away, because soon the monsters could return and no one would be there. I wouldn't be able to protect it. Boss sat down in front of the dying soldier. He asked him if it was say before you die. The soldier remembered the excursion that promised arrange boss around the wonderful world, like only they would have reached the castle. Unfortunately, the soldiers could no longer go together with the boss, so he asked the man to have a blast for everyone dead soldiers. Boss, with tears in his eyes, I was afraid that in this case he would die of exhaustion in the castle. Soldier and boss laughed. They shook hands as a sign of gratitude and farewell simultaneously. The soldier said, boss, what _ they? They didn't regret anything and were glad to give away life for him, for the consortium and for the glory of the Qing family. The boss started crying. These words completely touched him. Suddenly, Xiaosu intervened in the conversation. He interrupted dialogue and said that _ actually, not everyone necessary, was die. He held out medicine to a man. His medicine better total suitable for outdoor applications, and the soldier could survive. However, Xiaosu warned that he just didn't want anyone I didn't intend to treat. In return, Xiaosu asked to bring them to the castle and provide legal place to stay. Boss remembered something of _ of the past, but he was ready for conditions Xiaosu. He named Xiaosu healer _ Xiaosu allowed boss drag into the barrier as many people as the boss wanted if he could have saved them life. Relationship between Xiaosu and a man reminded relationship doctor and patient at that moment. Xiaosu gave medicines a man without extra words, underscore. He didn't want to tell from which. He treated people's diseases with these drugs. He ordered the drug to be applied to open people's wounds. Boss, asked Xiaosu again, did not intend whether he grabs him when all the soldiers will cured, underscore. But actually, really, boss was simple. Intermediary. Underscore real target Xiaosu was Shuxianchu. However, boss was the brother of that man, and Xiaosu was, I feel a little uncomfortable with my own words. Meanwhile, underscore the boss started treating their soldiers. He began to apply ointment to the open wounds and scratches military. Suddenly the soldier began to feel incredible relief. Immediately his wounds stopped hurting and bleeding. Xiaosu asked, "Hurry up." Very soon the monsters could again get close to them. They were to leave all the soldiers and flee themselves if they wanted to survive. Suddenly a scream was heard. Xiaosu called his brother Liu Yuan. The brother was delighted to see Xiaosu alive, who got to them. Xiaosu, no extra words, without explaining anything, he ordered people not to slow down pace and move on. Many of the soldiers who were cured with the miracle medicine followed Xiaosu. He was hero for them. Suddenly boss found out Chenya Udi. He knew the guy was the one underscore crazy from psychiatric hospitals. Boss, even I remembered his name. The guy in turn was not at a loss and saw in the boss some Benbow era. But the boss didn't believe the guy's words. He always thought he was crazy and didn't know who was such that Benbow era. However, the guy didn't think myself crazy and disagreed with the boss. However, how we know everyone is crazy denied the fact that they are not completely crazy. The guy asked call him great sage equal to the sky. He also had master whom underscore led to the west. Boss realized that underscore master was Xiaosu. Bajie was Uncle Fugui, and his little son was Sha Wujing. People reached the cars that were parked on the road, it seemed, were cars from Castle 109. Suddenly boss thought that underscore this could mean salvation for them. He got into the car and turned it on walkie-talkie and tried catch the right frequency to contact someone. Underscore. To get through to someone. He demanded connect him with his brother. The man in white spoke to Lolenum. He asked where underscore that was and with whom walkie-talkies called to him. Boss explained that on the way they found abandoned the cars in which she was walkie-talkie. The man ordered Lolanyu disappear for a while time when underscore that will be able get to the castle. After all, they were going to put a man under home arrest, and boss was incur much more harsh punishment if underscore would returned. He also warned that underscore when people get to the castle, it was worth it would say, Lu Yuan, what Ren Xiaosu, Shu Xianchu, Yang Xiaojin, and Luo Xinyu were wanted, and especially Shu Xianchu. But there was one thing. The man asked if I had to whether boss catch Xiaosu, however, the guy stood near boss at that moment. Boss said that underscore it's really would very strange, but Xiaosu managed to save him life. At that moment, hearing this, the man in white promised close case between Consortium and Xiaosu. He also promised thank Xiaosu for what he saved his brother. Boss said to your brother that Xiaosu and his team also intended to come to the castle and become legal residents there. Finally, Xiaosu could breathe out a sigh of relief. It's finally here, the day when Xiaosu and his relatives could live peacefully and legally in Castle 109. Meanwhile, the man continued talk with by his brother on the radio. Meanwhile, underscore Xiaosu. I thought about it because it's strange that there were no soldiers who were killed halfway tell. The soldiers' blood had dried, and judging by its blossom, the battle took place about a day and a half ago. Suddenly he saw hair-white colors on the ground. Xiaosu raised hair and carefully saw there. This was the fur of wolves. Xiaosu approached a steep cliff to have opportunity. Look at everything around in the hope that his horizons will come across some living people, or underscore settlements. Underscore. Suddenly he saw something strange. At the bottom of the cliff, from caves on it, the leader of the wolves looked. Eyes were not evil, rather he was frightened, conveying his anxiety without words. It seemed like a wolf all the time kept an eye on Xiaosu and his team, emphasizing his loyalty and vigilance. But why wolf? I've been following them all along, total time underscore. The wolf came back and left. Boss shouted Xiaosu. He managed to start the car and now they could move much faster than underscore earlier. Everyone was already in their cars, they were going to leave. If people could get into the castle, they could you calmly sleep at night and don't worry. Xiaosu's younger brother was worried about this, but Xiaosu reassured him. He promised what would happen next, only better. However, there were things which were still out of reach. Uncle Fugi said that for people from the other world, these issues could be resolved in a few words, unlike themselves. The boss believed that everything was not so exaggerated like Fugui said, but he did not give up his words and promised people housing. He vouched for the consortium. Nobody was going to deceive refugees. Suddenly Fugi turned to the boss. He reminded him that Xiao Su saved the boss' life. He said that Mr. Lo was a great man and got to the castle, yet it was not enough. On the contrary, people could think that Qing consortium were stingy. When Uncle Fugui himself went after Xiao Su, he saw his true value. Now it's arrived time, Uncle, show your own value. Fugui had not seen the world before, so bidding with an important bump, how Luolan seemed to him more simple, and that would make fun of Fuguya for his inexperience. But then it no longer mattered, no values. Wang Fugui was not someone who did not repay kindness. He strived thank Xiao Su, and help he will live in normal conditions together with family. Luolan asked Fuguya go on and tell about everyone that them was need to. Fugi asked for the store. The Qing consortium was be there are many buildings in the castle 109 therefore, in order to the store should not provide was be no problem. Luolan coldly replied that his life was not worth some kind of store. Fugi remembered that the boss's brother was must-won favor for Xiao Su. However, Luolan not so much understood what led by Fugui. Fugi still did not stop speaking for the store. He believed that brother Luo's debt, Lanya, could quite cost one store. Then Luolan agreed to the terms Fuguya. Fugui made sure that what was said in the rumors was as if Luolan treated his elder brother felt better than himself, true. Luolan promised that will prepare a store for people, but then in a consortium, nobody under age, there was nothing must. Fugi couldn't calm down. He remembered the lives of the soldiers whom Xiao Su saved. Luolan got angry. He promised give people the best store in the best place. Fugui really couldn't during stop, but he was convinced that Luolan knew how to do business. Suddenly, Xiao Su noticed on my head Gen gold hoop. It wasn't there before. Did the guy depict it again to himself like a golden staff? Gen Udi replied that there was a golden hoop donated to him Bodhisattva. Suddenly Udi asked Xiao Su, knew whether that's how to say a spell compression of the hoop. Xiao Su did not know, however, he pretended as if I already did it once similar Xiao Su began to speak spell. 800 standard bearers fled north from the descent. Pao Bean fled north side by side. 800 standard bearers fled north from the descent. Pao Bean fled north side by side. 800 standard bearers fled north from the descent. Pao Bean fled north side by side. Fugi could not listen and he asked Xiao Su stop. Xiao Su didn't know what happened to Gen. After all, spell which he repeated was given by the goddess Mercy. Xiao Su repeated it too many times, and Gen could not withstand. But it's possible that Red Xiao Su was given by the goddess Bodhisattva. Nobody knew for sure. Meanwhile, people continued move and was already visible ahead some kind of city. This was legendary Castle 109. Finally, the people managed to get to the castle. It seemed then they were already there saved. The teacher and students started thank Xiao Su. After all, thanks to him, they were able to hold out for so long. All students take turns started thank Xiao Su, and the number of his gratitude coins gradually began to increase. But Xiao Su, he said that there was no need to thank him, that this was his duty and he did not need praise. However, he still listed everyone who thanked him and waited thanks from everyone the rest. People came to the town. Brother Xiao Su, this place reminded their trading town. The car was passing through a settlement. The houses resembled barracks with straw roof . The teacher was surprised. She didn't think that Xiao Su and his family could have lived in such places. Indeed it wasn't as terrible as it might seem at first sight. Xiao Su was assistant teacher in Trade Town. If everything had worked out that time and people had managed to successfully settle in Castle 109, perhaps would take the place of the new teacher and Ren Xiao Su would teach others. Finally, people arrived at the place destination. Boss was going to say Li Yuan that went out to people and said hello. However, people did not know who such was Li Yuan, and began question Boss about that person. Boss shouted to him attracted the head of the trading town, however, could not find him. People didn't understand that occurs. Xiaosu introduced himself and explained that they were from the 113th castle and to the boss necessary was go away and wait main castle 109. People supported his opinion and were ready a little wait. Previously, Luolan promised to let him into the castle only Xiaosu and his family, but there was no talk about the students and the teacher. Quite was it is possible that students might become vagabonds in the future. However, when such human how Luolan was nearby and they together came with him on one car, quite was maybe what? Lock control 109. Nothing wouldn't say anything about this check. Can was only hope that boss Lulan wouldn't check Luolan. Suddenly, with security, appeared head of Lulan Castle. He was glad to welcome everyone newly arrived people. Luolan was indignant why there was no one behind him, sent no reinforcements underscore. Protu Lulan said that underscore, how only he heard notification from Commander Qing, immediately sent people after them, but unfortunately there was no contact with people lost. Lulan ordered boss go with him. Together they went somewhere away from people's ears. They were to discuss everything. Lu asked the man how many people he brought to the castle and who I was driving with him in the car. However, Lo outraged these words. He couldn't allow people who were under his leadership more had to additionally check. Uncle Fugui was surprised that underscore Lo could just allow himself to hit the head of the castle. Lo again turned to the head of the castle. It seemed that he forgot who he really was. Underscore case. However, Lu, with a bruise on his face from the slap, did not answer. After a while time, he began to say that he had not forgotten, that he remembered everything and asked boss Lo pass. It was worth remembering what meant the status of the Qing and what the status of a simple leader. People drove by checkpoint and found ourselves in the middle cities. Streets were incredible clean. The city was boiling peaceful and calm life. Buildings were very tall and beautiful. The castle grew quite a lot of plants, and on both the sides of the road were planted flowers. Suddenly, younger brother Xiaosu noticed huge green meadow. There was a park where people could walk after dinner or work and have fun with friends or acquaintances underscore. Any woman at the time who had tape recorder was be the brightest person in the dance team groups. Xiaosu paid yours attention to the son and daughter who sat on the grass. They fed each other. The scene was extremely dear. Suddenly they underscore started kiss. However, it turned out that they weren't father and daughter. Boss Lu wanted to take Xiaosu and Fugia to the store that promised them earlier so that they could get comfortable in the city. Proot. I was surprised when I heard about the store. However, Fugi I am glad. He urged friends so that they go faster. He couldn't wait, hurry up, take a look at the new store. Walking down the street, Xiaosu and his team caught the gazes of other residents, cities that seemed to condemn underscore Xiaosu. To younger brother Xiaosu, I felt uneasy about these strange views underscore. He has more liked it in Shopping Town, and he asked Xiaosu go back. However, Xiaosu did not listen to his brother, and promised to take him out of city if he really didn't like it there. Finally, people approached the store. Boss Fuguya really suggested worthy option with first-class place where Khan would earn money on everything. Fugui was delighted, underscore he bowed low. Since then, boss, there was nothing must Xiaosu and his friends was in the store yard and several rooms behind just for everyone there. Underscore Khan was live. Uncle Fugui thanked Xiaosu for underscore that took him with him to the castle, for which Xiaosu again received a gratitude coin. However, Xiaosu promised Uncle Moore restore his store and business. Suddenly my uncle said, Xiaosu, what underscore? This was really underscore actually his store after all. Xiaosu paid for it, saved life. From that moment on, Wang Fugui wanted to be employee Xiaosu, but for a small salary. Xiaosu agreed and promised do as underscore Fugui said. Still, Fugui remained the same unscrupulous lover of money, whom always knew Xiaosu. In addition, he promised Fugui that had the opportunity to receive a % of the share in the store, and also could sell it myself, own antibiotics underscore. Fugui was delighted with this underscore news. This was beneficial for everyone, and so on offer was very wonderful. That's why they agreed and promised do everything in the best possible way. All this time, someone was listening. Xiaosu lateral vision noticed that someone was watching them, underscore. He looked in that direction but saw no one there. Perhaps he imagined it. Xiaosu asked teacher then underscore they planned work out in the city. The teacher was crying. Without tears, everything was clear because she thought that her will be evicted from cities together with the children. All of a sudden, the patrolman in the city said that they shouldn't have stopped because them must were preparing enrollment as underscore only. They will receive documents confirming underscore their personality. Teacher Jean Wu could continue to teach her students. The school would take care of the place her new work and salary. This was not kindness or concessions from sides management cities. Everything really in fact went through fire and water. But Uncle Fugui noticed that Consortium Lee wasn't responsible for the barrier, and he couldn't believe that underscore they could underscore contain yours promise. However, the soldier assured that the consortium will not bother with this little things and everything would be fine. Affairs between consortia should not were touch money and earnings. And then it turned out that consortium, it didn't cost anything to enroll a couple of students. Xiaosu. I asked how much money the school gave to its students per month. Officer named amount. Although everything depended on the barrier and the student could withhold as much as was enough for a comfortable life underscore. Xiaosu said he was together underscore with his brother wanted to go to school, but the money were no need. They just wanted to learn. Although, according to my brother, it's impossible was say that he was underscore very satisfied. Also, Xiaosu said that his sister Fugi, Chen-udi, and son uncles Fuguya also really wanted to go to school. Together they could underscore her visit. However, Wang Fugui was already over 40. The soldier said that by age approached only Xiaosu, Yang Liu Yuan, and Wang Dalon, and he promised what someday come up with. Two the youngest children started cry. Actually in fact, they didn't want to go to school at all. However, Xiaosu didn't want to listen them. They must went to school like everyone else was normal children. All of a sudden, officer said that Xiaosu rejoices early. Actually, in fact, for now they weren't nothing must consortium, but if all of a sudden they really wanted to go to school then they were something due. Xiaosu gave the soldier some kind of jar of liquid and asked hand over Fat Man Lu. The soldier was surprised. He did not think that someone else except him could count Lu Fat Man. Xiaosu and his team were about to enter the store to look what he was like inside. The store was incredible sizes with luxurious renovation and furniture. He was much better than anyone could expect. Finally, they had the opportunity to live better. Suddenly, Uncle Fugi called Xiaosu. He was onto something, look. Fugi started Xiaosu to the courtyard where there were 3 rooms. They were going to distribute rooms between by ourselves, where every would like to take my room. At my sister's, Xiao Yu received a separate room Uncle Fugi also with his son were happy room People started clean the store. They worked together, everyone did his job, and very soon the store was sparkling clean. Suddenly they went to the restroom. It was in the wall built-in strange button. Clicking her, water poured out. They first time in life saw in front of us toilet. Toilets were dry and they could wash off them because was sewer, and this was very cool. Now was no wonder why people in barriers were so clean. They had unlimited access to water quantity The whole store was forced plants, which gave the interior beauty and more comfort. People sat on the carpet and enjoyed his new home. Passed a lot of time since they could sit quietly and relax like that. Meanwhile, while people were cleaning up, several came person to talk to the doctor. Perhaps there was a store once upon a time the hospital is also very famous, Fugui suggested do by her. Xiaosu straight away I remembered how he helped the fat man and his soldiers, giving them their miraculous drugs. Nobody from the team was not a doctor, however, all that they knew it. How do black medicines that Xiaosu cured the soldier? However, to begin with, they would sell antibiotics Fuguya, because they could have gone bad. For earned money they could live longer some time. However, it has already been enough, it was late, and Fugi was planning to go and exchange King's currency for Lee's currency the next day. Them quite must there was enough money for some time. If they didn't succeed open hospital, we could return to the idea of a store at any moment. But then necessary was take care of the goods that Khan was sell. This plan is would be successful, but the cure Xiaosu couldn't sell massively They could sell it only in small portions, every week However, Fugi Bev, I am sure that even selling medicine once a week they could not bad earn. Moreover, Black medicine can would divide into 3 bottles, and the bottle can was divide for another 5 or 6. Tomorrow, Xiaosu was going to stroll through the barter and sell a little gold ingots. Then it definitely was there would be enough money to live for a while time. It's starting to get dark. Team, after so many days, deserved present recreation. Xiaosu decided check there were weather locked doors _. Suddenly, behind the door was heard something strange. Xiaosu's younger brother found a small note. The note warned that place, where they settled their dangerous and not allowed there was for a long time stay. Xiaosu for a long time looked at the note and realized that handwriting was already familiar to him. He knew that Yang Xiaoji _Seme was in 109 Castle _, but why she left them. But Xiaosu could not understand why purpose and what she was going to do. Xiaosu just managed to get into the barrier, and now, knowing what was there dangerous, he actually couldn't get out. It began to dawn. Arrived new day, the city has woken up. Xiaosu and his friends started go out from their rooms _ Uncle Fugi woke up earlier everyone and was already doing exercises in the yard. Fugui was happy. For the first time in a long time is so good got enough sleep. However, they could not find Chen Udi. He really disappeared somewhere. _ Chen Udi was locked in a shelter since childhood and could not even imagine that the outside world could be so beautiful. He was walking around the city and he began to remember something. He remembered that he himself once lived in a similar place, but these memories were very old and unclear. Suddenly, while wandering, he heard music. In front of him were a bunch of female dancers who under music danced. Their hands were synchronous. At that moment, Chen felt real nostalgia. He started dancing together with women because of what attracted the attention of many of them. He danced in front of 2 boys, he had fun, and he felt peace of mind. But the children did not share his emotions. They started beat Chenya, trying to drive him away so that he would no longer interfere. Didn't spoil them, their movements. Dance _. Then Chen Yu there was nothing left to do but clean up from here. He met with Xiaosu and the team on the city street. They same went for a walk. Xiaosu asked if everything was okay, is Udi okay, and is he feeling okay? I felt it because he didn't look very good. Then Xiaosu, I saw bruises on the guy's body and face. This scared Xiaosu because he didn't understand who and why could such do. However, Udi said that _ the outside world could how to intrigue and to evoke sadness. From heads, Xiaosu did not receive that strange note. He thought he might somewhere inside _ barrier hide elite _. Meanwhile, the hero headed to Li's bank. Fugui had a method to convert money into Li currency. However, the bank, as it turned out, asked for a percentage for the transfer foreign currencies _. At the last moment, Xiaosu asked Fuguya leave a little money. After all, they could _ go to another barrier and again pay a commission when transferring the money is already there. Fugui did everything the way he wanted, asked Xiaosu, and translated only half the money. On the way home, Fugi remembered Xiaosu about his words in the bank. He asked what _ meant Xiaosu and in what barrier he would like go. However, Xiaosu reassured Fuguya. He explained that he just wanted to keep it for himself currency exchange, and half money them quite that would be enough. However, Xiaosu himself understood that _ and more likely it's too early or late would again leave that barrier and search new place. Meanwhile, people were walking around the city and moving further and further from their home. Suddenly, Xiaosu noticed strange bus with a number. This was public bus, and this meant that people could easily take a ride on it. Still, even without ideas about which route the bus was moving, people decided to take a ride on it. Children ran into an empty bus, and Xiaosu stayed at the entrance to pay the fare. Life in the barrier was incredible, convenient, and comfortable, and for this they only completed several tasks, and in exchange, we lived better refugees _. However, it is impossible for life in the barrier was so perfect as _ it seemed. In any case, every resident of the barrier is one way or another otherwise encountered different things kind of problems. However, there were no problems or difficulties only among the dead. It's a beautiful day? And younger brother Xiaosu didn't understand why, that he was so serious and spoke such things about the dead. Chanudi, sitting at home, cried and was sad. He was disappointed first impressions of the surrounding world, which appeared to him very sad. Suddenly, while riding a bus through the city, Xiaosu noticed jewelry salon. He got off at the nearest stop and asked Fuguya to take everyone home. Xiaosu himself promised to return soon. However, nobody didn't even notice when Xiaosu managed to go out from the bus. Xiaosu just wanted to sell gold, but didn't want anything explained to others. He managed to leave the bus and go to the jewelry store unnoticed. Suddenly he turned yours attention to the board wanted underscore. Was in the photo depicted familiar to him human. This was Xiu Xiangchu. Actually, underscore case, news about the search were very bad. After all, when someone from underscore consortium checked would be gold right away, suspected it would be that he was missing. It was clear that the consortium already suspected something, because announcement hung right in front of the workshop jeweler. It might look like bait. But on the ad was Xia Xiangchu, then it seemed to be Xiaosu. Nothing was worry. Events moved to the city beyond Barrier 111. Xia Xiangchu, whom we're looking for, got to Barrier 111. He was Superman, and the poison in wild plants had no effect on him. Due to this is how he was able to survive and not die of hunger. The man approached the shop merchant food. He wanted to buy some normal food underscore. Xia Xiangchu was Superman, and just like Xiaosu could summon your shadow. Shadow helped person faster overcome big distance and move. Due to this, his relative was able to quickly reach the barrier. Meanwhile, the man in white also went into the barrier. It was at that moment that Xia Xiangchu ran through the forest with the help his shadows. The man noticed him. He immediately found out Xia Xiangchu. He stopped at that moment to check in which direction moved man with shadow. He came out from cars, so as not to make a mistake with the direction in which moved human. Because of Xu Xianchu, the man in white was forced run by underscore that could just jump on the shadows. It turned out that he was heading towards the castle. The man in white ordered to the bald chin commander contact low underscore Lanham and tell him to catch underscore Xu Sanchu. How only that will appear in the castle. Meanwhile, underscore the man in white reached the castle and was getting ready to come in inside. Still, Shu, I couldn't imagine Sanchu such big dangers like underscore. Here are the people from consortium underscore. Shadows inside consortium replaced one after another, but those faces really were the core of the Qing family. As they said then in the Qing consortium, inheritance was only means maintaining order. It was not order itself. That's why the man in white then found himself in the center of the struggle, source flame. He understood why they wanted to suppress his determination for some time, and understood why underscore maybe turn out to be under homemade arrest. The cars that entered the castle stopped. The bald commander warned the man that they must were go to the emergency room department and soon total their everyone must were distribute among different divisions. The commander suggested man go out from cars and tell the soldiers a few words underscore. They could underscore go with a man into the wasteland. After all, there was a lot, and they had weapon. However, the man did not want to take such a risk and send soldiers who we waited a long time to meet our relatives at the castle. However, the commander was, I'm sure all soldiers agreed would. The man started to leave from cars. He found himself in front of the soldiers who were waiting for further orders. Man, ordered military show behave worthy in new units and not disgrace him. All as one, soldiers were agreed to whatever underscore was within their power. Then the man entered the car and ordered everyone go home. Was in the city deep night. The car drove up to the house where was burning light that underscore indicated quite underscore at a late hour. A man in white entered the house. He took off his dirty clothes like underscore getting rid of the burden of the workday and quit her in the corner rooms underscore. Then the man took a shower, adding mine evening purity and freshness that underscore as if washed it off fatigue and tension. Finally, it's possible was take a shower and a little relax. Some people were burning with impatience because how only a man entered the castle. A soldier under his leadership straight away started distribute. All his people were brave and seasoned in many battles. But then, at that moment when there was a chance to share troops, it was clear that no one would want miss such opportunity. Man wearing clean white clothes went out into the yard. His house guarded military, and the man could not leave house because of home arrest underscore. However, the man was told that he could not leave only a castle, however, for the fact that leave it is forbidden. There was a house. He had never heard of it before. Qingzhen punished the soldiers guarding home. Don't worry, he was just going for a while leave. Listen singing underscore. However, the soldiers did not want to let the man go because they were follow orders. The man was very irritated and sideways looked at the soldier. Suddenly something flew towards the house and fell on the asphalt. Qing assured the soldiers that everything should be okay and promised that they won't have any problems. The soldiers had no choice but let the man go. They thanked him for his mercy. Previously there were rumors that Qingzhen had trump cards with him. However, no one could think what this I could be true. Qingzhen, after a while time, already sitting on the chair, ordered himself a drink, listening music. Having drained the first glass, he began pour yourself another. He watched the actors on stage who underscore again changed underscore. People have been for a long time passionate power and glory. Only Qingzhen has not changed since then. Suddenly a message came to my husband. He conveyed that the consortium underscore was it's up to him, and they urgently wanted to discuss it with him. Qingzhen asked, "Tell me I didn't come wood." Events again moved to the castle. Xiaosu wandered down the street thinking that due with gold. Still, it was worth it go shopping. After all, they could live on school money scholarship underscore. Also, you need was somehow get it coins, thanks. Xiaosu back home. He noticed Fuguya, who was busy with something. Wang Fugi spoke to some person and showed to him black medicine Xiaosu. Xiaosu was sad underscore. He was so young and promising, and the idea trade, the medications didn't make him very happy. Suddenly I entered the store man and asked Xiaosu what underscore do for stomach pain. Underscore. However, Xiaosu, who slept without even looking at the man, replied that that was pregnant women. This man's serious information underscore scared. The man started shouting at Xiaosu for that named not true to him and impossible diagnosis because they had signed that the store was hospital. The man was Yan Linfeng from Western District underscore. Suddenly a genius came to Xiaosu idea. He could execute task, namely to cure person underscore. He began to question the man already with enthusiasm. How true the doctor asked about the symptoms. He gave man some medicine and assured that underscore it must was help. However, Xiaosu didn't care. They worked whether pills or not. For him, it was important to simply complete one of the tasks. The man got ready, go home and try medicine, and Xiaosu meanwhile fulfilled yours exercise. Before as leave, the man asked if it was worth it whether throw away something of underscore diet underscore. However, Xiaosu responded to the guest that he should stop. There is bitter melon underscore. The man asked what it wasn't like that with the melon. Xiaosu simply replied that underscore she was tasteless. How only the man came out into the house, Fugui burst in. He brought Xiaosu received a letter with some kind of stamp and asked view. This was source leaflet underscore flame. In a letter it was written that superhumans could pass blood for money, which later underscore must was used in research for development humanity. However, the main thing was further. Having passed blood in size milliliters maybe was to get. Fugi suggested Xiaosu try, especially company provided confidentiality. Everyone faces underscore. Once upon a time on Mount Qing, Xiaosu heard about something like this company's underscore. However, at that moment all the locks, one way or another otherwise, treated hostile to supermen. Then what underscore was purpose of such announcement, Xiaosu couldn't understand. Suddenly, younger brother Xiaosu intervened. He told Fugi that it definitely happened with that company, something was wrong, and he couldn't just go there. It's logical, because many people were arrested and killed for what they revealed their superpowers. Fugi shouted that underscore nobody won't go anywhere because the money wasn't worth it. Expose life dangers underscore. Also, it was worth it, take care of Chenya Wudi, but Xiaosu burned out to him spell, therefore, that must was keep your mouth shut and don't use superpowers. It was clear that that company had very a lot of money if underscore offered such big reward. Therefore, underscore younger brother suggested that underscore Khan would just rob the company. Xiaosu ordered to him go sleep and get ready go to school the next day. Who must was to teach the boy proper behavior, because long time he lived in very poor conditions. On the letter also a set of numbers. Fugui thought that underscore this would be some code or combination. Quicker in total, this could be just a phone number using which people could communicate between very much underscore big distance. Brother Xiaosu offered take advantage them and an unexpected opportunity. They found the phone. But no one knew how underscore have worked that phone, providing them a new riddle. He picked up the phone and started clicking on the numbers, repeating combinations from a letter, as if revealing the code of the mysterious devices. Suddenly beeps sounded. Someone answered the phone, and Chen Udi shouted into the phone that he was a great sage equal to the sky. The phone identified it very accurately, essence Chen Udi. Xiaosu suggested to brother Liu Yuan try call. My brother started dialing the number. Was heard on the phone. A man underscore asked who and why underscore to him called. However, the man hung up when understood what boy I was with that psycho. The phone was very strange and simply incredible thing. Underscore. It seemed that man on that line was right in front of the boy at that moment. Suddenly the phone rang, waking up interest and excitement. Xiaosu decided to answer the call, meeting new mysteries and adventures. To Xiao Su called unknown and offered a loan for their store in the amount of 10,000 coins at interest, only 10 coins per day. However, Xiao Su not immediately understood what I mean was walking speech, however. He realized that to him only offered credit at 3%. However, Xiao Su with a grin called people moneylenders. Suddenly, a man is on the reverse side of the receiver told my partner that they're called them names moneylenders. Another picked up the phone and started making excuses that percent was very profitable and not much at all. Xiao Su, the man's voice seemed very acquaintances underscore. Xiao Su asked the man, knew whether the one with whom talked. In response, he heard same most question from the interlocutor. Xiao Su said that underscore was Yan Lin Feng from Western District underscore. The man, who called Xiao Su, was the same guy from Western District underscore. Xiao Su put down the phone. He couldn't listen senseless conversations, men. Now he wasn't surprised why the voice sounded so familiar. Fugui believed that underscore costs support relations with such local authorities as was that human. Looks like he was working out somehow shady underscore business underscore. Uncle Fugui also asked 800 standard bearers fled north from the descent. Palbean fled north underscore shoulder to shoulder, which I distributed during the day black faces to many people. He believed that after this way the fame of the medicine could spread among people. Xiao Su meanwhile underscore prepared a list of things that Fugui should was to buy the next day. But in no way case to him it is forbidden was thereby in one place. Uncle took the list. There was a list of ingredients for the bomb. Xiao Su, according to the previous experience, remembered how do bombs. The morning has come the next day. Wu Xiao Su were new things. This Xiao Yu, I sewed it for him and the boys. New outfits underscore they're all together thanked her for underscore she did. Xiao Su and the boys went to school. Take turns. Children with total cities entered public buses and were going to go to school. Buses and trams. Total cities were crowded children and students. Events moved to school. Children wearing the same entered the room in uniform. Xiao Su I also already arrived at the school. Never he hadn't been to school before, so a little was nervous. He noticed that all the children were in the same form. Suddenly in the corridor he noticed Sniper Girl. Approaching her he said that he was not ready here, see her. Also Xiao Su remembered my underscore dagger and asked her to return it. However, the girl did not answer. All of a sudden other students too turned attention to the girl. She was new girl in them class. The girl looked askance at her classmates. The guys asked the girl why she stood there and did not go to class. She pointed her finger at Xiao Su and said that he wanted to rob her. Xiao Su was puzzled underscore. Xiao Su raised his hands up. He tried to explain that underscore. They are familiar. However, they believed him little and asked him what the girl's name was. Called Xiao Su without any problem her name Yang Xiaojin. However, the guys told him that her name was Ren Xiao Su. Xiao Su himself was dumbfounded underscore. He didn't understand why the girl was nicknamed by his name. The guys asked Xiao Su what his name was. However, Xiao Su was, I'm sure that to him would nobody, I didn't even believe it. The students, as expected, did not believe it Xiao Su and were going to go with him to the department on business. Students underscore Xiao Su had tried all them explain. However, the guys did not want to listen. They took him by the arms and led him to the department. It was obvious that young Xiaojin was not simple girl, and Xiao Su worked well with her on Mount Jing. Suddenly, the younger brother walked up to young Xiaojin. Young woman smiled. She said that was good girlfriend Xiao Su. Meanwhile, the guys had already entered the department. Xiao Su showed their documents, then underscore confirmed that he is indeed was who he was for issued. He realized that Yang Xiaojin did not have neither drops. Conscience underscore, she just called herself by his name, but that it wasn't the end. Xiao Su was going to take revenge on her. Everything was fine. Woman from department took me to introduce Xiao Su with his new one's classmates. They went into the class group where I studied Xiao Su. Third row back underscore was freely, and for starters he could sit there, further places distributed depending on the student's performance. Fortunately, Xiao Su did not end up in the same class as Yang Xiaojin, because would be two people with the same name underscore. Xiao Su sat down with a girl who asked Xiao Su is he the same new guy who recently transferred? Xiao Su said he transferred underscore from 5th schools underscore. However, in the castle haven't been for a long time 5th schools. After all, it was a long time ago merged with the 6th. The girl asked Xiao Su whether is he the one who came to the castle? In this case he was be contagious underscore. Suddenly to class, the teacher came in. At the lesson, children were going to repeat trigonometric functions because soon it was be exam. The teacher began to teach the lesson and write something on the board. Xiao Su sat, faintly understanding something from everything that underscore heard. He used to listen lectures, Zhang, and everything is easy understood, but trigonometry simply did not fit into my head. After a while time, the lesson is over. All children were cheerful, however, Xiao Su felt myself very tired. Xiao Su never thought that studying in the castle could be so difficult. Suddenly, in the corridor of Xiao Su, his younger brother noticed. They started talk to him about how past lessons from them. To the boy also, all my classmates said that he was contagious, and many people died after contact with them. But this was not true. Then it was not clear why people said that, and it is possible whether was assumed that everyone was lying. Xiao Su continued, convince your brother that this all was. It's a lie, and it doesn't matter how many people didn't say it. It seemed that this was not a lie, but the truth. Unlike Xiao Su, a boy underscore I didn't understand a lot, but even the words of millions of people would count true when he himself believed otherwise. Xiao Su encouraged boy, lifting his spirits with words of encouragement. Suddenly, a girl named Yang appeared in front of them, mysterious and attractive. His secret underscore. Xiao Su asked what she was up to need, showing curiosity and readiness help. He got ready, come up closer to her, but the younger brother did not want to let him go, creating comic scene. But suddenly he ran to the toilet, leaving Xiao Su and Yang alone, allowing them more intimate communication. Yang looked at Xiao Su and said nothing, emphasizing her mystery and ambiguity. Suddenly, she took something out of her pocket and threw at Xiao Su. This was his blade. Now they were evens underscore. Yang asked Xiao Su how he managed to escape from Qing Consortium. In it time, young woman took aim at him from pistol underscore. At gunpoint underscore, Xiao Su said that he ran without stopping until underscore. Underscore finally did not leave the Qing blockade. Young woman also asked what happened on Mount Qing after they gone. Xiao Su explained that underscore a bunch of animals and monsters started run down the mountain out from the crater of the volcano, and the girl I couldn't even imagine how much those monsters were terrible. However, the girl said that was familiar with those monsters and knew how much they were terrible. She lowered her weapon. Xiao Su earlier was afraid that Yan would say she could hand him over to the consortium. However, she most was what to hide from them. Actually, underscore case when Yang and Lo Xinyu returned the same way, Wolf Flock all time was at the end gorges. But if wouldn't it be possible Lo Xinyu called the portal and would had to go around? Underscore. Jan calculated time that underscore Xiao Su spent on returning. It turned out that Xiao Su came back before the castle was destroyed. Therefore, she accused Xiao Su that he also underscore was Superman. But the guy made excuses that there was no wolves and he managed quickly go over it. Yang didn't want to listen to the guy. She didn't mean to threaten Xiao Su. She said that everyone underscore were their secrets weren't worth it. Do what they could underscore get injured both. It seems I meant that I wouldn't occupy Xiao Su if underscore he should keep his mouth shut. Xiao Su asked her about the source flame, which she remembered earlier. He asked why underscore them needed was blood. But John said it wasn't worth it, sign up and give your blood. The guy asked what terrible thing could happen if he would donate a couple of milliliters of blood. However, Yang explained that didn't rate Xiao Su the extent of how strongly the people in the castle disgusted refugees underscore. Suddenly on the roof, Lo's friend appeared at school Xinyu. She greeted Xiao Su and Yang. Xiao Su again asked if it was whether known to the girls where superhumans came from. It turned out that in the process, evolution humanity has weakened its own physical possibilities. Also, Yukon was say that a good result was worth it big prices. However, Xiao Su not immediately I understood what John was talking about. Jan said that when happened trouble, weapons. The first thing that became a person was the strength of spirit. Xiao Su continued surprised look at the girl as before, not understanding anything. Already was evening, and Xiao Su with the boys was returning from school's home. Suddenly it turned out that things are going fast in the store, let's go up. Fugi was happy when saw that underscore Xiao Su and the children returned. The store had very many people. They straightaway tried and advertised Black the medicine, and all the people came specifically for him. However, Xiao Su did not understand why people had so many medicines underscore. And Fugui explained that with age, the body person grew old and became more vulnerable. But Xiao Su warned that underscore it is forbidden was sell too much a lot per week. Kan was sell only one dose. In addition, there were no drug side effect, and if would they sold more, then they would most big trade shop in the city. But it was something other. When they could not only due to quantities. However, Fugi did not immediately realize that underscore meant jiaosu. Underscore. Case was that underscore they could underscore pack medicines in the best boxes, and in addition, would make an advertisement. However, while Fugi decided still sell only 1 dose per week. I haven't seen Xiaosu Chen Udi asked Fugi where underscore that would be. The guy thought that Udi was returning only when I wanted to eat. Suddenly, Chen Udi came back with an armful products. He collected alms. Xiaosu and Fugi realized that Chen tried to find some food for everyone. Xiaosu, alarmed underscore young Xiaojin, didn't really intend to blow up the castle. In fact, no one was there can prepare underscore so many explosives. Or explosives was she needs it for something else. Happened something strange. Underscore Yang was in the castle, as was law. Xinyu. The company bought blood superhumans. Until then, Xiaosu saw only one castle manager by name Lu Yuan. But he couldn't understand that attracted all the people in the castle and what would to be in the future. Nobody from Consortium Li was not visible. It seemed they were not aware of what really in fact took place in the castle. Xiaosu. I was surprised where they could simultaneously get away such influential people. Xiaosu went outside to underscore a little breathe fresh by air. How suddenly he saw his sister, who I prepared a gift for him. She brought a bicycle for Xiaosu, and that thing was not from cheap. However, my sister were savings, and with a Xiaosu bicycle would convenient get to school. But no one knew how ride a bike. Brother Xiaosu asked how to keep balance on this piece. But no one knew. Xiaosu wanted to ask Jing or Ian. They were to know. Arrived the next day. Should be in the hero class soon was the lesson begins. The students sat and talked. Suddenly, to class came in Xiaosu and everything is sharp fell silent. It seemed they were hiding something from the guy. But Xiaosu it didn't matter. The main thing was what he felt myself on a par with everyone underscore. He went to school to learn, not to everyone like. He decided better prepare for the lesson. Xiaosu opened textbook and very surprised. That textbook only spoke about the district of the castle and only a little about its geography. Perhaps it underscore was because they didn't have sufficient quantities information about the surrounding world. Or the consortium simply did not want to share with their cards between by yourself. Suddenly Xiaosu has a new exercise. He was help classmate. He saw the girl who seemed to be underscore very badly. He asked if he was sick. Does she have from time to time belly underscore? Xiaosu, I thought it was a girl. There was no diarrhea toilet paper. As it turned out, the cause was not diarrhea. He started asking questions how he could underscore would help girl. However, she said that the disease was not treated. It seemed that everything was seriously. Xiaosu got scared. The girl felt sorry for the guy. She behaved underscore too rude to him, and he for her was worried. Suddenly, Xiaosu shouted to the whole class that Cao Yu was incurable illness, and everyone necessary was lend a helping hand and collect a little money for a girl. But children looked at each other in surprise by yourself. It turned out that the girl simply had guests from Krasnodar. Meanwhile, Xiaosu underscore completed yours task and reward got the perfect whistle studying skills. Xiaosu would copy skill low blue to pass through underscore walls that would help underscore him to become invincible. However, Yang had also a lot of skills, perfect level underscore. Suddenly the teacher ordered Ren Xiaosu leave the class for a while. Xiaosu I asked again. I was not mistaken whether the teacher, but that one repeated his request, insisting on his request. Ren Xiaosu up ready follow your underscore decision underscore. He headed towards the exit, walking with confidence and determination in every movement. He was taken to a conference room where sat parents of his classmates. Xiaosu was surprised, collected a lot of people, and they all looked at Xiaosu. It turned out that all parents were confident that underscore Xiaosu endured virus which was outside the castle, so they insisted that Xiaosu be transferred to another school. However, Xiaosu I was afraid that no school would accept him. One of parents ordered Xiaosu just leave the school, because one person should not was exposed danger to the whole class. However, Xiaosu didn't want to give up the opportunity to study so easily. That's why Xiaosu's parents threatened to sue him because of the threat safety for students at school. Someone's mother asked if there would be, is the school liable? If if all children became infected with the virus. However, Xiao Su was assigned to school Luyuan, and the teacher advised parents to contact him. Suddenly into the office came in the teacher, who also, together with Xiao Su, arrived at the castle. She came to the defense boy underscore. Some woman said that underscore refugees cannot go to school with other children. Teacher continued insist. After all, they all were people, and who said that underscore refugees were necessarily be infected. But the woman I heard that they were already in the castle infected. However, that was wrong. Teacher insisted that underscore because of someone, you can't was to put an end to the student's future. Xiao Su. I was wholeheartedly grateful underscore to a woman for what she came to his defense. Suddenly a woman suggested teacher take Xiao Su to your class since she defended him so much. Suddenly another student appeared. Underscore. I was going to apply to transfer to the teacher's class along with Xiao Su. The main character is standing in the middle. His store was worried about Yang Xiaojin, which in his opinion was going to find sufficient quantity explosives so that blow-up fortress and similar thought didn't seem very good to the guy lay out future incidents. Xiao Su thought about it after all understood how much impossible find one person such incredible quantity explosives and such reflections forced the hero to come to the conclusion that young woman wishes implement at all another plan about which he's not going to tell until it works. Execute set before oneself exercise. Having opened barrier on your ways, the main character believed that Yang Xiaojin, along with Lo Xinyu, may currently be in the fortress, where maybe find source flame, accumulations of blood beyond people, and also Xiao Su was afraid more chance to bump into others' organizations. The main character has changed site. Got worried. I still saw it only one manager fortress named underscore Luyuan, didn't realize that. Maybe attract all people to this underscore place. And maybe what would happen in the future remained a secret for the guy. The main character continued follow your own ways, trying to understand why I didn't see it. No one from Consortium Lee and the guy could only ponder or blame participants this group's in full intervention in what happened. Little by little, Ren Xiao Su arrived straight to the wooden one doors, and standing near her, had tried on one's own guess. Why such influential people suddenly disappeared without a trace, or why this? It happened exactly at the moment when started take place inexplicable events. The door to which the guy went was the exit from the store, behind whom the main character noticed the approaching wheel of a bicycle and was very strong about it. Surprised, although, was enough on the big one distance. As it turned out, the owner of the bicycle turned out to be Xiao Yu's sister, all glowing with joy. Wanting to give transport to the main character, and she talked about it directly after all, was extremely cheerful. When case concerned, the guy who appeared to her practically, how younger brother. Ren Xiao Su blushed, seeing my sister in front of me ready to give such a valuable gift from a person survivor a lot of terrible events in its life. The main character immediately asked why his sister bought such a gift, which, according to rumors, is not the most cheap thing, and in response Xiao Yu told about her accumulated savings, which should be enough for enough quantity time. Girl. Also mentioned her underscore desire to give Xiao Su a gift with which to him will become much easier get to school. Time after underscore the main character talked with his sister. He became interested in the others. Acquaintances knows whether any of them. How is it possible I just didn't realize riding a bike, how to keep balance on two wheels. Li Yuan began to examine every detail of the bike so far rest. They say between himself and he became interested, can whether anyone at all ride on such transport. Then everyone underscore from located near the main character answered with one voice, what even have no idea how they ride a bike, and Ren Xiao Su only had to plan ask Wu Jing about this at school, or although would be Yang Xiaojin, which in his opinion should at least know something. After long conversations lasted for underscore, all the nights ended the next morning, when the main character needed go straight to school. Ren Xiao Su studied in the 12th class, which was the third groups from everyone available throughout underscore school. Inside, there was class. It's quite noisy. Every student didn't mind talking to their friends or find someone from new acquaintances. All students quickly distributed into groups with which them was more comfortable total communicate. Suddenly, into the office has entered the main character, noticing how everything is suddenly around, fell silent, and believed that they had started hide from him something very important. After all, the main character could feel other people's gazes on him determine better. Total assumption. Ren Xiaosu turned out to be completely faithful. When that looked at his classmates not turning withdraw their glances from him, and were afraid that something would happen to them, nothing bad. The main character passed by his classmates, completely oblivious attention to them behavior, since felt myself smooth to them, and only they are at one. Only passing Xiao Su is completely nearby, covered in sweat from fear. The hero moved a little the chair on which wishes sit down and constantly thought, how wants to go to school to learn? I just didn't think about it like, to each person whom will meet you. Ways like thoughts often visited the guy when he had to feel myself superfluous among other people who don't stop to be afraid of him for no reason or explanations. Having finished reflecting on what is happening, hate with side's classmates, Ren Xiaosu completely sat down at the desk wanting, instead of stupid thoughts, quicker prepare for the lesson because it is enough badly understood exact sciences, and instead this fine, oriented to the part geography. Having read a book with geography, the main character saw in her something incomprehensible to himself and tried to understand whether it was right, understood written in a book material. Reading every page, Xiao Su thought textbook wrong after all. It only spoke about the surroundings of 109 fortresses and small part information concerning economic geography. Hero, flipping through page by page, could count not enough to blame data, only that Consortium Li will never share their topographic maps with the Qing Consortium and the like. Behavior concerned practically each factions who don't trust each other, when case concerns a lot of important information. Continuing reading a book, the main character received a task in which he was asked to quickly help classmate, and the guy himself are not very fast reacted to this errand. Suddenly a spectacle came to his attention in which the girl was holding her stomach and trembling all over for unknown reasons. It was for this reason that Xiao Su could count exercise something to do with a classmate sitting very close. Ren Xiao Su reached out to the girl trying to know, hurts, does she have stomach? And at that very moment, a classmate turned away from the hero without even listening to his question. Next, the main character started to get annoying toilet paper from my pocket, guessing as if classmate suffers from diarrhea, and even such conclusion turned out to be unfaithful. When a classmate said this herself, continuing to tremble all over in pain. Finding yourself unfaithful in your proposals. Ren Xiaosu was a little stunned after all. I believed until this very moment that classmate suffers from diarrhea and everything turned out differently was just a blow for the guy. But the main character did not stop trying. Ask a classmate which illness is suffering and wanted to spend it. Hurry up to the first aid station where it will work out to find out the very reason. To such words the girl simply asked to stop set questions. After all, disease supposedly simply incurable. Depending on how classmates suffer, Ren Xiaosu didn't realize why what happened so seriously expressed per state girls and hoped that the disease is not too much harmful. The classmate herself at that moment was looking at the main character, trying help with all her might, and she felt myself too much rude to Ren Xiaosu, who worry about her. All of a sudden, the main character started shouting to the whole class about the incurable diseases in girls named Kaoyu, for which he was going, collect sufficient quantity money from donations. I addressed this to the others, classmates listening. These are the words from Ren's mouth, Xiao Su. The girl with problems was simply incredible, shocked what's happening. Given the performance didn't take long, expect attention students which attentively looked at Kaoyu. The problem itself, the girl didn't understand what incurable illnesses. All of a sudden the main character spoke. After all, she was just going through a stage to which each young woman comes practically every month. Thanks to help classmate Ren Xiaosu finally succeeded. Execute given exercise perfect level skill. And looking at the environment energy around body guy hoped soon copy capabilities. Lo Xinyu by name passing through shadow, such skill would be easy. The main character is invincible, and he managed to would get in anywhere. Suddenly a thought came into the hero's head. Take advantage copying Yang Xiaojin's skills which reach perfect level and majority from below like Ren Xiaosu knows just meaningless. The guy hoped don't fall for something like this again. Things, after all, could easily get the skill example, children's songs. And because of this, the guy waved his hands, putting aside such a plan. All of a sudden, the main character was raised by the teacher asking for a while leave the office, and Ren Xiaosu pointed at himself, trying to understand why exactly to him you need to do this. In response to questions, Ren Xiaosu teacher turned away from him, simply saying as if the guy himself knew very well what reason is happening such unexpected event. Having obeyed the teacher's instructions, the main character followed him, and at that moment each student strangely smiled, seeing how human whom they avoided going at the request senior. Thus, Ren Xiaosu just walked out from class without saying anything to your classmates, and they vice versa were glad the guy left. A few hours later, the main character and the teacher went straight to the office under name. Logging in inside, the teacher introduced the classroom. Ren Xiaosu, several parents of his classmates, gathered in one place at a time, reason which will soon must be voiced. The main character was very shocked seeing so many people who, for some reason, they want to see him. In its turn, parents' classmates, continuing keep silent, watched straight to Ren Xiaosu. According to the teacher, the reason things were so bad was that every from parents accused protagonist in the transmission of the virus from outside fortresses. And this reason became the factor why people wanted, so that Ren Xiaosu hurry up transferred to another school. The main character didn't understand why must be translated or where can, after all, none from. I don't intend to go to school except it when the guy carries this kind of accusations. In response to the protagonist's words about the impossibility of enrolling in other school, one of parents pointed to an option at all quit study after all. According to this, one person should not expose dangers whole class. Words heard from the lips of one of parents made me angry, the main character who had tried restrain with all our might anger, and nothing more. His eyes gave him away a lot. More taking this seriously, Ren Xiaosu clenched his fists, trying to figure out which punishments will be if he refuses the offer to transfer to another school, or at all forever forget about school establishments. Exactly. Such words made the parent of his classmates hit the table with his palm while telling how Ren Xiaosu threatens meeting in court. After all, adult human-like parents can easily report an ordinary guy to a carrier threat public security. This person, which a woman hit the table at the head parental meeting, and she wanted to know why doesn't the school force Ren Xiaosu should transfer in this case. It only meant that they ready take over liability in case distribution epidemics and such words were formed in the office some vile aura. The main character's teacher tried somehow dispel the situation that happened, telling about Lu Yuan, which distributed Ren Xiaosu as a student in this school, and the teacher told the parents to just talk to this one man if they so desire kick out the hero. Into the room has entered human, while the teacher tried protect yourself from constantly pressing parents at closing schools. This was woman who was standing right behind the main character, and she became interested. Which goals are seeking parents wanting kick out an ordinary guy? The same mother of one student's schools which tried to sue Ren Xiaosu didn't understand why they must everyone team parents allow refugees to go to the same school as theirs children who don't want get sick some kind of diseases. Teacher defended. I didn't understand the main character, why all of a sudden every refugee according to interlocutors must be infected after all. Before that moment, nobody from students I didn't even get sick, and the teacher started asking my parents noticed, are there any illnesses in their children? Then mom is trying kick out. Ren Xiaosu began to shrug her shoulders, confirming that in fact it didn't happen. No illnesses in children, and at the same time claimed, how heard a lot of rumors wafting with everyone parties like in a fortress. There is a bunch of infected. When not much conversation got to the words, how woman heard some rumors, the teacher just said that it is forbidden. Believe only the lies stories because of this huge cross on the future of the student who wishes study, and the teacher showed how much she doesn't care, is whether the main character is a refugee or a resident of the fortress after all. The man for her will like an ordinary student the rest. Detailed words made the main character smile after all, even though the world is polluted in it. Always there will be clean people already help the rest, when majority wish get rid of danger, which doesn't even carry Ren Xiaosu. All of a sudden, the man wondered why underscore teacher needed to come to this office and for no reason protect the guy who she isn't even going to take it to your class exactly. Then teacher told, "How came to my parents in advance?" So that warned so what? Moment heading off sign application for transfer Ren Xiaosu in his class. Suddenly behind my back, the main character with the teacher appeared. Human willing also apply for a transfer to a class where is sent Ren Xiao, and this human was seriously I intend in my words that actually really surprised teacher protecting the guy from the evil one's parent students. The conversation between the parents and the teacher who defended the main character ended with one of the men considering her irresponsible in relation to what she was talking about, because the teacher wants to let Ren Xiaosu into her class without asking the parents of her students. In response to such criticism, the teacher said that none of her students no longer have parents. The teacher quickly became sad remembering such moments and wanted to quickly get the consent of her students regarding the transfer of the main character to their class. Suddenly, a crowd of guys who were the same students appeared right in front of her, and they told how they did not want to hear a request from their teacher when matters related to her personal choice, and they were ready to support the teacher along with the main character. Xiao Su's class intervened in the conversation, not understanding why the children were so diligently helping a refugee like the main character, and the woman's face showed complete anger when it came to the guy allegedly infected with the epidemic. In response to such words, as if someone were helping the main character, one of the students with a serious face pointed out that Ren Xiaosu does not need the help of other people at all and is independently able to overcome the difficulties in his path. The main character's new classmate remembered an incident in which they could have died as a whole class if Ren Xiaosu had not been nearby, and the student claimed that his parents did not know at all about the world outside the fortress, and for him, this was a very sad case. Having completed the conversations, the new teacher of the main character told her colleague to quickly let Ren Xiaosu into classes with the future class, and she asked to start filling out an application for acceptance of the hero. The previous teacher, in turn, agreed if this problem could be solved later. When the previous teacher began to leave the place of the parents' meeting without saying anything, the new teacher showed her dissatisfaction in his direction because he could not even protect his students, for which he himself disgraced himself in front of the woman. A few hours after the conversation was completed, the students were released into the street where they could calmly have fun without remembering the riots that had happened inside the classroom. Only the main character remained in the classroom, standing directly above the girl who had had problems up to that moment, and she, lying on her desk, did not understand why Ren Xiaosu came back so quickly, or for what purpose he was looking straight at her. When the main character continued to stand over the girl for a long time, she nevertheless looked towards the guy, and at the same time covered herself with her hand so that Ren Xiaosu would not do any more stupid things, after which the whole class would look at her with a strange look. Only now the main character, sincerely smiling, asked that his classmate get better quickly and could feel much better than before, while the rest of the students in this class looked at the conversation between the two guys, not understanding what was happening. The girl, hearing such words from Ren Xiaosu, blushed all over and began to cover herself so that the hero could not see her in such a state. At the end of the conversation between the guys, the main character was met by Yang Xiaojin, along with a new teacher who was preparing to take the student straight to class, where he could finally feel comfortable surrounded by normal classmates. Ren Xiaosu walked with a new teacher who wanted to listen to all the difficulties that a guy might have when starting to study in class, and the main character was really going to consult with her, which actually became interesting to the teacher in what subject the guy had difficulties. In response to the teacher's question, the main character mentioned some kind of bicycle subject that seemed incomprehensible to the woman, and it seemed to her as if Ren Xiaosu could sometimes really surprise anyone. Xiao Jin turned to the main character, guessing that the guy was buying a bicycle, and only Ren Xiaosu himself became interested in why the girl was breaking the rules of avoiding each other in terms of the possibility of getting into the same class. Hearing such a question from the main character, young Xiaojin laughed sweetly, claiming that she was completely against being in the same place with Ren Xiaosu. Continuing to walk along one path, the girl mentioned in a conversation teacher Jiang, who sat her and the main character on the same desk, and young Xiaojin stuck her hand out to the guy, wanting to receive instructions from him in the future. Such hopes were mutual on the part of the protagonist, and therefore he quickly shook the familiar hand. At the end of the conversation, Ren Xiaosu smiled, looking at the girl who could help him at any second. Young Xiaojin also looked at the guy, and the girl's similar look made the main character think about the fate that had suddenly developed in this way. A few hours after everything that happened, the main character and teacher Zen went straight back to the guy's house, where they were met by their younger brother Li Yuan, happy to see Xiaosu. Li Yuan, seeing his older brother with the teacher, thanked her because he had already heard several times about what happened at school, and was very glad when at least someone stood up for ordinary refugees whom everyone despised. Teacher Zen began to pat him on the head, considering it the duty of every teacher to protect all students who demand or want it, and cannot protect themselves from the pressure of stronger people, like an unfriendly parental team. Because of what was happening in recent days, Li Yuan saw many people from the fortress who became not to his liking, and at the same time, Teacher Jiang and her students were different from the rest, and Li Yuan also liked to watch young Xiaojin mock his older brother. Ren Xiaosu asked his younger brother to quickly roll up the bicycle so that the teacher could teach them how to ride it, and the boy, all joyful from such an occasion, agreed to help bring the two-wheeled vehicle. When Li Yuan brought the bicycle, he immediately allowed the teacher to take it in her hands, and she thanked her for the opportunity. In a few seconds, the woman sat straight on the bicycle, and it slightly rolled its wheels forward. Teacher Jiang, sitting on a bicycle, told me that in order to learn how to ride, you need to be able to keep your balance and constantly look not at the steering wheel, but at what is right in front of your face so as not to fall. The teacher rode around the children, surprised by such an incredible sight for them, because they had never seen anything like this before. The most surprised of all was the main character, who could not even imagine such a thing before, and did not know whether he would be able to achieve at least something. Suddenly everyone stopped when they heard a loud sound in the sky like a bomb exploding. Ren Xiaosu quickly realized that the sounds were very similar to exploding bombs, and believed that Yang Xiaojin began to act according to the plan that she had previously thought through. And it was at that moment that the hero began to doubt this possibility. The main character warned teacher John that she could hide with them if something happened, and they could take care of this case as soon as possible before anyone got hurt. Leaving home, the main character ordered Udi and his younger brother to arm themselves with some equipment and close the doors of the store. Ren Xiaosu wanted so that no one would think of opening the store until he returned, and until Udi was worried about the danger, the younger brother did not want to let the main character go. Ren Xiaosu was completely serious in his words and actions, asking his brother not to worry about him by simply staying at home. The main character followed to the place where the sounds were coming from, moving along the roofs of houses and realizing that despite being inside the fortress, they could also encounter many dangers. Ren Xiaosu was extremely calm, wanting to know what was happening so that as long as they had information from the original source, they would be able to make the right decisions, and only in this way could they move on with their lives. Having finished flying across the roofs, the main character landed on the surface of the house. The main character, having stopped moving, stood behind the tallest building, and therefore it would be easy to observe the progress of the battle from him. The guy jumped onto the house and began to climb to the floors slightly above him. The higher Ren Xiaosu climbed, the louder the sound of explosions became, and the guy concentrated on his work better. Ultimately, he almost managed to climb to the top of a tall building. When the main character was completely on the roof of the building, someone put a firearm to his forehead, and the guy was very scared from such an incident. Ren Xiaosu carefully looked at the person aiming at him and did not even worry that a bullet could pierce his head at any second. The main character looked straight at young Xiaojin, who was aiming at him with a sniper rifle of incredible power, and at the same time she smiled, taking aim at Ren Xiaosu. Several minutes passed, and the main character still remained at gunpoint, realizing that since Yang Xiaojin was here, he had nothing to do with the explosions, and at the same time they were both at a sufficient distance from the explosion site. Yang Xiaojin at that moment did not let the hero out of sight because she also had personal matters concerning the building on which they are now located. Still, the girl allowed the main character to climb onto the roof because killing him was not part of her original plan. A few minutes after Ren Xiaosu got to his feet, they were both standing on the roof, and the guy wondered what was going on, because it was very noisy, and Yang Xiaojin mentioned the source of the flame that was supposedly playing with fire. Due to the misunderstandings of the main character, Yang Xiaojin was left to talk about the person who had awakened and donated blood, thinking that the company called the source of the flame was some kind of charitable organization, and they immediately began to attack that same person while missing him. Ren Xiaosu became worried when he learned the truth about the capture of people like him by the source of the flame company, and was glad that he did not fall for the various tricks of these people. However, the guy was interested to know why such a strong organization, which had sufficient training to openly catch people in the fortress, simply failed. Yang Xiaojin didn't understand how they could miss this super person who is now somewhere nearby. Yang Xiaojin decided to step onto the edge of the roof, telling how at first the organization actually managed to catch the Superman thanks to special chemistry that stopped the target. But no one from the organization could even imagine that the Superman would end up with his partner. According to the girl, the plan was so that before going to the source of the flame for money, the people would agree, in the event of a long absence of one of them, to go to the aid of a friend, saving him in all possible ways. The main character smiled a little because it turned out that even the super person was prepared and even managed to cause the flame source company to fail. Thanks to a well-developed case, the guy wanted to earn some benefit from the super people. Only in his place, the interlocutor did not underestimate the organization of the flame source and advised the main character to do the same, because under the subordination of these people, there was a whole army quite powerful even if they sent only 5 people. Over time, Yang Xiaojin came to the conclusion that 2 of the super people managed to escape only thanks to Luo Lan from the consortium, which has many benefits for itself from such cases. And for Ren Xiaosu, it became quite interesting why Luo Lan suddenly had reasons to conflict with the source flame. In response to such a confusing question, the girl could tell about the company that used such a trick to kidnap the soldier Qing Zhen, who is currently on vacation. And even without paying attention to the fact that Luo Lan later returned the soldier since then, the Qing consortium began their feud with the source of the flame. Such important information seemed too difficult for the protagonist to understand, not realizing why the struggle between the consortia is constantly incredibly fierce compared to other conflicts. It was for this reason of misunderstanding that Ren Xiaosu became interested in asking her interlocutor why the consortium in which she was a member took Qing Zhen as a target, and according to his assumption, they did not get along very well with the source of the flame. Such hostility seemed beneficial to the guy in order to contact other organizations and defeat the source of the flame. After listening to all the words of the main character, Yang Xiaojin simply calmly looked at her interlocutor without saying anything on this matter. Soon, the girl looked away, saying that the organization in which she is a member never finds allies among its enemies, and therefore Ren Xiaosu understood what principles the Yang Xiaojin organization leans towards, if the interests of which are affected, can turn out to be a direct sentence to death. Yang Xiaojin began to conjure magic in her hands, which turns into an object presented by the owner. And she became very interested in whether the guy is so interested when it comes to organizations. Ultimately, the ability took the form of a huge sniper rifle, and Yang Xiaojin mentioned the source of the flame along with Qing Zhen trying to dominate absolutely everything in this world, even over what they are completely unable to control. Yang Xiaojin took aim with a sniper rifle in order to use its sight to examine the entire area where the explosions were occurring, and she could accurately say whether it was success or failure. In any case, some kind of disaster should be expected. Carefully observing the serious interlocutor, the main character believed that she was trying to convey to him the goal of the Yang Xiaojin organization, which was love and peace. Several drawn-out minutes had passed since the end of the conversation, and Ren Xiaosu could only carefully observe the possible appearance of more people in the fortress area. He was at a sufficiently large distance in order to carefully watch the explosions occurring right in front of his face, and among the explosions there were several groups of people trying to move further to the source of the explosions. These people were military men from the Li Consortium, which was very slow, not even paying attention to the fact that the explosions took place right on the 109th fortress, which is entirely their territory. In order to explain the reason for what was happening to the main character, Yang Xiaojin spoke about a subject that for this period of time is more important than the one in need of protection, and all other factors that do not threaten the subject in any way are simply not of interest to the military. Only the main character, trying to find out more information, was interrupted by a girl asking him to be quiet, a little while an important moment was happening. She quickly pointed her sniper rifle towards Ren Xiaosu and began searching for an important detail among the chaos. Xiaojin's place became quiet enough to follow everything. She managed to see the movement of a sewer tire. Suddenly, Luolan came straight out of the sewer, all tired from moving around, and he could hardly get out of there. Following Luolan, a military man climbed out carrying a man who had lost consciousness on his back, and Luolan constantly helped him in all matters related to careful movement. They stood in the middle of a dangerous territory from which it was easy to escape, and this seemed very suspicious to the main character, because an authoritative person like Luolan, who is part of the Qing Consortium organization, analyzes the sewers of the enemy consortium so well. Suddenly, Yang Xiaojin thrust a special device towards him that measures wind speed and other important things for a sniper, which actually became incomprehensible to Ren Xiaosu, who did not expect such an outcome of events. After thinking for a while about what Yang Xiaojin wants to say with his behavior, the main character, all with a cautious face, asked if she was going to use him as an observer, and asked him to come to his senses because he wouldn't do that. In response, the girl simply asked what the distance to the target was, and was so intimidating that Ren Xiaosu had no choice but to agree, although he was not asked at all. Just a couple of seconds passed as the main character measured exactly almost 700 meters to Luolan, and every detail regarding the wind speed at which it is best to shoot. The main character became extremely curious why he needed to measure each of these aspects, and he asked his friend if she really wanted to eliminate Luolan. Yang Xiaojin said absolutely nothing and fired one precise shot from her sniper rifle. The shot did not intend to eliminate the target and simply created a small, rather loud explosion near the fleeing people. Having made a fairly good shot, Yang Xiaojin smiled while the main character was simply very surprised. Luolan, having come under fire, began to scream at the top of his voice, trying to find out who dared to shoot at him from an ambush. And in order to calm his boss, his assistant asked to be quieter because they could attract the attention of the people of the Li Consortium. Luolan listened to the assistant's advice, and they began to quickly run away from the place so as not to be discovered. They decided to go through the sewers of the territory where they ended up again. Luolan and his assistant quickly went down without coming under fire. Luolan, as a last resort before leaving, looked around while inside the sewer so that no one would follow them. Eventually, the sewer lid slammed shut and the target managed to escape. At the moment when the targets disappeared, the main character became interested in why Yang Xiaojin blew up Luolan's car late at night, which created a loud sound behind it, and in response the girl asked if this is not good fun. Ren Xiaosu began to call his interlocutor crazy, and fearing her, not understanding how this could be a funny sight. It was then that the girl lowered her sniper rifle and right before she left, wished the guy good luck. The main character, looking at the girl, tried to understand what she suddenly started talking about, because the conversation was not going to such an outcome at all. When Ren Xiaosu realized that he had been abandoned again and simply flew away to do his own thing, he was incredibly stunned because this had already happened several times in a row. Without having time to move away from Yang Xiaojin's escape, the place where the main character stood was instantly illuminated by search people with flashlights and, as it turned out, he was standing right on the Li bank. People understood the sniper's position and were going to send a squad of liquidators there. Such an incident seemed so sad and funny to Ren Xiaosu that the guy could not stop laughing along with crying. With tears in his eyes, the main character began to quickly run away from the scene of the shot, because if he couldn't get out, he would be surrounded by the Li Consortium. The guy made one precise jump from the roof of the bank. Ren Xiaosu moved from house to house, jumping from one place to another, and he did not understand why they were constantly cheating him. A few minutes later, the main character managed to escape from the scene of the attack and, completely exhausted, was glad to quickly run away because if he had been captured, everything could have ended for him. While he was sitting on the ground, all his friends ran up to him, and his younger brother was very worried that the hero would not receive any injuries. Ren Xiaosu told everyone about the organization The Source of the Flame, which had a conflict with superhumans, and he managed to find out how bad this company's intentions were, because under the agreement not to touch a superhuman while he donated his blood for money, they quickly made a trap prepared in advance. The main character, having finished speaking, turned to teacher Jiang, wishing that she would not be in danger of sending Chun Wudi with her straight home, and that she would not refuse the offer, because she was very frightened by what was happening. Suddenly, they started knocking straight on their doors with all their strength, as if someone had come after Ren Xiaosu, who could simply not have noticed how some strangers were following him, or they were hiding well enough so as not to be discovered. The main character could not simply ignore such sounds, because each of his acquaintances could have suffered greatly if they suddenly contacted dangerous organizations that wanted to find a person like him, and quickly turned all his attention to these loud sounds. As it turned out, Luo Lan was standing right behind the doors with his assistant, and he knocked directly demanding that the owners of this place open the doors immediately and allow them to enter. After the knocks on the door did not stop, the main character decided to look straight through the door peephole and saw Luo Lan there, who was trying in every way to look around so that no one would suspect him of what happened in dangerous territory. Having opened the doors for them, Ren Xiaosu felt a strong stench coming straight from the guys, and could not just stand without covering himself with his hand so as not to puke. The main character became very interested in why Luo Lan suddenly had such an unpleasant odor, unlike his assistant, who was clearly unpleasant to be near his boss, who himself was aware of the problem. Luo Lan immediately decided to go inside the main character's store, asking him to quickly bring black medicine in order to heal the assistant who was wounded right on the back. And this behavior of the rich man allowed Ren Xiaosu to ask whether he was somehow connected with the explosion that happened in the fortress. Finding himself right behind the back of the main character, Luo Lan, all frightened, asked not to talk nonsense, as if he and his assistant only accidentally fell and had nothing to do with what happened. A few minutes after the man who came tried to justify his innocence, the main character, specifically mocking him, asked if they really got to him on foot and where they managed to leave their car. Luo Lan responded by telling how he left the vehicle for maintenance, and such a word became unknown to the main character, as if they were pouring salt into his wound. The rich man continued to talk endlessly about things like cars that need to be serviced from time to time, and in response to Ren Xiaosu's ridicule, Luo Lan asked if the interlocutor didn't even know such basic things, and he mentioned that he had never driven a car. At the end of the conversation, Luo Lan ordered the main character not to dare talk about what happened that night, or he could simply immediately report that Chun Wudi is a super being and the hero could only accept the instructions, not wanting to be associated with a problematic person like Luo Lan. Suddenly, after the conversation began to develop, Luo Lan noticed how sweaty the main character was, and, suspecting something, began to ask if he had gone for a walk. In response to this, he justified himself by saying that he was learning to ride a bicycle all the time. In order to prove his own rightness, Ren Xiaosu went with his interlocutor to teacher Jiang, who had come specifically to teach the hero how to properly drive a bicycle. Luo Lan was very surprised when talking to the teacher about how she teaches people who are lagging behind, and believed that it was for this reason that the woman deserves praise for her courage, and such words seemed too intrusive for Jiang from Luo Lan. At the end of the discussion of matters concerning the protagonist, a rich man famous among the corporation asked to quickly help him check the condition of the wounded man and assess how serious the injury was, to which Ren Xiaosu quickly rolled up his sleeves and began his work. The guys sat the man on a chair to make it much easier to investigate the current condition, and the main character immediately began to smear black medicine on every part of the body where many blows were applied. Luo Lan was very worried that the wounded man would not be killed, and shouting about this to the main character in his thoughts, he wanted to quickly see how this Superman would come to his senses and start running away accompanied by Luo Lan, and then he could have a bodyguard like Ren Xiaosu. Then he looked straight at the incomprehensible Chen Wudi, hoping that the wounded man would be stronger than him, and Luo Lan would not have to die of envy of the main character. Suddenly, Sister Xiao Yu, while wiping the dirt on the wounded man's body, noticed that it was a girl who looked like she was about 27 years old. Everyone looked carefully at the face of the unconscious girl, and were definitely convinced that this was actually a girl, because she had many feminine facial features, and this greatly delighted Luo Lan, who wanted to get such a beautiful bodyguard. Luo Lan stood aside, rejoicing at the veracity of the information about the gender of the wounded man, and suddenly heard words from Wudi that allegedly stated that the girl was a mentor under the nickname White Horse Dragon, whom he had known for a long time. A few minutes after Wudi's words about the girl, Luo Lan was very frightened, ordering the superhuman to stop recognizing his mentor in every person he met and not to interfere with the others. At such words, Wudi realized that he was very mistaken, because the wounded woman is several times older than the mentor of the White Dragon Horse. Such luck seemed to Luo Lan to be good luck, in which he did not even expect that Wudi was able to remember the ages of every person he met earlier. And Luo Lan was happy when the super person turned out to be not the same one that Wudi was too obsessed with after reading his writings in books. Since the wounded woman turned out to be a girl, the main character awkwardly asked Sister Xiao Yu to apply medicine for her wounds, and the sister did not mind, understanding how difficult it is for Ren Xiaosu to deal with such things when help must be given to the opposite sex. Sister Xiao Yu immediately kicked out every man who should not watch a woman take medicine. The main character, along with the others, left the place where the treatment would take place and turned red with embarrassment. A few hours after the medicine had a good effect on the girl's body, she opened her eyes slightly, trying to look around and understand the essence of what was happening. Instead, she was very frightened when she saw many people in front of her who did not seem familiar to her, and she tried to find out better who all the people who suddenly began to look at her were. First of all, Luo Lan spoke to the wounded woman, pointing at himself while talking about how he saved her from the source of the flame. In response to this to the girl, he seemed not at all like a savior. And because of this, Luo Lan felt anger inside him, because in fact he pulled over the man from the company's trick. The girl tried to move a little away from the chair on which she was sitting, going straight to another place, and at the same time she could not move her legs normally. Seeing how difficult it was for a wounded woman to move, feeling incredible pain all over her body with every movement, Sister Xiao Yu asked to be careful until the wounds were completely healed, and told the wounded woman to just rest a little, restoring her previous state. The girl suddenly began to cry because, according to her, her older brother was trapped in the source of the flame, whom she could not simply abandon to the mercy of fate. The main character, watching from the side, was a little surprised to hear about the second super person who was a relative of this girl, and he was not at all surprised by the desire of the wounded woman to save her older brother even in such a state. Lan's assistant spoke from the side, suggesting the possibility of the death of the girl's older brother, and he spoke about this with sadness on his face. According to the assistant's story, the guys managed to find out that when escaping, the overman was dragging her brother on her back, and when the military began to attack, they were separated by a shockwave from an RPG, after which the assistant was able to save only her. Also, the reason why the assistant considered the overman dead was that the source the flame wants to receive valuable blood, and not in any way beyond the person himself. Because of such conversations, the main character remembered the image of Yang Xiaojin, fully convinced that the organization fighting against her would stop at nothing to obtain blood from beyond beings, and Ren Xiaosu could no longer know for sure whether Yang Xiaojin was good or what goal she was achieving. The main character was not going to be drawn into the problems of Luo Lan, who saved the girl from the source of the flame. And then the interlocutor asked not to worry about this because such problems would not concern him in any way. And Luo Lan was also ready to send the hero exactly 30,000 coins at dawn to repay for salvation beyond man. Luo Lan thought about the best thing to do and invited the wounded girl to join him because the source of the flame is the worst enemy of Luo Lan, who recently eliminated more than 100 minions of this company. Another reason why the rich man wanted the girl to join was her incredibly rare blood, and especially her beauty. In response, the girl screamed that Luo Lan did not look like a good person at all, who was at least a little different from the source of the flame. And such words hurt Luo Lan, who did not understand why the girl was biting the hand that fed her. The girl, having listened to all Luo Lan's words about her salvation, bowed and introduced herself by the name of Dong Funan, and she was going to soon fully repay for the rescue. When the opportunity arose, she thanked every person who helped her escape, and the girl could no longer stay in the protagonist's store. Luo Lan didn't quite understand why Dong Funan was thanking the main character along with his comrades instead of thanking his savior, which is why his assistant thought that the boss really didn't seem like a very good person. Such words from the assistant greatly angered Luo Lan, who called his interlocutor a cracker, and he immediately fell silent from fear. A few minutes after the conversation, Luo Lan heard some rustling from the side that attracted all his attention. Looking to the side, everyone saw how the super-person lost consciousness right in the arms of Sister Xiao Yu, and she could not understand what to do because she followed the instructions of the main character. Fearing the possibility that Dong Funan was simply trying to pretend to impose himself, Ren Xiaosu ordered Luo Lan to quickly take the girl from this place and leave them alone so as not to drag them into any serious problems. It was then that Luo Lan claimed that the girl would stay with the main character for a certain fee, and with help to take care of her. The rich man was ready to come the next day with full payment for the services, and Ren Xiaosu quickly agreed, wanting to get more money. The main character distributed responsibilities among his comrades, ordering Sister Xiao Yu to take the wounded woman to her room, and gave Wudi the task of guarding Xiao Yu's room with all their might, so as not to allow Dong Funan to escape until Luo Lun paid the full price. From that moment, a whole day passed, and the main character went straight to his school so as not to miss a single day of training, during which he could get a lot of information. At this moment, young Xiao Jin had almost reached the entrance when she suddenly turned around to see what was happening right behind her. Right behind her was Li Yuan with his older brother, and the boy called the girl Little Sister, happy to see Yang after such a long time. Young Xiaojin also greeted Li Yuan, telling him the plan according to which she was going to grab some delicious sweets for the boy the next day, and asked him to make sure that Ren Xiaosu accurately handed over the parcel while they were communicating with each other. The main character did not quite understand, since when they managed to do this, get along well. Suddenly, a friend became very interested in why the main character didn't come to school on his bike, since he even asked the teacher to help him for this, and she thought it was as if the guy simply hadn't learned to ride, to which Ren Xiaosu simply laughed, asking with misunderstanding how it was possible not to learn such a simple thing at all things. When Yang Xiaojin asked why the hero didn't come to school on it, he, leaving further, replied that the bike was under maintenance, and such words seemed simply incomprehensible to the girl. As time passed while the guys went straight to school, young Xiaojin became curious to ask again if the main character really said that he had given the bike for maintenance, and Ren Xiaosu, not understanding where this whole conversation was going, confirmed what was said earlier. Yang Xiaojin, in turn, began to laugh loudly, while the main character tried to understand why she suddenly reacted this way to a completely unfunny story, which, in his opinion, is not capable of causing the slightest feeling of laughter in a person. The girl directly asked the main character to tell the truth if he had not learned to drive and never come up with such stupid excuses again. In response to such words from a friend, Ren Xiaosu simply spoke about what happened last night without mentioning the Superman, and the story was the words of Luo Lan, who allegedly gave his car to maintenance. Yang Xiaojin went further, telling the main character that there is absolutely nothing surprising about when a car undergoes maintenance, because this word means changing the engine oil or filter in the engine, and she wondered if the main character's bike had an engine that could be somehow changed. When Ren Xiaosu realized his own mistake about the need for maintenance for bicycles, and he was overcome by a feeling of concrete failure, because of which young Xiaojin began to laugh at him as soon as she spoke to him about this. The main character didn't understand why suddenly not being able to ride a bike or being able to learn how to do it the first time became something bad, and when Yang Xiaojin heard such a question, she simply raised her shoulders from not knowing the exact question, and she also said how she learned to ride the first time as soon as she got on a two-wheeled vehicle without the necessary training. This simply shocked the main character, who did not understand how well the interlocutor could ride, and what level of control of a bicycle she had, since she was able to move so easily from one place or even travel a certain distance. Ren Xiaosu couldn't just stand in that place, having managed to look up information about a friend and noticed that she had no driving skills at all and had never even tried to get them. The main character was very angry, not understanding why the girl needed to deceive him and hang him every day. Noodles on his ears with any free time for this. Xiaojin's actions for so long. The clock on the building rang, signaling the start of classes. In the classroom itself, a new teacher appeared who will temporarily teach mathematics lessons, and he asked each student to quickly open the textbooks on which they can find some information on the upcoming topic of study. The teacher, looking directly at the students, decided to conduct an introductory lesson on a section called probability, and he did not present more data in front of the students. The main character sat next to Yang Xiaojin, not understanding what the teacher started talking about, because he had never heard such a description of the topic where probability is discussed. Ren Xiaosu quickly came to his senses, taking out textbooks for the 10th and 11th grades that Uncle Fugui bought for him. The guy was going to study for a while on his own until he understood the lesson material. The main character carefully looked at the book, remembering the words of teacher Jiang, who spoke many times about investing enough effort to catch up with the curriculum of 3 years in just 1 year, and considering himself smart enough, the main character was going to study for 6 months. Ren Xiaosu was doing several things at once, trying to succeed in the final exam, which he hoped to pass by having learned all the material by that time. And the hero was serious when he wrote several notes while listening to the teacher while reading the textbook. Suddenly the guy heard a strange sound coming from the side and greatly distracting his attention. As it turned out, the cause of the sound was Yang Xiaojin, who simply fell asleep in class without worrying about getting a normal education. The main character carefully watched the girl sleep and did not understand why she suddenly did this so calmly during a math lesson. To talk to Yang Xiaojin, the main character threw a piece of paper at her and thus tried to wake her up. Having woken up, the girl picked up a piece of paper, carefully looking straight at Ren Xiaosu, who continued to write an assignment from the textbooks. After reading the message, she saw a question there regarding whether Yang Xiaojin was going to at least study or prepare for the final exam, which would soon have to be taken. A few minutes later, a piece of paper flew back to the protagonist's desk and greatly surprised him, because he did not expect to see an answer, initially planning to simply warn a friend who was sleeping in class. Ren Xiaosu quickly opened the piece of paper, wanting to read the message written inside, which, in his opinion, could be quite informative. But instead of the data inside, he noticed the usual message where the girl supposedly comes to school to sleep. And at the same time, the main character was infuriated by the fact that Yang Xiaojin again altered his handwriting, pretending to be him. Over time, the guys exchanged leaflets asking for everything possible, from where they could eat well and ending with what the girl did before coming to school. Suddenly, Yang Xiaojin received a question regarding what cannot be sent for maintenance other than bicycles, and looking at this, the girl had mixed feelings. She felt angry at such a question and still continued to write the answer question while she had time. In the letter, she revealed information that she was the one who left the note at the store, and Yang Xiaojin became interested in what the main character really wants, after learning the real truth about what happened on that very day. The main character began to write a message to which the girl was simply obliged to respond. Smiling, the guy showed a letter in which he knew that the interlocutor told him not to stay late at school for fear that he might find out the truth of the theft of his name. And in response, young Xiaojin simply remained silent, without answering anything. While the guys continued to exchange messages, the teacher noticed them and asked them to stop doing this and quickly give their names. The main character and the girl unanimously called themselves Ren Xiaosu, and did not pay special attention to this at all. Only now the teacher got angry, thinking that the students were trying to deceive him, and when he began to approach the guys, one of the students tried to say something to the math teacher. The teacher turned to him and heard as if the main character and the girl were really called by the same name. The teacher quickly calmed down, ordering Ren Xiaosu, wearing a cap, to immediately get up from his seat and start answering the question written right on the board. Over time, young Xiaojin rose from her seat, looking at the main character who was gloating when they called a girl who would have to answer the teacher's rather difficult questions. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu noticed how his acquaintance turned away from him, continuing to remain silent for a long time, and this seemed to the guy a completely incomprehensible sight. The girl simply reached for her cap, wanting to do something. She simply took off her cap from her head and was illuminated by the bright rays of the sun, emphasizing the beauty of the student. Each of the students who managed to see the moment when young Xiaojin takes off her cap were simply shocked, at the same time feeling embarrassed by her beauty. The main character, like the others, looked at her, not understanding why it was necessary to take off his cap. Suddenly, she mockingly put the headdress on Ren Xiaosu, who was very stunned by such an act. The teacher, in turn, coughed again, repeating the request for Ren Xiaosu to stand up and begin answering the question asked. The main character pointed a finger at himself, not understanding whether it was really him who was being addressed. And then the teacher shouted, saying that he understood everything correctly, and asked not to delay the lesson by answering the question as soon as possible. They continued to talk about the fact that the girl simply put a cap on the head of the main character, and the teacher, with a strange face, could only justify himself by saying that young Xiaojin is such a beautiful girl that the teacher simply does not dare to ask all sorts of questions. Soon it began to get dark outside and the clock rang, letting the guys go home. Xiaojin among them, wanting to follow her in order to find out how far she lives. The guy was quite inconspicuous, and just wanted to make sure whether it was safe to contract with a person capable of creating bombs. Another very important reason why Ren Xiaosu followed his friend was to find out in advance which direction he should not run in case the girl started fighting with the company, the source of the fire. A lot of time has passed since the guy followed young Xiaojin, and going around the corner where the girl disappeared, the main character saw something incomprehensible to himself. There was a scene in which young Xiaojin and Luo Xinyu are inside the portal and are about to disappear soon. The main character was shocked, realizing that it was all over because he didn't even think about the possibility that Luo Xinyu could return Yang Xiaojin back home with the benefit of not spending money on a tram at all. After Ren Xiaosu calmed down, he began to quickly use the scroll of basic skill copying in order to have time to study the perfect skill belonging to the girls. The main character carefully watched as the portal closed, planning to use the remaining 2 scrolls and hoped to get at least a perfect level ability if the first attempt was unsuccessful. Just a few seconds passed when the main character received the skill of picking his nose, and the guy began to cry from failure, not understanding why such a skill was already at an advanced level. Ren Xiaosu pushed the notification curtain, trying to find out why the 2 girls only have the worst abilities possible. On the second attempt to get a skill of the perfect level of a hobbyist, the main character randomly received the skill of shadow doors without fully realizing what effects it had. The system asked the hero if he wanted to start quickly learning a skill copied from friends. Only out of his curiosity, the main character decided to learn the skill and soon test it. In the few minutes that passed from the beginning of studying the acquired skill, the main character was given an ability called Shadow, which, when first extracted, improved his own combat effectiveness. And therefore, when he again managed to pull out a superpower, it became quite an interesting phenomenon. Ren Xiaosu smiled, standing right next to the portal, which in his opinion is the entrance inside of which you can find yourself in places at the request of the person who used the skill, or simply move from one place to another as if Luo Xingyu does it. The main character stuck his hand into the entrance to fully verify the veracity of the fact that there is definitely an exit on the other side. Ren Xiaosu thought a little because the location of the exit from the shadow door was not at all where he had imagined, and almost all aspects of the portal seemed different to him from those previously seen from the real owner. Nevertheless, the guy decided not to get hung up on such thoughts and went to the black door, believing that after much training or investigation of the skill of this ability, he would be able to lead everyone through the fortress at his own request. But without having time to do anything, the main character stops in place, feeling some kind of problem, and this begins to frighten him greatly. Xiaosu's excitement was the inability to pass through the shadow doors completely entering, and only one hand passed through to the other side. The only reason why this was impossible to do was the only thought that came to the hero's mind. When Luo Xinyu, when using the copy scroll, was almost completely on the other side of the shadow door, and only half of her hand remained outside. Finding himself in such a terrible situation, the main character, while the sun was setting, tried to understand how he could now rely on this palace, because from that very moment each of the people was able to pass through the shadow doors whenever they wanted, and only he remained unable to use his own ability. A few minutes later, the main character went home, and on the way rejoiced that he was lucky not to get the perfect skill of playing the rubber band through which he had to jump, because in the guy's opinion, having Luo Xinyu such a skill, it would be pointless for her to jump alone. A lot of time passed when Ren Xiaosu managed to get home, thinking about how he would have to practice a lot so that next time he could open the door with great precision and luck. Xiao Yu appeared in front of him, not understanding why the guy returned home alone and forgot to pick up the rest of the kids who most likely stayed at school. The main character realized his mistake, wanting to quickly go meet his younger brother with the teacher, and at the same time listening to the dissatisfaction of his sister, who did not understand how one could be such a bad older brother that he would forget about Li Yuan. The sister wanted the main character to have time to see the others off because the dinner she had prepared began to cool down over time. Not having time to move far from home, the main character saw a teacher in front of him who was interested in why Ren Xiaosu went home on his own. Because he had recently planned to continue learning to ride, the younger brother, standing next to her, looked strangely at the hero, telling how he left with young Xiaojin and then simply disappeared from The main character, having heard how he was seen, began to laugh with shock on his face and mentioned that he simply needed to leave on important matters. Suddenly, a strange sight caught his attention, and the hero looked carefully in the direction where he saw it. It was at that moment that a strange-looking car drove up to them and parked near the house. As it turned out, Luo Lan was sitting right inside the car, who, opening the windows, called the main character to him so that he could carefully examine his recently purchased car. Ren Xiaosu stuck his hand out to him, wanting to quickly get his money for hiding Dongfunan, and the guy really didn't like the behavior of a rich man who could afford to buy a new car, as well as the way he showed off with it in front of the not-so-rich. Luo Lan began to get out of the car, warning that he would bring the money exactly at noon, and for this reason, the main character began to wonder why he went here then. It was then that Luo Lan called an assistant to him and brought out many things that, according to Luo, are tonics useful for the restoration of Dongfunan. Observing Luo Lan's similar behavior, all other observers of what was happening could accurately assume that from that moment, a new era of love began for a rich man who fell in love with a superperson. When it got dark outside and Luo Lan managed to get to the house where the Superman was temporarily experiencing, he began knocking on doors, wanting to quickly give Miss Dongfunan the tonics that he had brought especially for her. Long attempts to hear at least some answer failed, when she simply began to ignore every word of the rich man who saved her from certain death while trying in every possible way to help finally heal her wounds. While Luo Lan felt not very pleasant when he was ignored, the main character appeared from behind, starting to mock the rich man from the Qing Consortium, who supposedly suffered from a lack of love for a long time, that he began to importunately come to this place even when faced with cold indifference from the girl. Luo Lan turned sharply to the main character, all beaming from himself, and telling how in the past he had a whole bunch of girls whom he didn't even touch, and now he supposedly took the righteous path, having met in his life Miss Dong Funan, who became good enough for Luo Lanya. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu became extremely interested in finding out the truthfulness of the words in which the rich man did not touch the girls for whom he bought a lot of healing medicine. The main character asked about this case, wanting to hear the answer where he hoped that Luo Lan did not give the medicine to just anyone. Over time, conversations between the guys regarding events that happened in the past on the street almost completely darkened. Chen Wudi for some time, the guy himself did not understand at all why the rich man needed a Superman, and how can he even be borrowed when he is a living person in whom he can ask. It was then that Luo Lan hugged the main character, talking about the new information received regarding how other forces had arrived in this fortress over the past 2 days, and people were saying that at the University of the 109th Fortress, a so-called research was being carried out which should soon be completed, and many people wanted to take possession of its results. Ren Xiaosu thought about this because he had previously heard such a story from Yang Xiaojin, who mentioned about an item that was heavily guarded by all means in order to prevent others from getting it. The reason for everything was the danger of changing the structure of the consortium. And this reason was the reason for the removal of various forces, more attention to the item. When the matter began to interest the main character, he asked Luo Lan what kind of research the university was coming to at the moment. And in response, the rich man said that he knew absolutely nothing when it came to information about things located inside this university research. In the end, the main character simply turned away and began to leave, saying that he was not going to give Chen Wudi to a person who was begging for him without even knowing the essence of the university's research. In response to these words, Luo Lan told how he did not pay much attention to this university, and at the same time definitely knew the extraordinary value of what is inside, since many famous organizations have turned their attention to it. Luo Lan never stopped asking Chen Wudi for help, for which he was willing to pay a good price, and in addition a person would simply need to protect the rich Luo. In response to such words, Ren Xiaosu simply looked at his interlocutor, realizing how deceitful he was in the conversation. And the hero realized that Luo Lan definitely has information about the results of the study and simply does not want to tell them to him. For all the reasons of distrust that arose in Luo Lan, the main character told the interlocutor to talk to Chen Wudi himself if he wanted, so that he would protect him. Ren Xiaosu did not want to interfere in any problems where many organizations are involved and simply did not want to order Chen Wudi, who had his own opinion. While the guys were solving problems related to more than a person, an unknown man in military boots approached them. The main character simply could not help but pay attention to such an appearance and tried to understand the essence of what was happening in his house. The hero saw how the military man approached Luo Lan and began to whisper some secret information in his ear, and the rich man simply assented to every word coming from the military man's mouth. Watching this, the main character could accurately assume that the Qing Consortium was planning something unpredictable that might not end in a very good way for all people. After watching for a long time how the military man spoke with Luo Lan, they tired of Ren Xiaosu, who, sighing with heaviness, wanted to determine the location of the research results in order to steal them soon using the shadow door. And even so, the guy doubted the possibility of doing something so dangerous, using the actions of a skill that he simply can be absolutely sure. Many voices shouting on the street forced Dong Funan to come out of the room given to her in order to check the situation. She could not walk normally yet, and sometimes her legs were tired. Seeing the girl in person, Luo Lan, like a pig, asked if she really wanted to meet him in person. In response to Luo Lan's words, Dong Funan said that she would only come out to meet him when he lost weight normally. Such words greatly hurt Luo Lan, who listened to the bullying from the protagonist, who did not consider such actions possible for such a person as Luo. Luo Lan flared up with anger, not wanting to listen to such words about dieting because he wanted to lose all the weight soon, and he was extremely serious in his words. A few minutes later, after the rich man got angry, he approached his assistant, wanting to know how to quickly lose weight. The main character, in turn, stood behind, saying that you can simply eat one steamed bread throughout the day. Hearing this method, Luo Lan became interested and looked straight at Ren Xiaosu. He asked whether to eat these breads after meals or before, and such words simply shocked the main character who was talking about nutrition during meals. When the conversations about food came to an end, the main character became interested in why Luo Lan was going too far, because earlier he had heard from Chen Wudi a story about how Luo Lan tried to win over one superhuman Bonburb to her side, and now he completely took risks helping Dong Funan, in which may have obvious problems. Luo Lan did not realize the danger, considering the girl simply innocent. Suddenly, Luo Lan started thinking about the words of the main character after hearing something unacceptable to himself. He screamed angrily, calling Ren Xiaosu Bonbur Boy himself. Luo Lan didn't like why the main character began to call that person the person he had previously tried to help with all his might. Ultimately, the conversations led to the fact that the main character asked whether the interlocutor was sure of the safety or not causing problems from Dong Funan. To these words, Luo Lan reminded that the fortress where they were going was not under his control. Ren Xiaosu was tired of talking about such issues and, wishing Luo Lan all the best, went home wanting to prepare for dinner. The main character sighed heavily, realizing how many problems had occurred due to the fault of Luo Lan, and therefore the guy was preparing to look after Dong Funan on his own, while inexplicable events were happening in the fortress. Suddenly, the main character remembered about the machine from which he received a side task to shelter a person in trouble for 1 week. And the guy could not even imagine that thanks to such tasks, he would be able to buy not only black medicine and, in addition, only unlocked items would drop out. A few hours later, after many discussions with Luo Lan, the main character and the others sat down at a single table to start having dinner and even called Dong Funan over, who looked not at all happy when her older brother was in danger, instead of sitting at such a table with her, worrying about nothing. Suddenly, the main character became extremely interested in finding out what superpower the girl has, and such a question greatly surprised her because she did not expect to hear such a thing from Ren Xiaosu. Dong Funan could only say that she was very strong, and she did not answer anything else to the protagonist's question. Still, the main character could not simply accept such words, wanting to know how strong the girl is relative to an ordinary person who does not have the same power as superpowered people like her. And for some reason the guy had a presentiment of the interlocutor's ability being absolutely useless. Dong Funan could compare her strength to that of 2 grown men, and she did not rule out the possibility of becoming much more capable in the future as long as her strength continued to grow almost every day. Ren Xiaosu could only answer that the girl's abilities were not at such a high level, because relying only on Dong Funan's abilities, she was unable to escape without the help of Luo Lan and the rest of his assistants, to which the girl simply considered the rich man's intentions to be bad, because she felt in his tone of conversation some inexplicable things that he tries with all his might to hide from others. Funan soon wants to eliminate as a sign of revenge for his older brother. For such plans, Ren Xiaosu forbade his interlocutor to even think about the possibility of leaving his store, and the girl tried to find out the reason, because she was very angry when she heard the ban on the right to act freely. The main character, looking like the sacred Buddha, in turn asked the girl to think normally about the source of the flames that had already been expelled from the fortress, and even if several of their people were hiding somewhere, she would not be able to find them. The most dangerous thing was the possibility that Dong Funan could be captured and begin to be subjected brutal torture, causing her to endure physical suffering. Turning away from the girl, Ren Xiaosu, as if a demon, did not let her go due to the fact that if the source of the flame caught in excess of a person, she would instantly give out all the information about how the hero's team sheltered Dong Funan, and also, when the girl left, the main character would lose the source of completing the assigned test. The most reasonable plan for not losing sight was to rely on another person, and the main character carefully looked at the one who did not understand what was happening at all. Ren Xiaosu, coughing with embarrassment, ordered Chen Wudi to look after Dong Funan for several days so that she would not even be able to move until he was not there. Hearing this, Chen Wudi loomed over the main character with incomprehension and showed strange behavior with his face. Xiaosu himself did not understand why suddenly the superperson began to behave so strangely towards him, because this had never happened before. Suddenly, Li Yuan whispered some words to the man, which he listened to attentively. Only a couple of seconds passed before Chen Wudi returned to his previous state and even began to smile strangely. Quite a short time later, the younger brother told the hero that in order to make Chen Wudi happy, you just need to call him a great sage equal to heaven. The brothers whispered among themselves so that no one else would receive such a lot of important information with the help of which it is possible to control beyond a person. Li Yuan again repeated words of praise towards Chen Wudi, and he, considering himself to be such a person, began to glow with pleasure, and every time he confirmed the words concerning him, his nose began to grow from lies. The main character was very shocked to see how his younger brother managed to find an approach to Chen Wudi in a short amount of time. A few hours later, everything turned out in such a way that the guys tied Dong Funan's hands so that she wouldn't even think of escaping until everything got better around the territory of the organization's flame source. Chen Wudi, following the instructions of the main character, threw the tied-up girl into a special place where she would sit for a while so as not to do any stupid things without Ren Xiaosu's knowledge. Having found herself in a situation that was not the best for herself, the girl looked angrily towards the other person who actually tied her up. Chen Wudi, in turn, put it to his face and tried to find out where Dong Funan was looking so intently without taking his eyes off. She started screaming, trying to understand on what basis she was being held, and wanted to find out what kind of store this was, where they kill or simply rob travelers and also sell stolen medicine. Then, not understanding the correctness of the word stolen, which is indicated with a black hieroglyph, the main character, together with Sister Xiao Yu, confirmed the words regarding the medicine, and at the same time they smiled as if there was nothing wrong with it. Hearing this, Dong Funan was simply incredibly shocked that she was simply speechless. When the girl returned to normal after the shock, she immediately screamed, not expecting that the saviors would turn out to be such terrible people that you just need to look for them, and Dong Funan continued to insult them for no reason. To prevent the girl from talking too much, Chen Wudi stuffed a rag into her mouth, and she quickly fell silent without even having time to react to superhuman dexterity. Ren Xiaosu, leaving the place where this was happening, asked to calm down because he was doing everything for the good of the girl, and also the guy simply could not let Dong Funan go due to not receiving money along with the reward for completing the task. The place where the guys left the girl was slightly illuminated by the light coming from the window, and other than that, there was nothing else there. Returning home, first of all, the main character wanted to show his younger brother one ability that allows him to open a door in the shadows, and he wanted to test the skill together with Li Yuan by leading him through one of these doors to another point in the fortress. Ren Xiaosu asked his brother to step back a little in order to open a portal right in front of him, and he obeyed and began to rise from the floor. The main character put a lot of effort into opening the shadow door, and when he tried to do this, he made strange sounds. But instead of a successful result, complete silence arose between the brothers, and they looked at each other without understanding what had happened. This incident became a very shocking moment for the main character, and he tried to find out where the very door that he had previously created on the first try had suddenly gone to. Suddenly, Li Yuan, with surprised eyes, saw the appearance of something inexplicable that made loud and attention-grabbing sounds. A few minutes later, Li Yuan looked at the ground where a small door gap had formed that would not allow him to physically get inside, much less end up on the other side where his elder brother was trying to send him. He became extremely interested in whether Ren Xiaosu really knew how to control this ability, and in response, saw his elder brother puffing out his cheeks and turning to the side. Having suffered a small mistake, which, in the opinion of the main character, is a trifle because of which it is not worth stopping trying, did not stop the guy who tried to repeat the creation of shadow doors again. Li Yuan, sitting on the ground and watching his brother, doubted the successful attempt and asked him not to start conducting experiments on his younger brother, who was a little scared. Instead of listening to his younger brother, the main character continued to experience an ability that was not developed enough to use it. And for such a moment, Ren Xiaosu trained on his own when he tried to again create a shadow door over Li Yuan's head. The ability that appeared instantly disappeared. Only a minute passed from that moment, and the main character finally managed to open a portal that was large enough for an adult to fit inside. Ren Xiaosu, looking at the shadow doors, thought about the uselessness of creating such a large size of the portal that would attract more attention while he was only able to stick part of his hand through. And the guy wanted to make the shadow doors a little smaller. Ren Xiaosu did not understand whether it was possible to reduce it so that it was enough for only one hand, and this question could not get out of his head. The main character closed his eyes, trying to concentrate on the basis of the manifestation of a real Shiba's ability to move from one place to a completely different one. The shadow doors actually became a little smaller, releasing a dark aura that produced an unpleasant sound when absorbed. As the size of the doors decreased, the main character felt an amazing feeling as if something was confronting him on the other side of the portal. The guy clenched his teeth, feeling very tired from the prolonged use of the ability, and he saw a sight in front of him that he simply could not imagine before. This sight was how, instead of reducing the shadow door, another one was formed only a little smaller in size. Ren Xiaosu stood in front of them, trying to resist the pressure coming straight from inside these portals with a dark aura. Ultimately, the attempt turned out to be quite successful when the main character managed to make the portal the size suitable for his hand. When everything turned out to be successful, the main character became interested in whether this was the tricks of the palace, and he sent a notice that he did not have such powers at all to help his carrier. Having found it possible to control the ability, Ren Xiaosu told his younger brother the next day to go with his sister Xiaoyu to buy a live chicken, and Li Yuan agreed, not fully understanding why his brother needed such an ability. In response to such a question, the main character explained how useful it is, even when only one hand passes through it. You can take others by surprise, inflicting unexpected attacks, and no one will know who did it. Having understood what was going on, the younger brother simply looked at the main character, pretending to be very interested. Time passed quite quickly when Ren Xiaosu planned to create explosive bombs all night and asked his younger brother to try with all his might to cover him so that no one would suspect. The main character could not tell Li Yuan exactly why he was creating bombs and wanted to tell him when there was an opportunity. The next morning, a board was taken out near the store for the opening of the store. The one who carried her out was Wang Fugi, who was looked at by many people. A sufficient number of people passed near the opened store early in the morning, and some of them stopped right at the entrance. They were dressed in elite clothes that ordinary people cannot get without a lot of money. These strangers asked Wang Fugi whether he was selling some kind of miracle medicine, and the merchant was happy when the business finally began to develop with the arrival of new customers. Wang Fugi pointed to a board with a price of 2,000 coins, and this price corresponded to the saleability of a special miracle remedy for men. Due to the complex production, it was sold for 2,000 in limited quantities for 1 week. The buyer who appeared was very angry at what he thought was an expensive price, and he didn't understand whether the seller really didn't know him at all. Chen from the public order department came last week, and Ren Xiaosu refused him. The guy tried to explain that they don't care about money at all, and it's just important for them to wait until the preparation is complete black medicine in the making. The buyer, in turn, did not try to retreat from the desire to get the medicine as soon as possible and ordered the main character to immediately change his tone of communication. In response to this, Ren Xiaosu asked for forgiveness, allegedly because he tried to do everything possible to save the sick person. The buyer again got mad at the main character who just wanted to make a little joke. The evil guy didn't understand why they were laughing at him because he didn't die at all. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a man who knows an evil buyer named Yan. As it turned out, the person who came was Chief Wang, very respected among the acquaintances of the evil buyer, who instantly saw him and bowed, thus trying to greet a familiar person. The reason for his arrival was solely for the purpose of simply thanking the local doctors. According to this man, several years ago, in the hospital of the 3rd Department of the fortress, he learned about his own infertility. Because of such news, the man's heart broke when he learned of the impossibility of becoming a father in the future, and one day this man took black medicine, after which he learned from his wife excellent news about pregnancy. Leader Wang himself has no idea who the person was who gave him such an incredible miracle cure. The main character raised his head up, trying to understand if the palace had previously had the ability to cure even infertility like this case, and understood perfectly well that this had never happened, and could not happen at all due to the fact that the medicine heals small cuts with few other exceptions, like adding a person an excellent appetite. Doubting in such cases, Ren Xiaosu became curious to find out from his interlocutor whether he was really sure about his wife's pregnancy. The guy just wanted to somehow hint at the occurrence of some kind of error, because he himself did not remember such cases of curing a disease in which he was absolutely incapable. To these words, Manager Wang, with a full smile, confirmed the words he had previously spoken and was 100% sure, because he and his wife went to the hospital to donate blood. In the opinion of this man, there could be no mistake in the tests taken very recently, and his wife definitely managed to get pregnant. The main character, having listened to the words of his interlocutor regarding the sudden pregnancy of his wife, was a little surprised by such a miracle, and turned away from the leader. Wang, not even knowing what words to choose in order to explain the current situation around him. A few hours later, Ren Xiaosu went to the school where student meetings were just beginning, each of them passing through the main entrance, hoped only not to be late for many important classes. The main character himself simply calmly walked along the corridors of the school, examining every detail of the building, trying to find some clues regarding previously heard information about the organization of the flame source, planning to do something not entirely clear against super people like Dong Funan. Only the guy couldn't concentrate on his problems, remembering how he got rid of the skillful hands that bring back spring, and how the main character became the goddess who gives sons. Such a title was assigned only to excellent doctors capable of bringing a dying person back to life or other more capable qualities. When the lesson began, the first thing in the new class, Ren Xiaosu, was taught by teacher Zhang, who wanted the students to be silent for a while she told very important information that also concerned them. Little by little, it came to the point that the teacher began to talk about the newly formed class, which now lacked a prefect and a member of the study committee. Zhang was going to take advantage of the morning lesson to give the students the opportunity to choose people suitable for these roles who would be able to participate in the affairs of the class or school in the future. Suddenly, one of the students cried out about the uselessness of choosing who the headman would become, and he wanted to rely on Ren Xiaosu, who supposedly is very well suited for the role of class commander. This student surprised the others with similar words, and they looked at him without answering anything at all on this matter. Suddenly, the others became interested in what exactly Ren Xiaosu was talking about, because there were already two of them in the class. Yang Xiaojin sat with the main character, listening from all sides to the conversations of classmates who were going to make the main character a prefect and put Yang Xiaojin as a member of the study committee, because in this way they would become, it is easier to distinguish without calling by name, simply using the additions of the headman or member of the educational committee. When teacher Jing asked if the kids had really thought carefully about a choice that could only be changed at the end of the year, she heard a joint agreement from students loud enough to be heard. Upon completion of the full voting, the main character became very interested in what people were doing in the posads for which they were signed up, or whether they received money for the work done, to which Yang Xiaojin told how they would need to push everyone on their studies and in return get nothing at all. Understanding the girl's words, Ren Xiaosu simply watched as she went to bed without intending to do anything in this lesson, and the guy thanked his interlocutor because he had never done anything like this before, being almost all his life on the brink of survival in all sorts of forests or similar places of residence. The main character continued to look straight at Yang Xiaojin, wondering why she suddenly lay down on her desk without intending to prepare for the upcoming final exams that were to take place in a few days. The guy was extremely interested in whether the girl was preparing at least outside of school or was just coming to study with the goal of doing well, get some sleep. In response to such words, Yang Xiaojin ordered the main character to stay away from Luo Lan, who has recently been planning to do something very dangerous, and is going to drag other people into such danger in order to increase the chance of his success. Ren Xiaosu became agitated, not understanding what the interlocutor was talking about at all, since previously she would never have warned about the impending danger, and moreover, would not have worried about other people besides herself. After the words were spoken, Yang Xiaojin began to ignore the questions of Ren Xiaosu, who wanted to know what plans Luo Lan was pursuing and what he was even trying to do, since he was dragging not only himself into danger. When trying to question the girl, the main character approached her too close without noticing it, and they sat in this position looking at each other. Ren Xiaosu felt very nervous when he found himself right in front of his interlocutor and could not calmly react to this. He was sweating from a disturbing feeling that only manifested itself when he was too close to the girl. Rising from her desk, Yang Xiaojin began to tell information about how she, together with her organization, managed to notice people of the Qing Consortium at the 4th Mental Hospital, and therefore they could only assume that the Qing Consortium was going to rob this mental hospital in the future, having many opportunities for this in which no one even will think about them. The main character did not quite understand why someone needed to rob a mental hospital, because until that moment the guy had only heard about those who rob jewelry stores, or even about crazy people robbing banks of the consortiums. Yang Xiaojin tried to explain that inside the mental hospital there are beings held in addition to beings taken into custody by the Li Consortium, or completely inside an extremely dangerous Superman. Yang Xiaojin, remembering the image of the very Superman we were talking about, believed that one can only rejoice while he sits calmly in a mental hospital without causing problems, and suddenly when his escape occurs, it is impossible to imagine the events that will happen to every person located in the 109 fortress. The main character, having listened to such a story, did not feel entirely calm, because he knew Luo Lan was not capable of subjugating Dongfunan, and who most likely was going to subdue the people from the 4th Mental Hospital so that they would become his bodyguards in the future. A few minutes later, Ren Xiaosu became interested in finding out how Luo Lan decided to rob the mental hospital, because now there are few people from the Qing Consortium here, and besides, this territory belongs to the Li Consortium, which, upon discovering Luo Lan, will definitely expel him from its ranks. Only now, according to Yang Xiaojin, who claims that the main character has little information, it became known that the Qing Consortium, or rather Qing Jun himself, managed to push a lot of his own people into the fortress of 109, who are now subordinate to Luo Lan, and in addition, they possess weapons of mass destruction. The words about mass destruction with just one weapon seemed to Ren Xiaosu simply an incredibly terrifying thing, because in fact they carried considerable danger to every person or more people who remained to cross the road to the consortium. Yang Xiaojin realized that the main character does not at all realize how crazy Luo Lan is, because earlier in Fortress 113 he did complete lawlessness, but now he only relies on the Li Consortium, who are not even going to pay attention to Luo Lan, or in extreme cases, they are ready to ransom him, not daring to liquidate. Ren Xiaosu did not understand why the interlocutor's organization was so afraid of the person from the 4th Mental Hospital. And to this, Yang Xiaojin replied that they were not afraid of him at all, and were rather afraid of the possibility that that person would bring too much uncertainty to the current situation. Having heard this, the main character asked what category of abilities this person belongs to, and when asking about this, the guy was very afraid. A more tense situation was caused by the words of Yang Xiaojin, who assert the incredible danger from the ability of a superhuman to master the hypnosis of other people or their own kind. At the moment, that same person was in an isolated mental hospital, and every person who comes, in order to feed the detainee, puts on loud noise-canceling headphones before entering the room. Minutes passed, during which the main character could not stop asking questions about why the consortium should keep information about superhuman secret, and for what reason they simply do not eliminate him so as not to worry about him getting out. Yang Xiaojin did not understand why to eliminate him completely an innocent person, although at the same time she could not decide whether he was good or bad. And besides the fact that the judgment was in the hands of the consortium, They could not assert their own rightness in the choice. Ren Xiaosu carefully thought about what young Xiaojin had said earlier about Qingzhen, who, together with the source of the flame, was going to master a power that those who were unable to control and who decided to do this remained unclear to the guy. In response to such serious questions, the girl remained silent for a while, feeling a certain hatred for the source of the flame. Young Xiaojin understood perfectly well that the world was once destroyed by an unknown organization, and the consortium to which she belonged was not going to see such destruction again by helping people who had fallen in despair. The main character could not just stop looking at the sad expression on the face of his interlocutor, whose principles are based on cleansing the world from what happened several years ago. Xiaojin also started talking about Dong Funan, wanting Ren Xiaosu to try his best to avoid her, because if she was going to stay close to Luolan, something bad might happen. The main character found the girl's behavior a little strange, because on her own initiative she told many secrets concerning people or other organizations that pose a danger not only to him. Still, the guy asked why he needed to avoid meeting with Dong Funan, and what kind of incidents were happening to her since young Xiaojin started talking about her so unexpectedly. Sitting in the classroom with the windows open, the girl said that Dong Funan had nothing in common with the deceased Superman, and they had no blood ties or simply weren't a couple doing business together. The organization of which Yang Xiaojin is a member tried to accept superhumans for the allies, and ultimately it turned out that this was not at all the case. What mattered most to young Xiaojin was the strange appearance of a series of murders occurring in the fortress. According to the rumors that circulated after each death, one could find out that the attacker had bitten through the carotid artery of his victim with his teeth. All the victims had their blood completely sucked out, which is why they turned into mummies. A creature named Dong Funan was considered the main suspect at the moment based on the description of the witnesses, and besides, Luo Xinyu saw the entire battle, which is why she had the feeling that Dong Funan's motive was to save another superhuman. Most likely for young Xiaojin, it seemed that Dong Funan wanted to hide somewhere in order to taste the blood of a person. And everything failed due to the lack of experience of the girl herself, who is an ordinary novice in such a matter. Suddenly the main character said that Dong Funan was currently in his store, and young Xiaojin immediately grabbed him by the shoulder and ordered him to immediately return home or use the help of Luo Xinyu, who would instantly return the guy back to his loved ones. With the time of young Xiaojin's unrest, Ren Xiaosu asked not to worry because they tied the girl tightly so that she would not run away, and when he said this, he constantly looked away. At this moment in time, nothing was happening at all in the protagonist's store, and there was no noise at all about which to worry. Sister Xiaoyu, in turn, calmly prepared dinner until the younger brothers returned from school. Chen Wudi followed the instructions of Ren Xiaosu, sitting directly in front of the super-person who was unable to get out of the so-called captivity in which her hands were simply tied. Chen Wudi was not at all bored doing this because he watched the ants move in the house and was happy just by looking at them. While Wudi was busy with his own affairs, Dong Funan managed to almost completely untie her tied hands and tried to complete this as quickly as possible in order to escape from dangerous people. Dong Funan was very tired the whole night trying to untie a good knot with which they tried to hold her for some time. The girl also felt hungry for a long time without receiving lunch from her holders. Suddenly, Chen Wudi was called by Sister Xiaoyu to quickly come to dinner, and the guy quickly reacted, asking him to wait a little. While Chen Wudi was talking to Xiaoyu, Dong Funan quickly disappeared from her place, having finally finished untying the many ropes on her hands. She pounced on Chen Wudi's back, starting to hug him, calling him a baby. The girl tried to pretend to be too kind towards the super-person, and Wudi did not understand what was happening at all. Still, closing his eyes to this, Chen Wudi ordered the so-called parishioner to watch her behavior because it could end badly for her, and the guy was seriously decisive when he said such words. It was at this moment that Dong Funan, with her mouth open, prepared to take a strong bite and completely suck the blood of another beyond a being like herself. Only when she bit, she was unable to bite through Chen Wudi's skin and her teeth seemed to pass by. Ultimately, the attempt to harm Chen Wudi failed, and Dong Funan broke her teeth on the guy's incredibly strong skin. Dong Funan, having suffered such bad luck that she had to lose a pair of teeth, could not understand why she was so unlucky to face a strong opponent like Chun Wudi. He instantly turned to the girl and delivered a strong blow straight to the weak spot, and feeling the hellish pain, Dong Funan flew some distance back. Dong Funan fell to the ground feeling incredible pain from the strong blows of another super being like her. When Dong Funan completely fell to her knees, Chun Wudi stood ready to continue the battle, and he did not understand how the girl could strike a sudden blow to Old Sun, calling her interlocutor a demon. He began to swing his arms, wanting to strike even harder than before. At this rate, the sun was beginning to set outside. Chen Wudi, having really hurt the girl, stood aside and could not even imagine that Dong Funan would turn out to be a white-bone demon who turns into a pretty girl, and the guy considered her weak enough to resist a great sage like him. Dong Funan, in turn, sat in tears, not understanding wasn't it enough to hit once, and why did he do it as many as 3 times? To such a question, Chen Wudi simply remembered reading somewhere that, to defeat the white bone demon, you need to strike 3 strong blows. Dong Funan, with her cheeks stuffed and crying in pain, did not understand at all what Chen Wudi was talking about. A few hours after the incident, all the guys returned home and saw in front of them the newly tied-up Dong Funan, who was crying, not understanding for what evil she was destined to constantly deserve such punishment. Initially, she was just going to sit at the entrance to the source of the flame in case someone came to donate blood, and so she was going to one day try to improve her superpowers. The girl did not stop crying, not understanding how she got to such a state where she was humiliated by other super people, and it took her to break her teeth. In front of Dong Funan, absolutely not feeling any pity for her after such an act in which not only Chun Wudi could have suffered, and she would not stop until she received a sufficient amount of blood. The only sister, Xiao Yu, looked tied up in her eyes like an angel, ready at any second to help every person who really needs this help. Dong Funan immediately began to ask for help from Sister Xiao Yu, considering her the kindest among the others, and more than a person wanted to be released. In response to Dong Funan's crying, Sister Xiao Yu asked the superhuman to tie the fugitive up tighter this time, and Chun Wudi was not at all opposed to fulfilling such an order, no longer wanting someone to attack from behind like a murderer. The main character, observing everything from the outside, did not want to treat women in this way at all, and at the same time in a dangerous situation, he could not divide people into men and women, since not only men can be bad people, but they can be women or even children. Ren Xiao said. Su understands the importance of ensuring the safety of relatives. The main character adhered to the principles in which kindness is important until the moment when the good one takes up arms and begins to attack, in which case a weakness appears, which, on the contrary, is easier to overcome. A few seconds after completing the planning of how best to proceed, Chen Wudi had already completely completed tying up Dong Funan, who was continuously shedding tears of dissatisfaction with what had happened, and he rose to his straight feet. The main character was very pleased with the work of Chen Wudi, who did a good job and therefore deserved praise. Ren Xiaosu asked the Superman to look after the girl a little more, not giving her the opportunity to do something stupid while he was not there. Hearing good words addressed to him, Chen Wudi smiled with a sincere smile and agreed to act on the orders of the main character. A few hours later, the main character left the store feeling as if something was missing and asked his friends about it. They also felt the same way, and then Li Yuan reminded about Luo Lan, who by this time should have started making noise wanting to beg Dong Funan's favor. Ren Xiaosu pondered the words of his younger brother, suggesting the possibility that Luo Lan was going to rob the 4th mental hospital that very night, and had most likely already begun to carry out his cherished plan. To go on reconnaissance, the main character asked his loved ones about the exact location of the 4th mental hospital. Not understanding what was happening, Sister Xiao Yu told about how Luo Lan recently asked her to buy a map of Fortress 109, and right on this map there was an opportunity to find the location of the place where Ren Xiaosu was now going to go. The main character himself asked his relatives to keep an eye on Dong Funan at all costs. Since the guy was worried about his relatives, he told them to make sure that the girl did not cause trouble. After such words, the guy was going to go to the mental hospital, looking at the map. Basically, Ren Xiaosu asked his younger brother to make wishes only in extreme cases if there was a danger of serious proportions. Over time, the main character reached a street where some events were taking place due to which those living in this area listened to various songs. The main character followed the map and walked near streets where expensive cars were located, or ordinary rich people ready to buy expensive things like houses. Suddenly he stopped when he saw someone starting to crawl out from under the sewer, moving the tire in different directions, and the main character stopped in place, afraid of such an outcome of events. Lan's assistant quickly emerged straight from the tunnel, fully dressed in military gear and with a special machine gun for protecting or eliminating dangerous people. Leaving the place where the rest followed, along with one military man, and took Luo Lan with them, the main character believed Yang Xiaojin's words regarding the distrust of the Qing consortium, and according to Ren Xiaosu's assumption, the expensive consortiums have no idea how many people are currently underground or what terrible things could they bring with them. One of the assistants, while Lo Lunt could not get out of the sewer hole, gave his comrades the order for 3 groups to penetrate the territory of the Li consortium separately, and, in the event of a meeting with the so-called Rat Number 2, immediately begin to retreat, without having the right to be called in the midst of a battle. This assistant gave another order according to which everyone except experimental number 2 should be eliminated, because he did not consider it something bad to destroy those who treat their brothers like laboratory rats. Over time, Luo Lan finally managed to get out of the sewer pit and instantly heard an interested question in his direction. The assistant, fully armed for battle, asked Luo Lan if he really did not want to take the white rat number 2 for himself, and such an unexpected question greatly surprised Rich Man. Luo Lan, in turn, simply remained silent, not saying anything at all in response to such questions. He looked as if he had previously experienced something very frightening for himself. A few minutes later, Luo Lan remembered how he once sat in a special department, watching 2 people talk and carefully listening to every word that came to him. This spectacle was how that same test subject number 2 became furious, wanting to find out from the person checking the condition of the test subjects where he went. The white rat knocked on the table, each time beginning to increase the number of questions regarding whether the doctor saw where he was going. Another memory that Luo Lan remembered was how this same test subject was placed on a testing table, asked to close his eyes in order to imagine that white rat number 2 came into a familiar tunnel. According to the doctor, the test subject should have seen a bright light at the end of the tunnel if he listened to the doctor's instructions started counting down time. The subject actually saw that very light at the end of the tunnel and continued to follow it until the very end. Suddenly, before the countdown ended, the guy opened his eyes and looked carefully straight at the ceiling. The doctor became interested in why the test subject suddenly opened his eyes much earlier before the test began to develop. The man was very surprised why something like this could happen, because earlier he could have known for sure that the test subjects were not able to resist their imagination of the described spectacle. To such questions, the white rat, smiling, simply said that he opened his eyes because he was running in the wrong direction in his imagination. A few minutes later, the doctor tried to go through a similar task again, telling the ward to imagine how he was lying in the middle of a warm sea where the water began to envelop every part of the body, and the guy could breathe calmly while he was on the surface of the water, and if he began to dive, he would be able to get to the place to which he longs to come. Only 3 seconds passed after the start of the test, and when the test subject did not wake up after the countdown, it shocked the inspector, who did not even know how to react to such a phenomenon. Yet a few minutes later, the guy woke up and began to smile, while the vile doctor realized how much he had been deceived by pretending that the effect of such imagining, the desired spectacle, could give some information from the head of the test subject. Upon complete completion of the proven method, the test subject sat in one place doing nothing at all and smiled, looking at one point. But Luo Lan, in turn, sat in a separate room looking at the recording of a special experiment on white rat number 2, and the rich man was surprised to realize that this particular guy was a legendary demon charmer, and during the process of hypnosis, the test subject activated his superpowers. In real time, Luo Lan was asked by an assistant Why not take the help of the #1 white rat for his own research? And such words shocked the rich man, who was well aware of the impossibility of controlling such a strong superhuman. The main character continued to follow Luo Lan, who did not want to release test subject #1 because he could not know exactly what kind of trouble a superhuman would bring if he was released. And it was possible that this test subject was capable of eliminating many people who had previously died at the hands of #1, to Ren Xiaosu himself. I wondered if the first one is as strong as the second one, and why Luo Lan didn't even remember about him. At this moment, the rich man's soldiers were preparing to enter the 4th mental hospital, first knocking on the entrance doors. Without waiting for someone to open the doors, they did it themselves, and the first thing they did was eliminate the doctor who tried to stop them. After strange sounds began to occur on the territory of the Li Consortium, several armored vehicles arrived at the place from which they were coming from and were about to destroy every danger that arose. The main character continued to watch what was happening, realizing that the Li Consortium began to act immediately so as not to miss its test subjects. In the opinion of Ren Xiaosu, a rich man would immediately lead the newly received super people into the midst of a battle, where they would certainly receive serious injuries, after which they would go to his medical store. The main character, turning in the other direction, went back to the store so as not to allow Luo Lan or the others to admit that he was not there. At that moment, inside the 4th mental hospital, Luo Lan found a girl who looked 10 or 11 years old, and therefore Luo Lan, due to the fact that the girl could be old enough to be his daughter, could not understand how she could help in battles. At the moment when time began to be too pressing, the assistant lifted the little girl, asking Luo Lan to start leaving quickly, because the car was already ready to retreat and they couldn't think about what to do right, while many opponents continued to attack them. When, after all, Luo Lan's guys managed to fight off the attack of the Li Consortium, they got out, wanting to use the equipment on which the attackers arrived. Only before they had time to get to the cars, they were hit by several shots that were specifically aimed at destroying the escape vehicle. The cars could not withstand such power and simply exploded before they had driven a few meters. Out of anger, Luo Lan began to shed tears, not understanding who in the world needed to destroy his cars every day for his own amusement. He wanted to soon take revenge on this person only when he could find him. And only his assistant stopped him, asking him to quickly shut up by jumping into the sewer tunnel. Xiao Jin sat nearby, pleased with her own work in destroying other people's property, and she was especially happy because she had destroyed Luo Lan's escape plan. Meanwhile, while Luo Lan is trying to escape from the crime scene, the main character managed to return home. Inside the house, everyone was sitting on chairs wanting to pray well, and Chen Wudi forced the tied-up girl to pray for their mentor properly. It was at this moment that Ren Xiaosu entered the room and delighted his younger brother with his return safely. The main character asked everyone to immediately bring the house back to normal, because Luo Lan should come soon. People close to the main character unanimously asked why Luo Lan suddenly decided to come to them, and why he himself. Before anyone had time to do anything, Luo Lan began knocking on the door of the store, asking him to quickly cure his assistants, because he was ready to pay well for such help. When the main character opened the doors, he immediately asked what kind of girl the guys had brought with them, and the assistant only managed to come up with the stupidest excuses, saying that the girl was Luo Lan's cousin. When everyone entered the store, the first thing Chen Wudi did was to approach the girl, feeling as if he had known her for a long time, and nicknamed her the Yoke. The main character, in turn, tried to find out whether the person was overly confident in his own assumptions. Luo Lan was a little angry with such words because he didn't understand why, since Chen Wudi considers himself a great sage equal to heaven, doesn't look for sacred scriptures, and constantly stares at the people he found. To such words, Chen Wudi simply said that Ben Burba, like Luo Lan, doesn't know anything. Suddenly, Chen Wudi saw the girl waking up due to a loud scream coming from Luo Lan. Immediately after she woke up, she turned to Chen Wudi, calling him Da Shixiong, who is the eldest student among the other students of one master. Luo Lan was shocked by such a sight because he was completely humiliated just as soon as Chen Wudi's assumptions came true. Luo Lan felt bitterness, not understanding why the yoke could address Chen Wudi like that to his Dashixiong, and such secret signals between the guys remained incomprehensible to the rich man. And he also did not understand why such a sweet girl was suddenly called Yoke. When things little by little came to the point that everyone wanted to get to know the girl better in order to know what was best to do, the protagonist's younger brother asked what her real name was in this life, and in response, the girl introduced herself by the name Sai Liren. Next, Li Yuan became interested in what ability the peer has, because this aspect was the most important among the others in order to understand how much seek and Liren will bring a lot of problems or ordinary destruction. The girl, smiling sincerely, said that she was simply unusually strong and showed her interlocutors her muscles, which did not quite prove what was said. The main character became slightly worried when he heard the words that Dong Funan had previously spoken about herself, and the couple became very interested in why everyone he meets constantly begins to assert their own power with the same words. For a few minutes, while continuing the conversation, Sai Liren lifted the boy above his head in order to prove how strong she could be, and seeing this, Li Yuan was simply at a loss, understanding that this particular girl was the carrier of the yoke with things and not the other way around. Luo Lan, in turn, shed tears from the shock he received with grief over the event that happened, so that the people whom he worked hard to get began to join the search group for the sacred scriptures of the Western Paradise. And at the same time, each of these guys began to gather around Ren Xiaosu. Luolan started screaming, not believing at all that the girl was telling the truth and just hearing the mention of the white dragon horse, so she could just guess something when he screamed so hard. Li Yuan asked, "Si Liren is a rich man," and she calmly called him Banbor Boy. Luolan was angry that they were talking to him like that, even after he helped escape from the 4th mental hospital and at the same time now had to endure the ridicule of a little girl. While Luolan was enraged by what he heard, Li Yuan became curious about who he was and heard from Si Liren that the protagonist's younger brother is a small white dragon. But according to Li Yuan, this was not true at all, even if he wanted to become one, because he simply remained unable to compare with this person in strength. Si Liren, looking at her interlocutor, did not understand at all what he was talking about and continued to look straight at him. Suddenly, behind the main character, the voice of a man appeared, confirming Li Yuan's words regarding the fact that Si Liren is trying to deceive every person who is currently in the store. Ren Xiaosu and Luo Lan, hearing a familiar voice, sharply looked in the direction from where it was coming from in order to make sure of his own assumptions. As it turned out, this person was a guy who escaped from the 4th mental hospital under the name Li Shentan, who immediately introduced himself and called himself an abandoned child of the Li Consortium, who had absolutely no conflicts against the people in front of him in order to start a meaningless battle. After Luo Lan saw a dangerous man in front of him who, in his opinion, could long ago control the entire staff of the mental hospital, he took out a weapon without understanding how, other than communication with other people from the staff of the place where he was being held, this person managed to escape. Ren Xiaosu became worried, realizing that standing in front of him was the very person Yang Xiaojin was talking about, and at the same time, the girl never mentioned that the escapee was somehow connected with the Li Consortium. Looking at how Sai Liren communicates with Li Shentan, Ren Xiaosu did not fully understand the meaning of the words about an abandoned child, because these words could also hide other things and, according to the guy's assumptions, the runaway deliberately allowed Luo Lan to take the girl, but the purpose of this action remained in question. Li Shentan looked too strange, as if he could control absolutely everything around him, and everything that happened in the mental hospital was under his control. The main character felt a bad feeling about this, and was afraid of the possibility of somehow being drawn into the problems of Li Shentan, who had not at all revealed his own history or personality, from which one can guess what plan he adheres to. Still, Ren Xiaosu asked what Li Shentan wanted, since he managed to find the hiding place of the wounded guys who made it possible for the girl to escape from the 4th mental hospital of the Li Consortium. In response to such a question, Li Shentan spoke about how earlier he and the girl felt intense boredom inside this fortress, and when they found out about many friends gathered in this place, they decided to go to them in order to greet them. Si Liren, while the senior test subject was talking to the hero, simply smiled, proving the truth in the words spoken by the guy. At the end of the conversation about friendship and other completely unimportant matters for the experimental person, Li Shentan looked towards the main character, feeling some very strong peculiarity in him, and the guy was quite serious when he said something similar only to the person he had met. Ren Xiaosu, in turn, thought about what feature the interlocutor just mentioned, because he didn't notice such direct qualities in himself to call them special. The first thing that came to the mind of the main character was that Li Shentan spoke about the peculiarity of beauty of Ren Xiaosu, and he immediately began to praise himself, considering himself as the ideal of beauty. Li Shentan laughed a little at this behavior of the main character, saying that he misunderstood the words a little and added that Ren Xiaosu is special here. Li Shentan was wasting a lot of time, and in order to speed up the conversation, he took his hat and tried to say goodbye to his new acquaintances. When Li Shentan completely took off his hat from his head, with a smile on his face, he was able to adequately say goodbye to the team of the main character and did not at all need to eliminate anyone in order to cover his tracks. At this moment, Luo Lan was preparing to fire a pistol in order to permanently eliminate the dangerous Superman, and he was stopped by the words of Li Shentan, who said that he had never even thought of hypnotizing his subordinates, and therefore the rich man had nothing to worry about. Ren Xiaosu stopped test subject number 1, wanting to know why he didn't calmly leave the mental hospital since he had the opportunity to do so at any second. The guy was eager to get information on how a person like Li Shentan could easily control other people without using his own abilities at all. Hypnosis. Such a question was strongly remembered in the head of Li Shentan, who did not tell his secret and simply remained silent. When leaving, Li Shentan simply said that at that moment, it was not the right time to somehow begin to show intense actions. When the test subject completely left the store, the main character wondered whether the reason for Li Shentan's escape was the desire to do something since he chose such an opportune moment, or whether he planned to escape when the matter was related to the research of the Li Consortium. Suddenly, from the guy's back, Luo Long's loud breathing was heard, who himself did not expect that everything would be in vain, and he was going to continue the conversation with Dong Funan, feeling as if she was much more reliable than the others. Ren Xiaosu, looking at such a state of a rich man, believed that it would not be entirely humane at such a moment tell him about Dong Funan, who is not at all better than other super people. Luo Lan was dissatisfied with the case in which Li Shentan turned everything upside down, even without paying attention to the attention of other people who wanted to get more people for themselves. Having heard a rich man, Ren Xiaosu, holding a bowl of water in his hands, didn't understand if he really didn't know what kind of family Li Shentan came from. Luo Lan took this vessel, wanting to drink a little. In the end, he drank almost all the water that was brought to him without even stopping to catch his breath. When Luo Lan finished drinking water out of extreme thirst, he said what the main character himself perfectly heard as Li Shentan called himself an abandoned child, and Luo Lan was afraid of the possibility that the Li Consortium had personally locked the test subject in the 4th mental hospital. Ren Xiaosu wanted to know why the consortium suddenly began to deprive their own children of freedom, and only Luo Lan could not answer this question, because he himself did not have the appropriate information. According to Luo Lan, it became known only that in the consortium, everyone is scheming against each other, and if you want to gain a position in the family, you need to step on the heads of your brothers or sisters in order to rise higher. This is how the most important among the consortium, Li, managed to get the title which the majority of people in the organization currently possess and can control. Ren Xiaosu wondered how many goals his loved ones had stepped on. Luo Lan, together with Qing Zhen, are almost at the highest level among the other members of the Li Consortium. Such a question alarmed Luo Lan, who looked at the main character with a different look. According to him, imagining the image of Qing Zhen, it would simply be impossible to choose another way out, due to the fact that he simply did not exist, and this person about whom Luo Lan spoke seemed much more terrifying than anyone else. Luo Lan could only claim that Qing Zhen was born to become a leader, and therefore climbing to the top of the mountain was not for some purpose, just to look at the so-called landscape. It became very interesting for the main character to watch how Luo Lan protects his younger brother with all his might, even without paying attention to what he is doing. Still, Ren Xiaosu was wondering what exactly Luo Lan was like, and whether he was different from his younger brother, who was ready to take any risks to get what he wanted. Luo Lan simply smiled, calling himself a lost man who was able to continue living no matter what. Luo Lan handed the vessel back to the main character, telling him that the Yang Consortium should have already arrived at this fortress, and the people of the source of the flame continue to hide somewhere. Since the demon cultivator again went out on a rampage, no one could know exactly what could happen. Most of all, Luo Lan was furious, remembering that recently the bandits, out of their own boredom, blew up 2 of his cars. Luo Lan stopped thinking about cars, asking the main character not to attract much attention to himself in the near future. Otherwise, he would end up in imminent danger, for which Ren Xiaosu did not understand why he should throw out such information when he himself is more conspicuous than the person of this fortress. Luo Lan simply started laughing, not understanding when he managed to become so outstanding, and in response, Ren Xiaosu asked why his interlocutor suddenly began to be so proud. A lot of time passed while the guys were talking among themselves regarding the unrest due to which the Qing Consortium was not sending people to help Luo Lan, and in response, the rich man laughed it off, saying how busy the consortium was while they were doing business in Fortress 113 or the Jing Mountains. While the main character is dealing with the problems that arose with Luo Lan, events are transferred to the Fortress 111 of Ginkgo Mountain, which is the headquarters of the Qing Consortium. Right inside this building there was a discussion about what happened to Qing Hui. One of the most important people among those gathered was very interested in all the events that continued to develop for the better for themselves and for the worse for their consortium. One of the meeting participants, standing up from his seat, spoke about how 3 days ago some of the enemy organizations went around the mountains, and according to this person's assumption, the Allies were supposed to arrive at Fortress 113 on that very day. The Allies in question were initially required to clear out the remains of test subjects in the 113th Fortress after the arrival of the Disaster Response Unit, and after that, they would again go to the Jing Mountains to search for a creature from the fortress called Vulcan. The man who told the detailed plan for eliminating the monsters analyzed the fact that at present, a creature of enormous size was again plunged into deep sleep, and most likely it was not going to leave the crater due to its dependence on the temperature of the volcano, which was convenient for him to get enough sleep. In a few minutes of conversation, the most important old man was interested in whether Qing Hui would be able to deal with all the current dangers, because it is extremely important that the coal mine near Fortress 113 be restored as quickly as possible. And the employee could answer such a question by saying that Qing Hui went to the discussed place with an operational team, and dealing with hundreds of test subjects should not cause them any particular problems. After listening to his comrade, the old man was simply a little worried about the resources near Fortress 113, which are vital, and that is why the restoration work needed to be completed as quickly as possible. The old man wanted to help somehow and therefore asked Qing Yun to provide several refugees so that they could help with the work in the territory where the battles were currently taking place. And this man agreed without resisting the orders of the older man at all. Jen was doing at the moment, and his fellow discussant told him how he doesn't do anything other than listen to the song, and he does it completely aimlessly because he's not even interested in singers. Having heard the entire report about Qing Zhen, the old man felt a depressing aura, realizing how much this guy's courage was too great and required immediate control, or whether it was simply worth putting him in his place. The old man extended his hand forward, wanting every single person to understand that the power of money comes from the exchange system, and it simply won't work out in other ways to gain fame or other quite important things, no matter how much you want it. The old man clenched his fist tighter and also added that, however, regardless of the previously spoken words, The power of power comes from self-organization, since without a home there will be no rules, and thus there will be no power that everyone dreams of so much. Suddenly, while he was saying a lot of wet words, a man entered the discussion room, opening the doors, all out of breath from a long run. The assistant asked for permission to report about the 7th Operational Brigade under the command of Ching Huai, which had recently been attacked by experimental subjects, and at the moment, each of the participants in the battle began an immediate retreat to their positions. The old man listened carefully with his comrades, and each of them was shocked to hear the large number of dead during the battle, which amounted to more than half of the people who went with the 7th Task Force. Having heard the story about the attack, the lead people responsible for the success of the battle did not understand how the 7th Combat Brigade could be attacked by hundreds of experimental subjects, and they even considered the information received to be false because this brigade is the most equipped with the best equipment. They also had the best combat power among other organizations or consortia. Yet, among the gathered people, a man appeared who did not understand why they could not use the help of Qingjun, who is more adapted to such battles against experimental subjects, and also has the strength that appeared due to experience sufficient to completely destroy them. The old man, in turn, could not accurately guarantee the number of experimental subjects, which could even exceed 1,000, and at the same time, he did not consider Ching Huai's troops to be somehow weak so as not to defeat all his opponents with a lightning escape. Given this situation, the old man could accurately believe that now, as a result of the experiments, a new form of life with some kind of intelligence. The old man, having calculated all the dangers, from that day forward forbade Qingjun to go beyond his fork, because no one was going to violate the will of the consortium at the request of one person. A few minutes after the discussion, Qing Yuan was chosen as the leader of the 1st Combat Brigade, and he, rising from his chair, accepted such a difficult task with honor. When everything was completely decided, and there were no other options left except to continue to eliminate the test subjects, the Qing Consortium sent several trucks to the battle site and loaded many important resources into the river, such as shells or ordinary healing items. These vehicles quickly crossed blocking points near the properties of other consortia and the beginning of dangerous areas. Right under one of the cars, there was a guy who understood that the privates in this sire are all the same, and checking passing vehicles is just a formality in which they never check the bottom of the car. Having passed beyond the checkpoint, this guy grabbed the surface of the vehicle, wanting to get out from under it. When he fully jumped onto the car, he was finally preparing to rest or find a secluded place for a while where he could eat or sleep. The man who made his way onto the military transport looked carefully at the boxes, not understanding what could be inside because he had not come across such vehicles for a long time. The guy immediately began to break into one of these boxes using the found crowbar, and, to his surprise, the boxes opened quite simply for things that would be transported in good condition. When the guy completely opened the boxes, he saw a lot of firearms inside along with ammunition and was very surprised, not expecting such a turn of events. Suddenly, the car he sat in began to drive in a completely different direction from the other vehicles, and this only meant that it did not belong to the Li Consortium, and most likely was traveling as contraband to other people. A few hours later, after a long trip, the car began to brake sharply when it arrived at the desired point of its last stop. A man in expensive shoes stepped straight onto the car when it came to a complete stop, wanting to check what goods his friends had brought him. This man turned out to be Luo Lan, who little by little made his way to the surprised guy, who did not have time to hide well somewhere, and Luo Lan flashed his flashlight on each box sent specifically for him alone. However, things went too badly for the man who sneaked onto the military transport when a flashlight was shined on him, and he could only cover his face with his hand to make it harder to recognize him. Only now Luo Lan managed to see the face of a familiar man named Xu Xianchu, who was shocked but managed to recognize the face of the famous criminal who is completely incapable of hiding from other people. Everyone understood perfectly who Xu was Xianchu, and therefore guessing his name was not required at all. Xu Xianchu had no choice but to jump from the transport. When landing on the ground after jumping, Xu Xianchu summoned a shadow assistant who served him as a carrier who knocked Luo Lan down. The criminal understood that if he did not escape now, the Qing Consortium fighters would be able to instantly react and capture him, alive or dead. Having risen to his feet, Luo Lan began shouting to his comrades so that they began to catch the fugitive criminal, telling them his name so that the assistants would definitely not lose sight of the enemy. Xu Xianchu, in turn, could only continue to run towards the massive city, where he could hide for a while. And he was very lucky, because Luo Lan ordered his assistants not to shoot too hard at the enemy, so as not to attract more attention from the people from the Li Consortium. He looked behind him, trying to calculate the exact number of people who were currently continuing to chase him in order to better understand the current situation. Looking behind him, the main character saw just an incredible number of people armed with the best equipment, and he became very scared because, having a shadow, he was able to simply stop the bullets without investing much effort. Only because of the large number of firearm shells there were opportunities to get seriously injured. And Xu Xianchu did not understand why he got involved in such a battle, because he was simply curious to know the secrets of Mount Jing. Xu Xianchu felt a depressing feeling, not understanding why suddenly they were chasing him so much, because he did not even enter the consortium checkpoint, and also did not understand why the pursuers had so many weapons. Such behavior of the military gave a certain idea to the criminal that the Qing Consortium was going to attack the 100 soon the 9th wall of the fortress. A few hours later, Xu Xianchu ran inside the city where the lights were turned off everywhere to make it easier to recognize where the serious criminal had gone, constantly escaping with a large amount of information or resources that did not belong to him. Due to too much noise appearing in the fortress, the main character opened the doors of the store in order to better look around and understand how bad the situation was, or how to avoid interfering with such things. Right outside the door, Ren Xiaosu saw Luo Lan tired of chasing the criminal, and he said that they were chasing Xu Xianchu, and asked the main character to quickly call Chen Wudi so that he could help catch the enemy, for which he could receive exactly 100,000 coins. Ren Xiaosu didn't quite believe Luo Lan's words about Xu Xianchu and the rich man, practically losing consciousness from fatigue, tried to prove that he was right. The words from Luo Lan's mouth made the main character think better about Xu Xianchu, who for inexplicable reasons found himself inside the 109th fortress, and if he was caught, all the secrets of Ren Xiaosu would be known to other people. Only for this reason, the main character was ready to help Xu with all possible forces Xianchu escape from the pursuit of armed men. Suddenly, the main character received information from a notification about Xu's hit Xianchu was in some kind of trouble, because of which Ren Xiaosu was able to receive the task of rescuing someone who had found himself in a very bad situation in which he had to escape from the fortress. Such a hit by a familiar person sounded too pathetic for the main character, and began to really feel sorry for Xu Xianchu. The main character began to shed tears. Ultimately, Ren Xiaosu began to close the doors of the store, asking Luo Lan to deal with his problems on his own, and simply saying that he did not want to interfere in serious things like this event that happened right in the middle of the fortress. Ren Xiaosu slammed the doors of the store so that no one would go inside. The guy instantly turned in the other direction from the door, wanting to go to the aid of a familiar person. Chen Wudi noticed how the main character jumped onto the surface of the roof of a building getting ready to go somewhere, and was very shocked because he didn't understand where Ren Xiaosu was going without taking help with him at all. When Chen Wudi tried to follow the main character, he was stopped by Li Yuan, reminding him that the man was ordered to watch over the spirit of 100 bones, and if he let him go, he would return in 3 days and 3 nights. Li Yuan did an excellent job when he managed to stop Chen Wudi, who sighed from the impossibility of simply going to the rescue. The younger brother of the protagonist smiled joyfully, believing that now the superperson would obey his words. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu was moving along the roofs of the fortress buildings in order to catch up with Xu Xianchu, who had long been able to run a sufficient distance from the place of appearance. A few minutes after the start of the pursuit of the fugitive, the main character managed to almost completely catch up with him, thanks to the fact that Xu Xianchu ran too slowly. Although, according to the theory of Xu's physical training, Xianchu should be several times higher than that of an ordinary person. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu noticed a strange movement near the feet of the fugitive, as if something was preventing him from fleeing from persecution. Shu Xianchu moved in a completely unclear way, and his movements were different from his previous behavior in similar cases. The main character did not understand how to save Shu Xianchu, and at the same time not offending Luo Lan. The main character continued to move along the surface of the roofs of houses without using special forces for this. And even so, he was much faster than those fighting at the moment. In just a few seconds, Ren Xiaosu had a brilliant idea related to the magical weapon that he luckily possesses. Over time, the plan came up with a huge ball of magical energy appearing above Luo Lan's head, which instantly attracted all attention to itself and gave Shu the opportunity to Xianchu escape even with a very tired assistant from the shadows. From this purple ball appeared the hand of the main character, which hit Luo Lan straight in the face, and he felt severe pain, closing his eyes. Luo Lan was unable to stand on his feet, and falling to the ground, began to shout out the name of Luo Xinyu, who, in his opinion, prevented the whole plan. While the rich man was lying on the ground, cursing the innocent girl, an assistant began to run up to him in order to help him get up from the ground. Only when the assistant almost completely ran up to Luo Lan, someone pulled his leg to stop him. The assistant instantly fell on his comrade, only making him much more painful than it was before that moment. The main character, in turn, was safe, mocking what had happened, and he considered it a pure coincidence, because he didn't even know where the spatial door could open. Over time, the abuse of the military continued, and Ren Xiaosu tried to take the guys out of control over their own bodies. Some, having already fallen, could not rise to their feet, because the main character was holding them in one position. At this moment, the assistant was helping Luo Lan rise from the earth, while the others were suffering from the mockery of the protagonist. The assistant was wondering what was the best thing for them to do, when Shu Xianchu almost managed to escape from the place of appearance with the help of other strong people. Luo Lan was furious with his own people, due to the fact that they are not even able to gain any abilities and are releasing opponents from their species. Luo Lan tried to prove how beneficial it is to have in his army several more people who will obey him, and the military were upset they are working hard on it. Luo Lan eventually decided with all his assistants to begin an immediate retreat, because if they continued the pursuit, they would only attract attention to themselves. But the assistant suddenly became interested in Shu Xianchu is also a rebel, because only after chasing him, Luo Xinyu suddenly appeared and began to help him with all her might. The main character, watching them from the side, heard how the military believed that Shu Xianchu is simply not capable of being one of the rebels, being in a pitiful state from which he simply will not be able to resist the consortiums who want to catch him. Ren Xiaosu immediately began to run away from the crime scene, turning his pre-planned plan into reality, and realizing that Shu was on his head. Xianchu suffered a lot of slander, although he did not particularly provoke anyone. Nevertheless, in the future he will have to take all this blame on himself. At this moment, Shu Xianchu managed to break away from the chase by hiding on the roof of a building and heard proven actions taking place nearby. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice calling his name and was very scared because they could catch him forever, lock him up in some place and call him a dangerous criminal. Shu Xianchu gathered his thoughts and began to run away from the place where he was sitting, taking a pistol with him and preparing to fight back the unknown person. After Shu Xianchu began to run away, he turned to face the danger, preparing to fire several shots so that no one else could stop him on the way to escape. The guy was serious about wanting to directly eliminate the one who dared to stop him from carrying out his desired plan. But as it turned out, it was the main character who smiled at Zhu's reaction. Xianchu greeted him and asked him to put away his firearms. Shu Xianchu was very surprised to see a familiar person and tried to find out why Ren Xiaosu was suddenly inside the fortress. The main character, in turn, came down from the roof, asking him to forget about it for a while, because after he returned to Fortress 113, it instantly fell under the onslaught of the experimental subjects, and he needed to immediately flee to this place. In response to Shu Xianchu told his own story about how, when he went to the 112th fortress, he saw the same thing that the main character saw. telling a detailed story of the misunderstanding that occurred during which he was recorded as a criminal. Xu Xianchu hid inside the smuggler's car, which turned out to be used by Luolan to transport good weapons. The main character was very surprised to learn that this weapon was not prepared against the battle with Xu Xianchu, and the guy were worried about him, because from now on, Luolan would better take on the task of capturing the criminal. Xiao Su most of all was that his interlocutor did not know at all that Luolan had not been able to return to Qing for a long time. The main character wondered why Luolan was bringing so many weapons into the fortress, since it was not for the Li Consortium. And the first thing that came to Ren Xiaosu's mind was the desire of a rich man to eliminate the remains of the source of the flame. Suddenly, Xu Xianchu, smiling, started talking about how Luo Xinyu helped him, who tried in every way to stop Luolan, and he responded funny by shouting at the girl, and Xu Xianchu finally found out that the girl is also a super person with strong abilities. Having finished talking about the girl, he strongly grabbed the shoulders of the main character, wanting to say something important. Xu Xianchu felt how difficult it was for the main character to run away from the Qing Consortium without receiving any help from him, and Ren Xiaosu himself was shocked by this behavior of his interlocutor and simply agreed with his every word. Xu Xiaochu became worried, believing that the main character was hungry, and therefore offered him to eat half of the donuts that he had left over from a long time ago. Ren Xiaosu refused the help of a very good person, feeling uncomfortable and considered as if after such behavior Xu Xianchu, he just needs to go to the Qing Consortium in order to surrender to them himself. Suddenly the main character reached into his pocket, wanting to give his dining friend something of himself. The main character handed over to Xu Xiaochu 5,000 wen and a letter. Ren Xiaosu asked a friend to deliver this letter to the 178th fortress to a man named Zhang Jinglin, and supposedly having received the money with the letter will definitely help the criminal. The main character decided to do this, knowing that people like Xu Xianchu once there will definitely begin to shine. When Xu Xianchu received a letter from the main character and was immediately surprised to see on the sheet the inscription of the 178th fortress, because he was just going there, although he doesn't know who Zhang is Jinglin. But even so, the guy sincerely thanked Ren Xiaosu for this help. Suddenly, an unknown person appeared right behind the guys, who greatly frightened them because he appeared too unexpectedly to notice his approach. This person was in the place where the main character had previously stood, and it was too easy for him to strike from there in the future. The first thing Ren Xiaosu noticed was the badge directly on the clothes of this person who was a member of the Source of Flame group. This guy, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, hiding from the consortiums for some time, began to laugh at the people who were in danger. When the enemy made a mockery, the main character told his comrade in trouble to be careful, because the organization in which the appeared person belongs is a terrible guy who is trying to hunt for every superhuman, and Xu Xianchu accepted this warning, preparing to somehow escape from the new enemy. Ren Xiaosu was scared when several more people appeared from the source of the flame, who quickly surrounded them in one place, and the main character understood that, although the sounds of gunfire could most likely cause big problems, only compared to life, these are trifles which, when surrounded by enemies, are simply nothing. Ren Xiaosu was determined to fight in order to escape the tricks of dangerous opponents. What bothered the main character the most was the inability to summon a shadow right in front of Xu Xianchu. After all, this could end badly when someone outsider guesses about his real capabilities. The man who appeared very first continued to mock the opponents by telling how their squad of the flame source had never failed in all the sorties of the operation called Early Morning, and for this reason the guy ordered the main character to surrender immediately and save others from unnecessary trouble. When Xu Xianchu heard a mention about earlier in the morning, so he asked if the organization of the flame source was really behind the clock because it was almost completely dawn outside, the main character looked at his friend without completely understanding why he suddenly began to laugh it off so strangely in a terrible situation. At this moment, the person from the organization was very angry at the behavior of the person who had fallen into the trap and could not say anything because the shock of realizing what kind of person they had contacted did not allow him to close his open mouth. Over time, this guy calmed down and began to laugh lightly, not expecting that a criminal like Xu Xianchu had never even heard of the operation earlier in the morning, which is very famous among consortiums or ordinary people. The main character, together with his friend, immediately began to shoot at the members of the organization, the source of the flame, not understanding why they were so arrogant and why they were dragging out time during which they could just fight because there was no point in chattering anymore. The cartridges fired from Ren Xiaosu's pistol simply could not hit the target, which could easily evade them to the side. Other guys also had such abilities to evade cartridges who can determine the trajectory of a bullet at close range by the angle of the arms of the main character or Xu Xianchu. Also, the guys were afraid of the huge level of the flame source, which would be completely impossible to defeat with the help of pistols alone. Looking at the person left behind, Ren Xiaosu could definitely say that they looked confident in themselves and apparently too strong not to even rush to attack. But earlier young Xiaojin talked about how Luo Lan managed to interfere with the source of the flame only because it was not earlier morning. The main character did not understand what was the best thing to do because if he tried to escape, there was a chance to survive and only Xu Xianchu will be left alone with many strong opponents. But if Ren Xiaosu becomes a target, this will lead to even greater troubles than are currently occurring. Suddenly, the main character saw an incomprehensible picture to the side and paid all his attention to it. Xiao Jin appeared in his eyes, not far from the place where the flame source attacked. As it turned out, the image of the girl was real, and she, sitting somewhere in a safe place, tried to take aim at the opponents with a sniper rifle in order to completely eliminate them. When young Xiao Jin appeared ready to shoot at any second, Ren Xiaosu lowered his weapon and began asking the members of the flame source group what things they were going to do when capturing Xu Xianchu with him. It was then that one person spoke about the desire to contribute to the survival of all humanity, because after a breakthrough in gene editing, the genes beyond people will become the most ancestors for all humanity. Thanks to such help, every person living in the world will remember how in the past, several people above people managed to save them. Ren Xiaosu began to untie the bandage from himself, asking if the source of the flame was really going to take advantage of editing the genes of other people. In response to such words of the main character, the participant of the source of the flame confirmed what was said earlier, considering such a great achievement in which going down in history will not be repaired by a special pipe, and you just need to lose your own freedom so that the rest can prosper happily. Yet Ren Xiaosu was wondering what would happen if he wanted to gain freedom instead of such nonsense as saving strangers who want to eliminate all other people. The man from the source of the flame was instantly consumed by anger, and he believed that if someone chooses freedom, they will have to pay a price that they cannot even afford, or imagine how many years they will have to contribute money. It doesn't matter if they just at some point completely will run out and won't have enough to buy food for yourself. After listening to nonsense from the participants of the flame source group, the main character raised a white bandage above his head, screaming that he considers the price for which one must be deprived of freedom to be simply stupid, and if one refuses this, then the price makes this freedom more noble. The white bandage continued to flutter through the air, as if it personified all the words spoken through the mouth of the main character. Only this did not last long at all, and over time the bandage stopped moving and froze in the guy's hands. It was at this moment that the source of the flame began to fly towards the member of the organization at full speed, and gradually began to scare the guy who, during fear, called the main character a fool. In an instant, young Xiao Jin's projectile hit the desired target, who immediately began to bleed his own blood and even coughed it up because the size of the bullet was large enough for an ordinary person. Upon completion of the elimination of one enemy, young Xiao Jin looked at the main character through the sight and saw him thanking him for his salvation from strong opponents. This behavior of Ren Xiaosu made the girl happy, who even began to smile. Over time, the main character, along with Xu Xianchu, decided to split up so that everyone could deal with one enemy. In turn, Xu Xianchu decided to deal with the one who is to the left of him. Ren Xiaosu, running towards the opponents, simply jumped from the roof of the building, making a single jump which should have been enough to jump high enough. Two opponents followed the main character, who was already in the air, and the guy began to think about the current situation, remembering how Yang Xiaojin destroyed the environment, because of which she lost the ability to aim normally because the participants in the flame source were moving too quickly. So only one main character could solve the problem. The enemies with an evil look did not stop following the main character along with him, jumping from the roof of the building straight into the city. Suddenly they saw in front of them something that they did not expect to see at all when they decided to attack the main character. Ren Xiaosu recreated his own shadow image, wanting to eliminate the cause of the problem since he was unable to simply get away from it. Ren Xiaosu was serious when he spoke about the logic of the wild nature among which he survived from his very childhood, and could definitely assert the truth in his own words. In just a few seconds, one of the opponents appeared right behind the main character, simply managing to teleport there. Ren Xiaosu himself was very surprised, even though he managed to react to the movement of a member of the Flame Source group. On the other side of the main character, a second enemy with a more angry look on his face began to move. The enemies used melee weapons such as highly sharpened claws. Also, one of them wanted to use a too-sharp katana, which he took out of its sheath. And this idea made the main character doubt that these guys are not people using gene editing at all. The guy with a katana, and still able to teleport from one place to another, began to act more actively, wanting to eliminate Ren Xiaosu. It was then that the main character split up with his shadow in order to solve two problems at the same time and took on the more convenient person for the battle. Over time, the main character found himself close enough to his opponents, and in order to make his work easier, he took out his own blade. Thanks to the weapon, Ren Xiaosu was able to deliver a direct blow to a member of the Flame Source group wearing metal claws, and at the same moment, the shadow of the main character tried to hit a person who was too fast for himself. Bleeding, the guy with claws tried to understand why suddenly the main character has two abilities, because such a phenomenon is too rare for an ordinary person. At this moment, the main character himself brought them into a vile situation with the words that he has three abilities, and, to their great regret, the participants in the organization of the Flame Source will not be able to see the third ability because they will die much earlier than it is activated. While Ren Xiaosu was waiting for the complete death of the opponents, another one appeared from the side and immediately began to attack directly head-on. Even the main character himself was very surprised when he realized that another person was hiding in the shadows with the help of his superpower. The enemy man jumped into the sky in order to deliver a strong blow, and to do this, he pushed off from the surface of the earth with all his strength. A member of the Flame Source organization was preparing to pierce the protagonist with his sharp katana, while Ren Xiaosu screamed that the battle is not over until all his opponents are killed. For his own benefit, the main character thrust a magic blade straight inside the shadow doors that appeared behind him. Thanks to this, it was possible to launch an attack directly from the enemy's back and pierce his body with one blow of the sword. The guy into whom the katana was stuck did not fully understand how Ren Xiaosu managed to pull off something like that. The wounded man held on with all his might and held back too much blood flowing from the wound, while he wanted to know how the main character hit him from the back when looking straight into his face. Upon completion of the liquidation of the members of the Flame Source group, the main character stood over the body of the enemy, pulling out a blade from him. Ren Xiaosu thought about how the dead spoke about their operation, or how fierce they are, and in the end just a bunch of stupid guys who, in the opinion of the the heroes could have caused a lot of trouble but turned out to be too weak over people. At the end of the battle, the sun was already beginning to rise on the street. The main character decided to go back to Shu Xianchu, jumped onto the surface of the roof. Upon his full return to his comrade, Ren Xiaosu immediately ordered him to first go to his house in order to properly change clothes or rest after the battle. The main character offered him his own help, because if Shu Xianchu wants to go to Fortress 178, he needs to eat well before leaving. Rising from the boxes on which Shu was sitting, Xianchu thanked Ren Xiaosu for all the help, and said that he could no longer stay inside the fortress, in which a search would soon begin as soon as the military learned about the whereabouts of the famous criminal. Shu Xianchu understood that if he stayed, he would definitely drag the main character along with him into the trap of his enemies. And so he simply said goodbye, wanting to meet Ren Xiaosu someday. The main character, in turn, did not know at all what the best words to choose in order to talk with a friend, and therefore remained silent. Still, the guys smiled at each other when Ren Xiaosu considered it possible to meet Shu someday Xianchu in Fortress 178 and wished him all the best. A few hours later, the fighting in the streets was completely dawn, and people had to go out to do their business. At this moment in time, the main character was hiding around the corner, near which a couple of those keeping order inside the fortress were passing, and they were talking about the turbulent days in this area where recently there was a real bloodbath in a psychiatric hospital. Ren Xiaosu listened carefully to their words about the explosion about 2 days ago, which, according to the assumptions of ordinary people, occurred due to the provocation of a flame source that allegedly managed to capture more than a person. The main character began to move away from the people who, out of their own fear, decided to send someone to notify the Li Consortium about a possible attack by the Flame Source organization in the near future. Ren Xiaosu slowed down a little after receiving information about receiving a reward for a task in which he was required to help a person in trouble, and because of this, his strength or agility became much higher. Precisely because of this, the next time he comes into contact with a super person, it will be much easier for the main character to fight against them. At this moment, Yang Xiaojin stood nearby along with Luo Xinyu, who spoke about the number of 5 people supposedly being the standard for an early morning operation, and argued that the Flame Source organization always liked to crush with a large number, and only this time they suffered an inevitable defeat from the superpower. People for whom quantity alone will not be enough. Looking straight at the smoke that formed at the place where several opponents were eliminated, Luo Xinyu considered this phenomenon too strange. Because even if you don't look at the fact that these were not the main forces of the source of the flame, something really confused her. It was strange for the girl why suddenly Ren Xiaosu too easily dealt with 3 whole opponents who are currently lying dead in one place. Luo Xinyu even doubted her assumptions about the main character, who turned out to be much stronger than any assessment. Yang Xiaojin, in turn, recalled how Shu Xianchu fought with only 1 opponent, and the main character took on as many as 3 at the same time. Previously, Yang Xiaojin, imagining the image of the protagonist, thought that his combat effectiveness was not too high, and it was for this reason that she did not expect Ren Xiaosu to come out against 3 enemies. Initially, Yang Xiaojin planned to open a path for him to retreat, and did not expect that the guy would want to eliminate all participants from the source of flame personally. Luo Xinyu thought about the bloodthirstiness of the main character, who could see it in his eyes, because whenever some kind of threat arises, the guy subconsciously wants to eliminate it, since super people who came from the wild always turn out to be more resilient than super people living inside the fortress. Over time, Yang Xiaojin needed to start going about her business, and while leaving, she talked about the environment in which the main character lived almost his entire life, simply trying with all his might to survive. Luo Xinyu paused her acquaintance a little, not understanding why she suddenly began to rush so quickly to explain herself to Ren Xiaosu, because Luo understood that it was from that moment that the main character became strong enough together with Chen Wudi, whose strength at the moment remained unknown to anyone, and that was what strengthened them group. Luo Xinyu asked Yang Xiaojin if they should attract all the attention of the consortiums to the main character in order to divert the slightest suspicion from themselves. In response, Yang Xiaojin told how Ren Xiaosu, together with the Superman, simply want to live peacefully inside the fortress without causing any problems to anyone. Luo Xinyu instantly changed her behavior, starting to tease her friend because she supposedly just asked without meaning anything like that. Luo looked at Yang Xiaojin, trying to find out why she suddenly began to protect others over people like Ren Xiaosu, and in response there was complete silence. Luo Xinyu also became interested in finding out what type of ability the main character belongs to, but this is something Yang Xiaojin didn't know at all. When Luo Xinyu started talking about the closeness between the main character and Yang Xiaojin, which supposedly must have heard at least some story from the guy, or because of their closeness regarding the student council, it led to Yang Xiaojin looking at her friend with a strange look, as if ready to nail her. In order not to talk about Ren Xiaosu anymore, Yang Xiaojin looked behind her, saying as if the combat troops of the Li Consortium would soon arrive, and they needed to quickly leave the crime scene. Luo Xinyu listened to her friend by activating the ability of the Shadow Door. This ability of hers was much stronger than the one that the main character learned without fully understanding the controls. A few hours later, the events are transferred to the main character, who, while at school, thought about the fact that he had never even imagined that the Li Consortium would react so quickly, and the guy got the impression that the entire fortress would soon completely collapse. Yang Xiaojin was also at school. While Ren Xiaosu stood up and thought about Xu Xianchu managed to escape from the fortress when there were so many consortium patrols walking the streets. When the main character sat down in his place, Yang Xiaojin immediately began to colorize him regarding whether he had encountered other oddities in addition to the fight with the source of the flame. Having heard such a question, Ren Xiaosu did not quite understand what the girl was trying to lead the conversation to, and asked again, wanting to know what she meant. Yang Xiaojin mentioned in a conversation about the Qing Consortium who suddenly raised the reward for the capture of Luo Xinyu. In Yang Xiaojin's opinion, the consortium would not raise the reward without an important reason, and something must have happened that the guys don't even know about. Remembering what happened to Luo Lan, the main character pretended to know nothing at all about what happened, and told how he simply saved Xu Xianchu after all, was being chased by a crowd of people from whom he clearly could not have escaped alone. Yang Xiaojin immediately turned away, believing that the main character should not know anything about what happened, and then Ren Xiaosu thanked the girl for this help, because if it weren't for her, he himself would most likely simply die at the hands of members of the organization of the source of the flame. Yang Xiaojin in turn picked up the book without answering. Afterwards, she simply continued to look at the book, accepting thanks from the main character. Over time, Yang Xiaojin began to wonder for what purpose the main character saved Xu Xianchu, and Ren Xiaosu immediately began to talk about the fact that they had known each other for a long time and traveled together through Mount Jing, appearing as teammates at that time. And the main character believed that if Yang Xiaojin was in danger, he would definitely risk his own life to save her. Yang Xiaojin, hearing such words, simply smiled without saying anything in response. When Yang Xiaojin stopped asking about what happened, the main character exhaled heavily because he had finally explained himself, although he believed that there were more and more mistakes every time. Suddenly, Yang Xiaojin began asking questions about Dong Funan, wanting to know why the main character shouldn't give her a superhuman. And this proposal seemed strange to the guy because he didn't remember Yang Xiaojin studying superhumans. In response, she simply told how she shows a special influence on superpeople, and the main character fell silent, not understanding whether the influence was forced to undergo physical tests. A few minutes later, thinking about what was the best thing to do, the main character came to the conclusion not to give up Dong Funan for the 4 days that remained to complete the task, and warned Yang Xiaojin about this, considering such an act a good option as gratitude for the recent rescue. While the guys were talking about one topic and came to an agreement, Teacher Zhang appeared in front of them, wanting to tell how she asked for some information from Fortress 109, because earlier some students wanted to know the standards for admission to the university. Only for the sake of such a desire from the students, she was able to achieve an agreement to conduct such an informational lesson instead of a class subject. Still, some students simply remained silent, as if no one had ever been interested in such things, and simply listened carefully so as not to upset Teacher Jiang. Still, Ren Xiaosu was the only one who really became interested in what life was like at the university, and when asked, he simply smiled, sincerely wanting to hear something interesting. In response to the guy's question, Yang Xiaojin talked about free classes, in contrast to strict exams, because a small number of students are recruited and most of them continue their research with their supervisors after graduation. Yang Xiaojin heard many stories about how universities used to be very free, and only now they are more like research centers in which there is less and less discipline, which is why many students begin to do all sorts of stupid things. For more than 100 fortresses, there are about 20 universities in which teachers in these educational institutions optimize the work of their students and organizations to focus on several areas of research. Xiaojin's whole story, the main character asked whether the students had the right to receive at least some subsidies, and in response, the girl stated that there was a complete absence of such things. Ren Xiaosu was very upset, realizing that there was no subsidy for which he had so much hoped. Yang Xiaojin turned away from the main character, asking not to pester university students if you yourself are not engaged in scientific research, because this could end too badly and the guy will have to get out of the mess again, which he personally will arrange. All he has to do is talk to other students who don't particularly like people like the main character who are refugees. The girl turned away due to the fact that she told too much information, thus attracting the attention of Ren Xiaosu, and she was lucky because all the guy's attention was focused only on payments, while Yang Xiaojin was thinking about what was said. The evil protagonist was sitting behind her, not understanding why it was he who was pestering everyone instead of Yang Xiaojin who really does this. Teacher Jiang began the lesson with a story about what requirements must be met in order to enter the University of the 109th Fortress, and to begin with, you had to pass only 4 subjects, starting with mathematics and ending with biology. Each of the 4 subjects was required to complete 150 points. Teacher Jiang smiled as she talked about last year in which the passing score was 560 points, and to be more precise, for each subject you had to score 140 points or even more. The main character was shocked to hear such a number was too large for his understanding, because recently he had passed all the subjects with a total of 140 points and at the same time solved the task using his own brain completely. The main character became interested in asking Yang Xiaojin how he could score such a number of points in each subject, and the girl replied that this requires simply doing 2 fewer questions. When Ren Xiaosu heard the words of ridicule in his direction, he was greatly shocked, not understanding what exactly Yang Xiaojin had recently mentioned. The main character turned away from the girl, considering the word. She doesn't understand anything at all if she slept in every lesson. And he asked the palace what level of mathematics Yang Xiaojin had, who was currently looking at Ren Xiaosu, not understanding why he suddenly turned away. When the palace showed the girl's average level of mathematics, the main character began to mock him in every possible way, believing that such a level, even if it was higher than his results, did not mean anything, because she was still no better than him. Nevertheless, after that, the palace began to throw information from above to Ren Xiaosu about Yang Xiaojin's results in middle school when her grades exceeded the scores of excellent students. In physics, the girl studied too well, and this made it clear to the main character that he was simply the only loser in this class, and he asked this question to the palace. The palace, in turn, confirmed his question, and this finally destroyed the protagonist's pride. The humiliation that the main character went through made him cry looking at Yang Xiaojin, who earlier, when Ren Xiaosu saw her sleeping in class every day, he was calm that at least someone would be on the same level with him in exams, and did not expect such a turn of events at all. Yang Xiaojin wondered if the main character really wants to go to university so badly. In response, Ren Xiaosu lowered his head, considering himself completely unworthy to receive such a chance to become a student at some university. And these words made Yang Xiaojin remain silent for a while. From the moment of their conversation, the next day came on which the school students gathered to take the final exam. Ren Xiaosu, in turn, sat right in the middle of a class unfamiliar to him. Unfortunately, none of his friends were at the exam. Nevertheless, the teacher conducting the tested work told the students to quickly begin completing the exam tasks. Ren Xiaosu looked at the paper for a long time, remembering how before when he was in school in the market town, Mr. Zhang asked questions orally to save expensive paper at that time. Having started to write on this piece of paper, the main character was more surprised by the possibilities that opened up inside the fortress in which you can easily print a lot of things. Ren Xiaosu looked away, trying to remember the answers to the questions he asked. At one point, he completely stopped writing because he forgot the answers. Suddenly, the hand of one of the participants taking the exam rested on his back, directly addressing the main character. As it turned out, it was a girl who wanted Ren Xiaosu to let her copy the entire assignment, and, thanks to her request, the main character received the task of helping all students pass exams. The appearance of tasks like cheating seemed too strange to the main character, because the palace was giving out all sorts of tasks every time, and yet it didn't matter to him because such a task was not a problem. Ren Xiaosu immediately rewritten what he had written to the girl who thanked him from the bottom of her heart, and the main character received an increase in characteristics. The main character turned back, rejoicing at the opportunity to complete 2 tasks at the same time, and at the same time receive some kind of prize. Ren Xiaosu began to yawn from fatigue while writing a whole sheet of paper, and a girl began to speak behind him. Surprised that the main character answered all the questions, and asked if he knew how to solve all this correctly. In response, Ren Xiaosu claimed that he knew practically nothing, and this greatly shocked the girl, who did not understand why the guy let her write it off, since everything was wrong. A few hours after the completion of the exams, the main character took his younger brother and another boy and began to return home. Returning home, the first thing Sister Xiao Yu ran out to them was to warn them about how Uncle Wang was taken away. The main character, along with the others, were greatly shocked by such information. Sister Xiao Yu told the details of what happened, in which people from the law enforcement department came and said that they did not have the appropriate license to sell the dark medicine. Xiao Yu was very scared, because the people from the department said that there were doctors working in this store who also did not have a license, and therefore they were going to arrest the person responsible for all this. The main character thought about what had happened, realizing that the arrest of Uncle Van had nothing to do with the presence of more people in this place. Ren Xiaosu became interested in asking Sister Xiao Yu if the people who came said anything before leaving, and the girl said something about how the people who came told Ren Xiaosu to contact the Ministry of Law and Order upon returning. Ren Xiaosu realized the danger of rushing ahead, even if the primary task was to free Uncle Wang, and at the same time they could not deal with Luo Lan in any way, so the main character warned his sister about the uselessness of rushing, because at the moment it is important to follow Dong Funan and ask Luo Lar who should come this evening. A few minutes later, the main character went to the desired point where Uncle Wang was taken, and Luo Lan parked right behind them in a newly purchased car. Luo Lan, noticing the main character, began to smile strangely, asking why the guy was standing near the entrance and not going to go inside, because obviously the matter for which he came would take a lot of time. In response to Luo Lan's words, the main character simply turned to face him and told him about the arrest of Wang Fugui, who was not at all guilty in every sense. Luo Lan immediately got down from the car, assuming that the guys were most likely caught selling a medicine that was so good that the fortress could appropriate the ingredients to make such a medicine. Luo Lan has already encountered similar tricks many times, because first the guys who caught Uncle Wang will find something to incapacitate the protagonist's team, and then they will offer to purchase the formula from them. And such an assumption seemed a little strange to Ren Xiaosu, because he didn't do it until the very end understood what exactly was meant by the word acquire a formula. According to a rich man who many times experienced the actions of law enforcement, who will not stop until they first fool the main character's team and then decide to buy this formula, is absolutely priceless. Ren Xiaosu didn't really want to talk about Luo Lan's past, and just wanted to ask if there were any acquaintances of the Qing Consortium in the Ministry of Law and Order. And in response, Luo Lan started talking about his 2 comrades who had recently been arrested. But he spoke about the arrest of his comrades very calmly, and I even smiled as if there was nothing wrong with it. The main character did not understand at all why Luo Lan was so cheerful while he was talking about the fact that he could say hello to Lu Yuan, who could arrange for Wang Fugui to be released tonight. When the main character began to scream in order to find out the reason why Luo Lan was not going to free his friends, he immediately asked Ren Xiaosu to shut up a little or be quieter when talking about his friends. Luo Lan didn't want the main character to scream, because at the moment they were not familiar with the people who caught Uncle Wang, and suddenly a human leg appeared behind him. This man turned out to be Uncle Wang, who, shedding tears, warned Ren Xiaosu about his own return. It was strange for the main character to see him, because according to the information received from Sister Xiao Yu, his uncle was arrested by the law enforcement department of the fortress. Uncle Wang began to tell how he had just been at the ministry, and when they received a letter from Lu Yuan, they immediately sent Uncle Wang back home. From the quick release of Wang Fugui, Luo Lan began to feel a sense of self-praise about how, without having time to send a letter to his acquaintance, his wish was instantly fulfilled in order to raise Luo Lan's reputation. And such an incident showed the main character a strange feeling of how great a reputation belongs to a rich man whose request can be quickly fulfilled without him having time to ask for it. Nevertheless, Luo Lan asked the guys not to let their guard down due to the fact that even the Lord of Hell has good, but the devil has bad, because Lu Yuan is not the main controller of the 109th fortress, and if the main character's medicine is of interest to the Li Consortium, this case will be difficult to cope with. Ren Xiaosu to imagine the image of rich people dressed in expensive suits, because many people said how they rob outside the walls at knife point, but at the same time inside the fortress they do absolutely the same thing. And the main character was wondering why then no one considers this a manifestation of hatred or robbery. Suddenly, Luo Lan spoke from the side, asking him to get used to solving existing problems inside the fortress without fists. And in order to control everything, the rich man gave Ren Xiaosu his own phone number so that they could contact him at any time if something bad happened. The main character accepted this offer, thanking Luo Lan in advance, and asked if all he himself has been doing lately is fighting or eliminating enemies. So why then does he teach the main character the correct behavior? Luo Lan turned away from his interlocutor, calling his own behavior a so-called strategy that Ren Xiaosu could not understand. Luo Lan tried to explain that if you look closely at the actions of the Qi Consortium, you can see how much they value their own research, and that's why they threw all their troops into their defense. According to Luo's assumptions, the Li Consortium were no longer able to sit quietly with their hands folded, because inexplicable things were happening on all sides that needed to be dealt with somehow. Ren Xiaosu, listening to the story of his interlocutor, did not understand whether he really had enough brains to come up with such a stupid excuse in order to move away from the main issue. Luo Lan, after listening to the words of the main character, was greatly shocked, not fully realizing what had happened. He went about his business, not understanding who Ren Xiaosu was looking up to, and considered it as if talking to him was a simple waste of time, during which Luo Lan could go to Dongfunan. In turn, when the rich man left the store, the main character asked his relatives to do their best to avoid the possibility of running into big problems. Uncle Wang exhaled from fatigue, not understanding whether they really couldn't get rid of all the existing problems. Ren Xiaosu felt sadness on his own body when he began to remember how, previously living outside the territory of the fortress, he believed that everyone wanted to get there, imagining such a life as simply an incredible paradise. And only when he got inside the fortress did the main character realize that paradise simply does not exist in this world. While Ren Xiaosu was solving his own problems, an unknown person appeared inside the store, turning to the sleeping Chun Wudi, wanting to immediately meet Wang Fugui. Having woken up, the man said as if Uncle Van had gone to buy a new bicycle and asked why the person wanted to meet him, because he could just pass on the information to him. That's when a guy named Chen Bohan introduced himself as a participant from the legal ministry, and allegedly someone filed a complaint against Wang Fugui in court for unfair competition, and 3 people were sent to the store in order to give the accused a summons. Chen Wudi didn't quite understand the meaning of unfair competition, so she asked Chen about it Bokhan, who in response simply ordered him to come to the courtroom where he could hear a detailed explanation on this matter. Chen Bohan, noticing the absence of Wang Fugui, invited Chen Wudi to sign in his place only if the superperson was a relative of Uncle Wang and was definitely an adult. Chen Bohan immediately asked if the interlocutor was a relative of the accused, and Chen Wudi simply confirmed every word. Hearing that Chen Wudi is actually a relative of accused, Chen Bokan asked to describe in detail what kind of relationship he has with Uncle Van. Chen Wudi did not know how to answer correctly, and therefore was called Senior Mentor Chen Invincible, and such words greatly angered the guy who passed to get the signature. Chen Bohan tried to hit Chen Wudi without taking off while they were mocking him with words like a senior mentor or something else. In response, Chen Wudi dodged with a smile on his face, not understanding what exactly was wrong, and considered himself a family with Uncle Wan, even without being a relative to him. In response to this, Chen Bohan cried out that the closest relative was only Wang Dalun, and no one else. Chen Wudi, in turn, did not understand what difference it would make if the relative was the master's eldest student instead of the youngest student. Such words from Chen Wudi simply shocked the guy who came, speechless. Chen Bohan turned around and went to the exit, considering it pointless to communicate with Chen Wudi, and considered it necessary to come the next day when he was not there. A few hours later, the main character returned home, instantly seeing Chen Wudi running towards him, along with Wang Fugui, and they were talking about how they had previously obeyed the instructions by sending Uncle Wang to the store to buy a bicycle. It was at that moment that employees of the legal department entered the store with the medicine, wanting meet with him. The main character thought a little when in the conversation they mentioned Wang Fugui, who was sued for unfair competition, and several people were sent to hand over the documents that needed to be signed. Ren Xiaosu began to instantly remember how, when he first came inside the fortress, all the students looked at him strangely, as if he was not at all a person equal to them. Also, upon entering the school, quite a lot of problems arose related to the parent committee who wanted the children who came from the fortress to transfer because they became refugees and nothing more. The problems did not stop, and even when the protagonist's store became popular among people from the fortress, someone took advantage of the laws of the fortress to deal with them, and if they do not want to give up the medicine formula, they will immediately begin to face a prison sentence along with the breakup of their family. Ren Xiaosu was incredibly angry because the longer he lived with his family outside the walls, the more they began to feel comfortable as if in the wild. The main character did not understand whether there really was no peaceful place for them in this huge world. Ren Xiaosu clenched his fist tighter. After all, he was never a deserter, and since the fortress decided to complicate his life with its rules, he will have to use his own rules in the future to solve the current situation. The main character ordered Uncle Wang to take the subpoena and quickly go to the legal department to find out the identity of who was behind the incident. When Wang Fugui became worried that problems might arise, he began to be reassured by Ren Xiaosu, who took care of other matters that could cause harm to his family. At this moment in time, many people were sitting on the streets talking about the riots that had happened in the fortress. Shenton was stationed nearby with Liren, who were quietly having dinner after a long time of interruptions inside the 4th mental hospital. Many people gathered in one place were talking about the murder of the entire team of the flame source that happened a few days ago, and these guys did not quite understand why they had to act so cruelly, even without getting into the true reason for the liquidation of the team. Li Shentan listened carefully to the conversation about the fact that ordinary people began to doubt the source of the flame that caused the explosion some time ago. According to the assumption of the escapee from the mental hospital, the cause of the disorder was precisely the main character. Even if you do not pay attention to the large number of people in this fortress, it was Ren Xiaosu who was exceptional. Liren, continuing to eat, asked the full company whether the main character was so strong that Li Shentan's hypnosis would not affect him, to which he began to shrug his head off, because he didn't even try to hypnotize the main character without having an important reason for this, or he simply didn't want to be an enemy of Ren Xiaosu only after meeting him personally. Also, test subject number 1 was afraid of the possibility that his intuition suggested that if Li Shentan tried to hypnotize the main character, then perhaps the effect would affect him, and he would simply fall asleep. When case it came to apprehension main character with sides test subject mental hospitals at number 1, Ren became interested. Why I wish she could just not be eliminated. Ren Xiaosu and end the future from him. Danger and talking about this girl showed no feelings at all except laughter. In response, Li Shentan didn't understand which meaning liquidate main character, if they are from this moment friends with whom it would be wrong to do this. The girl, in turn, simply forgot that happened previously. When her released from detention 4th mental hospital's fortresses, still, According to Li Shentang, the interlocutor remained unable to destroy Ren Xiaosu, would not put much effort into it, and sooner total it was he who stayed, would among the number of survivors. A few hours later it became very dark outside, and the sky the moon has risen. Events are transported to the area fully destroyed by the incomprehensible strength, which practically no entire buildings were left. There were only some surviving wild creatures like rats. All of a sudden the rat turned around, seeing something frightening for yourself. This phenomenon was the appearance of a military man fully dressed in good clothes equipment and with excellent firearms weapons. Only here human was not alone at all, and they followed him rest military, adhering to initially plan which them instructed over. Military acted too much carefully. They knew what danger signed own life, and therefore hid behind everyone building, because of which their will hard see underscore. Commander-in-Chief Data Squad gave a sign for the soldiers to act, and gave the order to some guys went further around the territory investigating terrain. Two from guys in fact listened to the instructions and started move further towards the target goals. Behind everyone, their movements, people from above were watching, who were in safe distance from the start of the special operations, and assessed all possible problems which can arise when given. Commander-in-Chief, all operation turned out to be Qing Yuan, who listened. How many people die at the hands of the test subject in the 7th combat? There is only one name left for the brigade they were going to take from traps given subdivision, so that increase own strength fighting against strong monsters which are practically no longer ordinary people. Qing Yuan, in turn, didn't worry about the big one at all, quantity dying, hoping to just get victory over the test subjects and soon replace Qing Huai in the eyes of the president who gave such heavy errand. Gaze instantly changed to more careful. After all, now the whole operation was walking too much good, and for some reason inside destroyed cities was too quiet. After why Qing Yuan turned to the man under the nickname Lieutenant Li, asking whether in this location was planned for him attack, and this man confirmed, telling every word. How suddenly the test subjects attacked the center, thus dividing the battlefield into several points. According to Lieutenant Li, experimental subjects very fine are familiar with the area, have incredible power because of what you can't kill them with regular bullets. The main one, the goal was to keep opponents closer, so as not to give them get in again in the squad military. In turn, Qing Yuan was absolutely calm, asking him not to worry about such a stupid reason because he was not like Qing Huai and would just wait until all test subjects are ready on one's own, get out from their hidden town. Soldiers started move on after all monsters attacking the place. Where they were there instantly disappeared, as if there was not at all, and according to information received from other units, this territory fully belongs experimental, breaking through the defenses military. Co-time, the military killed many test subjects wanting quicker find remaining, so that destroy and did not stop to inspect state previously liquidated opponents, knowing what underscore they definitely died. After all, battles with the 7th combat definitely won't leave the group behind survivors experimental subjects. Ultimately underscore in the end, the military reached a huge cliff standing straight near him and trying to discern located right in the middle end this pits. Troops started report what he saw to Qing Yuan himself, telling about the discovery huge cracks on the surface, and especially cracks seen around the edges, together with traces test subjects. Therefore, soldiers suspected what experimental subjects hiding it was below, and then Qing Yuan gave the order to send there are 2 auxiliary row for checking. Some from military hearing an order from above were a little scared because in case sending several guys straight inside cracks was possibility that underscore. They will meet with experimental subjects and will definitely die fighting until the very end. Qing Yuan in turn. I wasn't worried about this at all. Having ordered the others combat, the troops should not think and simply follow his instructions in order to complete the rest combat instructions from the president. Military still listened to Qing Yuan by starting little by little descend into the formed gap, while he's watching them commander-in-chief being not at all dangerous place. At this moment, Lieutenant Li worried about integrity groups military which take risks own lives so that fulfill too much dangerous for ordinary people person errand. Squad combat purpose fully went down straight into the depths gorges in which them was. It's hard to look around properly after all around complete darkness, and experimental subjects can attack at any possible second. One of soldiers examined surface gorges. Where did I end up knowing that given dungeon once upon a time, there was lair test subjects who were forcibly thrown out from huge caves, being the only one place where they could be located for some time. When Qing Yuan heard about the complete absence, neither single capable eye didn't understand the enemy to fight, where such big quantity test subjects managed get away in just a few hours. They headed to the place attacks. According to Fine's military, they could know exactly what was nearby small laboratory after all. It could well be that experimental subjects dragged to this place some equipment, and there was quite a lot on the floor, big quantity used syringes. Qing Yuan ordered everything squad quickly leave the area where there are no more test subjects and take them with you syringes in 111 Fortress to take samples for your own research. Qing Yuan was very thirsty to know which medicine used experimental subjects. Wen were cornered, and the man was seriously configured after all. If find though some kind of clue appeared, would have a chance completely liquidate experimental subjects. At this moment the street became full night and mountain territory illuminated bright stars. Events transferred to the department where passes meeting consortium, which sent Qing Yuan to complete the attack. Experimental subjects. At one point, the director of the consortium received news from an informant about how Qing Yuan had discovered equipment and many syringes inside enemy gorges. The old man remained silent, seeking around myself too much disgusting situation from what happened, too much inexplicable events which he didn't expect at all. Meet on your own ways. Informant also reported about Qing Ren, who simply disappeared at the same moment from the fortress the convoy drove off, and therefore they assumed that Qing Zhen exactly this _ convoy. Rest participants' discussions instantly went wild without understanding why Qing Zhen released out of sight, and they ordered to all started find the person immediately, which helped Qing Zhen to avoid the pursuit consortium _ Co-time negotiations with the old man who was responsible for all wet things got interesting. Where is the convoy heading? Supposedly maybe Qing Zhen. The informant is not confident answered about the direction of the convoy towards the 109th fortress. And the old man thought that Qing Zhen found out about the disappearances, experimental subjects, and went straight to another fortress to save his own brother Lolanya. The old man is not until the very end understood how it turned out that Qing Zhen fled to 109. The fortress did not catch anyone's eye, and the old man was afraid possibility in which controlled by Qing Zhen will be able to control secret division. The most famous shadow in this consortium was afraid possibilities that _ the situation will work out this way, from under control, _ only Qing Zhen get to what is important to you delivered cell. Qing Zhen, so far there is so much about him, they say practically got to the fortress thanks to car, which earlier acquired, and did not use a vehicle that is currently being pursued consortium. Exactly 3 days later, events returned to the main character, who went to school and sat there all alone among full guys class. Bye, teacher. Jing distributed leaves for everyone to work with. Ren Xiaosu looked around after all. To him it seemed it's strange not seeing Yang Xiaojin from graduation exam, and the guy was worried about it, hoping what inside the fortress did not happen nothing bad. Ren Xiaosu was studying their affairs. Teacher Jing looked at the results exams at all, not understanding anything in what is written. Namely, _ the teacher didn't understand. Which from sheets belongs which one? Ren Xiaosu _ them in class. There were already 2. On one from sheets someone scored 140 points, and the second only scored 40, which actually became a riddle for the teacher. All of a sudden, the main character grabbed the result of 140 points, wanting take it for yourself, and though didn't see it at all results, Teacher Jing tried to stop the guy by reminding him what quicker total it's not his job because the handwriting was too much beautiful, and yet Ren _ Xiaosu didn't stop continuing. Pull the graduation certificate towards you exam _ Co-time, the main character managed to open a piece of paper with marks of 140 points on another side, whom it was registered as the headman's seat class. Teacher Jing was very surprised without expecting what given Job really the main character he had never received before. Similar high ratings and such words seemed to Zhen Xiaosu as a little awkward as a guy due to the small amount former points seemed in the eyes teachers unable to get higher assessments. Still, the main character read written inside the graduation certificate exam, not understanding why Yang Xiaojin acted in a similar way by giving own points to the other person, and this one person turned out to be exactly he. At the same moment in another class sat young woman, which copied from the main character. In the end, I got only 11 points, and I was angry without understanding why I didn't do it myself. Work girl was ready to get even with Ren Xiaosu is standing them, only meet somewhere. Passed some time after the start of classes, and the sun was already starting to go down outside. The main character walked along the corridors of the school, thinking about everyone weirdness, which time doesn't stop take place with familiar people. Upon completion of classes, Ren Xiaosu went home thinking about the unexpected disappearance of Yang Xiaojin, along with Lo Lanam, which Long didn't show up for a while inside the store, and in addition the number of fighters Li on the streets gradually began to decline. Only the participants remained private strength together with the department order which threatened Uncle Van in court. All of a sudden, the main character stumbled upon a man who didn't dare step aside and go straight ahead, pushed Ren Xiaosu's shoulder. Only the man was not maliciously disposed, not wanting to cause any harm to the main character, and simply handed over some unknown sheet into his hands. Ren Xiaosu accepted what was sent, pretending to give him a letter. Nothing happens at all. Co-time so that inspect the sheet main character immediately back to the store. Returning to the store and calmly sitting down near entrance, Ren Xiaosu began to open the letter wishing see something very informative. Opening a letter from him first business fell out some kind of leaf. In the very letter a notice was registered regarding the 113th fortresses inside whom disappeared incredible big quantity. There were experimental subjects, and the main character entrusted exercise immediately leave Fortress 109 within 3 days after all wave test subjects is sent exactly there. Ren Xiaosu carefully read the warning, changed his outlook on _serious and thought about it. The main character was thinking about the reason why experimental subjects are going to go to Fortress 109, and understood that soon in this fortresses will happen big changes, and those who eager to get research consortium Li, necessarily getting ready do mind finite move. The main character put the letter in his pocket, realizing, what can't do it anymore, stay inside 109th fortresses _. Going to see relatives, Ren Xiaosu warned, busy their matters of desire quicker gather own things so that leave from cities. All of a sudden, Wang Fugui spoke, not understanding why need to again run away leaving such wonderful store. Uncle Wang was not worried about being separated from the store and asked knows the main character whether that how more hundreds fortresses exist in ruins for dozens or even hundreds of years. Only, here it happened in them this year a lot of troubles, and that was not quite like an accident, at the suggestion of Wang Fugui. Soon the troubled ones must return times. Bye! They were talking about it and drove up to the store, unknown man in a car. As it turned out, there were people too, and them started conversation from what supposedly came pick-up goods conclusion agreements, whom was signed with Yang Xiaojin. Ren Xiaosu, hearing about the agreement with Yang Xiaojin. A little thought without understanding really. Guys arrived take Dun Funan. The main character still doubted because only he and Yang Xiaojin knew about the agreement. Ren Xiao inquired, are whether Guy's comrades Yang Xiaojin or Lo _Xin Yu, and then 2 strangers they said that it is not enough qualified to respond to similar questions. The main character began to not understand at all why Yang Xiaojin organization is such complex and hierarchical. Ren Xiaosu asked those who came sit down so that a little wait while he goes beyond Dun Funan to the main character could explain something to her. The main character was, it is extremely important to keep Dun Funan for some time until it ends task, and up to 7 complete days, he only had 1.5 left hours. To those who came, all the guys had to do was calmly sit down and wait when them will give it back the person for whom a contract was concluded. Ren Xiaosu brought Dun Funan like before spoke and began to speak as if girl its all time was studying labor classes to realize their mistakes. The main character planted Dunfunan on the chair, saying that conveys from this day onwards underscore other people's guidance, and hope that young woman necessarily will bring useful information for society above person. Few waiting on the clock has passed smooth floor hours, which turned out to be the final task for the task. All located inside the store, they just fell silent for a moment. Then, having received a notification about completion side tasks, the main character was very surprised. When Ren Xiaosu allowed take Dunfunan guys, those who came for her ran out together with a girl from the shop. After people found themselves outside the drugstore, the main character closed weekend doors. He closed them because underscore received reward in the form of cards for new performance tests, which allowed us to obtain not only medicine. Ren Xiaosu a little thought without understanding why as the object suddenly appeared in the form of cards after all this has never happened before. Little by little, main character only more asked questions. Why exactly cards? And really to him costs go play poker with them with Wang Fugi or Sister Xiaoyu. Co-time, the main character decided to put 1 coin inside the machine to get cards. When did he receive for 1 coin just 1 card? The main character went mad from not understanding why such small quantity. Only here Ren Xiaosu did not stop and constantly threw in a few coins inside the machine to get at least something valuable underscore reward for such heavy performance tests. As a result, the main character knocked out several cards that corresponded quantity for the collection of the so-called 4 of a kind in poker. From that very moment, performance tasks passed all day. Ren Xiaosu woke up early, turned to Wang Fugui asking him to rent a courtyard next to the western gate, so that move there this at night. The hero himself was getting ready go straight for important purchases that will be needed in case immediate escape from Fortress 109. The main character carefully planned the plan, knowing only 2 main ones exit from 100 years 9 fortresses, and since Fortress 113 is located northeast of this place's first business. Experimental subjects must go first to the eastern gate. In case of incorrect appearance opponents, Ren Xiaosu was ready run together with the family through the western gate. Walking down the street, the main character understood what it is forbidden. More run away so quickly how earlier, so as not to miss anything out of sight, and the gold that he brought previously will finally come in handy. The hero planned first go in and exchange gold for money. He went straight to the pawn shop of the fortress, which already existed last in line, which Ren Xiaosu walked through the whole day. The main character put on a cap to no one paid attention to him, special attention, and not to reveal real personality. Walking an inside pawn shop, the main character remembered Shuxian Chu, who has already appeared in Fortress 109, and for him would reasonable exchange gold for money. Ren Xiaosu put a bar of gold right in front of your face, seller, and believed that underscore. If divide gold into several parts and exchange them in different places, no one will pay special attention. Recounting received money, the main character thought myself too much a genius who acted solely according to his own plan. All of a sudden, the seller became interested. Really, Ren Xiaosu is Xu Xianchu. Because of this, the main character put in front of himself, fingers showing a gesture and asking where from, the seller became aware of his real personality. After underscore, the main character began to show signs of the slightest suspicions, then immediately began to flee from pawn shop without understanding why Xu Xianchu was recognized, only lastly execution plan, and from this moment all he could do was more carefully look around fearfully, every one person, so that to avoid the possibility of a chase, the main character ran in right around the corner building. But he was stopped, message indicating that the system has detected big quantity, saving Ren Xiaosu, who exceeds unlock permission underscore vaults. And Palace asked the hero he wants, does he unlock storage? Ren Xiaosu raised his head, remembering how while on Mount Jing unlocked 1 cubic meter storage, and thought that underscore storage space, underscore much more important how some money, underscore. The main character covered eyes, pondering thought about each storage space underscore, thanks to whom he can take with you supplies or clean water, in case of a collision with ruins. There is a chance to drag away much more gold than there was previously. Ren Xiaosu became curious to know why all of a sudden Castle wants to get money as if thinks the guy has them always in abundance, and in response the system sent notice of absence permission to inform. The main character did not stop at one question, having inquired really Palace all, no matter who to take it from money, and that only meant that he didn't mind at all take. The Qing seems to take them from everyone criminal, and in response, Castle didn't answer anything. Ren Xiaosu stood right on the corner near whom pass a lot of people and talked to himself without understanding. Really, the underworld does not exchange goods. The main character had feeling as if Castle looks at everyone from high and considered cause, unlocking the highest level storage exactly. Wish Palace, get more money, criminals underscore.